The Zhang family raising you isn't even worth raising a dog. You eat and drink so much, yet you only brought back this little. Useless trash. Good brother-in-law, thank you for raising my son. Actually, she isn't my biological sister. Go to hell. Liu Yu was killed by his own wife, who brought along his mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and some neighbors from the residential compound. They forcibly broke down the door, beat him to death, divided up the supplies he had brought back, and even ate his flesh. Pain, pain, pain. An unbearable, searing agony. When Liu Yu woke up, he found himself lying on the bedroom floor he shared with Zhang Wei. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Wasn't he in the apocalypse, already killed? He looked at the perpetual wall calendar, June 15, 2025, 15 days before the apocalypse. Had he been reborn? After being treated that way by his mother-in-law's family and the neighbors, had even the heavens found it unbearable? The child wasn't even his. So he had been made into a green-haired cuckold. No wonder his campus belle wife never allowed him to look too closely at the child, afraid he would notice something amiss. Turns out the child belonged to someone else. The money he had earned had ended up benefiting that beastly family. His mother-in-law was domineering and unreasonable, beating and scolding him at every turn simply because he had grown up an orphan with no father and no mother. Back in university, he had pursued his future wife only to be rejected. Not long after he gave up his wife, Zhang Wei saw that his job was decent. She sought him out and said she was willing to be with him. He had thought she admired his talent, but it turned out she only coveted his money, searching for a legal stepfather for the child. No wonder every time that brother-in-law came home, his mother-in-law would send him out to buy groceries, even specifying the exact far-off place, so the round trip took several hours. Every time he came back, his wife was at home. So that was the filth they had been up to. His mother-in-law's whole family, along with those beasts in the compound, having slaughtered him so viciously in his previous life. This time he would exact revenge on every last one of them. Let them wait. Knowing the apocalypse was coming, making money and hoarding vast amounts of supplies was the most critical. As for revenge, they all lived nearby. He wasn't afraid they would run. With enough supplies, he wouldn't even need to personally dirty his hands. Under the obliteration of human nature, they would slaughter one another. Money, however, was the most crucial issue. He was the legal representative of two companies and could use them for loans. And the Zhang family's rival wanted Zhang's company, didn't they? Since he was the legal representative, as long as he got the corporate seal and contract, he could simply sell it off. Zhang Wei's family had wanted to turn him into a professional debt-bearer, yet unexpectedly this time, that scheme would end up benefiting him. However, the time left to him was limited. As he went to take a shower, Liu Yu suddenly sensed a vast whiteness in his mind. Is this a space? Probing it, he discovered that this inner space was enormous. It had another great advantage: anything placed inside would remain at a constant temperature. The drawback was that no living beings could be stored there. He realized this as he looked at a dead fish on the floor. Liu Yu roughly understood how to use this space. I can't put living things inside, but for setting people up or killing and hiding corpses, it's still excellent. The space was essentially a spiritual type ability, how anyone whose mental strength surpassed his would be unable to use it. While he was still weak in the early stages, he had to work hard to improve himself in other areas. He needed to acquire some weapons first. Cold weapons were indispensable. Firearms would be ideal, but in Xia guns were strictly banned and hard to obtain. He thought of the military base in Tainan City when the cold wave, poisonous hail, and super blizzards descended. Once they evacuated, he could go there to scavenge. Wearing the shirt he had bought on an online discount platform for $9.99, Liu Yu headed downstairs. You lazy brat, all you know is how to slack off. My Zhang Wei married you, and your family should be burning incense and thanks. Planning to rebel. The one cursing was a fat woman with big ears and a gaudy golden perm, her hair like a roaring lion's mane. She was Liu Yu's mother-in-law, Jia Cuihua. He truly had no idea what his seemingly upright, moralizing father-in-law Zhang Zhonghai had ever seen in this woman. Liu Yu was anxious to go make money and couldn't be bothered with this foul-mouthed woman. When the apocalypse arrived, he would have his chance to deal with her. Just thinking of that slut Zhang Wei made his anger surge. After marrying him and letting him touch her once, she had never let him lay a hand on her again. So this was the shameless filth she had been up to, bearing a child for her own younger brother. How could she do something like that? Though she was not Zhang Zhonghai's biological daughter, they still shared the same household registration. He had only learned this secret when he was on the verge of death, whispered to him in secret by Zhang Zhonghai's son Zhang Ren. The name Zhang Ren sounded so noble, so benevolent, yet his deeds were those of a lecher and a thief, utterly shameless and devoid of ethics. You little bastard, where are you going? I'm hungry, hurry up and cook. Jia Cuihua stood there, brows knitted, face distorted, shouting with her hands on her waist. I'm going to buy you groceries, Liu Yu replied, evenly remembering he could not tear off the mask just yet. Hurry up, you little bastard, I can't wait any longer. Old hag, can't you cook for yourself when you're hungry? Liu Yu cursed silently in his heart. He hurriedly left the house. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Zhang Wei's cousins Yi Ting and Yi Bingyan. two shameless women who, like Zhang Wei, looked down on him. Seeing Liu Yu come out, Yi Ting flipped her hair and said with a giggle, "Oh my, if it isn't our college boy brother-in-law playing housekeeper and cooking at home." Yi Bingyan snapped impatiently, "Why waste words on this piece of trash? The way he leers at you, you can tell he's no good." Liu Yu thought of Yi Ting, that cousin who had stripped on a busy street during a live stream to shoot to fame, and felt utterly disgusted. That disgraceful stunt had unexpectedly won her a large following, turning her into an influencer with over 1 million fans. Anyone who liked someone like Yi Ting was fit to be a bleeding sheep queued up behind, even the dogs. He wondered whether those netizens would feel disappointed and turn away if their brains were ever pried open by zombies. He quickly left them behind. Young Master Liu Yu, we meet again. A man wearing glasses with small eyes and a sharply jutting jaw blocked his path. His slick back hair was so glossy that a fly landing on it might slip off and fall to its death. He was a lawyer for the Wang family, named Yan Fugui. During the apocalypse, this fellow had lived quite well and had even led people to hunt Liu Yu down. As for the grudge, because Liu Yu had refused to sell the Zhang family's company to him, causing him to be slapped by his master when he returned. Looking at the enemy before him, Liu Yu knew exactly why he had come. He said calmly, "I know what you're after. Let's talk somewhere else." "All right." Yan Fugui was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Liu Yu to agree so readily. "There's a new restaurant that's quite good. Let's eat and talk." "Lead the way," Liu Yu said without wasting words. Once they arrived at the restaurant, Liu Yu stated his terms. "I want 30% of the company's market value in cash transferred immediately. 10 days from now, I'll help you complete the procedures. A company valued at 15 billion, 45 billion in cash isn't something we can provide right now." "What's that supposed to mean? Are you kidding me? Trying to get something for nothing? I'm guessing you need money and our help. As a man, are you really planning to live your whole life so spinelessly? You're at least a graduate of a prestigious university, aren't you?" Liu Yu regarded Yan Fugui with an icy gaze. After surviving so many years in the apocalypse, anyone who could live through such a harsh environment naturally carried a killing intent in their eyes, and his were brimming with it. Under that stare, Yan Fugui's scalp tingled. "No, this kind of matter involves 4-5 billion. I can't make that decision," he hurriedly explained. "If you can't make the decision, then what the hell are you talking to me for? You're wasting my time. If you think you can get it for free, you're dreaming. Go find someone whose word actually counts." As he spoke, Liu Yu casually snapped 10 chopsticks in his hands. "If you don't want your neck to end up like this, don't come here just to toy with me. Otherwise, I'll assume you're a dog sent by the Zhang family to test me. No, that's not it. We're sincere. I'll make a call right now." Seeing Liu Yu snap 10 chopsticks, terror rose uncontrollably in Yan Fugui's heart. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Was this really that Livian son-in-law of the Zhang family? He was terrifying, his eyes as if they could kill. "Hurry up. I don't have time to waste words on you," Liu Yu snapped. After throwing out his harsh words, Liu Yu picked up another pair of chopsticks and resumed eating. It had been a long time since he had tasted such delicious food. Yan Fugui hurried out of the private room to make his call. Just then, Liu Yu's Xiaomi phone rang. The caller ID read, "Wife." That vile woman Zhang Wei, who had borne a child with her own younger brother and made him take the blame. Staring at that stomach-turning name, Liu Yu directly declined the call, too lazy to bother with her. On the other end, Zhang Wei realized her call had been hung up. In the small bed behind the office, Zhang Ren rose from atop Zhang Wei's body and roared angrily. "That useless trash Liu Yu actually dared to hang up on me. I'm going to kill him." Zhang Ren slid a hand over Zhang Wei's snowy chest and soothed, "Relax. I'll find someone later to give that brat a proper lesson. They can't cripple him," Zhang Wei said quickly. "What, you feel sorry for that piece of trash?" Zhang Ren narrowed his eyes, his tone turning sharp. "What's going on in that head of yours?" "Zhang Jia is your child," she snapped. "I only slept with him once. I've never let him touch me again." Zhang Wei shot him a glare. "He makes over 10,000 a month. A free nanny. If you beat him crippled, who's going to take care of the child and my parents?" "At least you know what's what," Zhang Ren snorted. "All right, since you snuck back here, once we're done, you can go to Shunchang to secure that project, and I'll let you enjoy yourself with me properly," Zhang Wei said, eyes gleaming with greed. "Got it. Just serve me well. Every time I think of you sharing a room with that piece of trash at home, I get angry," Zhang Ren replied. "This time, since he didn't answer my call, I'll make him sleep downstairs for a month. When you come back, you can stay in the study on the second floor," Zhang Wei coaxed. "Fine." After placating Zhang Ren, Zhang Wei called again, only to have Liu Yu hang up on her once more. Unwilling to give up, she dialed yet again. This time, Liu Yu answered. "Hello. Liu Yu, where the hell have you gone? Mom said you went out to buy groceries and still haven't come back. Are you trying to starve her to death?" "I'll be back soon. What your mom wants is hard to buy. I'm still in line," Liu Yu replied evenly. "Hurry up, you useless waste. If you make my mom angry, I'll divorce you and make you walk away with nothing," Zhang Wei threatened. Hearing that he still dared to explain himself, Zhang Wei immediately resorted to threats. "Fine, as you wish. We'll get a divorce tomorrow. I won't take a thing. I'll walk away with nothing," Liu Yu said. He did not indulge Zhang Wei's temper. Knowing what she and her brother had done and that the child wasn't his, divorce was for the best. As long as he signed the contract before the divorce, he believed that with the Wang family's methods, the Zhang family would be powerless to do anything. What did you just say, you piece of trash? I dare you to say it again. Zhang Wei snapped. She had been planning to enjoy herself with her brother while on the call, but fury erupted within her, blazing from her eyes. She had never imagined that this man would actually agree to divorce. She had only wanted to scare him. Using Liu Yu's status as her husband, she had him serve as the company's perfect professional debt-bearer. It also conveniently concealed the fact that her child with Zhang Ren existed. Zhang Wei had no intention of divorcing, at least not yet. She had not finished squeezing Liu Yu dry. Swallowing his food, Liu Yu said, "Didn't you want a divorce?" I agreed. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? See you tomorrow. He ended the call and powered off his phone. In a rage, Zhang Wei hurled her phone to the floor with all her strength. She no longer had any interest in playing cards with Zhang Ren. That useless trash had actually agreed to divorce. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? That brat wants a divorce. A vicious glint flashed in Zhang Ren's eyes. Yes, I'm heading back first. This marriage cannot end now, Zhang Wei said. She climbed off Zhang Ren, reaching for her clothes. She wanted to go back and see exactly what was going on with Liu Yu. Just then Yin Fugui called back. Mr. Liu Yu, the Wang family has agreed to give you 3 billion first. The remaining 1.5 billion will be paid after the transfer is completed. No, the remaining 1.5 billion must arrive within 3 days. Otherwise I can sell to someone else. It's your call, Liu Yu said through clenched teeth. All right, they agree. Let's sign the contract. The slick-back Yin Fugui narrowed his small eyes and took a contract from his bag. Transfer the money first. 3 billion into this card, Liu Yu said, tossing over his bank card. Good, very decisive, Yin Fugui said. Right in front of Liu Yu, he made a call. Tell Chairman Wang to transfer the money to this account number, account holder Liu Yu. Within a minute, a text alert chimed on Liu Yu's phone. 3 billion had been deposited. Not bad. If the remaining 1.5 billion doesn't arrive within 3 days, I'll go back on the deal, he said. No problem. The contract was quickly signed. Make sure the Zhang family doesn't see me together with you. Can you manage that? Liu Yu reminded him. This hotel belongs to the Wang family. I'll take a backup of the surveillance footage later and delete the rest, Yin Fugui said with a cold smile curling at his lips. Good. Remember our agreement. By the way, that car at the entrance looks nice. Lend it to me for a few days. Liu Yu added, thinking how inconvenient it would be to run errands without a car. Of course. It's yours, Yin Fugui replied. Thanks. Taking the keys, Liu Yu drove off and rented several warehouses. After all, everything he would be buying in the coming days needed to be delivered somewhere. Luck was on his side. One warehouse was being sublet temporarily. With a payment of 10 million, he secured full ownership of it. Liu Yu switched his phone back on and started making calls. He ordered 10,000 tons of pork, 3,000 tons of beef and mutton, and 2,000 tons of chicken and duck, along with rice flour and other staples. When the time came, even tap water would be contaminated. He opened an online shopping app and purchased several thousand water tanks, each capable of holding 1,000 tons of water. He bought air purifiers, generators, anything that might be needed. He purchased tens of tons of charcoal and solid alcohol, as well as tens of tons of instant foods like instant noodles and bread. He spent nearly 1 billion. Right, that medicine was invaluable in the apocalypse. Where can I buy it, he wondered. Because Liu Yu had no acquaintances in this regard, he was troubled. At that moment, a long-contacted phone call came in. It was a classmate of his, vaguely remembered to be involved in pharmaceutical wholesale in Tianjin City. Bro, where are you getting rich? Since you married into the Zhang family, do you have connections? On the other end of the line, Lu Fei spoke in a familiar tone. Is there something up? I have a batch of medicine here that I can't sell, and I'm worried because my boss is constantly chasing and scolding me. Lu Fei began to complain. Lu Yes' worries turned into joy. This was truly serendipitous. Someone had delivered a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. What kind of medicine? Should I help? Really? Lu Fei asked uncertainly on the other end. Cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, cough medicine, and some disinfectants, band-aids, gauze, and similar items. Lu Fei replied hesitantly. How much in total? You really want it? Lu Fei asked in surprise. Lu Yes' tone turned harsh. Damn it, are you a man or not? Stop wasting my time. How much is it? He knew that during the apocalypse those plants were all contaminated and there was no medicine available. Sometimes a single pill could make someone willing to sacrifice their life. Human lives became the most worthless thing at that time. In total, it's about 150 million. If you want it, I can give you a discount. Send me the order, deliver it to the XX warehouse, and they'll pay you after I inspect the goods. Liu Yu said. You're not lying to me, are you? Seeing Lu Fei's repeated doubts, Liu Yu got angry. Lu Fei, if you don't trust me, don't call me. Do you think I have time to waste with you? No, please don't be angry. I just think this quantity is too large. Why do you need so much? Stop talking nonsense. If you sell it, it's 1.2 billion. If not, find someone else. Liu Yu spoke with authority, having never been so assertive since his school days. Now with 2 billion in his account, being looked down upon naturally made him angry. Alright, just don't play tricks on me. By the way, don't let the Zhang family know, or I'll have someone kill you, Liu Yu warned. Why, oi? Lu Fei was just about to hang up to ask the Zhang family about the situation when Liu Yu's warning made him confused. Lu Fei, have you had surgery? Have you turned into a woman? Stop dawdling. If you're not buying, then forget it. I won't cater to you anymore. Don't expect any favors from me. Liu Yu shouted. I'm sorry, I won't ask anymore. They'll send it to you right away. Hurry up, if it doesn't arrive by 6 o'clock I won't take it. After finishing, Liu Yu hung up the phone and went straight to a nearby supermarket, buying a lot of jackets. These were good items that could shield against wind and rain. He also bought over 100 down jackets, various underwear, and cooking utensils, as well as seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, pepper, and chili. He bought everything. Spending 30 million, he instructed, deliver it to the XX Road warehouse after checkout. Looking at the supermarket manager who had no toilet paper in his living area, he hurriedly said, Okay boss, I'll arrange a vehicle to deliver it to you right away. Hurry up, don't dawdle. After finishing, Liu Yu ran to a camping club. Boss, what do you need? Pack up all your entrenching tools, props, tents, and that foam insulation. Liu Yu spoke with authority. Oh, what did you say, boss? You want everything packed? The sales clerk thought a madman had entered, looking at his clothes. You can't be serious. If you want to play with our store's items, this is from the mental hospital, just outright. What? Can you make the decision? Don't waste my time, go get your boss. Liu Yu waved his hand, his expression turning cold. The sales clerk was also unsure if Liu Yu was here to cause trouble and called over a middle-aged man, approximately 40. He briefly explained the situation. Sir, are you sure you want to pack up everything in my store? Yes, how much is it? Let's settle up quickly, I don't have much time. Liu Yu nodded. Last time I stocked up it was about 2 million, and you want everything. Settle up. By the way, do you have any modified off-road vehicles for sale at this camping store? While the boss and the sales clerk were left dumbfounded, Liu Yu swiped his card and watched them pack up sleds, tents, and similar items. Thinking about driving out in the future, he asked, Do you need a vehicle? What level of off-road vehicle? The boss realized this person was either a bored tycoon or a madman buying all these things. You think the apocalypse is coming? What level? The one that's at least grenade-proof for the glass and tires with a powerful engine, right? Bulletproof level. That's expensive. How much? Just tell me the price, Liu Yu said impatiently. The vehicle is about 300,000, but modifications according to your requirements will cost at least 1.5 million. When can I get the goods? Upon hearing it was only 1.5 million, Liu Yu's eyes didn't even blink. Right now there's one available. It's from a doomsday enthusiast who was buying for his family. The boss had been holding back his words, wanting to ask Liu Yu if he also wanted to play a doomsday survival game. Alright, take me to see it, and later deliver it to the same place. They'll settle up when it arrives. Good. The boss got into Liu Yu's car, took a look inside, and assessed it. This was a BMW S750, costing over hundreds of thousands. Indeed, he was a wealthy patron. Upon reaching a dealership, he saw a modified Wrangler with steel plates that were 5 centimeters thick and bulletproof solid tires. The glass was also sniper-proof, and it was said that if a Barrett hit it, it would only leave a mark. Alright, I'll take it. Deliver it, and it'll settle up when it arrives. Liu Yu got out of the car and said to the car salesman, Boss, you really want it? Of course, send it along with the others. I'm heading back now. Returning to the rented warehouse, the items Liu Yu bought from the supermarket had begun to arrive. They brought their own forklift to unload. The delivery trucks were already getting stuck in traffic. By 9 o'clock that evening, he finally had a moment to rest as Liu Yu focused his thoughts. He stored all the items neatly into his space. He didn't return home that night. He was unaware that Zhang Wei was furious after returning home and not finding him. After telling his mother Jia Cuihua and father Zhang Zhonghai about the situation, they laughed, saying this kid was just making tough talk. With their son at home, they thought he had no parents and that all the money at home was in your hands. Where could he go? They might have felt they said the wrong thing. He ran over to cry, not daring to return home. When Zhang Ren secretly sneaked into Zhang Wei's room, his phone rang. It was his cousin Yi Ting calling. Yi Ting, what do you want this time? Cousin, your family buys a car for Liu Yu, but doesn't lend me any money. Yi Ting said angrily. Buy a car? No, Liu Yu is just a useless person. How could my family buy her a car? Besides, don't call me casually. If my girlfriend finds out, it won't be easy to explain. Zhang Ren finished speaking and hung up the phone before Yi Ting could respond. Sister, did you give money to Liu Yu? Zhang Ren asked Zhang Wei, who had just finished showering and was wrapped in a bath towel. No, that heartless beast wants to divorce me. His salary card is with me. Why would I buy him a car? Zhang Wei frowned, infuriated at the thought of Liu Yu wanting a divorce. Just now Yi Ting called and said we shouldn't buy a car for Liu Yu or lend her any money. That woman Yi Ting, isn't she an internet celebrity now? She became famous overnight. What a disgrace. Let her big brother buy it for her. Those big brothers have money. After Zhang Wei said this, she took off her bath towel and went to sleep. Zhang Ren turned off the lights and quickly ran over. Hurry back to sleep, Liu Yu will come back soon, and it won't be good if he finds out. Zhang Wei pushed Zhang Ren away. Just thinking about that useless person sleeping in the same room as you makes me want to kill him. Zhang Ren said, panting with anger. Alright, this isn't so bad. By the way, your new girlfriend, I heard her name is Liu Yu. She seems to be my schoolmate. We didn't get along back in school. Isn't she just after your money? Zhang Wei turned on the bedside lamp and said, don't worry, my heart still belongs to you. Zhang Ren comforted her, but in his heart, he was thinking that once he had conquered Liu Yu, he would leave this place. He planned to buy a house outside. When Liu Yu was not available, he would come back to find Zhang Wei. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't worry, sister, I won't be jealous of you. Who told me to like you? Urging Zhang Ren to leave. Zhang Wei called Liu Yu, but no one answered. Overwhelmed with fatigue, she threw down her phone and went to sleep. Little did she know that Liu Yu already knew the child was not his. It was Zhang Wei and Zhang Ren's. Liu Yu had teamed up with the Wang family to sell Zhang's company. He planned to take revenge on everyone in the Zhang family after the apocalypse arrived, and on the people in this community. The next day, Liu Yu went directly to the high-end community across from his. He bought a villa for 80 million. 2 floors below, 3 floors above, with a total area of about 900 square meters. He wanted to call the owner of the modified car he sold last night. Hello, boss Liu, what's up? The car has been sold, and there's no return. It's not about the car issue, brother Zhou. I want to ask if you know anyone who does modifications. Liu Yu said awkwardly. Modifications? Are you not satisfied with the car and want it modified? No, I want to modify the house I bought. Is the house modification also bulletproof? Zhou Xiong joked deliberately. Yes, do you have someone in that field? Liu Yu replied affirmatively. What? You're not joking, are you? Zhou Xiong didn't expect Liu Yu to be serious about what he was joking about. Of course, I've recently become obsessed with a game. Ooh, I like survival in the apocalypse, so you understand. Liu Yu casually said. Awesome, brother, you're really into it. He'll introduce you to a friend. He's from a construction team and has renovated a few bank vaults. If you have money, the work will be beautiful. Thanks. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yu soon received another call. It was said to be from Zhou Xiong's boss. Without wasting words, Liu Yu set a meeting place. After about 20 minutes, a boss arrived accompanied by a very beautiful woman. Hello, you must be Boss Liu. The man approached Liu Yu and greeted him. I'm Sun E, and this is my sister Sun, a graduate student from the architecture department of Tianjin University, responsible for designing the blueprints for your house. Hello, thank you for your hard work. Let's go in and check the house first. Liu Yu held Sun Wen's hand halfway, feeling it was incredibly soft and delicate. He quickly let go. They arrived at the villa. Sun Wen started measuring the house. Liu Yu said to Sun E, for this house, I need 360-degree surveillance, an independent drainage system, fire safety system, and glass that can withstand sniper bullets. It would be best if the house is built with RHB 500E rebar, and I hope it has good insulation and airtightness capable of withstanding a 10-point earthquake. Sun E's eyes widened upon hearing Liu Yu's demands. This specification was several times higher than that of a bank vault. Such a house would be truly invulnerable without proper weapons. Who builds a house like this? What? You can't do it. Liu Yu frowned and asked. I can, but it will take time and cost quite a bit. Sun E looked at Liu Yu in front of him. Liu Yu waved his hand. Just guarantee the quality. I heard your reputation is good, which is why I chose you. Money is not an issue, just tell me how much it is. Sun Wen quickly came over. Sun E spoke with her for a while. Seeing Sun Wen's expression change, this requirement seemed too high. Is he really planning to play the apocalypse game here? The temperament of the rich is indeed different. They play extravagantly, wasting money. Boss Liu, according to your demands, I calculated that for the independent waterproofing water supply and heating equipment along with those materials, it would take about 18 days, costing around 50 million. Sun E came over and said, thinking that there were less than 11 days left until the apocalypse. Liu Yu gritted his teeth and said, no, I hope you can finish it within 10 days. What? 10 days is impossible. You have to use that seawater cement. I heard it sets in half an hour. I'll pay extra for that. If you want it done in 24 hours, I can guarantee it will be done in 10 days, but the labor cost will increase significantly. Sun E said through gritted teeth, fearing the workload. If the boss demands more, but pays less, who would be willing to do it? All right, I'll give you 100 million, 50 million as a deposit, 10 million when the work is done, and 40 million upon inspection. If you cheat, you'll need to compensate 200 million. Is there a problem? If not, sign here. You can rest assured my workmanship is flawless. Here, let's sign the contract. After the two signed the contract, Liu Yu instructed, I already spoke to the property management. Whoever comes must not say the house is mine. Okay. Sun E waited for the 50 million to arrive without any further talk and directly began gathering manpower. He sent materials over and started modifying the house. This would be his most beautiful masterpiece, only to be destroyed by a little boy. To stabilize the Zhang family, Liu Yu returned home, wearing his cheap clothes. Little bastard, you know how to come back. Where have you been? Hurry up and cook, I'm starving. Liu Yu silently vowed, if I endure this woman for another 12 days, I will make sure that all the shameless people of your family die before my eyes. Without a word, he went to cook. Zhang Wei returned with a new bag, saw Liu Yu cooking there, and cursed, bastard, spineless wretch. He went upstairs. After preparing the meal, Liu Yu casually ate a bit in the kitchen. Just as he was about to head upstairs, that wild child of Zhang Rin, Zhang Jia, shouted, Waste, where did you go? I'm starving. Little wild child, you can't escape either. After muttering a curse, he went upstairs to look for his things. In truth, Liu Yu didn't have much. There was only one inconspicuous jade pendant which was said to have been left by his parents. It looked incredibly ugly. If Zhang Wei had seen it, she would have sold it a long time ago. What are you doing here? Get out! Zhang Wei shouted angrily at Liu Yu as he entered. Ignoring the woman, Liu Yu took his jade pendant. He closed the door and left. If it weren't for the need to placate this woman and the Zhang family, he would find it hard to even stomach food when confronted with such a shameless woman. As if he wanted to return. Stepping outside for some fresh air, a call from Yen Fuguei came in saying that the remaining 1.5 billion would be transferred shortly. He hoped that in 3 days Liu Yu would start cooperating with him on the procedures. Liu Yu agreed. After hanging up the 1.5 billion arrived. He calculated the previous amount. Altogether, he had around 1.8 billion left. He took out 500 million to book several large hotels, asking them to prepare a floor just for him and have the dishes delivered. As for vegetables and such, Liu Yu knew there was a large vegetable and fruit market near the warehouse he rented. The first day of the apocalypse had arrived, coinciding with a cold wave. The outdoor temperature would rapidly drop to minus 40 degrees by noon. In Jiangnan, such temperatures had never been seen. People would be frozen and too scared to go out. Moreover, at 10 o'clock, apart from a few patrolling personnel, there was hardly anyone at the warehouse. This coincidentally solved his vegetable and fruit problems, saving him a significant amount of money. Now that I have the money, where can I get guns? What about bullets? After all, at the beginning my abilities weren't strong, and facing someone with firearms is quite terrifying. The next day, with 11 days left until the apocalypse, Lu Fei called, wanting to invite Liu Yu for a meal. Liu Yu agreed, feeling that his supplies were insufficient last night. He bought another 500 million worth of daily necessities. Among them were quite a few women's clothes and some novelty items. He also ordered another 1,000 water tanks. Each tank cost 1,000 with the capacity to hold 1,000 tons of water. After all the buying, he was left with around 120 million. He ordered another 500 million worth of fast food like KFC and similar items. At the restaurant, he met Lu Fei, who, to show his gratitude, pulled Liu Yu into a drink. He also privately inquired about why Liu Yu bought so many medicines. Just curious, Liu Yu casually fabricated a reason. Undeterred, Lu Fei asked where Liu Yu planned to go next, prompting Liu Yu to think about his lack of firearms. Lu Fei's eyes brightened as he said, I know a big brother in the underworld who has smuggled goods including rifles and handguns. Take me to have a look. I need weapons for covertly exporting this medicine overseas. Knowing Lu Fei's intentions, Liu Yu lied. All right. Lu Fei led Liu Yu to a relatively secluded bar and took him down 3 floors. They met the big brother Lu Fei mentioned. From there, Liu Yu spent 1 million to buy 2 handguns and 3 M14 rifles with 3.0 rounds for the handguns and 2.0 rounds for the rifles. Liu Yu left with satisfaction. Lu Fei, be sure to remind that kid to be careful and not let the authorities find out. Don't worry, boss Wu, what about my introduction fee? Lu Fei said with a grin. Hey, race 20000. Take it. If you find any big fish like that in the future, bring them over and you won't miss out on the benefits. Thanks. After Liu Yu took the items and left in the dark, he stored them in his space. Upon reaching the warehouse, he went to receive his goods. The water tanks and water containers were delivered and piled into a small mountain. Fortunately, it was night, so no one noticed. After Liu Yu stored everything in his space, he drove non-stop to the banks of the Yangtze River, filling batch after batch of those tanks with water and storing them in his space. Fortunately, the water here was deep and abundant, and no one had come over yet. Otherwise, if they discovered this situation and took photos, it would go viral. In an instant, dozens of tons of water were stored in his space. He left with satisfaction, now heading to receive the meals sent by the hotels. After packing up dozens of tons, the delivery was finally complete. Looking at over 2,000 takeout containers, Liu Yu smiled with satisfaction. He also bought several tons of red wine, beer, and white liquor. When the cold wave hits that night, he could simply go for a zero-cost purchase. This is what the early bird gets the worm. The early worm is eaten by the bird. With this ample preparation, Liu Yu felt that everything was almost ready. He just waited for the apocalyptic cold wave to strike, bringing poisonous hail. Seeing those people crying out for bread and bottled water, willing to sell anything, he looked at Zhang Wei's family on their knees before him, pleading for mercy. With 4 days left until the apocalypse, Sun Yi finally finished his work and invited Liu Yu for inspection. He looked at the electronic and mechanical door, which was 20 centimeters thick. There was also a complete monitoring system and an independent power supply. After Liu Yu verified his fingerprint and iris recognition, no one could easily enter this house except for him. The entire villa was renovated again, which greatly satisfied Liu Yu. After he settled the final payment of 40 million, he had less than 20 million left in his account. Before leaving, Liu Yu wanted to thank Sun Yi and his sister Sun Wen. He packed 2 bags of items: down jackets, compressed biscuits, some chili, white liquor, warm gloves, hats, and a military shovel. He said to them, "You help me, you must keep these items close. They might save your life at a critical moment." Sun Wen frowned upon seeing the contents of the bag. This Liu Yu boss was indeed generous with his spending. "Is this all you give us for helping you? Does this even amount to 500 yuan? Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Sun Yi, who had earned a few million from Liu Yu. Not giving anything to himself was only fair. After expressing their gratitude, they left with the items. "Brother, who is that Liu boss? He spent 100 million to renovate a villa and gave us things worth less than 1000 yuan. Forget it, sister. I earned quite a bit this time. That Liu boss shouldn't have bad intentions. Take it might really be useful." 3 days left on the countdown. Liu Yu returned to the Zhang family and cooked a meal for the detestable Jia Cuihua and Zhang Wei. He prepared to completely vanish from their sight. At that time, he would hide in the logistics transfer station. He would be like a diligent little bee. The tens of thousands of tons of vegetables and fruits inside would belong to him. And that supermarket warehouse. The snacks and other items inside would also be his. In such cold weather, they would all be freezing to death. "Do you have the ability to go out and buy food?" Just as he walked out the gate of the community, a woman collided directly into Liu Yu's arms, shouting, "Help! Catch the pervert! It's harassment! God, how can such immoral things happen in broad daylight? Call the police! Young man, how can you act like a pervert? You can't leave." The pants-removing goddess Yi Ting was live streaming right there. She happened to capture this scene, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Liu Yu, you worthless piece of trash, you're doomed this time." Yi Bingyan wore a sinister smile, saying, "This time, let's see if you can avoid divorce. That Zhang Wei is the woman my brother fancies, you're just cheapening her. This time my cousin Zhang Wei will definitely divorce you." Wah. The woman in Liu Yu's arms was Liu Shishir, his ex-girlfriend. "Liu Shishir, what are you going crazy about?" Recognizing Liu Shishir, Liu Yu said coldly, "Liu Yu, don't think that just because you are my ex-boyfriend you can treat me like this. We must call the police." For her man Zhang Ren, Liu Shishir decided to throw away her dignity. This was all part of the malicious plan involving her Yi Ting and Zhang Ren. They intended to use Yi Ting's status as a streaming influencer to completely ruin Liu Yu's social standing. Only in this way could he leave with nothing and still bear the title of a scumbag. In the live stream of the pants-removing goddess, Yi Ting, those sycophants and brainless followers saw a weak woman crying so heartbroken. They directly handed over their brains to zombies. They began taking screenshots and sharing videos denouncing Liu Yu as a scumbag. Zhang Wei, upon seeing the video, was furious. No wonder Liu Yu wanted to divorce her. It turned out he fancied his ex-girlfriend. It took her a lot of effort to get that garlic-headed man. Could she let him be taken away like this? Although she suspected this was revenge from her brother Zhang Ren, she did not confront him. She felt that Liu Yu wanting to divorce her was an opportunity to give him a wake-up call, to let him understand that in this world apart from herself no one would ever like him again, and that he no longer had the Zhang family. Liu Yu would starve if he went out. It was better for him to stay at the Zhang family, being a slave and cooking for his parents. "Liu Shishir, what do you want?" Liu Yu frowned, slightly displeased, and said, "What do you mean by what I want? You perverted man are bullying me and you dare ask me what I want." Liu Shishir angrily replied, "Him scumbag. Trash man only knows how to bully women." Under Yi Ting's manipulation, Liu Yu was surrounded by the brainless followers in her live stream. They even cursed his ancestors. Watching this outcome, she was extremely satisfied. Zhang Ren directly recharged 100 yuan on Douyin and Weibo, buying numerous trending topics. Suddenly, the brainless followers all over the internet began buzzing. It was as if Liu Yu had slept with their wives, girlfriends, or mothers. Many people even came to inquire where this was. They wanted to meet the real Liu Yu offline. When the police arrived, they took both Liu Yu and Liu Shishir away. They investigated the surveillance footage in the vicinity. To their surprise, the cameras that captured this area were either broken or had blind spots. In simple terms, Liu Yu was in trouble. Liu Yu was furious. This despicable Liu Shishir, along with Yi Ting and Yi Bingyan. After midnight, the day after tomorrow, the apocalypse would come. I still have so many supplies yet to acquire. Even if I have to kill Yi Ting's whole family and Liu Shishir's whole family, it wouldn't even be worth that little bit of supplies. In the graduate dormitory of Tiannan University, a beautiful girl with fair arms emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a faint mist. It was unbearably hot outside. Just after taking a shower, a woman sitting there shouted angrily, "I have never seen such a shameless man." In broad daylight, he bullies a weak woman, takes advantage of her, and still refuses to admit it. It's all scripted. Nowadays, influencers, especially those beauty bloggers, are the most bottomless people, using conflict to provoke division between men and women just to attract traffic. The speaker, if Liu Yu were present, would recognize her. She was Sun Yi's sister Sun Wen, a remarkable woman gifted with both beauty and talent. Standing at 172 centimeters tall, with long, beautiful legs, she captivated countless men. No one would look how beautiful this girl is. She's being bullied by a beast. Hey, she seems to be from our city. I really want to go and beat him up. The woman speaking was a fan of Yiting. She was dark and plump, somewhat talented, but unfortunately no man liked her. One reason was that she enjoyed boxing. The other reason was that she truly wasn't very impressive. She felt that all men deserved to die and grew increasingly disgusted with them. Whenever she saw a woman being bullied, she would jump online. Expressing her opinions, she, with her decent talent, could just use her eloquence. With one keystroke, she could penetrate through the enemy ranks. In the mortal realm, there was no supreme emperor, 9 sacred bodies battling the heavens. 100,000 people were no match for this woman, whose name was Ma Jinlian. She was Yiting's #1 fan. When Yiting's video was exposed as fake, she felt that no matter what women did, it was all to defend their rights. She went 3 days and nights without sleep, ruthlessly cursing those who doubted the authenticity of Yiting's video, online, her breath ragged. Yiting had given her 3,000 yuan as a benefit, and today Yiting was live streaming about the scumbag again. Ma Jinlian transformed into a verbal warrior, cursing without using any foul language. Speaking without taking a breath, she chatted with her roommate Sun Wen while her fingers danced swiftly over the computer keyboard just to blacken Liu Yu. The keyboard began to smoke. Ma Jinlian switched to another keyboard and continued storming into the live stream, driving away those who questioned her. Leading the Yi family army, she occupied the live stream, defending Yiting's statements. Sun Wen curiously opened her phone, wanting to see who her roommate was blackening. When she saw that familiar face, Sun Wen's body trembled violently. It's him. That shouldn't be. He looks so handsome, and whenever we talked, he never had any wicked thoughts toward me. How could he like that kind of girl? Fortunately, Ma Jinlian began to shift her efforts to other platforms, not noticing Sun Wen shocked beside her. Sun Wen hurriedly went outside, wanting to call Liu Yu. However, the call wouldn't go through. Ma Jinlian, dancing her fingers on the keyboard, didn't notice her roommate's reaction. Finally, in Yiting's live broadcast room, she chased away the trolls and happily set down her keyboard. Woman, let's go eat hot pot later. A new restaurant opened near the school, and the food is quite good. However, there was no response. When she turned around, she found Sun Wen was gone. Hey, where did she go? She was just here. At that moment, her WeChat notification popped up. She received a transfer of 2,000 yuan from Yiting. Great job, the collaboration was pleasant. Pleasant collaboration. Next time I encounter such small-time scum, feel free to contact me again. Ma Jinlian replied politely before accepting the money. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, who was in the holding cell, had a grim expression. No one had come to bail him out, and he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Not knowing what was happening outside, Sun Yi, who was drinking, received a text from his sister. He searched online. To his shock, the news across the internet was all about Liu Yu allegedly molesting a woman on the street. As the victim, Liu Shishir directly verified her identity with a yellow V badge. If she wasn't molested, why hasn't he come out to explain? He just knows how to bully a weak woman like me. After the victim cried out, the entire internet demanded the authorities to severely punish Liu Yu, this scumbag. She must be made to accept the harshest punishment. Yiting's followers quickly shared these headlines. The internet buzzed with excitement, while rational people suggested waiting for the official investigation results. Under Yiting's leadership, the online exposure even cost Liu Yu his job. The internet erupted in celebration, branding him as a scumbag everyone wanted to take down. Several of his ex-girlfriends stepped forward to lament that Liu Yu was indeed a scumbag during their high school and college days. They had been bullied and didn't dare to come forward. Rational voices were drowned out, and no one dared to question the authenticity. Tiannan City, Jian Yi District Public Security Bureau. Tanging, who was in charge of the case, had a headache. In just 1 short hour, she received countless calls demanding that Liu Yu be severely punished for being a scumbag. Those rats hiding behind their keyboards took the opportunity to slander them, as well sharing in the traffic feast brought about by this online frenzy. Little did they know that by midnight the following day, it would be the apocalypse. They would freeze at home, unable to leave, and the power would go out in a few days. At that time, the phone communication function would also be lost. Captain, someone has arrived outside with a lawyer requesting to bail Liu Yu out. A uniformed person knocked on Tanging's office door. All right, please let them in, Tanging said wearily. Hello, my name is Sunny. This is the lawyer I hired for Liu Yu requesting bail. Sun Yi said to Tanging. A bespectacled lawyer extended his hand, and said, Captain Tang, I am He Kuan Yu from Elite Law Firm. On behalf of my client, I am here to bail out Mr. Liu Yu, as you cannot indefinitely detain my client based on one-sided statements. Hasn't it been less than 24 hours yet? Tanging asked while rubbing her head. He Kuan Yu smiled and said, the video lacks context. Is the little article circulating online worth believing? Moreover, when I arrived, I learned that Liu Shishir is Mr. Liu Yu's ex-girlfriend, and Liu Yu is already married. His wife is much prettier than Liu Shishir, who has had plastic surgery. As for the street molestation, I believe this matter deserves further investigation. Alright, since your paperwork is in order, pay the fee and inform Liu Yu that he cannot leave Tiannan City until the investigation results are out. Tanging didn't want to dwell on the matter. Thank you, Captain Tang. Working with you is always a pleasure, He Kuan Yu said with a smile. Lawyer He, there's no need to flatter me. I'm just following the procedures. Tanging waved her hand and said, follow me. They arrived at the room where Liu Yu was held. She carefully examined Liu Yu, who was sitting there. He was quite handsome and didn't seem like someone who would do something lewd. Liu Yu, someone has come to bail you out. I hope that in the coming days before the results are out, you stay put. You should have your lawyer reach out to the victim. Reconciliation is the best outcome. Tanging said, coldly looking at her own figure, around 170 centimeters tall, with a fitted outfit that hugged her curves, giving her an imposing presence. A beauty scoring above 85. Liu Yu assessed Tanging, ranking her slightly below his unloving wife. Thank you. Liu Yu smiled as he was released. Sensing Liu Yu's intrusive gaze, Tanging warned, kid, don't act recklessly when you go out. Just don't fall back into my hands. Thanks for Captain Tang's advice. Perhaps the day after tomorrow you might need my help. Liu Yu dropped a nonsensical remark and left. Watching Liu Yu's departing figure, Tanging felt a mix of amusement and anger, saying, kid who can't boast. You deserve to be sent here. Mr. Liu, you're out. This is lawyer He Kuan Yu. Thank goodness for his help today. Son, he greeted Liu Yu as soon as he emerged. So it was you, brother son, who helped out. Thank you so much. I will do my utmost to repay you in the future if you need anything. He Kuan Yu is here to do his job for pay. After shaking hands with Liu Yu, he reminded Mr. Liu, after you go out, please do not leave Tiannan City, as Captain Tang already informed you. Liu Yu thought to himself, leave. I won't leave until I take revenge on my despicable in-laws and all the beasts in that community who framed me. Am I going to simply walk out? Clearing his throat, Liu Yu said seriously, thank you, lawyer He. You can rest assured I won't leave. Well, I've completed my business, and it's quite late. Goodbye. He Kuan Yu had no more words, grabbing his bag and leaving. Outside the Public Security Bureau, he asked, Mr. Liu, may I give you a ride home? Thank you. By the way, brother son, did you leave my stuff in the car? Liu Yu suddenly remembered to ask. The driver's son, he paused and replied, don't worry, I put it in the trunk. By the way, Mr. Liu, do you know anything? I just had a strange dream, as if it were the end of the world. I prepared a few things, but of course it's best if it doesn't happen. Liu Yu couldn't say he had been reborn, so he made up a story about dreaming. Though it was a lie, it was a benign one. Alright, I hope that day never comes. We're almost there. Sun Liang didn't say anything further. After arriving at the community, Liu Yu said with concern, brother, you're doing me a big favor. If you ever find yourself in danger, come to me. I can provide you with a safe haven. Sun Yi smiled awkwardly. Are you talking about that doomsday shelter at your place? Liu Yu replied, yes, there are many rooms. If you need one, I can save a spot for you. Liu Yu said earnestly, thank you, brother. If I need it, I will come. I hope you won't mind then. Seeing Liu Yu's sincere tone, Sun Yi responded half-jokingly. Knowing that Sun Yi might not believe him, Liu Yu didn't press the matter further. Waving goodbye, Sun Yi drove away after watching Liu Yu enter. He called his sister to inform her that Liu Yu had been released on bail. Upon receiving the news, Sun Wen's expression brightened. Finally, she could sleep peacefully. Just as she entered the community gate, Liu Yu was stopped by someone. Stop. You're the owner of that building. Why are you coming back at this time? The security guard scrutinized Liu Yu as if he were a criminal. It was as if his presence in the community was tantamount to theft. Damn, what kind of idiots does the property management hire? They can't even distinguish between the big and small owners. You're here to protect the community, not to deal with the owners. Liu Yu cursed inwardly. You treat us owners like we're the underlings. The security guard continued. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Quickly tell me which community you belong to. What are you doing in the villa area? Is this where you belong? This cocky security guard was a cousin of the property manager. After half a month off, he just came back to work the night shift and was playing games at the gate. Naturally, he didn't recognize Liu Yu. He pointed accusatorily at him. I'm an owner of this community. Do I need to report to you about going home? Liu Yu replied with annoyance. He was already upset from being falsely accused by Liu Shishir. Returning to the community only to be interrogated by this guard left him feeling quite displeased. Kid, you're asking for it. Which building do you own? This is the villa area. You're not claiming to be a villa owner, are you? The security guard, leaning against the door frame and playing with his phone, pointed at Liu Yu's nose and said, "Yeah, I'm the owner of that top villa. If you don't believe me, check my access card. You swipe it. If you can't get in today, I'll give you a beating first, then call the police to take you in." The security guard naturally didn't believe it. The villa had been vacant for so long, and the owner couldn't possibly be someone as young as Liu Yu. He muttered disdainfully, "What a lowly view of people." Under the watch of the security guard, Liu Yu indeed swiped the access card and entered. "Did you see that? I got in. From now on, keep your eyes peeled and remember who you are." After schooling the security guard, who was now acting like a grandson, Liu Yu walked towards his home. This villa and Zhang Wei's home were actually in the same community, only separated by a wall. As Liu Yu walked away, the security guard spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "What a piece of work. It's all thanks to your parents' money. If you didn't have such good parents, you'd either be working in a factory or standing here like me sweating to death while guarding the door. If a dog came in, I wouldn't even bother to smile at you." Liu Yu naturally had no idea that the guard was insulting him. For people like this, there was no need to take offense. This was what it meant to be poor and bitter. They couldn't stand to see others do well, feared the strong, and looked down on others. After getting home, he took a hot shower and then lay down to rest. The next day, there were 2 days left until doomsday. When Liu Yu woke up, he opened his phone and called Liu Shishir. "Hello, who are you?" Liu Shishir asked in a sleepy voice. Liu Yu replied, "Liu Shishir, did you forget who I am after falsely accusing me yesterday?" Liu Yu, how did you get out?" Liu Shishir asked in surprise. Liu Yu said calmly, "Is it not normal for me to be out? How much did Zhang Run or Yi Ting give you to frame me?" Liu Yu was not angry. Instead, he spoke with a calm demeanor, as if what happened yesterday had nothing to do with him. "What does it have to do with you? You called to reconcile." "Liu Yu, let me tell you that's impossible," Liu Shishir said angrily. Liu Yu smiled lightly. "We had some good times together. For the sake of that, if you need money, you can come to me." Liu Shishir responded, "You have money. You're a Livian's son-in-law. What money could you possibly have?" Liu Shishir thought that it must be Zhang Wei's family who bailed him out. Calling her was just to show off. "Add me on WeChat. I'll show you my balance. After you've seen it, then we can talk. This is my phone number." Liu Shishir replied, "Okay, let's see what trick you're playing." Liu Shishir's tone shifted slightly. After hanging up, she quickly sent a friend request. Liu Yu accepted it directly. Liu Yu replied, "It's me. Let me show you my online banking balance." After typing, Liu Yu sent a screenshot to Liu Shishir. When Liu Shishir saw the balance screenshot, it showed 123. With a total of 10 digits, including the decimal point. This was 70 million so much. She suspected that the screenshot was fake, but quickly dismissed the thought. Because one of her bank cards had a page that looked just like Liu Yu's. It even showed the time it was real. "You're a Livian son-in-law. Where did you get so much money? Did you steal it?" Liu Shishir questioned. Liu Shishir, "How I got my money is none of your business. You'll receive news soon. By the way, I'm giving you this BMW. Do you like it?" Liu Yu texted, referring to the BMW he acquired from Yanfuchi. "It was worth nearly $1 million. If I like it, will you let me drop the charges?" Liu Shishir probed. Liu Yu responded, "No, spend a night with me, and the car is yours." "You're a rogue. Do you know I'm with that Zhang Xiao who is your brother-in-law? How much do you think I can get?" Liu Shishir typed angrily. "I'm a rogue. Liu Shishir, are you worth $1 million? I'm giving you a chance out of respect for the past. What have you gained by being with that dog? Does that bastard Zhang Ren want to marry you? Dream on. You don't need to answer now. Just give me news by 6 p.m. tomorrow, and it'll be valid." After Liu Yu finished speaking, he ignored Liu Shishir. He knew this woman was materialistic, and it seemed she had awakened some mind-reading ability later. Just now his words made Liu Shishir hesitate and waver. Naturally, he had no idea about Liu Shishir's thoughts. Well, ruthless indeed. Yan Fuguei stared blankly after reading the dossier Liu Yu had sent. Zhang Wei was not Zhang Zhonghai's biological daughter. Zhang Run, the young man, had fathered a child with her, and they had raised it within the Zhang household. No wonder Zhang family's son-in-law Liu Yu agreed to sell his shares at a pittance. Such a colossal betrayal, such a humiliating crown of infidelity, would be unbearable for any man of honor. Betrayed by his own wife and brother-in-law alike, the Zhang family had shattered the very foundations of ethics and morality. Were this scandal to go public, the Zhang Corporation stock would collapse entirely. The Wang family could acquire the Zhang Corporation effortlessly. This maneuver was devastatingly precise. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Wang patriarch reacted identically to Yan Fuguei. He turned to his secretary and commanded, "Dispatch the PR department immediately. Push this story onto the trending topics list." "Yes, Chairman." At that moment, Yi Ting, having rested well the previous night, resumed orchestrating the defamation campaign against Liu Yu, flanked once again by her sycophantic followers, the Boiling Sheep Brigade. Ma Jinlian rose early and joined the fray without hesitation. After all, 2,000 yuan per day was too lucrative to refuse for someone as avaricious and misogynistic as she. Yet, just as she labored feverishly, professional internet trolls hired by the Wang family's PR division surged into action. like locusts descending upon a field. Within minutes, the Zhang family's disgrace had exploded onto the trending topics list. The so-called pantless goddess who had been single-mindedly dominating the narrative around her boxing stunt watched in dismay as her campaign was swiftly buried. She couldn't even hold a spot among the top 10. Frantically, she messaged Ma Jinlian urging her to amplify the outrage. But how could Ma Jinlian's ragtag cohort, Yiting's fawning fans, possibly compete against legions of troll accounts boasting millions of followers? In no time, the revelation vanished beneath an avalanche of digital noise. Initially, the Zhang Corporation's PR team still issued official statements. But as additional videos surfaced and verified paternity reports were released, the truth became irrefutable. That very morning, Zhang Zhonghai was presiding over a corporate meeting alongside Zhang Ren and Zhang Wei, when suddenly a secretary burst unannounced through the door. "Chairman, terrible news, catastrophic news. What is the meaning of this panic? Can't you see we're in session? Such clamor is utterly unbecoming." Zhang Zhonghai, the self-proclaimed heavenly lord of morality, reprimanded her sternly. "Chairman, something grave has occurred. Please look at this." The secretary extended her tablet toward Zhang Zhonghai who, still seething from the interruption, glanced down at the paternity report displayed on its screen. His hands trembled violently as he shot to his feet in fury. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhang Wei rushed forward anxiously. Zhang Ren hurried over too. "Father, are you unwell? Shall we take you to the hospital? You too. Look for yourselves. Shameless, disgraceful wretches." Zhang Zhonghai, the paragon of virtue whose mouth overflowed with righteousness, discovered his adopted daughter had borne a child with his own son. Worse still, this abomination had become public knowledge. With a roar of contempt, he struck Zhang Wei across the face, a stinging, resounding slap. "Whore, you've disgraced us all. How could you commit such an atrocity?" Stunned and bewildered, Zhang Wei staggered backward, utterly lost. Zhang Ren, upon glimpsing the report, could only offer a hollow, bitter smile. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Only he and Zhang Wei knew of this secret. Not even Liu Yu suspected a thing. Who then had leaked it? In truth, this transgression had occurred long after the apocalypse began, when Zhang Ren seized the opportunity during Liu Yu's absence, venturing out to scavenge food for the family. Overwhelmed by desire, he and Zhang Wei secretly consummated their illicit bond, only to be discovered by Jia Cuihua and Zhang Zhonghai. Yet by then the deed was done, irrevocable. Moreover, Liu Yu remained powerless, his latent abilities yet unawakened, while both Zhang Ren and Zhang Wei had already manifested extraordinary powers. Deeming Liu Yu useless, they reluctantly accepted the situation. Civil order still held, ethical boundaries remained intact, and Zhang Zhonghai, who fancied himself a paragon of moral rectitude, found such a revelation utterly intolerable. How could he not rage? His subordinates pulled out their phones, scrolled through breaking news, and soon found the story. They stared at the Zhang trio with undisguised contempt, especially those who privately resented Zhang Zhonghai's hypocrisy, his ceaseless lectures on virtue and self-sacrifice, only to learn his adopted daughter bore his son's child. And they all shared the same household registration. TSK. Had you truly intended her as a child bride, you might have kept silent, no one would have objected, or waited until they came of age and married openly. Then the scandal would hardly have provoked such outrage. Instead, you installed a son-in-law under your roof, yet treated him as disposable. So must the honest man forever bear such injustice. Get out, every last one of you. Speak of this again, and you're fired, permanently. Zhang Ren watched their scornful gazes, and erupted like a rabid dog gone mad, slamming his fist upon the table, roaring with incandescent fury. Bah! Hypocrites who preach benevolence while committing lechery, fine then. We'll have nothing more to do with you. Exactly. Working for such an amoral company degrades my worth. I'm quitting effective immediately. I've always despised spineless second-generation heirs. Without your parents' name, you're nobody. Now embroiled in such depravity, you still strut about arrogantly. Go ahead, manage your mess alone. Zhang Ren's outburst triggered mass exodus. 90% of the meeting attendees resigned on the spot, fed up with Zhang Zhonghai's manipulative, pseudo-moral gaslighting. Today his mask of sanctimony had finally shattered. Colleagues recoiled from him as though he carried plague. Trace the source. Identify which rival fabricated this slander. Pay websites to suppress the story immediately. Regaining composure, Zhang Zhonghai moved swiftly to mitigate reputational damage. Millions poured into crisis management, temporarily stabilizing the narrative. Yet market reaction told another story. Investors lost faith in the Zhang Corporation. Its stock plummeted sharply. By mid-morning, trading halted entirely. Chairman, the Zhangs have struck back, spending heavily to bury the news, Yan Fuguei reported breathlessly. You will issue an official statement, publicly affirming full legal accountability for this claim. Subtly imply Liu Yu as the source, but never utter his name. Understood. Understood. Allocate 100 million yuan. Secure suppression across major platforms, especially financial news sites. This story must vanish. Understood? Immediately, sir. The announcement reignited the controversy, just as the media had begun to settle. Father, terrible news. The story is surging again. Our rivals have launched a counter-PR campaign. Tell me, how did the Wang family acquire this intelligence? And what is the stock market's current status? Zhang Zhonghai's face darkened with suspicion. Father, could it be Liu Yu, that bastard offspring? He only needed the child, and a strand of my hair, to produce the report. It's possible. First stabilize the company's situation, and then deal with that kid. He's truly asking for it. Zhang Zhonghai felt that Liu Yu was making a mistake by involving him in Tiannan City. The entire Jiangnan province, and even the great Xia, has been embarrassed. Naturally, they won't let this go easily, but the company cannot afford any losses right now. Understood, Dad, I will handle it right away. Send someone to deal with this Yin Fugui's family. That grandson is too wicked. The scandal involving the Zhang family in Tiannan City was spreading like wildfire. Those who once liked Zhang Wei also called to inquire about the situation. Naturally, she couldn't admit anything and told them it was a smear by competitors. Zhang Wei, don't worry, even if Liu Yu doesn't want you, I'll still be waiting for you. You know I've always liked you. This was the message sent to Zhang Wei. This was Wang Hai, who had always been at odds with Liu Yu back in college, and they were from neighboring dorms. They had once been rivals, both pursuing Zhang Wei. All of them had been rejected by her. Little did they know, not long after graduation they heard that Liu Yu was doing well at a company, making Wang Hai envious. Then when he heard the news about Zhang Wei, he found out that the goddess he liked had actually married Liu Yu and even had a child. This made Wang Hai, a small supervisor, known for loan sharking, extremely furious. Upon receiving this news about Zhang Wei, he believed Liu Yu would surely give her up. Having liked Zhang Wei for so many years, the opportunity had finally come. He must seize this chance. With the resources of the Zhang family, he could live a life of luxury. So what if the child wasn't his? In the future, he could just have his own child with Zhang Wei. Upon seeing the message from the eager Wang Hai, Zhang Wei surprisingly replied with a simple thank you. This made Wang Hai ecstatic, jumping up in his office. He felt that his fortunes had turned. The goddess had finally noticed him. The opportunity to get rich was just around the corner. His resentment towards Liu Yu deepened. Watching Liu Yu in the news online, he sneered. The Zhang family had become a despicable target for everyone in Tiannan. Unaware of the situation, Jia Cuihua was taking her grandson Zhang Jia for a walk in the community. When pointed out by others, she even put down the child and jumped up to curse at them. However, as more and more people criticized her, she, with her face full of flesh and unreasonable temper, eventually backed down. With her tail between her legs, she ran home. She called Zhang Wei to ask if this was true. Zhang Wei helplessly nodded, confirming it. Little did she know Jia Cuihua was not angry, but instead jumped up in joy. She exclaimed loudly, Wei, thank you for giving birth to a grandson for the Zhang family. I will treat you well, even better than my own daughter. Faced with such consolation, Zhang Wei felt that it didn't seem so bad after all. Hadn't she just made the same mistake that all women make? At worst, she could sever ties with the Zhang family. Moreover, she had given birth to a grandson for them, making her a benefactor. Those who scolded her were simply envious and resentful, like clowns jumping around online without any money. You are merely filled with jealousy and hatred. If you had such an opportunity, perhaps you would do even worse than I did. After giving herself a pep talk, Zhang Wei felt that the sky wasn't falling. Instead, things seemed to be turning for the better. She wouldn't have to be sneaky anymore while being with Zhang Ren. As Zhang Zhonghai, the hypocrite, was propping up the crumbling Zhang family business, the Wang family began to aggressively acquire cheap stocks. While surfing the internet, Ma Jinlian saw the news, and upon realizing it was Liu Yu's wife, connected it to the news once again. This sparked a wave of excitement. How did she know? Naturally, it was Yi Ting who informed her. At that moment, Ma Jinlian received 3,000 yuan transferred from Yi Ting and was overjoyed. She began to promote it loudly in her dorm. After seeing the video shared by Ma Jinlian's son, when realized it was about Liu Yu, she quietly went out and sent him a text. Are you okay? Did you see the news online? I'm fine, take care and protect yourself. Liu Yu quickly replied. Sunwen wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to respond, so she put her phone away. Many people saw this message. Liu Yu's former classmates sent him messages mocking him, including Wang Hai from college, his high school class monitor, and his sycophants. Liu Yu made no reply. This grudge was naturally noted down. When the apocalypse comes, he would settle it properly. Only those who laugh last are the true heroes. Yi Ting, dancing on the edge of death, naturally did not miss the chance to ridicule Liu Yu. Her sister Yi Bingyan was the same. Little did they know Yi Ting's family was also on Liu Yu's death list, watching them prance around. A cold smile crept across Liu Yu's lips, letting you all revel for a while. When it's time for my revenge, don't cry or beg for mercy. I admire your current bravado. What Liu Yu did not expect was that Liu Shishir would take the initiative to call him saying it was fine as long as it was before 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Little did he know that Liu Yu had agreed without being there before 6 o'clock that evening, as she had seen through Zhang Ren's sweet words. Although she was materialistic, she still had some sense and didn't give her first time to Zhang Ren. Each time she left him wanting more. She also had some skills as a green tea. This made Zhang Ren feel like he was being tickled inside, yearning to have Liu Yu. He made many empty promises, saying that once he got her, he would give her everything. Knowing that Zhang Zhonghai wouldn't easily let Zhang Wei and Zhang Ren control the finances, she naturally didn't believe Zhang Ren's nonsense. Alright, I will give you an address tomorrow. Just come over. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile appeared on Liu Yu's lips. He adjusted his clothes, and the takeout he ordered just arrived. Oh, when he went to pick it up, he found it was gone. Damn it, did it get delivered or not? Liu Yu called the delivery person to confirm. They informed him it had been delivered to the security booth. When he arrived at the security booth for the takeout, he found it was already gone. Damn it, who ate it? He spotted an old lady with a child eating his takeout. Damn it, old people have become bad, and now even the brat is stealing my takeout. I'm your father. Liu Yu rushed over, but before he could speak, the old lady shouted, "What are you looking at? Get lost. Otherwise I'll have the property management cut off your electricity. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm the community director. Do you know, kid? I know this takeout is yours, and it looks delicious. What's wrong with letting my good grandson have a taste?" The old lady stood up, showing her big yellow teeth, pointing at Liu Yu's nose and shouting, "If you say another word, I'll lie down here and frame you for it. My son is the head of the local security department." Looking at this woman who doesn't care about her face, one might simply think that living in a villa area makes her wealthy. The takeout she bought looks quite delectable. Her grandson enjoys it, so she takes it away to eat. After being discovered, she loses all sense of shame and even threatens me. The neighborhood committee and has quite a bit of power. Your son is the director of the local police department, so she thinks she can use her power to suppress me. Isn't that old lady Sue? She seems to have extorted a young man on the bus back in the day. Yes, that's her. I didn't expect her to come extorting again today. Oh, truly inhumane. Should keep your voice down. This old lady Sue is not to be trifled with. Her son abused his power and wronged that young man, costing him tens of thousands in compensation. Now she lives quite well. We can't go against those in power. You're right, we should go. Poor young man, he has lost his takeout. She manages our community. Just let it go over some takeout. It would be a blessing if that young man doesn't have to suffer. Old lady Sue guarded her grandson like a hawk, baring her teeth at Liu Yu without saying a word. With no shame, she fears no one. As long as she has money and it benefits her, that's all that matters. With her son managing alongside her, who would dare speak against her? A bunch of lowly commoners should just behaved. It might extend their lives a bit longer. They'll have you thrown and let you experience what the great memory technique is all about. Liu Yu learned from the surrounding conversations that this old woman was not a good person. Good people don't live long. Evil ones can thrive for 1,000 years. How has this old hag not died after extorting others? Young man, just let it go. It's just a bag of takeout. Trust me, you don't want to suffer. A kind-hearted aunt, or perhaps someone who opposes old lady Sue, approached and pulled Liu Yu's arm, trying to persuade him. Young man, you live in this community. You must not be short on money. Just let it go and order another. An old man, licking his lips, said while drooling over the takeout. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on the takeout in the hands of the mischievous child. The prawns looked enormous and particularly fragrant. The child grinned at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Thinking about his need to gather supplies tonight, he wondered if this apocalypse would be the same as in his past life. If a cold wave intensified, or if poisonous hail or freezing rain fell. Going out tomorrow night felt unsafe. He might not return. In his previous life, due to his carelessness and poor judgment of character, he had been harmed. Fortunately, he was given a second chance at life. In this life, he couldn't afford to be reckless. He wouldn't risk his life and fortune for a woman. A woman was merely a fleeting moment in life. If he could have her, he would. If not, there was no need for regret. Avoiding conflict and gathering supplies was the most important thing now. Moreover, Liu Yu knew that when the apocalypse struck, the Wang family would realize he had deceived them and would surely send someone to kill him. Even the Zhang family would send someone to kill him. If it weren't for the Wang family targeting the Zhang family now. He had exposed the scandals of the Zhang family. The hypocritical Zhang Zhonghai might send someone after him. The apocalypse would arrive at midnight tomorrow. While order still existed, if he committed any illegal acts, Tanging might come to arrest him. After all, she had warned him last night when he left the police department. She warned him not to fall into her hands again. I must endure. Once the apocalypse arrives, when order breaks down, they'll show you how to deal with beasts like you. Seeing someone trying to persuade him, Liu Yu turned and left, deciding to go outside the community for a meal. He wanted to appreciate the beautiful side of the world. In just over a day, the sun would not rise for several months. The sky would plunge into darkness, losing its light. That time would be crucial for everyone's survival. The genes of the human body would begin to mutate to adapt to the changes brought by this world. If one succeeded, they would activate a latent power. If they failed, it would prove they were nothing but trash unfit to live in this world, and they should just die. The key is that during this period the body needs to replenish a vast amount of energy. Only then could one better activate their latent abilities. Once a human's abilities are activated, their bonus energy consumption will increase significantly. The energy required will become even greater. Some of the failures might turn into zombies. At that time, zombies would develop longer teeth and become itchy. They would bite those who have not yet turned into zombies, as well as animals. Similarly, animals would mutate, either activating their latent abilities or becoming zombies. The world would descend into chaos. Newly turned zombies would have weak abilities. However, as they absorb energy or bite more people, zombies would level up, becoming 5th-level corpse kings with skin as tough as metal, impervious to bullets. Ordinary knives could not kill them, nor could they be burned. In his past life, Liu Yu encountered 5th-level zombies, but had never seen a 7th-level zombie. While thinking about these issues, cold sweat dripped from Liu Yu's forehead. After acquiring endless supplies, he also needed the ability to protect himself. If his shelter discovered 6th or 7th-level zombies or other awakened individuals, could he protect himself? His mind was filled with uncertainty. He recalled a time in his past life when he returned from gathering food. A large cat crackling with electricity flew past from afar, frightening him into a crouch. Returning late, he was scolded by the Zhang Wei family. Thinking about this made him furious. He had nearly died, yet they were unconcerned and scolded him for not dying. Why hadn't he had the guts to resist back then and leave that house? Meow meow. The sound of a cat interrupted Liu Yu's thoughts while eating. Looking down, he saw a dirty little cat gazing at him with hungry eyes, seemingly injured. Are you hungry? Liu Yu thought this cat was as miserable as he was in his past life, with no family to care for it. The apocalypse was coming. It might freeze to death or starve. Meow meow meow. The little cat let out a hurried series of meows, proving it was very hungry. Liu Yu smiled. All right, I'll give you these 2 large prawns to eat, but if you agree to come home with me, don't eat them. After saying this, he regretted it. This stray cat, an unthinking beast, could understand his words, could it? The little cat protested with a series of meows. The silver tabby stray cat actually followed Liu Yu's words, drooling and squatting there motionless, gazing pitifully at the food on the ground. Do you understand what I'm saying? Liu Yu looked at the kitten in confusion, feeling a sense of familiarity. It reminded him of his past life encounter with a ferocious beast. That flying ferocious beast had nearly crushed him with its aura when it passed by. Liu Yu knew that many ferocious beasts in the apocalypse were mutated animals from the natural world. If this kitten really is that ferocious beast, then he struck gold. After all, he lived alone and had enough supplies to take care of a kitten easily. It would also alleviate his boredom. He said again, go ahead and eat, and then come home with me. Meow. The kitten responded to Liu Yu. The man and the cat happily ate together. After finishing, Liu Yu looked at the kitten and said, let's go home. The kitten responded with a meow and followed behind him. They walked towards the community. Just as they entered, not far, they encountered the plump, big-eared Su Laotai, who had just stolen some takeout, playing with her mischievous grandchild. Seeing the kitten following Liu Yu, she picked up a stone from the ground to throw at it. The frightened kitten let out a desperate cry, causing the child to run into his grandmother's arms. Terrified, the child said, Grandma, that wild cat is going to bite me, kill it. Su Laotai looked at the kitten following Liu Yu, resembling a wild boar with bristled fur. She roared, you little wildling, control your pet. If it bites my grandson, you'll have to sell your house to pay for it. Old hag, are you out of your mind? That little wildling was about to hit my kitten. Are you blind? What are you barking about? Liu Yu was already irritated by this shameless old woman who liked to extort. Rude and unreasonable, stealing his takeout, and then playing the victim. Liu Yu was not her parent who would indulge her temper. Su Laotai, the original extortionist, never expected that after so many years of being fierce, her son, the director of the security bureau, would dare to be scolded like this. Did she not realize she had connections and power to deal with him? The mischievous child kept making faces at Liu Yu. Spitting, Su Laotai let go of the child, placed her hands on her hips, and angrily shouted, you wildling, say that again. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? How dare you insult me? Teach me respect. But are you even human? Stealing my takeout, be careful, I might just die of anger. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Do you believe I'll have you arrested and locked up? Su Laotai was cursing, using her power to oppress others, but it was all empty. Let's go, Machio, don't argue with animals. Whose dog is still pooping everywhere outside? The owner has no manners. After Liu Yu retorted, he called for the kitten to leave. Su Laotai, realizing what Liu Yu meant, felt her chest rise and fall. She finally understood that he was implying she was like a dog, pooping anywhere. Her blood pressure surged. She staggered, nearly falling. Kid, just you wait. I'll make sure my son deals with you, and I'll have the property management kick you out. Just don't fall into my hands. Instead of going home directly, Liu Yu went to the property management office. He spent 200 yuan to bribe the security guard on duty and downloaded the video of Su Laodai stealing his takeout and feeding it to her grandchild. Back home, after giving Meichio a bath, he sat in front of the computer. He edited the video briefly and posted it online. He also added voiceovers of Su Laodai's shameless remarks during their previous confrontation. He kept it in the draft box and didn't publish it immediately. After all, after the apocalypse, her son, the director of the security bureau, would be nothing in front of him. At that time, when order collapses, if you dare to cause trouble, I'll just throw you peanuts. What do you think you are? He casually picked a few movies to watch. Meichio lay in Liu Yu's arms nibbling on fish strips while watching with him. Life was quite pleasant. On the other side, after Su Laodai calmed down, she called her son. Bawang, what's the point of giving birth to you? You tell me. After the call connected, Su Laodai started to explode in anger, unreasonable, as she scolded her son Wang Bawang. Busy with work, he didn't expect that as soon as the call connected, his mother would start scolding him. Confused, he hurriedly asked, Mom, why are you scolding me? What happened? Humph, I see you shouldn't be the director of the security bureau anymore if you can't even protect your mother from being bullied. Su Laodai, crying angrily, said, in the past, when I was hit by someone, you didn't protect me while causing me to be scolded by everyone online. Today I was playing with the child in the community and a little punk insulted me. What's the point of me living? Wang Bawang listened to his mother's complaints. Clenching his fists, his tone grew serious. Mom, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail. I will definitely avenge you. It seems my Wang family has been patient for too long. Even a cat or dog can bully us. They used to insult my mother, and now they won't even spare my child. If I can't protect my child, I won't be the director anymore. I'll just strip and go sell sweet potatoes. Seeing her son willing to stand up for her, Su Laodai hurriedly recounted what had just happened. However, she didn't mention a word about her own wrongdoings. She only spoke about how despicable Liu Yu was, how he bullied her, brought a cat, and even wanted to bite her grandson. She was so angry about protecting her grandson that she complained about Liu Yu insulting her. Hearing this, Wang Bawang snapped the pen he was holding. Shaking with anger, he said sternly, Mom, don't worry. I'll send someone to handle this immediately. If that kid is looking for trouble and bullies you and your grandson, let me show him how fierce my tiger bench is. Son, it's nothing for Mom to be wronged. I just don't want to see Xiao Bao bullied. Do you understand? Su Laodai started to act dramatically, speaking in broken sentences. Gasping for breath, it was clear she was quite upset. Wang Bawang, feeling sorry for his mother, quickly said, Mom, don't worry. After I hang up, I'll have someone deal with it. Okay, son, I'll wait for you. Make sure not to let that kid go. All right. Su Laodai hung up the phone, immediately regaining her lively demeanor. It was like the act of Lin Daiyu getting on the bus and Huang Feihong getting off, performing a Sichuan opera face change capable of defeating 99 of actors in the entertainment industry. Those who didn't know would think she had suffered a lot. You little wildling, wait for it. I must find someone to charge this kid, saying it was my heart condition that caused it. Liu Yu was naturally unaware that old lady Su had already begun to create trouble for herself. It was so quick. With her cat in tow, she was still watching a movie. Taking out her phone, she discovered that quite a few people were criticizing her online. Particularly Ma Jinlian and Yi Ting were the most vocal. It seemed as if she had dug up the ancestral graves of their families. You two shameless women, just wait. When disaster strikes, I will see how I deal with you. She directly took out a little notebook and wrote down Ma Jinlian's name. The shameless woman had a sharp tongue. She was just waiting to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Tanging, who was working outside, happened to be nearby rainforest community handling a dispute case. She received a call from Wang Bawang saying that his child's mother had been bullied by a villain. He wanted her to come investigate, although Tanging knew that the director's mother was not a good person. But since it was her superior, she still came. Old lady Su was waiting there with her grandson. Upon seeing Tanging arrive, her face darkened and she angrily scolded, You're my son's subordinate, right? Why are you only coming now? What have you been doing? Tanging was scolded and her expression changed slightly, just as she expected. Little girl, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and arrest that boy who insulted me, lock him up, and don't let him out. Old lady Su said with a haughty air. Auntie, are you sure he only insulted you and didn't do anything else? Tanging furrowed her brow, still forcing herself to endure, knowing that there were many troublesome people, and this old lady was the mother of her superior. She still had to give face. Hearing Tangying's question, old lady Su was infuriated. Little girl, what do you mean by that? He can insult me, but can't be arrested. You think I should just watch as this old lady gets beaten up? You can quit, just take off your uniform and get out of here. Tang, we should first check the surveillance footage, asked passersby, and then report to Director Wang, a team member whispered. Little did they know that old lady Su had excellent hearing. She slapped her thigh and shouted, We taxpayers support you, yet you let us get bullied, just wait for the complaints. After saying that, she took out her phone and called her son. Her eyes were filled with mockery. After hanging up, she ran to Tanging and said, Little girl, just wait for the criticism, you will have to write a self-criticism. Just as her words fell, Director Wang Bawang called. Tanging, what's going on? I asked you to investigate. Look at how angry my mom is. Director Wang, listen to me, The overly protective Director Wang harshly reprimanded. Tanging, if you're not up to it, I can find someone else for this position. You can't even handle this little matter. After the call ended, Tanging's expression was also not good. What is this? You want to arrest someone without even clarifying the situation. Do you think you're an emperor? Let's go, Xiao Lu, we need to check the surveillance. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to old lady Su, who was acting like she had rabies. When they arrived at the surveillance room, after asking the security guard, they learned that it was old lady Su, who with her grandson had forcibly taken someone else's delivery. As a result, the victim had come looking for it. Just then, old lady Su was acting like she had taken a dose of gunpowder, baring her teeth and cursing, jumping 3 feet high. Not long after the person left, they returned. Following behind was a little cat, and old lady Zu's grandson was holding a stone ready to throw it at the cat. Startled by the cat, he stepped back, and she jumped up again to curse. The mischievous child even spat and made faces. The person stayed for a while before leaving. All right, let's go. This shameless old woman truly knows how to cause trouble. Tanging frowned, taking the video back with her. Just after watching the video, she recognized one of the individuals as Liu Yu. She thought to herself that this guy was not a good person, either having just been released on bail. He had provoked the family of Director Wang. If he got caught again, he would be back in custody. In this matter, he wasn't wrong, so it was better to let it go. Captain, are we not going to handle this? How do we explain this when we go back? A team member asked as he followed her out. Tanging rubbed her head helplessly, asking, what do you suggest? Director Wang's mother lied. It was clearly her bullying someone. Are you asking me to arrest that boy? We cannot abuse our power for personal revenge, said another team member with a troubled expression. I'm here, so if worse comes to worst, I'll just quit. It's disgusting to watch this, a pile of garbage leadership bullying ordinary citizens. Does his mother have no reputation? Tanging said angrily. Leaning in close to Xiao Liu's ear, she whispered, Director Wang's mother is that vicious old woman from a few years ago who extorted at the bus station. Everyone scolded her at night. I thought she had calmed down. Little did I know that wherever she goes, she is still a villain. The director is also someone who protects his own. It's exhausting. Oh, no way. I didn't expect her to be the mother of our superior. Let's go, we have other cases to handle. Old lady Su had been waiting for a long time, and not seeing Tanging return, called Wang Bawang again to complain. He called Tanging, and as soon as she answered, he began to scold. Tanging, if you're not going to do your job, I'll find someone else to do it. Sure, thank you. I've long wanted to quit. I can't stand you bullying ordinary citizens. We are here to protect them, not to be your mother-son duo's tools for bullying people. We will report you to the higher-ups. Your whole family is rotten to the core. Just because your mother extorted someone and changed her name, you think I wouldn't know it was you. I'm not serving this anymore. Tanging had been scolded a few times, so she naturally wasn't going to give him a good face. What a joke, a lowly district director thinking he could control everything. Fire me. Dream on. All right, if you won't listen to orders, then take a temporary suspension for reflection, Wang Bawang shouted, angrily slamming his desk. Thanks, you little person, just wait for it. Tanging hung up the phone. She directly reported him and sent the video to her superiors. Just as Wang Bawang had instructed someone else to go over. He received a call from his superiors asking what he was doing and why things had escalated with the team leader. They wanted him to come to the bureau to explain. Liu Yu noticed that it was getting late. He ordered another delivery, insisting on it being super spicy, and continued to leave it with the guard. He then drove out. He didn't bring his phone because he knew he couldn't leave Tiannan City without being tracked. He still had to go to the warehouse at the supermarket. The vegetable warehouse had hundreds of thousands of tons of vegetables and fruits waiting for him to acquire. After arriving nearby, he found a secluded place to park and rest. At 10 p.m., he took out his newly bought phone and started playing with it. Inside were videos of old lady Su stealing deliveries and her voice cursing. He wondered if that shameless old lady Su had stolen the delivery this time. If she did, she would definitely get a lesson from him. While Liu Yu was on the road, the delivery arrived, but was taken by someone else. Not long after, in Rainforest Community, 2 ambulances and a police car with sirens drove in. Old lady Su, along with her husband and beloved grandson, were suffering at home from the effects of the spicy takeout ordered by Liu Yu, their stomachs in agony. It felt as if they had drunk from the river of the daughter country, akin to Zhu Beiji's experience, leaving them doubled over in pain, unable to stand straight. They called their son, claiming he had been poisoned. Wang Bawang, just reprimanded by his superior, was enraged to hear that his child had been poisoned. After calling for an ambulance, he drove home, determined to bring the poisoner to justice. Upon reaching home, he found his precious son Wang Xiaobao along with his parents sweating profusely and red-faced like a monkey's backside. Rolling on the ground, Wang Bawang commanded Doctor hurry and take him for emergency treatment. Accustomed to being domineering at work, he expected the doctors and nurses to obey him. He stood there directing the scene. The doctor shot a glare at this man whose belly was larger than that of a pregnant, so silently putting the patient on a respirator and taking him away for treatment. Move faster. If anything happens to my family, I'll make you pay. Wang Bawang shouted in impotent rage. Please refrain from speaking. Are you the doctor, or am I? Should we listen to you, or to me? Don't delay our efforts to save the patient. Outside the ambulance, as the doctor and nurses were loading the patient, Wang Bawang felt they were moving far too slowly. Seeing his family suffering, he couldn't help but get angry. The doctors thought a director of the Public Security Bureau who was so overweight and easily irritated was clearly not a good person. He wasn't even the hospital director or a health department leader. Why should he speak to them like that? Naturally, he retorted rudely. What's your name? I will definitely complain to your superiors. Having been spoiled in his own little world, Wang Bawang didn't expect to be scolded by his subordinates during the day. Now at night, he was being reprimanded by a mere doctor. Feeling humiliated, he decided to use his power to teach this little doctor a lesson. My name is Xiao Churan. If you have the guts, go report me to the hospital director. I can quit any time. I don't want to serve a bunch of useless people. Now let's go. Don't offend this notorious Director Wang from Jianya District, or you might lose your job. Watching Xiao Churan leave after throwing out her words, Wang Bawang's face turned red. He immediately called her hospital, briefly explaining the situation and asking for her dismissal. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded, Director Wang, I don't think this is under your jurisdiction. Do you think you're our superior? Sending a doctor with good temperament and skills is already giving you face. If you offend her, I won't let it go. Your Public Security Bureau can't reach here. After a heated exchange, the call ended. Wang Bawang, having been insulted multiple times in one night, was so furious he felt like smashing his phone, wondering why his luck was so poor. Little Wang, how's the investigation going? Have you found the poison? A young man in uniform rushed over. Director, we haven't found any toxic substances, but the takeout seems suspiciously spicy. What takeout? Where's the order? Did you find out which delivery service it came from? The order was burned in the kitchen. You know how that heat-sensitive paper works. It takes time to restore. Go take what you have back for testing. I want to see if someone intentionally poisoned them. If I find out who it is, I won't let them off. Understood, I'll handle it right away. After assigning the task, Wang Bawang rubbed his head and headed for the hospital. Liu Yu, resting in the outskirts, was blissfully unaware of the situation. He never expected that the chili would be so potent that it would send someone to the hospital to vomit blood. Old lady Sue, shamelessly having stolen someone else's takeout, was lying in bed after a gastric lavage, receiving 4 fluids. She had no strength to speak. Her grandson Wang Xiaobao was still in emergency treatment. When Wang Bawang arrived, his wife ran to him in tears. Honey, did you find out who poisoned us? We must not let them off. Don't worry, no one can harm our son. How is he doing right now? Wang Bawang comforted her. He's still inside being treated. If the child doesn't make it, I won't live either. It's all right, he will be fine. We're waiting for him to come out, and I've already sent people to investigate. As time passed, it was already 10 p.m. with about 26 hours left until the apocalypse. When order begins to collapse, he could start his revenge. The school, Bowtie's family, and the beastly residents of the community were all targets for his vengeance. Just wait, beasts. Liu Yu took out a black stealth suit from his space and put on a mask with openings. He completely changed his appearance. After getting out of the car, he rushed towards the vegetable transfer warehouse, where dozens of tons of supplies awaited him. Since the apocalypse was inevitable, leaving supplies here unattended would either benefit wild beasts or let them spoil due to the weather. Moreover, this warehouse was previously the one used to hunt down his family in his past life. It felt wrong not to take anything belonging to his enemies. It was better to utilize resources properly. Upon reaching the vicinity of the warehouse, he saw people patrolling with flashlights. Have you heard? Recently, the owner has gotten a lot of supplies, all for food and drink. Is something big about to happen? One guard said. Hey, we're just workers. Even if the sky falls, there are the government and the rich to support us. Why fear anything? Let's smoke. Another person replied, indignantly revealing his dissatisfaction with the wealthy. Fine, after this round of patrol, all the supplies will be ours. They pulled out cigarettes and began to smoke together. After a while, when they saw them leave, Liu Yu cut the barbed wire with pliers. He quietly entered. Opening a large warehouse door, he saw mountains of supplies and thought, all of this is mine, come in. In less than 2 minutes, all the vegetables in the warehouse were moved into his space. He then visited a few more warehouses. Inside, he collected vegetables and fruits, including plenty of watermelons, durians, and cantaloupes. Satisfied, he stretched his arms. Suddenly, the warehouse emitted a piercing alarm sound. Oh no, I got too carried away and forgot about the alarm. Liu Yu thought to himself, hurriedly leaving the area. The people hiding in the security room heard the alarm sound. Putting down the playing cards, they rushed out to check the situation. At that moment, Liu Yu had already left the warehouse area. By the time they discovered the damaged entrance, Liu Yu had already driven to another supermarket's warehouse. Having gained experience from the first time, he skillfully arrived at the place where live supplies were kept. There were plenty of bottled water, beverages, bread, and other food items. This time he was more cautious, ensuring everything inside was secured before leaving. He felt satisfied as he departed. By the time he finished all this, it was already 2 a.m. He drove to an empty grove in the direction of the city and laid down in the car to rest. At this time, the Wang family had already realized that their supplies had been stolen. They quickly reported the theft. The Tiannan City Public Security Bureau, upon hearing that tens of thousands of tons of supplies had been stolen, hurriedly sent people to investigate. Tens of thousands of tons of supplies had just vanished. This was a major case. The director of the Tiannan City Public Security Bureau, having been in office for a considerable time, did not expect such an incident to occur in his jurisdiction. He ordered that the case must be thoroughly investigated. Wang Bawang, who was in the hospital caring for his child, was urgently summoned for a meeting. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to comply. His wife reminded him to capture the culprits as soon as possible, just as he was about to leave. His subordinate Xiao Wang approached, saying, "Director, the test results are out. There's no poison, it's just pure chili. The merchant has also investigated and stated it was a customer request for extra spicy, and the takeout wasn't ordered by your family. This can be considered intentional. We must arrest them," Wang Bawang's wife exclaimed. "Sister-in-law, we can't do that. The takeout was ordered by someone else for themselves. It wasn't targeted at your family. We have no choice but to file a lawsuit." Xiao Wang scratched his head in explanation. "No, we must not let him go. Don't we have connections? Let's just file a lawsuit. We'll discuss this later. I need to attend a meeting. There's no time left." With a grim expression, Wang Bawang naturally knew that Liu Yu was behind this. However, without any evidence, he had to focus on this matter first. Once he finished this task, he would find a way to deal with him. The sky gradually brightened. After passing through 2 checkpoints, Liu Yu, who had been resting in the car, successfully returned to the city. He got out of the car some distance from his home. He stored the vehicle in his space and found a place to have breakfast. There he noticed a stunning figure sitting and eating. "Oh, Captain Tang, you're eating here. Liu Yu, you better behave, and not forget you still have matters to attend to." Tanging warned, a hint of disdain in her voice. Tanging felt annoyed by Liu Yu due to the takeout incident yesterday, which had led to a quarrel with Wang Bawang's mother. It had caused her a headache. She had already considered quitting this job and asked her family to transfer her. Just when she finally had a few days off, such a major case happened late at night. She was also temporarily assigned to work overtime. Their team had been busy all night without finding any clues. Not only had tens of thousands of tons of supplies from the Wang family disappeared, but also at a nearby supermarket warehouse, dozens of tons of supplies had vanished into thin air as if they had been haunted during the day. As they raided and interrogated a batch of people who had access to the supplies overnight, they gained no useful information. While Tanging was eating, she had no idea that the true culprit was right in front of her. Zhang Wei had bombarded Liu Yu with calls, but he didn't answer any of them. "Selling you out to your company is nothing. Just wait until tonight. Something even more extreme will happen. Your brother Zhangren, doesn't he like Liu Shishir? They'll have Liu Shishir come and show off in front of you. They'll even stream it live to your phone just to infuriate you." Liu Yu had no idea that by doing this tonight, he would reap unexpected rewards. Noticing that Tanging was giving him a cold shoulder, Liu Yu tactfully moved to eat elsewhere. He surveyed her, noting that her outfit was quite nice. After the apocalypse, it would be great to see her flaunt this in front of him. Tanging sensed his inappropriate gaze and shot Liu Yu a fierce glare laden with warning. He paid no heed and continued to eat slowly. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he quietly returned home. Upon opening the door, the coal ball began to complain, as if questioning Liu Yu about where he had been all night, as if it were demanding his attention. "You still know to come back. Hurry up and give me something to eat. I'm starving." "All right, I'll get you something to eat right away." He retrieved 2 bags of chicken-flavored cat food from his space for it. After a long night of hard work, he decided to treat himself to a hot shower. He lay on the couch, aimlessly watching TV. The local news channel continuously reported on the disappearance of supplies that had occurred last night. The city officials expressed their commitment to handling the matter severely. When it was the turn of the Public Security Bureau personnel, they began to issue threats vowing to bring the criminals to justice and sternly warning those lawbreakers to clean their necks and wait for justice to arrive. Looking at Wang Bawang, whose belly was as large as a pregnant pig, Liu Yu couldn't help but smirk. "You family of thieves. Your mother stole my takeout and then looked for trouble to insult me. How dare you speak such words? You've wasted your skin." For Liu Yu, time passed quickly. However, for the high-status gold digger Liu Shishir, it felt like a year. Yesterday, during the day, Liu Yu had said he would give her a luxury car worth $1 million as long as she accompanied him for one night. She couldn't understand where this useless Livian husband got the money. She decided to set a trap for Liu Yu today. She would get the car and then have her friend bring people along to extort Liu Yu properly. If he had no money, she could accuse him of sexual assault. Because regardless of whether the woman agrees, if she retracts her consent, she could sue. Even with a marriage certificate, it would still hold up. Moreover, they had no relationship at all. While Liu Shishir was plotting against Liu Yu, little did she know that Liu Yu was also plotting against her, having foreseen that the apocalypse was coming, who would emerge victorious. Finally unable to hold back, Liu Shishir called Liu Yu on a video call. Once connected, she saw Liu Yu lying on a sofa that was genuine leather. The interior was luxuriously decorated, resembling a paradise on earth. It was even more extravagant than the noble one hotel she had visited. Liu Yu, where are you? When Liu Shishir saw Liu Yu's living conditions, she immediately wanted to claim him. Seeing the greedy look on Liu Shishi's face, Liu Yu pretended not to know. I'm at home. Liu Yu, what you said yesterday, is it still valid? Liu Shishi's words made her sound electrifying, sending tingles through her body. What's going on? He teased the gold digger deliberately. Liu Shishir, unwilling to give up on Liu Yu's house, felt anxious. However, as a gold digger with green tea attributes, she would not easily change. Ugh, it's that matter. Oh, you thought about it. I'll tell you the address shortly, come over. Sure, Liu Yu, you mustn't forget. Liu Shishir hung up the phone and called her friend Wang Qi, instructing her to find a suitable man to accompany her to deal with Liu Yu and seize his house. Don't worry, you'll take care of it. What about the money? Money is not an issue. Liu Shishir hung up the phone and continued checking her messages. Liu Yu wouldn't be playing tricks on himself, would he? Why hasn't he sent a message yet? Outside, the Zhang family was frantically searching for Liu Yu, while the Wang family was looking for the person who stole from their warehouse. The police department's phone was overwhelmed with calls. Still, there was no news. At 10 p.m., as Liu Shishir anxiously waited, she finally received a message from Liu Yu. He told her an address and mentioned that he would pick her up. Liu Shishir hurriedly sent a message to her best friend, asking her to wait at that location while she followed behind. After everything was arranged, she took a taxi to the place Liu Yu mentioned. There was no one there. Seeing her friend hiding in the shadows, her racing heart finally calmed down. Around 11 p.m., Liu Yu finally arrived. At this point, a severe cold front was only an hour away. The weather turned a bit chilly. Let's go, follow me. I've parked the car in the warehouse. It will be yours tomorrow morning. Liu Yu smirked as he noticed the person hiding in the shadows. He knew this was Liu Shishi's scheme against him. Having been tricked once, would he fall for it again? In a moment, I'll take you inside and you'll just call the police. For several hours, don't even think about entering my house. When you hear Liu Shishi screams, you can only hide outside and feel anxious. He instinctively glanced at where his friend was hiding. Liu Shishir gritted her teeth and followed Liu Yu, walking slowly. She was afraid her friend wouldn't keep up. They reached the entrance to the garage. Liu Yu opened the large door. He roughly pulled Liu Shishir in, saying, "Come with me." With a startled cry, Liu Shishir was forcibly taken inside, discovering it was an approximately 10-square-meter corridor. When Liu Yu opened another door, they finally entered the underground level of the villa. There were several machines and a few oil drums. Liu Yu, what is this for? Liu Shishir forced herself to suppress her fear and asked him. Upon entering, she noticed that the main door was incredibly thick, comparable to that of a bank vault. If Liu Yu didn't open the door, how would her friend bring people in, and how could they set him up and extort the house from him? Not to mention the cash. This is a life-saving device. Do you see that boiler? The entire villa's underfloor heating comes from here. Don't worry, as long as you're here, you won't freeze to death after today. Liu Yu explained with a smile. What do you mean? Isn't air conditioning enough for winter? We even still have summer now. Liu Shishir listened, feeling very confused. You'll understand when the time comes. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner it ends. The car is upstairs. I'll show you in a moment. I've already prepared the contract. Without further explanation, he led Liu Shishir to the lower level. Being materialistic, she was indeed drawn to the luxurious car, worth millions. Let's go, time to wash up. He pushed her upstairs, and upon reaching the first floor, Liu Shishir noticed that the glass was incredibly thick, and it seemed there were steel plates outside. She wanted to text her friend, asking if she had arrived. Otherwise, she would be in trouble soon. She only wanted Liu Yu's car and his money, not to hand herself over to him. But little did she know chaos was about to ensue. Liu Yu was nearly deprived of dozens of tons of goods and owed a favor. How could he let her off easily? Greed is the seed of suffering, and soon it would be time to reap the bitter fruit. What are you doing? Calling the police or messaging your accomplices? Unaware of when Liu Yu appeared beside her, he suddenly spoke, startling Liu Shishir. Oh no, I was just checking messages. Liu Shishir hurriedly put away her phone, explaining without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. Liu Yu sneered, saying, no problem, tell your friend, and those men, if they don't want to die, they should get lost. Otherwise, they'll regret it later. How do you know? Liu Shishir asked in fear, her eyes darting around, not daring to look Liu Yu in the eye. All right, let's wash together. Saying this, he reached out to grab her arm. Immediately regretting it, Liu Shishir yelled, no, let me go. I don't agree. If you force me, it's assault, and I'll call the police. Slap. He raised his hand and slapped Liu Shishir, saying, you've gone too far. Last time you framed me, why didn't you speak up? You came here today and still want to run away. Let me be clear, even if they come, they won't be able to enter my villa for days. Suddenly slapped, Liu Yu was dazed. Holding her face, her eyes turned red and tears streamed down. No, I was wrong. Liu, I was wrong. Please let me go. It's too late. Liu Yu, you came here tonight to set me up. Isn't a luxury car enough? Liu Yu didn't listen to Liu Shishi's explanations. He forcibly pulled her in. Trying to struggle, she was slapped again. Instantly, she became docile, and after washing up, roughly thrown onto the bed, Liu Yu took out a needle and drew a drop of blood. After checking, the test strip was green. She was not sick. What does this mean? This is my first time. Realizing what Liu Yu intended to do, Liu Yu said pitifully. Because she felt insulted. He regarded her as a loose woman. That's good. First let's call your friend, and then let's call Zhang Wei. Looking at Liu Yu, who was already prepared. Standing confidently, Liu Yu was afraid of what would happen next, and didn't want her friend to find out. But Liu Yu kept watching her, and if she disobeyed, she would be beaten. Her cheek still hurt. Tears flowing, she called her friend. As soon as the call connected, a worried female voice came through. Sure, how are you? That little rascal Liu Yu isn't bullying you, right? You two haven't done anything, have you? Liu didn't respond. Sure, say something. We're looking for a locksmith, it will be fine soon. Don't wait for me. The locksmith seems to be unavailable. How about I open the door for you? Liu Yu interjected. Who are you? Who's speaking? You're Liu Yu. Let Sure go. Letting her go is impossible. A luxury car worth millions, she agreed to it herself. Take care of her, or she'll freeze to death. Liu Yu said with a smile. Young man, if you dare to do anything to Sure, I'll call the police immediately. The voice on the other end threatened. All right, Sure still needs to call Zhang Wei later. You can hurry and call the police if I won't let you hear my little sweetheart's voice. Wiping the tears from the corner of Liu Shishi's eyes. Call Zhang Wei quickly. Liu tried to delay, not wanting to give herself away. Calling Zhang Wei. The anxious Zhang Wei, who was searching for Liu Yu, unexpectedly received Liu Shishi's call. Hello Sure, why are you calling me at this time? Did you miss me? Zhang Wei, help. Help me. Standing aside, Liu Yu listened to Zhang Wen's voice and couldn't help but smile. It seemed he hadn't had a taste of Liu Sure after all, otherwise he wouldn't say such things. Help you? Sure, what's wrong? Where are you? Upon hearing Liu Sure's plea for help, Zhang Wei was so agitated that he sat up abruptly in bed, gripping his phone tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Having been hit twice, Liu Sure looked at Liu Yu in fear, realizing she had just exposed herself. She dared not speak further, fearing to provoke Liu Yu and incriminate herself. On Zhang Wen's side, he received no response from Liu Sure. He shouted anxiously, Sure, talk to me. Where are you? Tell me your address, and I will come to rescue you right away. It's too late to save her now. Zhang Wei, I've heard Liu Sure hasn't given you anything yet, and let me try it for you and see how it tastes. Hearing the urgency in his enemy's voice, Liu Yu licked his lips and said with a grin, his words dripping with sarcasm. Liu Yu, what have you done to Sure? I warn you not to mess around, otherwise I won't let you go. Upon hearing Liu Yu's voice, Zhang Wei nearly went mad. He never expected that the Liu Yu he had been searching for 2 days had actually kidnapped Liu Sure. This was definitely a revenge plot, as he had conspired with Liu Sure to frame him. Hearing Zhang Wen's threat, Liu Yu sneered coldly. Zhang Wei, after you and Zhang Wei did such foul things, putting such a huge green hat on me, the child isn't even mine. Knowing that Liu Sure hasn't been with you, let me take your place in the bridal chamber. You should thank me for that. Dare you? Liu Yu, if you dare to harm Sure, I won't let you off. Tell me where you are and release Sure right now. He'll pretend this never happened. To prevent Liu Yu from getting to Liu Sure and hurting her, thus putting a green hat on himself, Zhang Wen's tone became less arrogant, softening as he spoke. Enough, Zhang Wen, even if your father came today, I would help you. You just listen to me. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhang Wen was on the verge of exploding with anger. He began to roar into the phone. However, he heard Liu Sure's muffled sounds and the unmistakable sound of bodies colliding from the other end. Any man would know what was happening. Zhang Wen shouted angrily, Liu Yu, I will skin you alive. Feeling as if he was surrounded by a sea of grass, Zhang Wen listened to the sounds coming from the phone, furious enough to smash his phone. The woman he had coveted for so long was now taken advantage of by a useless man. Outside Liu Yu's villa, Liu Sure's best friend had finally found the entrance. She called for a locksmith. The locksmith frowned upon seeing the lock and said, no way, this is an electronic lock combined with a mechanical lock. If it isn't opened from the inside, it might as well be a bomb, impossible to break. Besides, you aren't the homeowner. I've heard this house is worth over $1 billion. If your friend is inside, you should really consider calling the police. With that, he didn't even charge for the visit and turned to leave, ignoring their calls. What to do? Sure is inside, she must be getting bullied. At this moment, the time had already reached 1155. Liu Yu paused, patting Liu Sure's tear-streaked face as he said, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to turn on the heating, otherwise well freeze to death. Don't run away, just accept reality. I'm protecting you, don't blame me for being harsh. Liu Yu shed tears of grievance and remained silent. She hurried downstairs, and Liu Yu flipped the switch to start the heating. After all, with underfloor heating, in such a large room it would take some time. Once everything was set up, he took out the control panel from the space and locked all the doors and windows in the room. When he returned to the first floor, he found Liu Yu, who was dressed in disarray, trying to open the door. "You're not being obedient. I told you not to run around." At that moment, on the other side of the door, Wang Qi had already called the police, banging on the door and calling Liu Yu's name. Unfortunately, this door was made of special alloys. Not only was it heat insulated, but it was also soundproof. However, it could conduct electricity. After turning on the intercom, Liu Yu activated the two-way audio feature. Both sides could hear each other. After gathering his strength, Liu Yu spoke to the outside. "You guys are the thieves trying to set me up with Liu Yu, right? Since you like to eavesdrop so much, make sure to listen well from the outside." Outside, Wang Qi heard Liu Yu's taunting words and Liu Yu's desperate cries for help. Anxiously, she banged on the door and shouted, "Liu Yu, let Yu go. I already called the police." "Call the police? Am I afraid? You plotted against me only to be outsmarted by me. Besides, she has already signed a contract. After tonight, the luxury car worth millions will be hers. What do you intend to use to catch me?" Liu Yu said with a smirk, "Those men outside, have you ever seen such a stunning beauty? Can't resist, can you? That one outside is also a good catch. Why compete with me? Enjoy it, while I won't be polite." Hearing Liu Yu's brazen laughter, the men outside were so furious they felt like their teeth would break. Ding! At exactly midnight, Liu Yu felt as if his brain was suddenly struck by a hammer. The apocalypse had arrived on time. In his previous life, he only awakened his spatial abilities when he was close to death. In this life, he awakened right after his rebirth. Could this be the reaction that triggers abnormal abilities? Liu Yu felt his strength seemed to have increased a little, with his 8-pack abs becoming more defined. Liu Yu's body appeared to have taken on a more shaped figure. Her eyes were fixed on him, as if she were about to devour him. Outside, Wang Qi shouted, "It's so cold, the wind is so strong, let's go." But after stepping outside for only a short while, she ran back and shouted at Liu Yu. Liu Yu opened the door. "It's so cold outside. You're now Yu's man. From now on, we are friends. Let us in to take shelter." The temporarily submissive Liu Yu didn't understand what her friend meant. "Sure, Liu Yu is your man now. Hurry up and ask him to open the door. I'm begging you, it's freezing outside." Wang Qi called out, "You want to come in? Are those scummy men still out there? They just tried to set me up. Do you think I would let you in?" Liu Yu said indifferently. Wang Qi, shivering from the cold, said intermittently, "Liu Yu, I was wrong. I'm begging you." "Wrong? Does that mean I have to forgive you? What do we need the police for if mistakes can be forgiven?" Liu Yu said disdainfully, "No, now it's the apocalypse. They have their own troubles to deal with. They won't be of much use. By the way, didn't you just call the police? Have they arrived yet?" Desperate Wang Qi was about to speak when a voice from inside interrupted her, filled with resentment. "Kid, you better wait. When the police arrive, I will make sure to kill you, you rotten dog. Sure, your friend just said I'm your man, and now she wants to kill me. What do you have to say about that?" At this moment, Liu Yu's head was throbbing painfully. Just as the apocalypse descended, Liu Yu was unaware that Liu Yu had awakened her own extraordinary abilities. What exactly it was, even Liu Yu did not know. In his past life, he had never interacted with Liu Yu in this way, so naturally, he could not grasp her skills. She could transform and incorporate it into her own abilities. Liu Yu's current posture was quite shameful. She felt a bit cold, yet the room's temperature was gradually rising. The cold had not yet begun to settle in. Hearing Liu Yu's questioning, she shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, Liu Yu resembled a wild beast, caring little for himself. Sure, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to Liu Yu that way earlier. Please say something nice for me, so I can come in and hide for a while. Once the cold passes, I will leave." Outside, Wang Qi pleaded tearfully, "Liu Yu, I won't call the police anymore. Please let me in." "You must be dreaming if you think I'll let you in. Just a moment ago, you wanted to call the police to have me killed. I've warned you, hurry back. If you don't leave, it's your fault, unless you beg Sure for permission." After Liu Yu finished speaking, he set the intercom to one way. Outside, they could only hear the voices from within, while those inside could not hear the outside. Naturally, Liu could not hear Wang Qi's pleas and was just about to ask Liu Yu to let her in. She was slapped and it hurt terribly. With a sigh, she fell silent. It was too painful. Outside, Wang Qi pleaded with Liu but she had no idea. The door at Liu Yu's home had been set to block all communication. Even if she banged her head against the wall or pounded on the door with a hammer, Liu inside could not hear anything. What she could hear was Liu Shixi's shameful voice. She thought that Liu was unwilling to let her in and began to curse loudly in anger. Unfortunately, Liu inside could not hear anything. At that moment, the temperature outside had already dropped to -40 degrees. Wang Qi had exerted a lot of effort while shouting earlier. Liu Yu naturally ignored such a woman. If she wanted to die, it was a blessing that he hadn't killed her. Those who stood against me are my enemies. Originally, he sought revenge against Liu Yu for falsely accusing him, considering that Zhang Ren also liked this woman. He planned to take both down together. Unexpectedly, Liu Yu proved to be an impeccable woman, which directly broke Zhang Ren's defenses. Alright, you look exhausted. I rest for a moment, and we will continue. You've already gotten what you wanted, and about your car transfer to me, don't worry. I won't report you. Liu Yu glared at Liu Yu, harboring a slight hatred. She hadn't expected that her plan to play Liu Yu would backfire so terribly. Everything was over. Moreover, if Zhang Ren discovered this, being able to obtain a luxury car was still not too bad. Go wash up, there's hot water, then come out and talk to me. Liu Yu glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. As Liu Yu followed his instructions, Liu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of hatred. When Liu Yu closed the door, that hatred began to dissipate somewhat. He muttered to himself, did I gain some other extraordinary abilities? Is it telepathy or danger sensing? Where did this ability come from? Can I awaken dual abilities? He still couldn't figure out where his extraordinary abilities came from. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, hiding in the bathroom, was rinsing her body with hot water. Her whole body ached. She hadn't expected that she would end up being the one fooled, and she hated Liu Yu for being so merciless. Moments ago, he had looked at her as if he wanted to vent his frustrations on her. Wait, how can I feel this so clearly? As I move further away, that feeling fades a bit. Could it really be like those sci-fi movies say that I've awakened an ability to sense others' hearts? After rinsing off, Liu Yu began to doubt herself, just as Liu Yu had before. She hadn't brought a change of clothes and considered hiding inside to avoid Liu Yu outside. Though what had to happen had already happened, she didn't like the man outside, and instead loathed his shamelessness for taking away her most precious possession. Have you finished washing? Are you planning to hide in there and eat Oreos? If you dare to commit suicide, I will just throw you out. Anyway, it's chaotic outside now. I'll let the stray cats and dogs eat your body. As Liu Yu clutched her body, unwilling to go out, Liu Yu's devilish voice rang out from outside. Startled, she quickly covered herself and stepped out. What is there to hide? What needs to be seen has been seen, and what needs to be obtained has been obtained. Just stay here obediently. I guarantee you won't freeze or starve. Liu Yu's gaze held a trace of greed. This silk nightgown is for you. Change out of your clothes and wash them yourself. First go out and watch TV. Don't cause any trouble. He tossed Liu Yu a set of nightwear, even throwing it over her head. If you don't go out, we'll wash together, and I can't guarantee what might happen. His devilish voice sounded again. Liu Yu hurriedly limped while holding the nightgown and walked towards the living room, realizing that this was already the situation. Now that the car was in hand, sleeping an extra night, as Liu Yu said, wouldn't change anything. After getting dressed, she sat on the sofa and turned on the television. She saw the Daxia Channel 4 report that Daxia and the entire world were experiencing the coldest wave in a millennium. The temperature had dropped to -40. Citizens were reminded to pay attention to warmth. The heating companies in the north were turning up the heat. In places without heating in the south, the state would ensure power supply, advising people to stay indoors. Dressed in winter clothes, and with the air conditioning on, she would get through this cold wave. Watching the news, Liu Yu thought of what Liu Yu had said. Frowning, could it really be true that the apocalypse had arrived? Would they even see the sun tomorrow? She thought of her friend Wang Qi. She approached the door and found the mechanical lock open, but there was still an electronic lock. It wouldn't open. What? Not obedient. You want to escape? Liu Yu appeared behind her unnoticed, moving like a ghost without making a sound. Liu Yu was startled. No, I just wanted to see if Qi is still outside. No need to look. If she hasn't hidden away, she would have frozen to death. I hope she is smart enough to know better. Liu Yu said indifferently, all right, if you don't believe me, come with me, and I'll show you the weather outside. He pulled her up to the 3rd floor. Opening a shooting hole, the cold wind blew away the warmth, causing Liu Yu, dressed in her nightgown, to shiver violently. Her teeth clattered together. It was unbearably cold. All right, behave. We need to make a phone call to report safety, and there are men who care about you. He led Liu Yu towards the bedroom where her phone was located. After making a call to Zhang Ren, Liu Yu had muted her phone. Liu Yu discovered that when he was close to Liu Yu, the sense of danger intensified. This woman harbored a deep hatred for him, and the closer he got, the clearer and stronger that feeling became. To validate his thoughts, Liu Yu decided to make a phone call to Zhang Ren to report his safety. He planned to experiment once more. It seemed that this woman's body had also undergone changes not long ago. Her strength had increased as she was no longer as delicate. It appeared prudent to remain vigilant and not let her catch him off guard, or else his rebirth would have been in vain. Zhang Wei's family had yet to be dealt with. It was unwise to die at the hands of this woman before taking revenge. As he opened the bedroom door, he saw Liu Shixi's phone light up. Indeed, it was a call from Zhang Ren. This kid must have been going insane with worry during this time. Upon seeing the missed call, he felt a surge of vengeful excitement. As he answered the call, he pulled Liu Yu in tightly, his hand moving as if guided by an automatic navigation system, reaching the intended spot. Hello, little brother-in-law, did you miss me? Do you know I was just tilling the land and was expecting you to bring me some supplements? No need, I'm not that weak, dear brother-in-law. Liu Yu teased. Liu Yu, what the hell happened with your experiment? Upon hearing Liu Yu's voice, Zhang Ren was furious. At that moment, Zhang Ren was hiding in his bedroom, air conditioning on, wrapped in several blankets, trembling as he spoke. Liu Yu laughed heartily. Little brother-in-law, are you truly clever or just pretending to be foolish? Just like you and your sister Zhang Wei, don't worry, we'll get married and have children. Ooh, I'll treat you to the wedding feast. Hiss. Liu Shishi's voice rang in Liu Yu's ear as she glared fiercely at the man beside her. Liu Yu mentioned Zhang Wei during the call, filled with animosity, and she unconsciously gripped him tightly. Forgetting where her hand was placed, the pain caused tears to well up in Liu Shishi's eyes. Sure, are you okay? Speak up. He tried to reach out, but the heart's intent faltered, and upon hearing Liu Shishi's voice, Zhang Ren became completely unhinged. Liu Yu, I will make sure you die. You're useless, unable to even protect your beloved woman. You're just blowing hot air. If you have the guts, come over here. I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Liu Yu scoffed at Zhang Ren's threats. Good kid, if you're a man, tell me your address, and I'll come right away. Sure, I'm waiting for you at Villa A05 in the Rainforest community. You didn't expect this, did you? The woman you desire is currently enjoying herself with me in a villa not far from you. What are your thoughts on that? Just wait, I'll be there soon. Zhang Ren hung up the phone, hurriedly putting on his clothes, ready to confront Liu Yu. Liu Yu, after hanging up, exerted slight pressure, causing Liu Shishi's tears to flow. He felt the hatred intensifying. What? You hate me? Should I send you out? Zhang Ren will come to pick you up soon. Liu Yu glanced at her and said lightly. He hadn't expected that one action would reveal so much. The closer someone who harbored hatred was, the clearer it became. Where's the car? Liu Yu smiled. Liu, sure, of course I can get you a car, but if you go out you'll freeze to death. Are you sure about that? Sure, Liu sure gritted her teeth and insisted. Then let's wait until after tonight. After all, we agreed to a night's time, it's too early to leave now. Liu Yu gently wiped away her tears and said, wait for me here. I'll deal with your little lover, it seems he cares about you quite a bit. As he left, he warned, don't run around or I'll throw you out. After saying this, he descended to the basement. He grabbed a very warm down jacket and put on gloves. He pulled out a baseball bat he had procured from the supermarket warehouse. He opened the door and quietly slipped out. The cold wind hit him, making him shiver. Fortunately, he had enough protective gear. In the high-end residential area of the Rainforest community, Zhang Ren bundled up in multiple outer garments, looking like a penguin. He was stopped by Jia Cuihua. Son, where are you going? Mom, that wild child Liu Yu is bullying my girlfriend. I'm going to take revenge on him. Zhang Ren said angrily. It's freezing outside and it's even raining ice. How do you plan to find him? Jia Cuihua said with concern. It's just a woman. You can find another one. No way. That Liu Yu knows that sure is my girlfriend and still dares to bully her. I can't swallow this anger. Zhang Ren dared not mention what Liu Yu had done to her. If he said it, his mother would definitely stop him from going. Son, calm down. It's too cold outside. You can't even drive there. Jia Cuihua, upon hearing Liu Yu's insults towards her son, who was just a son-in-law, felt a pang of sadness. He used to be obedient at home like a dog. He wouldn't dare go east when told to go west. How could he act like this today? Didn't he fear that we would call the police? The news on television hadn't reported this as the end times. They were merely saying that extreme cold weather would pass soon. This led Jia Cuihua to be unaware of the situation, believing that order was still intact. Mom, that kid lives in the opposite villa area. In our upscale community, we can get through that door to reach him. Zhang Ren explained confidently. All right, take your dad's bodyguard with you for safety. If you encounter that kid, break his legs for me, Jia Cuihua said angrily. Zhang Ren had initially planned to bring a bodyguard. He immediately assured her, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely deal with that kid. Just don't kill anyone or let someone else do it, understand? Got it. Zhang Ren took the bodyguard named Cheng Yiming with him. The two of them carried wooden sticks as they went. Young master, don't worry, I'll handle that kid. I'll break 5 of his legs for you to vent your anger. Cheng Yiming boasted. All right, young master, I'm counting on you. You'll definitely strike it rich. Next year, I'll get you 2 sisters-in-law. Zhang Ren patted his shoulder and said, Thank you, young master. As the two of them passed through the high-end community, nearing the boundary of the villa parking lot, a shadow suddenly darted toward Cheng Yiming, who was shivering. Although he had some skills, he was no match for the enhanced Liu Yu. He was caught off guard by a sneak attack. Cheng Yiming fell directly to the ground. Zhang Ren, who wanted to escape, was caught by Liu Yu wielding the baseball bat. It struck his stomach, causing him to double over in pain, his face reddening from the cold. Little brother-in-law, you really care about your brother-in-law, huh? Besides, that woman isn't even your sister. Why get so angry? Liu Yu gently patted Zhang Ren's face, speaking playfully. With his enemy present, Zhang Ren was furious. Liu Yu, you eat and drink from the Zhang family. How dare you hit me? My sister must be blind to have chosen you. You're quite right, you must be blind to have chosen your sister. I didn't expect her to be no worse than Pan Jinlian. As he looked at Liu Yu filled with rage who wielded the baseball bat aiming at him, Zhang Ren stepped back in fright. Liu Yu, do you dare to hurt me? When I came here I had already called the police. Are you not afraid? Liu Yu chuckled, smacking his lips, and said, afraid? Who isn't afraid? You can call the police. With that he raised his knee and aimed it at Zhang Ren's chin. The pain made Zhang Ren's nose drip and tears pour down. He couldn't speak. Little brother-in-law, are you comfortable? Liu Yu's expression was terrifyingly cold. Take off his clothes, or weren't you just going to break my limbs? Looking at Qing Yiming, he commanded, no, if you do that young Master Zhang will freeze to death. Liu Yu replied, oh, what a loyal dog you are. Liu Yu clicked his tongue. Zhang Ren, one of you will have your limbs broken. Who do you choose? Him? I don't want to die. Break his limbs. Zhang Ren hadn't had enough good days yet, and naturally didn't want to end up like this. Liu Yu looked at Qing Yiming and said, hey, that dog, did you hear your master's words? He doesn't want to die, you die instead. How do you choose? Hearing that Zhang Ren wanted Liu Yu to break his own limbs, Qing Yiming gritted his teeth and said, spare me, I don't want to die. Liu Yu replied, you dream. Since we're talking like this, how about I break both of your limbs? Liu Yu asked Liu Yu's sister. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please spare me. How much do you want? They'll give it to you, you just don't break my limbs. Zhang Ren began to plead while secretly thinking, after I safely leave, I will make this Liu Yu kid pay. He dared to play with the woman I like and wanted to break my limbs. While he was still thinking about how to deal with Liu Yu, a sharp pain surged through his lower body, and he vaguely heard the sound of yoke shattering. Zhang Ren's vision went black, and he fainted. Liu Yu did not stop. He swung back and struck Qing Yiming hard on the right shoulder. Qing Yiming let out a piercing scream. If there were timid people present, they would probably be scared into having a heart attack. All right, take him back and tell the Zhang family that I'm not done with them. They should wait for death. After saying his harsh words, Liu Yu quickly left. It was indeed too cold outside. He returned to the villa, changed his clothes, and it was still very cold and dark. He saw something constantly hitting the windows. Looking at the glass, there were also some blue marks. Did toxic hail fall? This time it was surprisingly fast. Could it be that after my rebirth, hoarding a large amount of supplies led to a butterfly effect? The butterfly effect suggests that in a tropical rainforest in South America, a single butterfly flapping its wings can trigger a tsunami across the Pacific Ocean. Not wanting to dwell too much on this issue, he opened the door and a bright knife lunged at him. With a thought, the knife entered his space. The one who attacked him was actually Liu Shishir. Without her knife, she fell into Liu Yu's arms. Woman, you want to kill me? Accept your punishment. Liu Yu frowned deeply, as she had not expected that a materialistic green tea girl would dare to kill him. Had she thought that in the apocalypse, she could act recklessly? Liu Yu, if you dare to touch me again, I'll kill myself in front of you. Reacting quickly, Liu Shishir threatened. Facing the threat, Liu Yu coldly said, Liu Shishir, who do you think you are? In this world, do you think you are the only woman left? If you die, I will strip you and send your clothes to the men outside. What happens next, I don't know. If you want to monopolize the villa, how many days do you think you can live? You? Liu Shishir was so angry that she couldn't speak. Enough, you made a mistake, and you must accept the punishment. Liu Yu impatiently waved his hand, interrupting her. You dare? Don't come closer. Liu Yu coldly shouted, at this point there is nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Let me tell you, I just broke Zhang Ren's root. He has become a eunuch. Don't expect him anymore. Soon Liu Shishir paid the price for her mistake. He took out a rope and tied her hands and feet. Facing her, Liu Yu wanted to close his eyes and sleep. He locked the door. He recalled that there was still Wang Qi's corpse at the entrance. It needed to be cleaned up. Fearing an ambush, he checked the surveillance and saw nothing. So he went to sleep in the room next to Liu Shishi's. Just as Liu Yu made Liu Shishir pay for her mistake, Qing Yiming returned to the Zhang family villa with the incapacitated and now a eunuch Zhang Ren. Wearing a thick coat and wrapped in a blanket, Jia Cuihua paced back and forth in the living room, feeling extremely anxious. When she saw someone return, she hurriedly asked, son, what happened to you? Qing Yiming replied, Madam, we were ambushed by Liu Yu. He has ruined young master. My arm is also useless now. Qing Yiming, whose forehead was dripping with cold sweat, spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Jia Cuihua immediately exploded with rage. You worthless fool! How could you not protect the young master? My Zhang family pays you so much every year, and this is how you repay us. With a bitter expression, Qing Yiming gritted his teeth and apologized. I'm sorry, madam. It was my fault. Your fault. What use is that now? My son is in this state. Jia Cuihua shouted angrily. Zhang Wei, wearing a thick coat, came down and asked, Mom, what happened? Wei Zhang Ren is injured. Jia Cuihua said through tears. Injured. Then hurry up and call a doctor. Take him to the hospital. Zhang Wei exclaimed. In this weather it's minus 40 degrees, we can't go out now. Jia Cuihua said with difficulty. Then what should we do? Let's have the family doctor take a look first, Zhang Wei suggested. Since they were a wealthy family, spending some money to have a private doctor for the family was still feasible. Alright, I'll call right now. Jia Cuihua took out her phone only to find it was turned off, feeling extremely anxious. Mom used the landline to call. Okay. After dialing the number, Jia Cuihua shouted, Dr. Liu, where are you? My son is injured, hurry and come see him. Injured? Madam, where is the young master injured? After Jia Cuihua asked Qing Yiming about the situation, she held the phone. Dr. Liu on the other end fell silent. Madam, give the young master some painkillers, take him to the hospital. But right now the car can't go out, please come over. Dr. Liu hurriedly said, Madam, I'm afraid that won't work. It's too dark outside, and it's still hailing blue hail. I just tested it, this blue hail is toxic. If a person comes into contact with it in large quantities, they will get poisoned. I'll come over when the hail stops. Compared to before, the benefits given by the Zhang family were quite considerable, so Dr. Liu's words were not so absolute. After all, no one knew when the weather would improve, and he still needed to eat from the Zhang family pot in the future. That won't do, you must come over quickly, oh I command you. Jia Cuihua, seeing her son Zhang Ren's miserable state, said sternly, Your son's life is important, but mine isn't. Take him to the hospital. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Jia Cuihua roared, Liu, you better wait. Then she shouted at Zhang Wei and the others, quickly go get a car ready to take my son to the hospital. Soon, under Zhang Zonghai's orders, someone drove a box truck to carry the injured Zhang Ren and take him to the hospital for emergency treatment. When Qing Yiming tried to get on the truck, he was stopped by someone. You are not allowed to get on the truck. Why not? I am injured too. Qing Yiming shouted, drenched in cold sweat. Kid, your life was saved by me. You harmed my son to this extent, and I haven't held you accountable yet, which is already merciful. Now get out of the Zhang family. Zhang Zhonghai was not like those ordinary people who still believed in what the news reported on TV. The sun would soon come out, for now stockpiling supplies was the way to go. He received a tip-off saying that the world was coming to an end. The sun might not come out for a long time, so everyone should gather supplies to survive. Every additional person would waste the supplies at home. Now that Qing Yiming was incapacitated, the Zhang family naturally would not waste too many resources on him. With that money and supplies, when the time came, a single loaf of bread would have masters willing to sell their lives for it. What use was this cripple now? At this moment, combined with the previous media hype, Zhang Zhonghai was cursed by the entire internet. The persona of a moral noble didn't need to be maintained anymore. He waved his hand to let the truck leave. Watching the truck depart, Qing Yiming felt despair. Master, I have no merits for the Zhang family, but I have given effort. Are you really going to ignore me like this? Kid, if it weren't for your efforts, I would have had someone kill you long ago. Now get lost. The already darkening Zhang Zhonghai said with disgust, Someone throw this kid out of here. Don't let him stay around me. Yes. Go, hurry up. The others began to drive Qing Yiming away. Looking at his former teammates with disdainful eyes, Qing Yiming shed tears and left helplessly. He had brought this upon himself, allowing Liu Yu to shatter his shoulder and become a cripple swept out of the Zhang family like trash. Leaving behind endless tears of regret, he departed from there. Zhang Zhonghai did not think what he did was wrong. He too would have his moments of regret in the future. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was leisurely sleeping. Everything outside had nothing to do with him. In the graduate dormitory of Tiannan University. When I remember your brother's house is in Tiannan City. How come you're wearing such a thick down jacket and protective suit? The person asking was Ma Jinlian, who had recently been the top keyboard warrior under Yiting. In the middle of the night, an extreme cold wave had arrived, and the indoor temperature dropped to -40. She hurriedly got up to turn on the air conditioning, only to find that Sun Wen had woken up dressed in a thick protective suit and down jacket. Although she had brought warm clothes, it was ineffective, and with the air conditioning unable to warm up. It was freezing. With a thick skin, she asked Sun Wen for a down jacket. Although Ma Jinlian was very vicious online, her relationship with Sun Wen was still decent in reality. Not wanting to see her roommate freeze to death, she painfully gave away a down jacket that Liu Yu had given her. After putting it on, Ma Jinlian felt much better. Both of them were too frozen to rest. Sun Wen shook her head and said, This was a gift from a friend. At first I looked down on it thinking he was stingy. I really didn't expect it. Before she could finish her sentence, she recalled what Liu Yu had said to her brother at that time. No matter what happens, be sure to keep this bundle of clothes and tools with you. You will need it soon. After getting on the truck, she had complained with her brother. Such a wealthy person giving clothes as gifts. She was even prepared to throw it away, but upon seeing the price, she thought better of it and kept it. She never expected to need it at this moment. Shivering, Ma Jinlian continued to ask, Wen, who is that friend of yours? How did he know to prepare supplies in advance? You don't think this is like those movies where the world is ending, right? The end of the world? Impossible, right? Didn't the news say it was an extreme cold wave? Sun Wen questioned. However, she regretted saying it right after. Thinking of the villa across from the rainforest community, Liu Yu had invited her brother to renovate the villa, spending $1 billion to make it stronger than a bank vault. He even had her brother modify the wiring, installing underfloor heating and a wall-mounted boiler, among other things. At that time she joked that the owner must be playing an apocalypse game, turning her home into a shelter. Did Liu Yu know that the apocalypse was coming? Woman, are you okay? Ma Jinlian thought Sun Wen was scared and hurriedly asked. Jinlian, if what you said about the end of the world is true, I think we need to stock up on some food and water and wait for the country to rescue us. But it's so cold at night, how can we go? Ma Jinlian said, shrinking her neck. Sun Wen said seriously, Jinlian, if we don't take advantage of this situation before everyone realizes it, do you think we will be able to go out? Let's hurry up. She took out the gloves that Liu Yu had given her and handed a pair to Ma Jinlian. They set off together. It was just too cold outside. The two found a 24-hour convenience store. The store clerk seemed to have disappeared due to the cold. Wen, there's no one here. All right, let's quickly grab some food, drinks, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and water. Take as much as we can, and we'll leave the money behind later. After all, they were high-quality talents. They wouldn't do anything like zero-cost purchases at this time. The two filled up 2 hiking backpacks with food. They left 1,000 yuan and took several empty buckets to fill with water before heading back to the dormitory. Ma Jinlian shouted, Wen, I just got hit by a hailstone on my face. Can you check it for me? How could you be so careless? Sun Wen took a look at Ma Jinlian's face. The marks had already started to rot. Don't scratch it, Bill. Get some disinfectant to clean it and apply some Yunnan Baiyao. This hailstone is toxic. Sun Wen said very seriously. Is this really the end of the world? What should I do? Fortunately, their dorm had a refrigerator and the disinfectant didn't freeze. After using potassium permanganate to wash Ma Jinlian's face, applying Yunnan Baiyao, and sticking on a band-aid, she looked at her reflection in the mirror and saw an even uglier version of herself. Ma Jinlian's heart felt like a porcupine. Jinlian, stop dawdling. Hurry up and charge our power bank as well as that battery you were tinkering with. We must protect ourselves well before the rescue team arrives. The two quickly got busy. On the first day of the apocalypse, the sun did not rise. When Liu Yu woke up, he released Lu Shishir. After some communication, he felt hungry. Although he sensed Lu Shishi's hatred, he still treated her to a meal. All right, after you finish eating, you can leave with the car. On such a cold day, where do you expect me to go? Where to go is none of my business. You want to kill me, yet I still invite you to dinner, Liu Yu said with a smile, unbothered. Humph, all men are the same, Lu Shishir said, biting her teeth in anger. Liu Yu chuckled, shook his head, and said, No, I'm not like that Zhang Wei you like. You plotted against me together, and you wanted to kill me last night. Didn't I just sleep with you according to the contract, then give you the car, and invite you to dinner? Did I do anything wrong? How do you know about my partnership with Zhang Ren? Lu Shishir questioned Liu Yu after hearing his words. In response, Liu Yu coldly smiled, forget it, it's all in the past. I won't hold it against you, just finish eating and get lost. Fine, let's go then, Lu Shishir thought, feeling another surge of hatred towards Liu Yu. Faced with such hostility, Liu Yu sensed her animosity towards him becoming more apparent. How could this happen? Liu Yu wondered in astonishment. Could it be that Lu Shishir has awakened her abilities too? Did I somehow pass them on to her after our interaction? Such occurrences have happened before. During the apocalypse in my previous life, there were many ordinary people who initially had no abilities. Later, they banded together to kill awakened individuals, and after consuming their flesh, some ordinary people began to awaken abilities. This news spread afterward. Thus, two opposing forces formed. Those with abilities banded together to hunt ordinary people, while ordinary people formed an even stronger armed group, specializing in slaughtering those with abilities to awaken their own. The battles became increasingly brutal. To verify his thoughts, Liu Yu looked intently at Lu Shishir. Pa, you scum. You've made me suffer so much. I woke up this morning without eating and came here, Lu Shishir cursed softly. Didn't you say I could leave after eating? Are you going back on your word? Facing Lu Shishi's insults, Liu Yu remained unfazed, a smile on his lips as he asked, How did you know? What do you mean, how did I know? Lu Shishir frowned in confusion. It's just that what you just said made it clear I still want to do it again. I ask you, how did you know? Liu Yu did not deny it, he merely wanted to see her reaction. I don't know what you're talking about, Lu Shishir replied, not expecting Liu Yu to pursue the question. Last night, she had already suspected that Liu Yu had awakened his abilities during the apocalypse. Perhaps she was also lucky enough to awaken hers. Otherwise, how could she dare to speak to Liu Yu like that? She could sense that he harbored no murderous intent, which allowed her to speak so freely. Never did she expect that her slip of the tongue would lead Liu Yu to question her persistently. She regretted it immensely, fearing that Liu Yu might turn violent. Trying to change the subject, but Liu Yu would not give her the opportunity. All right, we'll experiment again in a bit. Liu Yu, you dare? Do you believe I will call the police? The agreement is over. If you continue like this with me, it's considered coercion. Lu Shishir said angrily. Then fine, once you finish eating, just get lost. I'm moving on to someone else, Liu Yu said without further ado. Everyone was freezing, praying for the sun to come out again. No more delaying, they finished their meal. All right, put on your clothes and get lost, Liu Yu said, leading Lu Shishir to the second underground parking level. There was Lu Shishi's cherished BMW parked. It was this car she wanted, and with Liu Yu's money she fell into a predicament. Fortunately, Liu Yu was not angry. After humiliating her a bit, he handed the car over to her. He watched as the machine operated there. The smoke emitted allowed another machine to purify. "Let's go," Liu Yu said after starting the engine, pushing Liu Shishir into the car. "I'm fine, let's go." "I don't believe I can't live without you," Liu Shishir said angrily. However, the car had only driven 20 meters out of the garage. Liu Shishir in the driver's seat was freezing, trembling uncontrollably. She kept sneezing. The car also stalled. Just as she wanted to open the door, a cold wind rushed in, making her break out in goosebumps. In a tearless despair, she took out her phone to call for help. However, her phone froze and shut down. She looked at the entrance of the parking garage where a person was watching her with a cold smile. "Even if I freeze to death or starve to death, I won't return to your villa," Liu Shishir said, proudly seeing the situation. Liu Yu approached wearing a thick down jacket, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh beauty, your car seems to be out of commission. What happened? Why do you care? My villa is quite warm. Do you want to come in and hide for a while?" Liu Shishir noticed Liu Yu's gaze constantly sweeping over her. How could she not understand what he meant? She thought, anyway, what's done is done. Let it go to the dogs. Once the weather clears up, I'll return. At that point, I can cut all ties. "All right then, since you sincerely invited me, I'll give you this chance," Liu Shishir said. "You spoiled brat. Come, or don't if you don't too bad. Do you think you can treat me like a dog? What breed are you, huh? Aren't you insulting yourself? Hey, how did you know?" Liu Shishir yelled anxiously at Liu Yu as he walked away. "Bastard, do you want me to freeze to death? Come back here. Come say it. Are you willing to be my dog? Beg me to let you into the villa." Liu Yu stopped crossing his arms. "Bastard Liu Yu, you scoundrel. You've stripped me of everything, haven't you? You've turned your back on me." Liu Shishir shouted angrily. "Enough, this moral coercion won't work. In the apocalypse, morals are worthless. If you don't speak, just freeze to death here," Liu Yu said contemptuously. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had believed in such nonsense morals. Even at that time, he still took care of his father-in-law's family and that little brother-in-law who stole his crystal. It was while searching for food that he returned injured and got killed by those beasts. At this moment, Liu Shishir, who was already struggling to breathe from the cold, looked on helplessly. Watching her breath weaken, she pleaded, "Yes, I, Liu Shishir, am your dog. I will always be your dog. Please, on account of what I've given you, let me in." After saying this, she fainted from the cold. When Liu Shishir came, she was dressed in a breezy dress. Liu Yu had let her leave without giving her warm clothes, much less a down jacket. "Woman, if only you knew your place sooner, it would be like this." He opened the car door, cradled Liu Shishir in his arms, soft and boneless. He stored the car in his space and returned. Tisk tisk, even in this day and age, there are still flower protectors around. Liu Yu recognized the voice, feeling a sense of familiarity. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Captain Tanging, who had warned him before. At this moment, Tanging was dressed like a penguin, excessively thick. Yet in the cold wave, she was shivering, having no winter down jacket or protective gear. The human body cannot endure such extreme temperatures outside, especially without the sun. The cold was truly unbearable. "Liu Yu, it really is you, you bad boy, let go of that girl." Tanging said again, her gun aimed at Liu Yu. "Captain Tang, what time is it now? Put away your damn sense of justice. If you don't want to die, I can pity you and take you in for a few days." Liu Yu did not put down Liu Shishir in his arms. Instead, he held her tighter, fearing she might freeze to death. Liu Yu said this because of Tang Ying's profession, as she had awakened her abilities later, seemingly becoming a sharpshooter. He still needed to study this skill with her to see if it could be used for himself. Wearing a uniform, the allure of the uniform was quite appealing. The Overlord Flower team also needed such talents. It was simply a win-win situation. "No, you let her go. You can't harm an innocent girl." Tang Ying not only did not listen to Liu Yu, but instead insisted. "Enough. If I let her go, she'll freeze to death in a moment. Do you want to save her or kill her?" Liu Yu chose to ignore her, taking advantage of Tang Ying's hesitation. Carrying Liu Shishir, he arrived at his garage. Looking at the once mighty Tang Ying outside, he coldly said, "Are you coming in or not? If not, you'll freeze to death out here. Cold waves and toxic hail, not many can survive and come out alive." Tang Ying trembled slightly, for Liu Yu was right. It was too cold outside, and she feared Liu Yu would mistreat that girl. Forgetting her own beauty was also a temptation for Liu Yu. Without much thought, she followed him inside. Once inside, she realized she had been tricked. It was just a 10-square-meter garage, and it was still very cold. Ignoring her, Liu Yu shut the garage door and opened another door. A warm current rushed in, and Tang Ying, who had just felt extremely cold, began to feel warmth. She heard the soft hum of machinery and the warm air from the heater. "How did you know it was going to get cold?" Tang Ying asked, for this was Jiangnan, where even heating was absent. Yet Liu Yu's home had a generator and a boiler. If she guessed right, there seemed to be underfloor heating as well. "All right, you stay on the first floor in the basement. I choose a room and stay there." "I'm going upstairs," Liu Yu said casually without answering her. "No, I need to watch you. What if you bully that girl?" Tang Ying said as she raised her gun. I hate it when others point guns at me. Oh, put it down obediently. When Tanging tried to insist, she noticed that the gun was no longer in her hand. Behave yourself. Oh, I'll bring you food in a bit. Whenever you want to leave, just tell me. You won't die here, but you won't have freedom either. He pushed open a room and sent Tanging inside. There's a bed and a bathroom here. They'll bring you food soon. I'll rest well. I'll keep your phone safe. Tanging naturally wanted to refuse, thinking her colleagues would be worried if she couldn't contact them. But she didn't know when the phone had appeared in Liu Yu's hands. Give it back to me. You have to return my phone. Tanging struggled. In your dreams. Once it's in my hands, you think you can have it back? One hand held the frozen Liu Yu while the other shut the door. Bastard, let me go. Inside, Tanging tried to open the door, only to find it locked from the outside, unable to open. She glanced around the small room, which was not large. About 30 square meters. There was a private bathroom and a bed. Unfortunately, this was in the basement with no windows. She had no choice but to freshen up. After all, so much had happened last night. Wang Bawang had heard that Liu Yu was the one who bailed her out. He ordered her to keep a close eye on Liu Yu, and if something happened, she would be responsible. Last night, she had been on standby nearby, and who knew that such things would happen as soon as she arrived. Her phone had frozen and shut down, making it impossible to contact the outside. Fortunately, there were many clothes in the car, otherwise she would have frozen to death. Liu Yu carried Liu Yu to the first floor, and they both entered that room. Hey pig, wake up. Congratulations, you've been saved. He patted Liu Shishi's face and shouted. Liu Yu opened her eyes and found the face she detested. After having tormented her for so long, how could she forget? What? Just waking up and wanting to retaliate, forgetting how you begged me before. As Liu Yu opened her eyes, Liu Yu sensed her thoughts. No, I didn't. Remembering the previous events, Liu Yu felt scared if the weather outside didn't improve, she would truly be seeking death by leaving here. It was indeed looking for death to go out. Better to endure for a while, satisfy this pervert, and wait for an opportunity to leave. If you don't behave, I'll kill you or throw you out. Liu Yu's expression turned cold, his brows furrowed. If this woman were not the first to give herself to him, he would have acted already. He had already acquired Liu Yu's abilities. Just throwing her out would suffice. How do you know my inner thoughts? Feeling the murderous intent in Liu Yu's brows, Liu Yu began to feel afraid. Only you can sense my thoughts. Oh, I can't sense yours. Put away your little schemes. If you behave, you can live a few more days. As Liu Yu spoke, his hands moved naturally. Liu Yu, who had just thought of resisting, saw the fierce look in his eyes that seemed ready to devour her. Fearing freezing to death or starving, she yielded and did not struggle much. An hour passed. Liu Yu felt that his perception of people had strengthened, and he could vaguely classify the danger levels people posed to him. All right, it's the apocalypse. If you die here, no one will care. Just be a good vase. After all, you are my first woman. I will support you provided you listen. Getting up, Liu Yu quickly washed up, for the room temperature was nearly 30 degrees. He had just exercised and was quite tired. After Liu Yu finished washing up, she walked up to Liu Yu. I'm not a vase, I will be useful to you. Oh really? I used to think you were materialistic, just a pretty face, Liu Yu teased. Since you don't want to be a vase, then give me an idea. You speak. Liu Yu at this point had her hatred towards Liu Yu dissipate significantly. Just after leaving the garage, she had nearly frozen to death. She did not want to experience that suffocating feeling again. It made her realize the reality that only by relying on a strong man could she survive. Clearly, Liu Yu was the first choice now. His house was built so solidly, stronger than a bank vault. I want to take revenge on Zhang Wei's family and everyone in that opposite community. How do you think I should retaliate for the most satisfaction? Liu Yu slowly said, swallowing a tender steak. Can I ask you a question first? Liu Yu looked at Liu Yu. Ask away. Is this really the apocalypse? There's no order left, and no one will care about us. Yes. Liu Yu looked at Liu Yu. What? Are you waiting for a price? If we run out, will you seek refuge with another man? Seeing Liu Yu's expression change, Liu Yu realized that she had asked too much. She had inquired about things that should not have been asked. Indeed, what relationship did she have with Liu Yu? It was merely a transaction, and her materialistic nature led her to attempt to deceive Liu Yu. After he saw through her, she simply completed the deal. And he even took her in. I'm sorry. Fearing that Liu Yu would kick her out, Liu Yu hurriedly apologized. Alright, you don't need to know how much there is. Anyway, the residents of this neighborhood can eat for decades. Once the weather improves and we can go out, I will get more supplies. Liu Yu didn't dwell on it. So tell me, how do we deal with Zhang Wei's family? Just killing them won't satisfy my hatred. Liu Yu had heard about the situation between Liu Yu and Zhang Wei. Part of what she knew came from Zhang Ren, who claimed that he was useless, living off the Zhang family, doing nothing all day. Another part she learned online. The happenings in the Zhang family were truly astonishing. How could such shameless people exist? She hadn't expected Liu Yu to harbor such hatred for the Zhang family. Her resentment towards him diminished significantly as she empathized with his words. She also felt that just killing the Zhang family wouldn't satisfy her hatred. After some thought, she said, You should know the Zhang family. They likely have bodyguards and some supplies stored away. Know the Zhang family despises the supplies they hoard, claiming they are unpalatable. I know they don't have any at home. Liu Yu didn't say the latter part directly because Jia Cuihua made him buy fresh meat and vegetables every day. They also had no idea that an apocalypse was coming. Oh, where would they find the time to stock up? No, I think you are mistaken. The Zhang family has some standing in Tiannan City. Perhaps someone noticed the weather change and sent people to seize supplies. Liu Shishir retorted. You have a point. There will be snow disasters later. It seems we need to eliminate the Zhang family's lackeys, namely those bodyguards, first. Yes, I think we can mobilize the residents of Rainforest Community to leak news about the Zhang family's abundant supplies. Once everyone is starving, they will target the Zhang family, and you and I can secretly help deal with those bodyguards. Liu Shishir looked at Liu Yu and said, since you know about the apocalypse, you must have prepared weapons, right? A compound bow would do. All right, you give me a plan, and I'll leave this matter to you. How could a gold digger survive and still maintain her integrity under Zhang Ren's fierce advances? She surely had her own means. I think you could post a video as proof that the Zhang family has a large amount of supplies. What do you think? Sure, I'll record a video and send it out so that the Zhang family can attract hatred first. Good. After Liu Yu finished eating, he watched Liu Shishir create a plan against the Zhang family. He truly hadn't expected this woman to be so cunning. After finishing, she looked at Liu Yu and said, this woman, just like you once, should pay this price. You have no objections, right? Of course not. I wish I could devour that woman's flesh. She is truly malicious. Liu Yu gritted his teeth, still withholding some matters from Liu Shishir. In his previous life, he had been severely harmed by that wicked woman Zhang Wei. He only learned the truth at the moment of his death. He had worked like a beast all his life only to have his flesh consumed at the end. That's good. Let's prepare the video first. Okay. Finding a very ordinary place, Liu Yu dressed like a beggar. Following Liu Shishir's script, he began to recount his experiences. A lot of it was fabricated. Wiping the ketchup from the corner of his mouth, he said, after helping the Zhang family stockpile a large amount of supplies, they tried to kill me. Luckily, I jumped down from upstairs and broke my leg to escape. As he spoke, he showcased his carefully bandaged leg to everyone. All right, let's publish it. By the way, you should still have some money, right? Yes, before the apocalypse, I still had hundreds of thousands left, Liu Yu replied. Well, as you said, many people are unaware that the apocalypse has begun. This money can still be used. Just buy traffic and label it Zhang family's son-in-law. All right. Liu Yu followed Liu Shishir's arrangement and purchased 2000 in traffic. After preparing the copy, he clicked send. At this time, the people still praying for the sun to come out were online, finding Liu Yu's message. They felt sympathy for this son-in-law. At the same time, they also learned that the Zhang family had a large amount of supplies. Zhang Wei was also in bed browsing the news when she saw this short video. Fuming, she cursed, that bastard Liu Yu, when did my family have such abundant supplies? I've been looking for you for days. I only found out your address last night and haven't had the chance to settle the score with you, yet you popped up first. This time I definitely won't let you go. The moral deity Zhang Zhonghai was in the hospital half dead from anger after seeing this news. His son had been rendered useless, but at least he had a son with Zhang Wei, so it wasn't too bad. However, being slandered like this by Liu Yu made him furious. He roared, kid, you better watch out. What's wrong? Jia Cuihua, concerned about her son, hadn't seen the news and came over to inquire after seeing her husband fuming. Look at this. Zhang Zhonghai handed the short video to his wife. If this is really the apocalypse, our Zhang family will face endless troubles, and there's no way to explain it. What's there to fear? We can expose the actions of that Liu Yu kid, Jia Cuihua said coldly. Besides, our Zhang family, even if they are skinny camels, are still bigger than horses, with so many bodyguards who would dare come. Things won't be that simple. If there are no supplies, the first to die will be us, Zhang Zhonghai said with a furrowed brow. As for supplies, let them drive to get them. The shopping malls are all closed now, Zhang Zhonghai whispered. Can't we just rob them? You're being too cautious. Jia Cuihua revealed her ruthless side, thinking her husband was being too particular. Right, I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Zhonghai's eyes lit up. Originally, those who still had hope upon seeing Liu Yu's message about the Zhang family hoarding supplies immediately understood that things were not as simple as reported in the news. A number of people began to wrap themselves up, bringing knives to seize supplies. At this moment, in a very warm room, a woman with a score of 90 for her looks and beautiful lines began to curse. Damn, that smelly man trying to starve me. He promised to bring me food, but it's been hours. On the first floor, Liu Yu sat together with Liu Shishir, watching the effects of the video after it was posted. There were also mindless people cursing Liu Yu for seeking attention and spreading doomsday rumors. Some envied him for becoming a wealthy family son-in-law. Despite not living well, at least there was a little fairy calling him dad, even if the child wasn't his. Even at this time, people were still boxing. Among them was Yi Ting and her fans. Zhang Wei's #1 sycophant Wang Hai also released a video. There were bounties for digging up dirt on Liu Yu. They were crazily slandering him. After Ma Jinlian received 2,000 yuan from Yi Ting, she prepared to continue attacking Liu Yu. After making a few remarks, he chose to delete them. He no longer paid attention to Yi Ting. Only a few sensible people left comments below asking if the news was true. Seeing that the news had no effect, Lu Shishi's face darkened. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's fine. There are too many sycophants of Fei Yangyang. They deserve to bear their own suffering. Why bother with these foolish dogs? When they are starving, they will beg like dogs. At this moment, even zombies would disdain to dig into their brains. Liu Yu said indifferently. Speaking of starving, he suddenly thought of a woman waiting downstairs for him to bring her food. He was too busy enjoying time with Lu Shishi. They had forgotten about that woman. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. He planned to send it to Tanging. In Liu Yu's plan, this woman was to be taken care of, especially after he had gotten involved with a woman with abilities. He could also copy her abilities for a while. If Tanging became a sharpshooter after he subdued her, he would also be a sharpshooter. In the future, dealing with zombies and enemies would be like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, she wasn't his woman yet. Why eat so well? Good food was meant for his own woman. Accompanying Lu Shishi, he went down to the basement level. He heard knocking on the door and the angry voice of that woman. It seems like you're not starving, your kicking is quite strong. After opening the door, Liu Yu threw the food to Tanging. You bastard, you said you'd bring me food in a while. It's been hours, do you know how I got here? What did you say, woman? I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you treat your benefactor. Liu Yu replied flatly. Tanging, extremely hungry, went to grab the food. She discovered it was just dry bread and a bottle of water, not even a sausage. Damn it, didn't you say you had food at home? Just this. Liu Yu pouted and said, oh, you think you're a fairy with a delicate stomach. Having food is already great if you don't want to give it to me. He pretended to snatch it. No way. The starving Tanging gritted her teeth and began to eat. After finishing one, she felt less hungry. She looked at Liu Yu and Lu Shishi, who was staring at her. You weren't threatened by her, were you? Don't worry, I'm the captain of the security department. Ooh, I will protect you. Thanks, but no need. It's the apocalypse now, and the outside is chaotic. As long as I have food with Liu Yu, that's enough. Lu Shishi declined. Tanging originally wanted to give some advice, but then thought that everyone had their own fate. As long as they didn't do illegal things, it had nothing to do with her. She vented her anger towards Liu Yu onto the bread. Your bathroom at home has hot water, and you're giving me mineral water. After Tanging finished eating, she suddenly realized something and complained to Liu Yu, you should drink hot water from the bathroom. Liu Yu replied nonchalantly, by the way, are you leaving now or staying here for a few days? I'm leaving now. Give me back my phone and gun. Also, I saw you had a down jacket at home. Lend me one. Not believing it's the apocalypse, you think it's just cold air. I can charge your phone and give it back to you, and the gun too, but the down jacket. No. Liu Yu wrapped his arms around Lu Shishi's waist. He'll buy it. I have money in my WeChat. Tanging frowned, secretly cursing Liu Yu for being a bastard, not a good citizen. Money. If you have money, you can buy it elsewhere. Right now, I wouldn't even want toilet paper. Liu Yu said rudely. All right, kid, you have guts. I hope you don't fall into my hands in the future. Tanging was furious. Liu Yu said calmly, okay, take your things and scram. If you want to ask me for help again, you can only do so as my woman. Go to hell. I would never agree to that. Good, I hope you have some backbone. It's hailing toxic ice outside, and I find your bedsheets disgusting. You take them with you. Seeking death. Tanging had never been looked down upon like this, neither at the security department nor in her hometown. Many had pursued her man, yet she was despised by Liu Yu like this. She kicked towards Liu Yu's legs, but he easily dodged and grabbed her beautiful leg. Nice leg, quite long, good for playing around, but too violent, that's a problem. Little pervert, let go of me. Seeing Liu Yu's invasive gaze, and knowing he was more skilled, Tanging felt a bit scared, her voice trembling. Apologize. If you dare to shout again, I'll have my way with you, do you believe it? Liu Yu said coldly. You dare? Do you know who I am? Tanging threatened. I hate being threatened by others, this is the 3rd time. If it weren't for the fact that you would be my woman in the future, and I dislike using force, you wouldn't be able to leave. Liu Yu released Tanging's leg, and quickly stepped back, warning, don't act recklessly. Consider yourself lucky, ooh, I will never return. Under the gaze of Liu Yu and Lu Shishi, Tanging dressed herself, wrapping herself in a blanket and leaving. All right, take care of yourself. Since you will be my woman in the future, take this pack of compressed biscuits and some liquor. If you are a wilted flower, I don't want you. As Liu Yu sent Tanging out of the garage, he took a black bag from Lu Shishi and threw it to Tanging. You bastard, just wait for me. Goodbye, remember to call me dad if you want to come back. Nice uniform. As the door was about to close, Liu Yu waved to Tanging with a smirk. Beast go die. Tanging completely lost it. She wanted to come over and hit Liu Yu, but the door was already closed. The cold wind brought her back to her senses. She found a power distribution room and opened her phone. There were many missed calls and text messages. One of the messages was from her mother saying that she and her husband had plans, and the people they needed to protect had been relocated to beneath Yuyuan Mountain. She asked Tanging to take care of herself in Tianan and that they would send someone to pick her up when the weather outside improved. Plan. The one I need to protect. Tanging stared at the text message. Suddenly it struck her that Liu Yu had mentioned, "This is the apocalypse." The message sent by her mother conveyed the same meaning. Damn it, how did Liu Yu find out? She glanced at the items Liu Yu had provided baijiu and compressed biscuits. In such cold weather it was fortunate that the baijiu hadn't frozen yet. If it were water it would have already turned to ice. Exiting the garage, she hadn't yet reached the exit. She discovered that the ground was covered in blue hail, just as Liu Yu had said. Could it really be poisonous hail? As she reached the garage entrance, she saw 2 corpses lying there. Their faces were already rotting away. Tanging recognized them as the security guards who had been on duty last night. It's really poisonous. How am I supposed to get back? She noticed that the glass of her car had been shattered. It was no longer drivable. Am I really going to go back? That damned guy wants me to be his woman and calls himself dad. I will never return. Tanging gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. She had no choice but to take a chance and look for a family to take her in. Inside the villa, Liu Shishir heard Liu Ye's recent words to Tanging. She felt a mix of emotions as she had just changed her mind, deciding to be with him. This was only after they had engaged in something indescribable. Hearing him speak to another woman like that in front of her, any normal woman would feel anger. Especially someone who considered herself a sophisticated green tea. Don't think too much. When the time comes you'll find that even a piece of bread can buy a life. Besides, if you follow me there will be plenty of food without worry. Liu Shishir hadn't expected that her possessive thought would be noticed by Liu Yu so quickly. She hurriedly composed herself and smiled, saying, "I was thinking about how to deal with the Zhang family. That's best. Let's get along well." Liu Yu finished speaking and went to feed his cat. He found that the cat had actually gone to rest on the sofa on the 2nd floor. It had grown quite a bit. Its eyes shone with a faint glimmer. Has this little guy started to evolve too? He took out some dried fish and waved, saying, "Machio, come eat." With a meow it dashed towards Liu Yu. This time Machio ate nearly a pound of dried fish. "Little guy with such a big appetite, now I'm afraid I can't afford to keep you." Liu Yu chuckled. The cat protested with a couple of meows, licked Liu Yu's palm, and then went to rest. Seeing Machio like that, he didn't disturb it, thinking that it needed to rest after evolving. In the following days Liu Yu lived a carefree and pleasant life. At night he had a good conversation with Liu Shishir after she begged for mercy. Browsing the news he read through the comments from those seeking food. He took the opportunity to mock those previously infatuated with women. When they had insufficient food at home and were freezing, no matter how beautiful a goddess was, she couldn't solve their hunger. Many people privately messaged Liu Yu asking if the Zhang family really had so many supplies. His replies were all affirmative. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the poisonous hail outside began to lessen mixed with snowflakes. The good news was that the snowflakes were not poisonous. The bad news was that heavy snow started to cover the poisonous hail, which had already piled up 2 meters thick on the ground. Everyone wanting to go outside was stuck at home waiting for rescue and supplies. However, there was no news at all. Suddenly Liu Yu received an invitation. After clicking agree, he was pulled into a group chat. The 500-person WeChat group quickly filled up. Liu Yu discovered that this was the help group for the rainforest community. The messages flashing inside were all complaints from homeowners about running out of water. The government hadn't sent any supplies. The administrator quickly muted everyone, only allowing management to speak. The first to speak was Manager Su from the property management. "Family members, the government will not abandon us. Supplies will arrive soon. The country is large, so please wait a moment." A quick glance revealed that Liu Yu saw this as mere encouragement. There was no actual benefit. Soon after, Manager Su finished speaking and handed over the group to a person named Hua Keifugue. "The group owner is our community director, Aunt Su. She represents the government. From now on, she will guide us on how to save ourselves." The new speaker, perhaps feeling that typing was too slow, directly sent a voice message lasting 60 seconds. Bored, Liu Yu clicked to listen. The voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The voice message urged everyone not to panic and to unite against the disaster. This was a test of everyone's solidarity and self-rescue. Natural disasters will pass soon. If anyone has extra food at home, they should share with their neighbors. People can pay to buy it, and of course at this time prices can be raised a little, but not excessively. Otherwise, once the disaster is over, people from the security department will definitely deal with those who exploit the situation. Natural disasters should not be used to take advantage of the needy while inflating prices. After finishing, the muting was lifted. Instantly, messages in the group started rolling in without pause. There were requests for food, medicine, and clothing. They quickly began to communicate with each other. Liu Yu finally recognized that the person speaking was the same Su grandma who had previously extorted his takeout. Perhaps her family on ordinary days had received many gifts from others seeking favors from her son. Her household was not lacking in supplies, especially since her son was the director of the security department in Jianya district. The property manager thought her status was significant, so he entrusted the community's management to her. Liu Yu sneered, "This old hag who was so unreasonable when she stole my takeout. How could she have good intentions?" In fact, there was a similar group in his previous life. It was probably established around this time, but Liu Yu had no qualifications to join. He searched around, but couldn't find any Zhang family members. Considering the number of residents in this community, one group might be insufficient, and they might be in another group. "Liu Yu, what are you looking at? Will the snow disaster stop?" Liu Shishir walked over with a glass of red wine. Looking at her slim waist, Liu Yu chuckled, "Stop. That old witch who stole my takeout has become the group owner and is there guiding everyone on disaster relief. She surely has no good intentions. What's going on?" Hearing about the stolen takeout, Liu Shishir became curious. He briefly explained the situation. Liu Shishir chuckled, "That fits your temperament. You can be domineering with me. How could you let that Sue grandma off? You are greedy for my luxury car. Seeing your friend hiding with a man, I thought you were trying to set me up. No wonder I suspected you." Liu Yu calmly replied, "If you don't harm me, I won't be domineering. You've already regretted once, so why would you want to regret again? No, it's already like this. I won't leave you. Liu Yu, you truly are a rascal. Ooh, I want to kill you." Suddenly, Liu Yu realized someone had tagged him. "Zhang, run. You dog eunuch, what are you barking about? With that time, you should take good care of your family's supplies." Liu Yu was not polite at all and directly cursed. On the phone, Zhang Ren was furious at being called a eunuch by Liu Yu. He became a eunuch all because of Liu Yu. Being insulted like this in the group made him so angry he could cough up his lungs. "Young Master Zhang, do you still have food at home?" someone asked Zhang Ren. "I have your mother and food, but I wouldn't even feed you to the dogs," Zhang Ren cursed back in voice message. "What's wrong with this person? Can I buy it?" The man hungry kindly asked but was cursed at. "Buy your mother, I said. I wouldn't even feed you to the dogs." Zhang Ren, who was upset, directly started quarreling in the group. Liu Yu, enjoying the spectacle, said, "You all too, young Master Zhang won't sell anything at home, won't you borrow?" Seeing him curse you like this, aren't you angry? "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Oh, anyway, no one is managing things now. Liu Yu, wait for me. I will come to find you tonight." Zhang Ren saw Liu Yu stirring the pot, thinking about borrowing. This kid had no good intentions, trying to rob his own. But where does he live? "We don't know." Someone was tempted by Liu Yu's words. Liu Yu sneered, "Ask me. I know he lives in A3, Unit 1 from the 5th to the 8th floor. The 2 duplexes on the east side are all young Master Zhang's." Zhang Ren, seeing Liu Yu expose his family's information, was so angry he wanted Liu Yu to shut up, but it was such a great opportunity to draw hatred towards the Zhang family. How could he let it go easily? "By the way, there are fierce dogs at home. Bring weapons, okay? Don't say I didn't warn you." "Thanks, Mr. Liu." Zhang Ren was furious, not expecting that cursing Liu Yu in the group would bring him trouble. He angrily typed, "Liu Yu lives in a villa. He has even better food at home." "Really?" Some doubted while others believed. "Would I lie to you? I have many bodyguards at home. Who dares to come? I'll break their legs." After giving them some dates, Zhang Ren struck them down. Hearing that the Zhang family had security, the timid retreated as their own family had not reached the point of desperation. For a bite of food, losing one's life is not worth it. Didn't the community committee director just say that the National Rescue Team would soon deliver supplies? There were also those who were tempted, starting to form small groups, planning to go to Liu Yu's house first. Because Zhang Ren said that his family had bodyguards while Liu Yu's house was just him. They didn't know that Liu Yu's house was sturdier than a bank vault. Not even explosives could easily destroy it. Seeing no one else speaking, Liu Yu said, "You all better not listen to my little uncle's nonsense. I have more bodyguards here." "Bullshit, Liu Yu, that dog betrayed the Zhang family. Oh, anyone who can take his dog head, I'll reward 1 million. Zhang Ren angrily typed, "Young Master Zhang, is what you said true?" "Of course," Zhang Ren affirmed. "But why don't you go yourself?" Someone questioned. Zhang Ren sneered, "Because I have money. I like watching him self-destruct. Is that okay? If you don't want to earn this money, then don't complain. There are people in need." Seeing Zhang Ren was angry, afraid of provoking trouble, that person did not speak again. "Fool, now money is used for wiping, but it's hard to find someone to do it. Well, what do you need money for?" Liu Yu planned to persuade them not to seek death. However, there were still many brainless beasts. To curry favor with the Zhang family and get the bounty, they started cursing Liu Yu. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Money is bad. Oh, whatever is good, you deserve it. Your son is not yours." The wound was opened and Liu Yu's expression turned cold. He proclaimed, "Which grandson dares to come? I'll kill you." "Haha, joke, this kid dares to say he'll kill. Aren't you afraid the Public Security Bureau will come and settle the score with you?" Immediately someone mocked. The group owner, Old Lady Sue, that unreasonable old woman who liked to extort and steal others' takeout. Seeing Liu Yu threatening to kill, they felt their authority was being provoked. They voice messaged, "Liu Yu, if you dare to cause trouble, watch me have my son catch you." Old hag stealing my takeout. It just came out of the hospital. If you have guts, let your son come over. Liu Yu, too lazy to indulge her bad habits, directly cursed back in voice message. Hearing Liu Yu curse her as an old hag and accuse her of stealing takeout, old lady Su immediately understood who Liu Yu was. She roared, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I steal your takeout? And when did I go to the hospital? I warn you to stop talking recklessly. I'll be careful of getting arrested. If you dare to kill, I won't let you go first." Liu Yu was about to reply when he found himself muted. "Damn it, permission dog can't argue, so you mute me, eh? That kid is talking nonsense, scared, and doesn't dare to speak. I hope everyone unites, helps each other, and must not resort to violence, understand?" Old lady Su typed out this line after a long while. Seeing her explanation, Liu Yu sneered. Before closing the chat window, he specifically added Zhang Ren as a friend. "Didn't expect it to be approved so quickly. You little bastard, why did you add me? Regretting it, asking me to spare you." "Not regretting, just want a video chat with you, that's all." Without waiting for Zhang Ren to reply, Liu Yu initiated a video call. Zhang Ren, without even thinking, directly answered. He looked at that face he loathed. He wished he could kill Liu Yu. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Isn't it cold at home?" "Of course, little uncle, look who this is." As Liu Yu spoke, he pulled someone over. It was the woman Zhang Ren had dreamed of having. She was dressed very scantily in a silk nightgown, subtly revealing the color of her underwear. With a flowing figure, rosy lips, and arched willow-like brows, it was Liu Shishir, the woman he had crazily pursued before the apocalypse. "Come greet my little uncle," Liu Yu joked. Liu Shishir was unaware of Liu Yu's twisted sense of humor. As Liu Yu's woman, she naturally did as told. "Young Master Zhang. Hello. What are you afraid of? Be bold, this is my little uncle, he still has to call you sister. What are you afraid of? Kiss me once," Liu Yu said loudly. On the other side, Zhang Ren, shivering in the air-conditioned room, glared at the phone screen. Especially as Liu Shishir actually leaned in to kiss Liu Yu. He felt it was truly a flower placed in cow dung. "Little uncle, if we are going to do something that only men understand, do you want to join us?" Liu Yu deliberately provoked Zhang Ren, saying, "Oops, sorry, little uncle, I forgot you became a grandpa, can't join. It seems I created this situation. Disgusting, how can you let others see?" From the phone's earpiece came Liu Shishir's playful voice. Zhang Ren, already furious, was breathing heavily. He could no longer hold back. He coughed out a mouthful of old blood. "Ah, disgusting." The repeated words continuously stimulated Zhang Ren's fragile psyche. It was a chance meeting with Jia Cuihua, who couldn't help but worry about her good son. After the hospital had treated him, he was sent home to recuperate. Lying in bed, Zhang Ren was infuriated by Liu Yu, who even started a live broadcast. This made Zhang Ren seethe with anger and spit blood. Jia Cuihua entered the room and saw her son's pillow soaked in blood. His phone was buzzing with sounds that only adults could comprehend. She hurried over, exclaiming, "Son, you're injured. Why are you watching this kind of video?" Initially, she thought Zhang Ren had become a eunuch, yet he was still watching educational videos on intimate matters. Little did she know he was talking to Liu Yu. He casually hung up the call. When he didn't respond to her calls, she anxiously called for help. Fortunately, she had hired a single doctor at a high price to check on him. After a round of emergency treatment for the agitated Zhang Ren, they finally managed to stabilize him. Stepping out of the room, the doctor said to Jia Cuihua, "Madam Zhang, please do not let the young master become so agitated again. It could be very dangerous." Jia Cuihua replied, "Understood, thank you, doctor," as she waved him off. She then went back to look after her son and sought out her husband Zhang Zhonghai, who was not in the same group as Liu Yu. Unaware of what had just transpired, Jia Cuihua saw Liu Yu video calling Zhang Ren and briefly summarized the situation. "That Liu Yu, that little beast, has turned our child into a eunuch and even broadcast educational videos to humiliate our son. I cannot let this grudge go unavenged." With no outsiders around, the morally upright Zhang Zhonghai put aside all pretense and slammed his hand on the table, saying fiercely, "I wish I could peel the skin off Liu Yu and strip him of his flesh, devouring him alive." "Husband, have you found out where that Liu Yu lives?" "Not yet, but it won't be long. There aren't many villa owners, so we should get feedback soon. With the money he used to buy the villa, he must have sold shares from my Zhang family's company. Why not inform the Wang family and let them deal with him?" "Let's not inform the Wang family just yet. This guy has so much money now, how much could it cost to buy a villa? If we capture him and seize the money first, then we can tell the Wang family. What do you think?" "I like your plan," Zhang Zhonghai greedily replied. "Don't worry, I won't let that little bastard off the hook. He has tarnished our family's reputation." "I promise," Zhang Zhonghai assured. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, unaware of what was happening, was persuaded by Liu Shishir to take a shower. They enjoyed a lavish meal together. Noticing someone approaching in the surveillance footage, Liu Yu coldly remarked, "Looking for death, huh? They really came here without fear. Are they here to rob us?" Liu Shishir was frightened and her face turned pale. "Don't be afraid, it's just a few small fry. Oh, we're quite safe here." Liu Yu pulled out a compound bow and smeared some water made from the blue hail he had collected on the arrows. He turned on the loudspeaker and shouted outside, "I don't care how you got here, there's nothing to eat in my house, so get lost quickly, or I won't be polite. Kid, there's definitely food in your house. Hand over half and leave immediately," the leader of the group said, grinning greedily. "Otherwise I'll smash your door, and don't blame me for what happens next. You've fallen for Zhang Wen's trick. He sent you here to die. Just think about it. How could he who has done such vile things with his sister Zhang Wei be trusted? Even if you kill me, the promised money won't be given to you. Open the door, hurry up and open the door, or I'll force my way in." The men outside had eyes red like a monkey's backside, surrounded by greed and hunger, ignoring Liu Yu's warning. "Since you're looking for death, I won't hold back." Liu Yu opened the shooting hole and held up an arrowhead that had been tainted with poisonous hail water. He began to shoot outside. "Oh!" One man struck in the eye cried out in agony, his voice haunting and chilling. "That kid has a bow and arrow he dares to kill. Hide behind the wall, there's no shooting hole here." Liu Yu naturally heard the shouts from outside. He sneered, "You think that hiding in the corner means I can't do anything about you? How kid, once we get him, we'll definitely kill you and your woman. You've asked for it. I'll be waiting." Liu Yu activated the fire protection system, which he had paid to have modified by Sun Yi. One side was connected to the boiler's return water inlet. After selecting the right drainage hole, Liu Yu pressed the water release button. Suddenly, small tubes extended from the hiding spots of the few men outside. They sprayed out approximately 80-degree boiling water. "Oh, it's burning me. Quick run. This bastard has scalding water in his fire protection pipe." The ones who were sprayed had already been frozen. Getting hit with 80-degree water on their faces, which were already frozen, felt like they were being hit with water over 70 degrees. The heat rapidly thawed their stiff faces. Their skin blistered, peeling off in layers. It was a gruesome sight. Glancing at the surveillance footage, Liu Yu discovered that everyone had fled, leaving behind a corpse at the door. Soon the group chat became lively. "That Liu Yu is simply too vicious. We just wanted half of the food, and he not only refused, but also killed one of us." Exactly, not only did he refuse to give us food, but he also illegally modified the fire protection facilities and scalded us with boiling water. "Look at our faces and necks, we have no skin left. I feel the same." As they spoke, someone shared a photo of their face with the skin peeled off in the group, which was incredibly disgusting. Su Lautai from the neighborhood committee felt a chill run down her spine upon seeing the image. She directly tagged Liu Yu, saying, "Kid, how can you do this? You've killed someone. Rest assured, once the weather improves, I will definitely have my son catch you." She felt that Liu Yu didn't take her seriously. After sending several messages without receiving a reply from Liu Yu, she began to angrily curse him in the group. "Are you a turtle hiding your head? You did something wrong, yet you don't dare to admit it." Until the property manager, Su, sent her a message. "Auntie, that Liu Yu has muted you." Realizing this, Su Lautai unmuted Liu Yu. "Oh, you little authority, what are you shouting about? If you have the guts, don't mute me. If you mute me again, your grandson will be a eunuch." Liu Yu immediately began to speak harshly. This provoked the high-quality members in the group. The saints and sycophants started to flatter Su Lautai and condemned Liu Yu. "Get lost." Liu Yu's reply was succinct and to the point. Another moral hypocrite began to condemn Liu Yu, directly replying with 3 words, "You also get lost." It was a moment of harsh words and immediate satisfaction, a cycle of sharp tongue and joy. What kind of quality is this? People like him should be kicked out of the group. Kick me out. Are you guys afraid? Liu Yu sneered, "Forget it, why bother with a bunch of country dogs? I won't insult you anymore, or let me show you something." "Liu Yu, what are you going to show us?" "You must compensate them for their medical expenses." Liu Yu's remarks were certainly not suitable for those who had just arrived to snatch the attention. In such cold weather, their faces had been scalded, and without medical treatment their wounds would soon fester and lead to death. Fortunately, Liu Yu was using hot water recycled from the boiler, as it wasn't as hot as boiling water at 110 degrees. Otherwise, those people would have sustained even more serious injuries. At this moment, Liu Yu no longer resembled the submissive figure he was at the Zhang family. He spoke directly and vehemently, infuriating those in the group. "Group leader, you are in a leadership position at the neighborhood committee. Shouldn't you take charge?" Someone began to tag the ancestor of deception, Elder Su, believing that as a leader, and with a son who was the director of the security bureau in Jianya district, she was someone of authority. Dealing with a son-in-law like Liu Yu would be a piece of cake. Before her phone, Elder Su wore a cold smile, thinking, "You expect me to stand up for you? You're dreaming. Not only do you fail to provide food for my dear grandson, but you also want my help." However, she could not reveal her true thoughts in front of everyone. Feigning righteousness, she said, "Liu Yu, you made a mistake in this matter. I won't pursue it further since you are also a resident of the community, but you must compensate them." "Yes, compensation. We need medicine and food, otherwise when the weather improves I will sue you. My family has a lawyer who is quite famous in Tiannan, and you will definitely lose." Right, my sister-in-law is also a lawyer, a well-known female lawyer who has handled numerous real estate disputes. She can easily deal with those troublesome people, ensuring they not only miss out on housing, but also owe me 5 of the total value of their property in legal fees. Are you scared, kid? The person speaking was likely one of the recently injured family members. Liu Yu, you must provide enough money and at least half of the material compensation from your household. Who said they went to your house for food? You didn't speak properly. Why must you be a merchant? This is intentional harm and you could face imprisonment. Do you understand? What? Your relatives aren't judges, are they? Is one of them named Wang Hao? Liu Yu retorted. To his surprise, the person quickly replied, Kid, how did you know? Are you scared now? Hurry up and pay, or I will call him to come and arrest you. Tisk impressive. I'm convinced. You really aren't as foolish as you appear. You scared this 200-month-old baby to death. Liu Yu made a frightened expression while uttering this statement. The person was somewhat annoyed, saying, What nonsense are you talking? We are discussing you compensating us. If not when the supplies arrive, you won't get a thing. Facing threats and intimidation, Liu Yu remained completely unfazed. Nowadays, with nothing to do, he either watched television or played adult games with Liu Shishir, which had become somewhat tiresome. Finding it rather dull, he felt inclined to have some fun with the beasts in this community. After all, he was just idling his time away. Elder Su spoke again. Liu Yu, now present half of your household supplies as compensation for them. Afterward, I will have them write a letter of understanding for you. You can pay without going to prison. You old hag, what nonsense are you blabbering about? Just standing beside you is already a favor. You want money and supplies. Are you out of your mind? Liu Yu showed no respect towards Elder Su, the troublemaker. Fine, very good. Just wait, kid. Elder Su had never been so humiliated. She understood the situation outside her household had limited supplies, but she could not reveal that. Otherwise, how could so many people in the community provide her with food? She could only pretend to be righteous. She was unaware that Liu Yu might already know about the apocalypse, and that order had begun to collapse, which was why he spoke to her like this, without fearing the security bureau. Yet there were still many foolish people. Even if some were awakened and disobedient, she could still lead those fools to deal with the so-called awakened ones. What she needed were brainless and obedient dogs. Seeing Liu Yu bouncing around in the group, she chose not to mute him this time. She needed him to play the role of the villain while she pretended to be righteous, making those simple-minded people believe that even in heavy snow, everything was fine. The government would not abandon them. They would definitely send supplies to save them as long as they followed the leadership. Thus, Elder Su created 2 more groups. One group included everyone except Liu Yu. The other group was formed by those recently injured and others who were deeply offended by Liu Yu and wanted to take revenge. Liu Yu noticed someone leaving the group. Liu Shishir looked at him annoyed. Liu Yu, someone just left the group. Did you scare them off? It's possible, but they may have formed a new small group without me to discuss how to deal with me. Liu Yu picked up the red wine on the table, took a sip, and said lightly, Oh, they are so evil. Nearly 500 households are banding together against you. That's almost 2,000 people. What should we do? Hearing Liu Yu mention nearly 500 households coming after him, Liu Shishi's face turned pale. What are you afraid of? They are just a bunch of trash. If they dare to come, I will kill them. This is the apocalypse. Morality has long since collapsed, and the law no longer applies to me. Anyone who comes will die. Liu Yu spoke assertively, as if those people were no longer human, but mere beasts trying to rob him. Are you really going to take action? There are many elderly and children among them. Liu Shishir asked somewhat nervously. What elderly and children? They are all demons. I am not someone who kills innocents indiscriminately. If they don't come looking for trouble, I won't actively seek them out. But if they are looking for death, they shouldn't blame me. Of course, there are some exceptions, and after a while I will go out and eliminate them. Seeing Liu Yu speak so casually, Liu Shishir felt that he was not as foolish and honest as Zhang Ren described him. Perhaps he had accidentally learned of the situation. What are you thinking? Come on, let's finish our meal, and then exercise a bit, so your ex-boyfriend can admire you. Liu Yu said with a mischievous smile. Stop it. What ex-boyfriend? My relationship with Zhang Ren is not as you think. I merely see him as a big fool. Liu Shishir feared that if she admitted it, Liu Yu would get bored and dump her afterward. In these past few days while at Liu Yu's house, she had not sensed any traces of the apocalypse. Instead, life had become even better. The delicious food and red wine she once hesitated to eat were now freely available. She knew Liu Yu was infatuated with her body, but apart from that, what else did she have? All right, let's do some exercise to burn off the food. I really wonder how my little brother is doing. In the face of Liu Yu's demands, Liu Shishir in the past could have resisted, but now she constantly sensed that Liu Yu still did not trust her. At times it felt as if he had murderous intentions towards her. To survive, Liu Shishir dared not resist. At least during this period, lacking the ability to protect herself, she couldn't act that way. She gradually realized that she seemed to have some different feelings towards Liu Yu. Was it love or dependence? Even she couldn't clarify. Liu Yu sent a message to Zhang Ren only to find that this guy hadn't replied for a long time. An hour later during the intermission, this guy still hadn't responded. Liu Yu asked Liu Shishir in front of him, Where has this guy gone? Doesn't he like you anymore? Lu Shishir, somewhat speechless at the question, glared at him fiercely. What kind of beastly question was this? I have been like this with you, and you are still entangled in this issue. But she also didn't know how to answer Liu Yu. Since he wasn't around, shouldn't her ex-wife have not deleted her? She found Zhang Wei's chat window and tried using the transfer function, surprisingly able to see the last character of the name. Looking at the horizontal line in the moments, Liu Yu let out a cold smile. Before sending a message to Zhang Wei, she and Lu Shishir had been enjoying imported Australian lobster and sipping red wine on video. Soon Zhang Wei replied, Liu Yu, what do you want? You've caused me to be scolded like this, so what else do you want? I don't want anything, just want to see how this woman who has been with her brother and even had a child is doing now without any moral integrity. Liu Yu sent the message with hatred. So now you know, fear offending so many people in the neighborhood. Don't say, Liu Yu, you are quite brave. How come I never noticed this before? Before Zhang Wei's words were fully sent, Liu Yu coldly said, then you wouldn't have been in bed with your lovely brother and had his child, right? But before we got married, you seemed to already have him, right? To cover up your filthy behavior, you chose me, huh? In that case, I could have aborted the child. Having one for you isn't impossible. Zhang Wei shamelessly replied. Perhaps Zhang Ren had been injured recently, and her promiscuous nature could not be released, feeling lonely and empty. Or perhaps she realized that Liu Yu had a lot of resources and wanted to take the opportunity to deceive him and rob him of everything he had. Or perhaps she wanted to take revenge on Liu Yu, thinking that since she hadn't divorced him, this kid was involved with another woman, making her lose face and feel that she could no longer control him, leading to a failure in life. Regardless of her thoughts, none of this was related to him. While Zhang Wei was cursing Liu Yu in anger, she was still typing messages, trying to show her concern. She urged him not to be afraid, and that if he moved in with her, she could forgive his previous actions and would definitely protect his safety, ensuring that those people in the neighborhood wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Liu Yu couldn't help but sneer. After giving you the resources at home, those people would probably come looking for trouble, and you would unhesitatingly abandon me, leaving me to be dealt with by them. Liu Yu, don't worry. Everything I said is true. Seeing that Liu Yu hadn't replied for a long time, Zhang Wei was afraid this fool would run away and hurriedly sent him more messages. For the sake of resources and revenge, she couldn't let Liu Yu escape. Liu Yu pretended not to know and said, Wei, is what you said true? You're not lying to me, eh? Liu Yu, after all, legally, I am still your wife. Although I'm angry, I also have my faults in that matter. I forgive you, so please come back quickly. I will take good care of you. Remember to bring back the resources you have. If there's too much, just tell me where, and I'll send someone over to get it. After all, we are husband and wife. Oh, I won't harm you. Zhang Wei spoke sincerely. If Liu Yu didn't know this woman's maliciousness, he might have believed her. He deliberately said, Wei, I hurt your brother and made him like another woman. Aren't you angry? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Wei, upon seeing the message, clenched her fists tightly. She had never been so determined to harm someone. She thought, I won't hate you or forgive you. Once the resources are in my hands, I will be the first to ruin you, turning you into a eunuch. But since the things hadn't arrived yet, Zhang Wei couldn't help but tremble as she typed, Liu Yu, Zhang Ren also has his faults. Since things are this way, we are still husband and wife. Let's live well in the future. Let the past be the past. I won't care if you were with other women as long as we can live well from now on. Really? You're not lying to me? Liu Yu pretended to be surprised. Really, I'm not lying to you. Come back quickly. Zhang Wei's words sounded like a mother calling her lost lamb home, full of sincerity. Great. Since that's the case, Wei, before I return, let me indulge a little longer. What do you think? Liu Yu said with a cold smile. His stamina was already nearly spent. He patted Lu Shishir's slender waist, and she cast a reproachful glance at Liu Yu. But what could she do? She could only obediently pose and cooperate with Liu Yu. As a promiscuous woman, Zhang Wei certainly understood what Liu Yu meant. She had heard from Zhang Ren that at this moment Lu Shishir was in Liu Yu's villa. The indulgence Liu Yu spoke of would definitely involve some indescribable activities with Lu Shishir. However, the resources had not yet been secured, and the person hadn't been caught. I can only endure, Zhang Wei continuously reassured herself. Once the resources were in hand, she could let him die. Feigning calmness, she said, Liu Yu, I told you, you are like a lost lamb. As long as you come back, everything will be fine. We will start anew. You can indulge as you wish, but once you return, I will wholeheartedly care for you, letting you feel my tenderness. Great. Wei still understands me. I used to blame myself for not understanding your heart. Since that's the case, let's begin. Can you answer the voice call? I have something good to share with you. At this moment, Liu Yu, like a child who had made a mistake, spoke sincerely to Zhang Wei. All right, just this once. Zhang Wei replied with a feigned angry face and a heart emoji before accepting Liu Yu's voice call. When the call connected, the sounds of a woman's moans and gasps came through. Along with Liu Yu's curse words, some foul language could be heard. Internally seething with hatred, she thought, damn it, you're live streaming in front of me, huh? Just wait until I ruin you. Oh, let's see how you'll still be so smug. Yet she said insincerely, Liu Yu, keep it up. I really didn't expect you to be this great. Excited Liu Yu replied, wait for me. I still have you in my heart. Can I ask you for a favor? Zhang Wei was certainly not a naive person. Being well-versed in human affairs, she understood very well what Liu Yu was thinking. However, at this moment, with thoughts of revenge and a desire to seize Liu Yu's resources, how could she easily turn against him? It wasn't the right time yet, and she spoke insincerely. She even encouraged Liu Yu. After another hour of grueling effort, the shameful sounds finally came to a halt. Zhang Wei's expression had turned unnatural. She felt a chill. Along with a surge of resentment, she had no choice but to endure. Speaking into her phone, she said, Liu Yu, I've already agreed to what you said. You see, you've already satisfied me once. Whenever you bring back the resources, the door of the Zhang family will always welcome you back. Listening to Zhang Wei's somewhat trembling voice, Liu Yu sneered coldly in his heart. You shameless woman, are you trying to play tricks on me with your schemes? Wei, I was just too exhausted just now after nearly 3 hours of continuous effort. Even if I were made of iron, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I haven't had your cooking in a long time. How about you come over in a couple of days and cook for me? You want me to cook for you? I'd rather poison you. Although Zhang Wei thought this in her heart, she did not say it. Instead, she gently replied, yes, ever since you got angry I haven't seen you, and I don't know how you've been outside if you're cold. I really want to cook for you. Let's talk as husband and wife. Is there any obstacle we can't overcome? Don't you think so, Liu Yu? Come back, or should I go find you now? This can be considered. Wei, I'm just too exhausted. I need to rest now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Liu Yu did not actively hang up the call. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Liu Shishi's slender waist, causing her to let out a sharp cry. Aren't you tired? Hurry up and sleep. Who was begging just now? Liu Yu scolded lightly, and Liu Shishi obediently nestled into Liu Yu's arms and fell asleep. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this voice, was so furious that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She kept reminding herself, endure, I must endure. Pretending to care, she asked Liu Yu, how about I come over to cook for you? You worked so hard just now, how can you not eat? Liu Yu was unaware of Zhang Wei's thoughts. She was likely trying to trick him into opening the door so she could bring people in and kill him. But the days of dealing with Zhang Wei had only just begun. How could he let her die so quickly at his hands? If that were the case, it would be too unfair to Zhang Wei for what she had done to him in the past. To kill and to torment. That was what he truly desired. In his past life, Zhang Wei's family had treated him so cruelly that he wanted her family to thoroughly torment Zhang Wei before letting her die. Only then would it count as revenge. Thus Liu Yu pretended to be startled and said, Wei, it's really unsafe for you to come over now. The outside world is in chaos. Although the child isn't mine, you are very beautiful. If you die, the child will lose his mother. What will his father do? How could a eunuch teach his son to grow up? Let's hang up for now and talk tomorrow. Liu Yu, you are so bad. She thought, having endured 2 hours of eavesdropping, her heart wishing to kill him. What do you mean by eavesdropping? Wasn't I just listening openly? And you knew someone was listening. Why did you shout so loudly just now? Liu Yu scolded with a playful tone. You were so annoying, so bad. Wasn't it you? Liu Shishi retorted angrily. If you keep this up, we'll continue. Liu Yu glared at Liu Shishi and said, no, please spare me. I feel like my bones are falling apart. Then rest, and we'll talk after you wake up. Liu Yu knew that tonight might not be peaceful. After those people left the group, they had left him among the most primitive crowd. The ones who came to rob him would definitely seek revenge after being scalded by boiling water. It was just as he had imagined. In the newly formed revenge group, the people who had come to Liu Yu's house to smash the door not long ago were gathered. Their hatred for Liu Yu was sky high as they discussed how to deal with him. One person said, that kid's door seems quite special, very thick. We can't break it with brute force. How about we find a locksmith? We can sneak in at night. I was thinking the same. I also heard he has a lot of food at home and a woman. Hee. Indeed, I haven't had a foot massage in a long time. I'm thinking about women, so let's do it as you suggested. I heard that woman seems to be Zhang's boy's girlfriend. She is extremely beautiful. Brothers, you are in for a treat. So who will go first? Someone asked. Let's flip a coin. When we break, and don't kill Liu Yu right away. Tie him up, and after we've finished, then we can kill him. As they began to talk about women, they couldn't stop. They hurriedly pulled back to the main topic. Does anyone here know how to open a combination lock? Of course I can introduce someone. My cousin Lu Quan is a professional locksmith. He can open even a bank vault with enough time. One person boasted, but my cousin is the best. Once we get to Liu Yu's house, we can take 20 of the resources. Is that okay? What? You want 20? Are you dreaming? With so many of us, we can only take 80. Do you know this is a crime? Immediately someone retorted. A crime? My cousin has committed more crimes than you. Breaking into someone else's house is a crime, isn't it? That person said unhappily. No, 20 is too much. 15 would be reasonable. We're 2 households taking 20. For the rest of you, it's almost 10. Aren't you at a loss? Just as they had pulled back from the topic of women, they began to argue again because they hadn't yet obtained any resources, causing the group leader a headache. All right, stop arguing. First, get your cousin in here. Is he in this neighborhood? He's in this neighborhood, but not in this group. However, I just told him and he assured me he can handle it. Okay, hurry up. Soon someone was added who showcased their professional credentials. Great, that's him. Very professional. I know him. First we break the door, grab the woman, kill Liu Yu, and split the resources. No objections, right? Everyone quickly agreed. They shared an address dressed like penguins gathered together. Alright, it's midnight. That kid must be asleep. We're going to kill Liu Yu, seize the resources, and grab the woman. A group of penguins dressed in a most ludicrous manner. They had long known the location of Liu Yu's home, and the reason for coming at such a late hour was to take advantage of the fact that Liu Yu would be asleep. After all, it was nighttime, and everyone needed to rest. Those who were extremely hungry also required rest. Only in this way could the consumption of food energy be minimized. Furthermore, those who were well-fed and satisfied would quickly become drowsy and in need of rest. In their eyes, Liu Yu had plenty of resources around him and a beautiful woman to toy with, and naturally, he was resting at this moment. Moreover, this time, they were prepared knowing that there was scalding hot water outside Liu Yu's door. They were still wearing electric bike raincoats and had hats on which they didn't know where they had obtained. They had also prepared gloves. Thus, facing Liu Yu's hot water attack, they were well-equipped, and the issue was not significant. When Lu Quan took his toolbox and pulled out a doctor's stethoscope along with some tools, he began to open the door. While dreaming of women and delicious food, he had no idea that as soon as Lu Quan reached outside Liu Yu's door, Liu Yu, who had activated the surveillance, was watching. He received a warning message on his watch. It alerted him that someone was approaching. He opened his eyes, looked at his tablet, and saw a group of people dressed like penguins outside, looking quite ridiculous, wearing hats and gloves, attempting to open his front door. Especially the one opening the door who was wearing a stethoscope. You foolish thing, do you dare to bring metal? Don't you know that metal conducts electricity? Liu Yu let out a cold laugh in his heart. He opened the defense app and chose to electrify the door. Suddenly, a current of 10 volts and 100 amps surged through the iron gate, transmitted through the stethoscope to Lu Quan. Instantly, Lu Quan convulsed as if struck by an epileptic fit. His eardrums burst and began to bleed. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Damn, this door is electrified, someone exclaimed, smelling the singed hair. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The door was electrified. They cursed. This Liu Yu is truly despicable. How could he electrify the door? Doesn't he fear killing someone? This beast is truly malicious. I want to report him and hammer him to death. Just moments ago, they had fantasized about beautiful women and food, only to be harshly brought back to reality, waking from their dreams to face such a shameful truth. Their hatred for Liu Yu instantly soared. They wished to skin him alive, unable to resolve the anger in their hearts. They saw the grotesque faces of those outside through the surveillance footage. With a cold smile in his heart, he thought, you brought this upon yourselves. He clicked a button to release water. Outside, scalding hot water began to pour, hitting the ground without freezing. Oh no, that guy isn't asleep. He's starting to pour hot water. Don't be afraid, we have gloves and raincoats. Oh, let's smash the door. One person said. After all, they were wearing gloves, and the hammer's handle was wooden, and thus not a concern. Moreover, the hammer was wrapped in rags, so it was not a big issue. They thought that Liu Yu would let this go. The purpose of pouring water was to conduct electricity. Oh no, this guy is despicable. The water on the ground is electrified. One person's shoes became slightly damp, and suddenly a powerful high voltage and strong current surged through him, creating a circuit between his legs, causing his vision to go white. Before he could even shout, he fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Everyone, keep your legs together and jump out of here. Someone knowledgeable about electricity began to remind them. After they left two people behind who were shocked and unresponsive. Finally, they escaped to a safe area. They cursed Liu Yu endlessly for all his wicked deeds. It served him right that the son wasn't his, that his wife had cheated on him with his brother-in-law. It was all because he didn't act like a person. However, their curses for Liu Yu, if he didn't want to hear them, he wouldn't hear a single word. We can't get in this way, or we can break the glass to get in. After resting for a while, one person said, unwilling to accept. Right? I almost forgot about that. I don't believe that his glass is bulletproof. Haha, this guy thinks that making the door as tough as a steel turtle will keep us out. We'll go in through the window and see what he can do about it. Hearing his partner's suggestion, that person was very excited. After all, beautiful women and food were just a wall away. They didn't want to give up. They quietly approached the window on the first floor. There was a nearly 2-meter-high wall with iron spikes on top. How do we get up there? Those spikes are very sharp, and climbing up will surely hurt us. One person said, nearly cutting his arm on the spikes. What are you afraid of? Just use your clothes to cushion it. A clever one quickly thought of a solution. But it's so cold, if we take off our clothes, we'll freeze to death. The one who objected said indignantly, are you stupid? Didn't a few useless ones just die? Take off their clothes and lay them down. Oh, won't that work? Right? How did I not think of that? It's recycling the bodies of those useless ones, giving them their last bit of value. The one speaking showed no concern that the few who had just died were his own partners, sharing a common goal: beautiful women and food. Instead, they were being utilized and called useless. If Liu Yu hadn't helped them escape, they would have surely met the same fate eventually. But there's electricity over there. How do we get past? You fool who said you should go over. Tie a hook to the rope and pull those useless ones over. In the places without water, do you think it will conduct electricity? Though he was scolded, he endured it for the sake of beautiful women and food. After all, he was not clever and always raised questions without solving them. Soon they fashioned a hook and arrived at Liu Yu's doorstep. They threw the hook repeatedly, and after several attempts they finally pulled over a corpse. Without caring about the blood on the hook, they quickly stripped that person of their clothes and tossed the corpse outside. After some collaboration and division of labor, they managed to gather 3 sets of clothing from the corpses. They quietly arrived in front of Liu Yu's small garden, threw the clothes up to lay them out, and began to climb up, like stacking a tower. "Hurry up, go open the door, and let us in," said one person at the base of the wall. "Okay, wait for me to open the door for you. Once we get in, we will kill that guy and take over this villa. I've never lived in a villa before," the person on the wall said excitedly. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up," the people below urged impatiently. "Wait a moment." After the one climbing over the wall said this, he carefully jumped down, landing with his buttocks first like a living turtle. As soon as he landed, he let out a tragic and piercing scream that could scare away the geese flying above. It was truly too miserable. He felt something in his rear. A wave of sharp pain followed by a chilling cold. The pain was unbearable, almost causing him to faint. Through the high-definition camera, Liu Yu observed the wretched figures outside and let out a cold laugh. They truly are foolish this time. They must be feeling comfortable, probably not far from death. His laughter woke Liu Shishir, who was exhausted and trying to sleep. She looked at Liu Yu with resentful eyes, asking, "What time is it? Why aren't you resting? What is so funny?" Leaning against Liu Yu, she gazed at the scene on the screen. A man was sitting on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes squinting. Liu Shishir had never been to Liu Yu's small garden and did not recognize the place. She asked, "What movie is this? Is it supposed to be this ridiculous and funny?" Since the person coming down from the wall was dressed comically and had a very expressive face, Liu Shishir thought it was a comedy film. With so many movies, she might have seen them all, which is why she asked such a question. "What movie?" "This is our small garden. That man on the ground is here to rob us, trying to come in through the window." Liu Yu glanced at Liu Shishir and explained, "Oh, they are so persistent, they've come back again." Liu Shishir exclaimed in surprise, her tone changing. Perhaps worried that these people would not spare her due to her youth and beauty, she feared a tragic fate if they succeeded. "Fool, don't worry. You are my woman, Liu Yu. How could I let you fall into their hands?" Because Liu Yu possessed some special abilities, he could perceive Liu Shishir's feelings. She was a delicate woman, and despite having abilities, she lacked the means to protect herself. Seeing such a situation, it was natural for her to panic. "All right, so we are safe. This place is still secure, right?" Hearing Liu Yu refer to her as his woman, and that he would not let her fall into anyone else's hands, brought her considerable comfort, easing her worries. Liu Yu patted her head, saying, "Rest assured, the villa has been transformed into a survival shelter. It's very safe. Even if they use explosives, it won't be a problem unless it's something on the level of a small boy." Liu Shishir had no concept of what Liu Yu was saying. Women are generally not particularly sensitive to weapons. Liu Shishir could discern human hearts, which would be beneficial for Liu Yu in the future, as some people would survive in this world. Tiannan City has a population of 12 million. Even if only 1 in 100 survives, there would still be nearly 1 in 0 people left. In this change, many people would awaken their abilities. For a while after the mass awakening, ordinary food would hold little value for them, but would still have some utility. If one wished to survive, they would need to gather crystal cores and other resources. Those who awaken abilities would produce a peculiar substance, small, yet capable of upgrading. At first it might resemble kidney stones, but would not grow inside the kidneys. As one's abilities strengthened, it would grow larger, storing more energy. Eventually, the conflicts between those who had awakened abilities would be the most terrifying. Those without abilities would become slaves, becoming their producers. However, when humanity reaches a certain point, conflicts will ignite, leading to battles among those with awakened abilities. In large-scale conflicts, those with lesser abilities would be devoured. The ability crystal cores are also valuable for their evolution. Liu Yu knew that if he did not have a loyal team that would not betray him, he would only survive alone if he became a powerful sage. Otherwise, it would be more suitable to have a compliant team. With Liu Shishir's help in managing the team, he could truly survive. As the old saying goes, those who laugh first are not truly laughing. The ones who survive smiling the sweetest are the ones who truly laugh in the end. However, there are still many ordinary people around. The mass awakening of abilities would occur after the heavy snow stopped, during those frenzied times of snatching. That was the real blood and gore. "What's wrong?" The people outside the small garden, hearing their companions' wretched cries, were not afraid. and woke Liu Yu and those around him, as this was a villa area with a low population density. Aside from Liu Yu, no one would come out to cause trouble for himself. There's a trap down here, I've been pierced. The one who was injured biting the bullet said, you all hurry and come in to save me, ooh, I don't want to die. Ah, that Liu Yu is too ruthless, he actually set traps to harm us. Hurry and come in to save me. But how do we come in to save you? The wall is so high, a troubled voice replied. You guys need to break the wall to come in. The man said he thought the wall of Liu Yu's garden might not be as sturdy as his own home. At first he was afraid Liu Yu would find out, but at this moment he was no longer afraid. If they did not come in to save him, he might bleed out and die. You're right, let's start breaking the wall. The people outside thought he had a point and picked up hammers to smash the wall. The idea was beautiful, but the outcome was cruel. When the hammer struck the icy wall, it rebounded directly back. It struck him squarely on the head. Ouch, that hurts so much. The person swinging the hammer dropped it, clutching his bleeding head and howling. We haven't even gotten in yet, and we're already like this. Let's just break the door, suggested someone eager to take action. Yes, let's break the door, but shouldn't be that strong. They immediately picked up their hammers and continued to smash the door. Liu Yu, they're breaking in, and what should we do? Do we need to stop them? Liu Shishir, seeing the situation outside, asked Liu Yu. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. That small garden is of no use. There are other things waiting for them inside. I haven't installed any defensive weapons there. Liu Yu coldly said while watching the surveillance footage outside. These people were truly seeking death. Follow me, let's go upstairs, wear a coat, otherwise it might be a bit cold. Just watch me. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yu decided not to make it too easy for them and spoke to Liu Shishir, who was nestled in his arms. All right. Liu Yu took down the crossbow and went to the second floor. At that moment, they had already smashed the door open. As soon as one person entered, he let out a scream. What happened? My leg is injured, he uttered in a voice filled with near despair. Ah, was it that Liu Yu kid? The person behind him asked nervously. It must be him. I've been shot in the leg but hurts like hell. Pull me out. Okay, hold on, the other replied. After all, they were partners, and he couldn't just leave him hurt. He extended the handle of the hammer to pull the man. It was unclear whether Liu Yu did it on purpose or just lacked aim, but that arrow struck the man's uninjured leg. Instantly both legs were injured, leaving him unable to stand. Lying on the ground, his hand clutched the hammer handle tightly, like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw, refusing to let go, for otherwise he would perish. Liu Yu, should we kill them? Liu Shishir asked. He's injured, basically done for. Letting someone die easily is a mercy for the wicked. Knowing he's about to die and welcoming that death is far more terrifying. Those who wish to harm me must be treated this way. Liu Yu had no doubt that if these people captured him, they would definitely torment him thoroughly before allowing him to die. Looking at Liu Shishir, he sensed a hint of fear. Liu Yu patted her forehead and said, what are you thinking? If I die and you get captured by them, do you think your fate will be any better? At that point, it would be hard for you even to wish for death. Any semblance of mercy is unacceptable, understand? Liu Shishir looked at Liu Yu somewhat understanding and nodded. I get it, I wasn't thinking that much. You just haven't experienced it, otherwise you'd be even harsher than me. Liu Yu said confidently with a smile, leaving Liu Shishir a bit suspicious if this man had watched too many apocalyptic movies and learned numerous skills. The cold wind flowed in through the shooting hole, freezing Liu Shishir and causing her body to tremble slightly from the chill. Her mind became clearer as she pondered Liu Yu's earlier words. If she fell into the hands of those men, would they treat her cruelly like the heartless men in movies? Thinking of dozens of men climbing over her without regard for her life made her shiver. The faint sympathy in her heart began to fade. Perhaps Liu Yu was right, otherwise how would he dare to snatch Zhang Ren's woman and break his leg, deliberately provoking his siblings while exposing Zhang's family scandals? She believed those men outside trying to break and truly deserved to die. This isn't your home, should you get more food just because you demand it? Do you think you can act recklessly just because there are more of you? The people outside were doomed. After being dragged out, so much blood flowed that it was overwhelming. The person was on the verge of collapse. What do we do? One person looked at the small garden, not expecting that before even entering Liu Yu's home 5 of them had already fallen. The one who climbed over the wall was beyond saving. This one they brought back would soon breathe its last. We need shields to block the crossbow bolts. That arrowhead clearly came from a crossbow. Where can we find that? The recently deceased just take their clothes and wear them over us. That should work. Right, that's a good idea. They acted quickly, taking the clothes from the wall and heading into the corridor. Fortunately, the temperature was low enough, and the person who had their clothes stripped was already frozen stiff. It was incredibly sturdy. Hurry and wear the clothes. This is even better than a shield. He felt he was quite clever. A person frozen like this would certainly be tougher than a shield. A few pushed this makeshift human shield into Liu Yu's garden. Really looking for death. Liu Yu thought they were brazen enough to waltz right in. When the metal arrowhead struck, it emitted a crisp sound. Why is this so solid, just like a shield? Liu Yu also saw the situation outside, noticing that the person was still moving. I didn't expect these people to have some brains. Liu Yu muttered. The human shield outside frozen solid, like steel, even regular rifle bullets couldn't penetrate. He couldn't help but exclaim, Liu Yu, this is incredibly tough. What do we do if they smash the glass? How long can it hold up? Liu Yu was also afraid that the glass wouldn't hold. Don't worry, the glass is no worse than the iron door. Even if the glass breaks, there's still metal sheeting. While Liu Yu was talking to Liu Yu, a few clever ones really managed to move up to Liu Yu's window using that shield. With a cold smile, one said, Liu Yu, you're finished. Wait for your death. Just as he was speaking in his arrogance, Liu Yu released an arrow at an extreme angle, shooting into the back of one man's neck. It directly shattered his spine, causing him to convulse and collapse, soon gasping his last. Watching his comrade die before his eyes drove them almost insane. Truly, before the expedition, the troops were wiped out. Before even entering Liu Yu's home, 8 had already died, leaving just 4 standing before Liu Yu's window. Smash this glass and charge in to kill Liu Yu. This kid is too vile. The one speaking had just seen his brother killed by Liu Yu, and his hatred was through the roof. He wished to eat Liu Yu's flesh and skin him alive. He took the lead in lifting a hammer and struck it against the window with all his might. With a clang, the glass produced a dull sound, not a single crack appearing. They didn't hear the expected sound of shattering glass. Come on, there might be ice on it. A few more hits, someone next to him encouraged. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive strikes, the one wielding the hammer felt his grip go numb. His wrist throbbed painfully, yet the glass remained remarkably intact. Let me try you. I don't believe this glass can be that tough. One of his companions couldn't stand it any longer and shouted. He took the hammer, swung his arm, and brought it down hard on the previously struck spot. With a crack sound, it wasn't the glass that shattered, but the hammer handle that broke, perhaps due to excessive force. After the crack, a scream followed. The rebounding hammerhead struck his foot. Clutching his foot, he cried out, forgetting the danger Liu Yu posed from the second floor. Standing on one leg with one hand clutching his foot, he cried out, just as Liu Yu shot another bolt, which pierced through his open mouth and exited from the back of his head. Blood immediately flowed from his mouth and the back of his head. But the weather was too cold, and soon after flowing out, it froze into red ice with wisps of white light. Illuminated by the light, it emitted a strange glow. We have no tools left. What do we do? Damn it, this glass is too wicked. Without a hammer, what can we do but retreat with this shield? One of the remaining 3 said. At that moment, they resembled defeated roosters losing all courage. They began to lift the 2 corpses, forming the shield, retreating step by step. Liu Yu, standing on the second floor at the shooting hole, wouldn't let them leave so easily. He turned on a spotlight, shining it on them. Seizing the opportunity, he shot another arrow, directly piercing one man's kneecap, causing him to collapse in pain. With the shield losing one person's strength, the other 2 were caught off guard. The corpse fell on them. Liu Yu resembled the Grim Reaper, wielding a sickle to harvest their lives. Liu Yu, I was wrong. I want come back. Please let me go. Spare me. I want return. I was tricked into this. Don't worry. I want report you to the police. This incident tonight was our mistake. Facing the pleas of the 2, Liu Yu showed no mercy. As they moved, he shot another arrow. The arrow shot through the gap between the 2 corpses, hitting one man in the abdomen. He fell to the ground, and the last surviving man had already exited the small garden, crawling away. This was truly terrifying. A group of 14 had come. 2 were injured and lying there while 1 had escaped. They likely wouldn't dare to come back for a while. Liu Yu, after killing so many, will they retaliate? Liu Yu asked worriedly, for if Liu Yu died, she wouldn't be able to survive either. Retaliate? With what? Don't worry, I have plenty of weapons left. Just those few small fries can't stir up much trouble. Liu Yu said confidently. You should go rest. I can see your dark circles from being so tired. He'll handle the bodies. Will they ambush us outside? Seeing Liu Yu about to go out, Liu Yu asked with concern. You might be right, but wait a bit. I need to eat something. I'm starving. Okay, I'm hungry too. You've worn me out too much, Liu Yu yawned. How can a man not endure? They'll be even stronger in the future. After finishing his words, as Liu Yu took her downstairs, he vaguely sensed a shadow approaching. Meichio, you scared me to death. How have you grown so much? Meichio was the stray cat Liu Yu adopted. He never expected this little creature to awaken and mutate. When he found it, it was barely 2 pounds. After this period, it had grown to about the size of a goose, and it was only a few days. Meow. Meichio rubbed against Liu Yu's calf, licking his knee, acting affectionately. Liu Yu patted Meichio's head. Are you hungry too? Meow. Meichio responded again. All right, come down with me to eat. I'm going to cook, Liu Yu said with a smile. Women have no resistance to fluffy animals. Seeing how affectionate Meichio was with Liu Yu, Liu Yu also wanted to reach out and pet Meichio. Suddenly, Meichio's fur stood on end, letting out a fierce meow, as if warning her, annoying woman, don't touch me, I disdain you. Startled, Liu Yu patted her chest and said, Liu Yu, is this your cat? Why does it seem to have such deep hostility toward me? I found it and kept it for a few days. It might not be used to it and fears you might harm it. Don't worry, it will be fine in a few days, Liu Yu explained with a smile. Come on, let me help you down. You look exhausted. Meichio meowed, rubbing its head against Liu Yu's calf as if saying, Are you giving up on me for this woman? Sensing Meichio's unease, Liu Yu hurriedly comforted it. All right, you little thing, are even jealous. Come down with me, and I'll get you something to eat. Meichio responded with a few meows, and its anxious mood seemed to ease considerably. Liu sure couldn't help but laugh. This cat even gets jealous. Quite adorable. Once downstairs, Liu Yu told her to rest while he went to the kitchen to cook. Soon he was done, even specifically heating Meichio's cat food and some dried fish. He took a small bowl and placed it inside. Meichio, come to eat. Looking at Meichio's unfriendly gaze toward Liu Sure, Liu Yu smiled slightly and called, You should also eat. First wash your hands, and after eating go rest. This was directed at Liu Sure. She was too tired earlier, sitting on the sofa, not wanting to move, not because she feared Meichio might attack her, but she nearly fell asleep. After washing her hands and sitting down to eat, she sulkily said to Liu Yu, It seems like it doesn't like me. It looks like it wants to eat me. It might think you're not sincere with me, warning you not to harbor any ill intentions, or it won't be polite. Liu Yu said casually. Just as he finished speaking, the Meichio, munching on cat food, looked up and proudly meowed at Liu Yu, expressing its agreement. Liu Yu couldn't help but laugh. See, I can tell its thoughts. For your safety, it's best not to think too much. The apocalypse is a long time. If not at all. I've been yours for a long time. Whatever you say goes, and I still don't like you. Liu Sure said somewhat reproachfully. Forget it, do as you wish, or as long as you don't harm me, that's fine. I don't expect you to love me. After all, that's a luxury. Let's eat, and after that you go to sleep. I'll handle those corpses and give them a lesson. Liu Yu didn't want to dwell on those issues. Oh, the three of them, 2 humans and 1 cat, said no more, quietly consuming their food. Liu Sure also realized that her appetite seemed to have increased. Every time she ate after being with Liu Yu, the amount of food she consumed doubled. Otherwise her mind felt heavy, as if something was lost. This was also the reason Liu Yu noticed her dark circles, thinking she had exhausted her strength. After finishing its meal, Meichio ran onto Liu Yu's lap to play for a while. After turning around and warning Liu Sure with a meow, it ran upstairs to rest. Once Meichio left, Liu Sure felt her mind loosen up. What's wrong? Are you afraid it'll bite you? It seems like it doesn't welcome me. It feels like it thinks I'm competing with it for you, Liu Sure said, amused by her own words. Cats are quite perceptive. They have their own thoughts, which is normal. You should go rest now. Liu Yu didn't continue on this topic. He felt that this Meichio resembled the mutated beast that had nearly scared him to death when it passed by him back then. Its eyes could still emit lightning, and although it didn't have wings, it could fly. With so many resources, having a pet to accompany him wasn't bad. He also wanted to see if Meichio would evolve into a mythical beast. Liu Yu donned his thermal clothing and put on his windbreaker. Fully armed, he donned a hat and stepped outside carrying a knife. Liu Yu, be careful, Liu Sure said with concern as she saw him leave. After making a no gesture with his hand, Liu Yu closed the door. Once outside, he spotted a guy with a stethoscope lying at the doorstep. After being electrocuted by a high-voltage current, the filth spewed from his mouth had long since frozen. He dragged the person outside, carefully observing his surroundings, and found no ambush waiting for him. At the entrance, he arrived at a small garden, gazing at several corpses. He lined them up and took out his camera to record the scene. Holding the knife, he directly severed their necks. Then he took out a hammer and smashed the bodies, stopped the recording, and returned home. On the ground floor, he took off his clothes and tossed them directly into the boiler, as there were plenty more. These clothes were toxic and could not be kept. He went to the bathroom to rinse off his body. After changing into a clean set of pajamas, he came downstairs. Liu Sure, waiting at the door, didn't expect him to come up from below. Liu, you're back. Are you all right? She hurriedly asked with concern. Yeah, I'm fine. I've taken care of things. Aren't you tired? Why aren't you sleeping? Liu Yu asked with concern. I couldn't sleep because you didn't come back, Liu Sure replied a bit awkwardly. Are you worried about me or afraid that I would leave you alone? Liu Yu casually teased. He continued, all right, I'm back. Hurry and rest. Okay. He sent Liu Sure to her room to rest. Feeling bored, he wasn't tired and wanted to see how those beasts were doing. After all, so many had come to ambush his villa last night, and only one had returned alive. Whether it was fear or an unyielding desire, it seemed they wanted to come again. He noticed the abandoned group chat growing lively once more. Someone was condemning him, claiming he was inhumane for electrifying the main gate, which had killed several people. Moreover, he was deemed malicious for having crossbows at home, a weapon banned by the state, which he used to shoot a few of them. In the small garden at home, there were traps. One person had carelessly entered and got pierced in the backside. That person died on the spot. The moral guardians in the group, upon hearing the complaints, frantically berated Liu Yu, demanding he come out to explain himself. Isn't it just borrowing some food from your house? Once the weather is better, I'll return it. How can someone living in a villa be so stingy and even dare to kill? You're nothing but a beast. The chat messages kept scrolling, and Liu Yu didn't even have time to read. Just as Liu Shishir lay down, she noticed Liu Yu staring at his phone, and with a furrowed brow, she asked Liu Yu, "What's wrong? Is someone trying to rob us?" "No, it's that dog who went back bringing a bunch of self-righteous people to condemn me. The chat is bustling like a dumpling festival. They all want me to give an explanation," Liu Yu said with a frown. "Don't mind those brainless folks. They only know how to bully and exploit others. If they were to spend even a penny, they'd feel heartbroken. They're just keyboard warriors." Liu Shishir comforted him. "Yeah, just think of them as a pack of rabid dogs barking. But I should show them something." After saying that, Liu Yu opened his computer, took the memory card from the camera, and did a simple edit. He logged into the chat software and directly sent the pictures to the group. The group chat, which had been lively like a duck entering the river, began to calm down as Liu Yu sent out picture after picture. They might be watching. Towards the end, Liu Yu directly sent a short video of himself in a black windbreaker smashing a dead person's neck with a knife. The previous photos were just a prelude. This was the main course, the feast. "Liu Yu, you're too cruel. A person is dead and you still let them be dismembered. Are you a demon? I will not let you go. Who are you? Give your name and address." For such a clown, Liu Yu asked directly. "What? Do you want to kill me?" That person hadn't expected that among so many cursing Liu Yu, he would take the initiative to provoke him. Liu Yu coldly smiled. "Yes. Having eaten and drunk enough, I just want to deal with you." "Haha, you crack me up. Do you think you're from a gang? You still dare to kill me? Let me tell you, I am Hua Buki from the Zhatian gang. Why should I tell you where I live? I'll just infuriate you." That person continued to type, arrogantly cursing Liu Yu. "Whoever kills this brat, I'll give 5 bottles of mineral water, a box of instant noodles, or bread, bring me his head, or a video, and I, Liu Yu, will keep my word." Not wanting to waste time with these people, Liu Yu directly started posting a bounty. "Liu Yu, you dare? This is illegal." The first to bark was Hua Buki, who also became fearful knowing there were so many people in the group who definitely recognized him. "Liu Yu, do you have that much stuff at home? This is murder." Someone questioned. "I keep my word, or what do you think this is?" Liu Yu directly pulled out a few boxes of instant noodles and several boxes of mineral water, taking pictures to send to the group. He typed, "Let me tell you, if you want food, you can offer something in exchange, or complete my tasks, and you can get it. If you forcefully take my things, those dead dogs are your fate." God, that's so much stuff. "Liu Yu, how much good stuff do you have at home?" Someone directly sent a voice message asking Liu Yu, "You have so much stuff at home, can I buy some from you since I'm a woman? Even if you're a man, it's not possible. I don't casually give away things from my home. If you don't believe me, come and try to rob me. Let's see how I can deal with you." The previous bounty was valid indefinitely, enough said for now. Just as Liu Yu was about to close the chat window, the notorious old hag from the neighborhood committee, Su Laotai, spoke up. "Liu Yu, you inciting others to murder is also a crime. I advise you to share your things with everyone. They will remember your kindness. But if you tempt others to kill for your things, you will also face the death penalty. I will immediately call my son. You old hag, live well, and don't court death. Be careful, I might put a bounty on your family, and do you believe it?" Liu Yu felt that this old hag had become too arrogant. "You go and scare those beasts in the community. Even if they die, it has nothing to do with me. But if you come to me, Liu Yu, for trouble, I will make sure you have a bad time. No one can take on this task, or I will have you all thrown in jail." After Su Laotai finished speaking, she once again muted Liu Yu. When Su Laotai spoke, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. However, out of respect for her influence, some feared that once the weather improved, Su Laotai would send her son from the Public Security Bureau to arrest them, leaving them angry, yet unable to voice their discontent, though some began to harbor thoughts. After all, there was nothing left to eat, not even a glimmer of hope for survival. They said the government sent people to rescue them, but it was nearly 2 weeks now. Where were the people? Although the neighborhood they lived in was not a resettlement area, it was relatively upscale with many wealthy families and some white-collar workers who had plenty of food at home. But after such a long time, their supplies had run dry. Some frugal families had begun to run out of food. Otherwise, if they still had provisions, those people wouldn't have considered forcibly entering Liu Ye's home to steal supplies and abduct Liu Shishir. Although Su Laotai had said in the group not to do such things after witnessing Liu Yu dispose of those who attempted to rob him, to be honest, some people were frightened. They felt that Liu Yu was like a demon. They believed the photos Liu Yu shared showing the food in his home and the short video was not photoshopped. Some began to privately discuss whether to trust Liu Ye's words to kill that provoking kid, film it, or use his head to trade for a box of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water. Outside, it was freezing. The water pipes had burst, and in some places it was frozen. With little water left at home, which was already foul-smelling, they could only collect snow outside, boil it to drink, though some of the snow contained hail, which was toxic, as everyone had realized, so it couldn't be consumed directly, but could still be used to flush toilets. Clean water was almost non-existent at home, and in desperate thirst, they could only take out some ice cubes from the fridge to quench their thirst. It was truly difficult. Money draws greed, and secretly small groups had begun to form, all familiar with one another, inquiring about the person who insulted Liu Yu and plotting to kill him. In such a large neighborhood, unless one moved alone and did not reveal any information in the group, traces could easily expose them. After all, it was 5 bottles of mineral water and a box of noodles that could last many days. To be honest, they were tempted. However, there were still some in the group who did not believe in evil and were willing to commit murder, doubting that anyone would kill for 5 bottles of mineral water worth $1 and a box of ordinary instant noodles. This is a society governed by law. If you kill someone, where will you run? Those who underestimated human nature continued to criticize in the group, but unfortunately Liu Yu had silenced that old Su loud eye, preventing her from sending messages. Liu Yu wrapped his arms around Liu Shishi's slim waist and said, "All right, let's rest for a while. After all, there's no sun outside, and we can't tell if it's day or night. If you're tired, sleep. If you're hungry, eat." Liu Shishi, already tired and exhausted, nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Liu Yu's perspective. They embraced and fell asleep. Their home had an electronic warning system, and even with the power outage, it was not much different from modern living. They had food, water, and supplies, and were quite safe. The only issue was the prolonged absence of sunlight, which might have made them feel a bit unwell. However, compared to those freezing at home worrying about food and survival, this was already paradise. Knowing how the situation would develop, these issues were nothing to Liu Yu. Once the heavy snow stopped, it would be time to develop his own strength. At that time, he would need to gather supplies and form a team to collect crystal cores for his own enhancement. Otherwise, if he encountered those with outstanding abilities who had awakened their powers, even if he sheltered a room full of beauties, he would be powerless to resist and would merely be a provider for others. In his previous life, Liu Yu's awakened ability was spatial manipulation, allowing for short-distance teleportation, but unfortunately, he learned that skill too late. Every day, he was still searching for food for the Zhang family, unsure of how to enhance his abilities, and after returning from the food hunt, he was utterly exhausted, which led the Zhang family to cling to another person who had awakened strong powers, resulting in his abandonment and tragic death at the hands of his neighbors and the Zhang family. The reason his corpse was devoured was that they knew consuming the flesh and blood of an awakened individual could increase the chances of awakening powers. Even awakened beings, after consuming the crystal cores of others, would enhance their abilities. Since he could live again, he would naturally not allow such things to happen. With every step, Liu Yu had planned well. When he encountered Liu Shishi, he wanted to take revenge, but as fate would have it, he awakened another new ability, allowing him to merge and replicate others' powers. However, for Liu Yu, it was only the beauties who sparked his desire to replicate. As for men, they could just die unless he could completely control them, turning them into his most loyal subordinates who would never betray him. The ability Liu Shishi provided, which allowed him to read others' thoughts, made such ideas possible for him. Thus, for the current Liu Yu, this was an unexpected way to grow stronger. With safety at home and no fear of awakened individuals coming to kill him, he could enjoy this quiet time in the apocalypse. When the time for revenge comes, he still has to take action, otherwise the Zhang family's malicious members living on would be the greatest punishment for him. While Liu Yu was thinking of them, the Zhang family was also remembering Liu Yu. Liu Yu wanted to kill them and make them suffer, and naturally the Zhang family had the same thoughts, especially since Liu Yu had crippled Zhang Ren, turning him into the first eunuch of the apocalypse, stripping him of his manhood. Zhang Wei, whose greed rivaled that of Pan Jinlian, could not go looking for her bodyguard, though she still wanted to derive the pleasure of revenge from Liu Yu. Especially last time Liu Yu, this lowly ant, dared to broadcast live in front of her, that unbearable scene was infuriating. Zhang Wei even wanted to crush Liu Yu, but she had no opportunity. Zhang Ren, suffering daily, changed his temperament upon seeing her, his status shifting from a sweet boy to a powerful woman. Zhang Wei attributed all the sins to Liu Yu. At this moment, after just finishing her meal, Zhang Wei repeatedly sent Liu Yu some messages that would make anyone nauseous, all to draw him back and find an opportunity to kill him. But the messages sent out fell into silence with no replies at all. Unable to contain herself, she proactively called Liu Yu. "Hello, Liu Yu, what are you doing? I miss you so much, don't you know?" Liu Yu, still half asleep, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon opening his phone, he saw it was Zhang Wei, thinking to himself, "This wicked woman calling me at this hour, does she still want to kill me? Let's see how she's making a fool of herself now." He answered the call immediately, hearing Zhang Wei's feigned concern of if one didn't know what kind of woman she was, they might just fall for it. Her enchanting voice truly reflected her studies in the journalism department at a certain university, displaying an exceptional talent for performance. Born with an innate charm, she would turn accusations against her into a display of victimhood. If it weren't for her betrayal. If the clueless online idiots knew the truth, those sycophants and bootlickers would surely scold him, calling him a scumbag for making such a caring woman feel sad and cry. If you don't like her, don't marry her. Don't hurt such a beautiful and lovely girl. Let me protect her instead. This is the common sentiment of those foolish people who, while holding their expensive smartphones, eat takeout and instant noodles. Listening to Zhang Wei on the other end, she showcased her acting talent to perfection, even outshining Oscar winners with her gentleness. Liu Yu found it truly disgusting. Is this the demeanor of someone who graduated from a certain university? However, to provoke Zhang Wei, Liu Yu didn't lose his temper. Instead, he played along with her act, curious to see just how ridiculous her desperate attempts would be. So he said, Wei, what's wrong? Did you miss me? I never imagined you could be so gentle when you care about someone. It's truly touching. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhang Wei felt that her efforts were worth it. This dog of a man was actually starting to fall for it. Yet she thought it wasn't enough, as she needed to escalate her tactics to make Liu Yu completely succumb. No matter how wrong she felt or how hard she had to try, she was determined to extract tenfold from Liu Yu later. With tears in her voice, she said, Liu Yu, you can't feel my concern if we're not together. If I were by your side and saw how exhausted you are, I would definitely give you a good massage. You don't know, but I learned massage techniques from the therapists at a foot massage parlor in college. I really want to massage you, but unfortunately am not by your side. Zhang Wei's words clearly indicated that she felt Liu Yu's status had risen. In the past, it was all her fault, and she had realized her mistakes, hoping Liu Yu would give her a chance to make amends. But how could Liu Yu be so easily fooled? Nevertheless, he still needed to play along. Feigning surprise, he said, Wei, I truly didn't expect you to know how to massage. How about this? Find a model to practice on, film it, and send it to me, so I can see how professional you are. Hearing Liu Yu's refusal to come back and telling her to find a model to practice on infuriated her. Zhang Wei's chest heaved with anger, cursing Liu Yu as a bastard, wanting nothing more than to kill him, but clearly this was not the right moment. She could only swallow her anger, vowing to take revenge on Liu Yu in the future. Softly she said, All right, my dear husband, I know you are worried and think I haven't realized my mistakes. Today I will show you my determination to change. Oh, just wait for me, I will show you soon. After hanging up, Zhang Wei went wild like a rabid dog, howling incessantly. Eventually, she calmed down, and following Liu Yu's request, found a model to practice massage on while deliberately propping her phone up to record. Exhausted, and with sore arms, she had only said it casually. Who would have thought Liu Yu would take it seriously? She could only awkwardly proceed with the massage. At first, she felt it was not good, so she practiced while learning. Finally, she felt it was satisfactory enough. She edited the video she thought was decent and sent it to Liu Yu. However, after sending the message, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and half an hour passed with no response. She couldn't dare to call Liu Yu in a panic, otherwise he'd think she was too desperate. It would ruin the good impression she'd worked hard to create, making it much harder for her to trick Liu Yu in the future. All she could do was seethe in frustration, furiously cursing Liu Yu in front of her phone. Yet she didn't dare to send a message or call to scold him, as she still wanted his resources. She had heard that Liu Yu's home had been transformed into a fortress, extremely safe. She was particularly tempted by this house. From the photos Liu Yu posted of their meals, the temperature in his house was 28 degrees, and they were all wearing short sleeves. Unlike them dressed like penguins, they had lost all their former charm. She could no longer wear off-shoulder short sleeves or short skirts. Now that food was scarce, the sycophants and bootlickers had diminished, and those second-generation heirs who used to want to go out drinking and sleeping with her had stopped contacting her. The only one still in contact with her was the sycophant Wang Hai, who had liked Zhang Wei in college, but never expected she would marry Liu Yu and even have a child, leaving Wang Hai feeling very unwilling. During this time, he constantly messaged Zhang Wei, comforting her, especially after Liu Yu betrayed her, feeling that his chance had come. He kept messaging and calling her, showing daily concern thanks to the fact that he worked at a courier company, receiving many packages every day. Those who didn't want to buy things in physical stores would purchase food online, and those deliveries that were not sent out became Wang Hai's. Aside from being a bit cold, the food was fine, and he had no worries about eating and drinking. He had the leisure to care for Zhang Wei, planning to win her over with sincerity and fulfill his dream from college. While Zhang Wei was cursing Liu Yu, the sycophant Wang Hai called again to show his concern. Flustered, Zhang Wei looked at the incoming call, sneering coldly to herself, thinking, does he just want to sleep with me? Doesn't he see his bald head and beer belly? What does he think he is? But then she remembered this sycophant mentioned he had food. Zhang Wei still forced herself to suppress her disgust and answered the call, pretending to sound wronged. Ah, hi, it's you. Why are you calling me? Wei, I can hear you're crying. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Is it that bastard Liu Yu? Wang Hai's heart melted upon hearing Zhang Wei's choked voice, instantly transforming into a lazy, overly concerned figure for the beautiful woman in his heart. Whoa, Hai, you really understand me. If Liu Yu had even half of your qualities, no, if he had just 1/10 of your qualities, I wouldn't be this heartbroken. Zhang Wei recalled the scene where Liu Yu had insulted her. After all, according to the law, even if she were in the wrong, so what? She was a proud swan. Even if her son wasn't Liu Yu's, calling him dad for several years was a privilege for that poor toad. They weren't even divorced yet, and he dared to be intimate with another woman in front of her and let her hear it. Was he even a man? Did he deserve her? He had even ruined her younger brother's root. Lazy Wang Hai, upon hearing Zhang Wei's cries and Liu Yu's name, instantly became furious and said angrily, Wei, forget that ungrateful Liu Yu. He's just a dog that won't be fed. Are you lacking food and drink at home? Don't worry, I have plenty here. If you want, I can send some to you right away. Zhang Wei knew Wang Hai's thoughts all too well, but thinking about the bodyguards at her home, even if Wang Hai sent delivery people over, they should be able to handle it. What are those people? The lowly ones below, without any sense of judgment, rushing to help bad people. They wouldn't be that united. Those street folks delivering takeout, upon seeing the injured victim who had been emptied of 6 wallets and bullied by the unscrupulous lawyer, were desperate to retaliate, wielding iron hammers to smash the lawyer's head. The delivery person, while others had already been subdued, still grabbed a stool, considering themselves just, and trying to smash him to death. Such people are simply walking with their feet, selfish to the extreme. How could they help Wang Hai against her in the name of justice? She quickly pretended to be grateful and said, Really? Then I lack some food and drink. If you have any clothes, could you send me some? Sure, Wei, just wait for me. I'm reliable. Give me an address and I'll send it to you right away. Wang Hai finally received a response from the goddess he admired, and without thinking he agreed immediately. Zhang Wei pretended to show concern, saying, Wang Hai, you're too good to me. Why didn't I notice sooner that you are such a wonderful man? If I had found you earlier, it would have been great. But it's snowing outside, and there are also some toxic hail mixed in. Are you safe coming over? For the first time receiving concern from the goddess, Wang Hai, thinking of being on top of Zhang Wei, said, without hesitation, Wei, don't worry. I have a delivery vehicle that can traverse mountain roads thousands of meters high. This little snow is nothing, Bill, just drive slowly. Seeing Wang Hai so attentive, Zhang Wei finally stopped crying and smiled. Thank you, Hai. He'll wait for you. Wei, wait for me. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Wang Hai replied excitedly, a smile creeping onto his face. After working so hard for so long, he was finally about to realize his dream. Liu, you better watch out. This time I'll take care of you too. Zhang Wei hung up the phone and went downstairs to find her father Zhang Zhonghai, the former moral exemplar, to briefly explain Wang Hai's situation. Home, he runs a delivery service and there should be plenty of food there. As long as his delivery vehicle comes, he can take care of them, then go back to his delivery point and bring back the supplies. Zhang Zhonghai, having abandoned his pretense, heard such joyous news for the first time, emerging from the shadow of his son's loss of manhood. He knew that once he had supplies, he could gather a large number of people to act as cannon fodder against Liu Yu. Even if you turned your home into a turtle shell, I have the numbers and strength to directly dig beneath your foundation. Just wait and see how smug you'll be waiting for death. He would not let Liu Yu off the hook. Meanwhile, the sycophant Wang Hai was also very pleased, as his dream was about to come true. He shouted loudly, Come, brothers, grab the supplies, and weapons were setting off. Boss, it's snowing heavily outside. Where are we supposed to go? Isn't that just asking for death? One of the delivery workers who had been with Wang Hai for a long time said. He was the deputy station master under Wang Hai and had previously saved an unscrupulous female lawyer, which earned him a promotion. He had no real skills, but Wang Hai didn't let him down, rewarding him with a house that was currently under construction. Due to the natural disaster, the house was naturally left unfinished, but thankfully no one was demanding him to pay. Recently, his parents had called for help, saying they had no food and were freezing to death. The last call he received was from his sister, as someone had killed his whole family. It was said that the person was a brother of the one he had smashed. After the wrongly accused person was released from prison and learned that he had harmed his benefactor, he had found out his family's address before the natural disaster. He stayed at their home for a few days, made his sister serve him, and when the food ran out, he killed his parents and sister. That call was his final farewell. He even threatened to kill his wife and children. Thankfully, he wasn't married, or else his wife and children would have been gone too. Just having fainted from fear upon hearing Wang Hai's words, he finally voiced his doubts. But little did he know at that moment, he was like a dog in front of Wang Hai, having no value other than wasting resources and dividing his power. Come, let me tell you something, Wang Hai said stealthily, picking up a wrench and smiling as he spoke. He didn't understand, and thought Wang Hai had finally agreed to take his brothers back to avenge his family. He leaned his head forward. Bang! The wrench struck his head hard. I told you to listen, you dog-like thing, because you saved someone you shouldn't have. My family has been humiliated. How dare you still live? I gave you the position of deputy station master just to comfort those online trolls. You're a dog-like thing helping anyone at all. Wang Hai, possibly filled with hatred, struck the wrench down on his head repeatedly. Helpless to resist, he seemed to see himself back, then smashing the victim who had been controlled while riding the delivery bike. Fate is a cycle. He helped unscrupulous people, and fate returned the favor. His parents died tragically, and the house he was rewarded with also remained unfinished. He had smashed people with a stool back then, and today he was being smashed. There was no escaping fate. He deserved to die. All right, throw this useless waste out. He wants us brothers to avenge him. What is he thinking? After Wang Hai finished speaking, he took his brothers to gather some supplies to send to his goddess Zhang Wei. Wait for me, Wei Wei. I won't let you down. In his mind, Wang Hai envisioned how Zhang Wei would be deeply moved when she saw him eagerly allowing him to take whatever he wanted. Unable to think clearly, he had his subordinates prepare a half-load of food and drinks. He grabbed some clearing tools, donned a thick raincoat, and set off in his shoes. Zhang Wei had already informed him of the address, which was about 20 kilometers from the courier transfer station to where Zhang Wei lived in Jianya district. During normal days, the area was rather bustling, and he encountered numerous vehicles on the road, all filled with people, though they were all dead. Some had driven out in search of survival, perhaps unable to return home in time. His body bore numerous wounds, many of which were festering, clearly caused by poisonous hail. There were also women in long skirts and men in short sleeves with wine bottles tipped over nearby, indicating they were heavy drinkers who had no idea of the severity of the natural disaster, showing such disregard for nature. Dead by the roadside, even the corpse collectors were absent. Boss, what should we do? There are some cars blocking the road ahead, one of his drivers asked. Wang Hai's mind was occupied with thoughts of Zhang Wei, envisioning her, without clothes, filled with affectionate images. He felt like a savior descending from the heavens, the light in Zhang Wei's heart. Interrupted by his subordinate, he retorted impatiently, slow down a bit, just crash through. Don't you know the quality of our vehicle? Besides, do we even need to worry about compensation now? Look at the state of things. Do you think anyone will care? Yes, boss, I understand, the driver replied, and truly slowed down the car, pressing the accelerator as they crashed into the small car ahead. The vehicle slowly moved and soon tore through the obstruction. Rush forward, the beauty is waiting for us. That Zhang Wei, I've heard she comes from a wealthy family, and aside from her there are other women. You understand, right? Wang Hai said with a smile. When a person is hungry, they will struggle for food. Once satisfied, their minds drift to trivial matters between men and women. For people like them, ambitions of becoming a savior seemed distant. Did they have the awareness to become a savior? His subordinates were originally hesitant, unwilling to venture out in such severe weather to deliver supplies to others despite the harsh cold. However, upon hearing Wang Hai mention that Zhang Wei's family had many beauties, their spirits lifted like a wick in darkness, suddenly meeting flammable gasoline. Their hearts warmed. They had been cooped up in a male-dominated courier transfer station for a long time. Although the food was cold, they weren't starving, and there was plenty to last a while. Eating each day felt like unboxing a mystery box. They could eat their fill, only realizing they lacked women, but there were hardly any around. They were envious. Today, with this opportunity, they forgot about the dangers and accelerated, eager to reach the place. Wang Hai mentioned wanting to enjoy it early. All right, take it slow, the women won't run away. If something goes wrong, who will rescue us? The road was perilously slippery, and even Wang Hai, an experienced driver, felt the danger. Though he wanted to see Zhang Wei soon, he knew his life was more important. If something happened, he wouldn't see the woman he longed for. At that moment, everything would be for naught. Only by protecting oneself could one gain more. Meanwhile, in a duplex apartment in the rainforest community, Zhang Wei had just received news from Wang Hai that he was on his way with supplies. The road was frozen and many cars were blocking the way, making it extremely difficult to travel and likely requiring some time. After offering some pretense of comfort to Wang Hai, Zhang Wei went downstairs to where her parents were. Dad, I think we shouldn't kill them for now. Them referred to Wang Hai and his companions. Although she didn't know how many had come, a few were rather foolish. To the bodyguards of the Zhang family, they were easy prey and posed no real threat. The supplies in their family were what they truly needed. Wait, what do you mean? Didn't we agree earlier? You won't actually consider that you could develop feelings for the poor courier boy now, will you? The speaker was Zhang Wei's adoptive mother, Jia Cuihua. Mom, that's not what I meant. I just think we shouldn't kill him for the time being, or rather, I don't want our people to harm him. Zhang Wei's expression darkened slightly, her tone turning cold. Jia Cuihua was truly being unreasonable. What did it matter if your son was incapacitated? Hadn't she already suffered enough? What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Jia Cuihua spoke stubbornly. Realizing that conflict was about to erupt, Zhang Wei's value was far greater than Jia Cuihua's. Her father Zhang Hai, coldly interrupted. Enough. What time is it? This information was provided by Wei Wei, so let's hear her opinion. Dad, here's what I think. Wang Hai should have many people under him and plenty of supplies. We can tell him that Liu Yu has a standalone villa which is essentially an apocalyptic fortress with everything one could need. Wang Hai, because of Liu Yu marrying me, was furious when he saw that video of me being bullied, and he has been persistently expressing his love for me. We could take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Liu Yu right. Thinking of how Liu Yu had ruined her affair and had insulted her over a voice call, Zhang Wei felt furious, wishing she could tear him apart. Finally, she had come across a sycophant who hated Liu Yu, a courier who likely had 100 or so men. If they could directly take revenge for her, even if Wang Hai agreed, the men under him would definitely disagree. But if they told them there was a villa with everything, awakening the greed of these simple-minded individuals, and importantly promoting that Liu Yu had beauties, these hot-blooded men would definitely rush in. Those men are easily provoked, and with Wang Hai stirring them up, Wei, I think your plan is feasible. Once we get into the villa and take control of the situation inside, we can deal with them directly. Zhang Zhonghai frowned tightly, making a slicing gesture across his neck. About half an hour later, the sound of car horns echoed from downstairs. It must be Wang Hai. The Liu Yu villa is ours now. Damn, Liu Yu, you deserve to die, Zhang Wei thought, filled with resentment. Dad, Wang Hai has brought people to deliver something, Zhang Wei said excitedly. Bring 2 people. Come with me downstairs to see the things and the people and get them into the apartment below. Wang Hai, dressed like a bear, swaggered into the community with a vehicle. He honked the horn proudly. Those staying upstairs saw the vehicle arrive. Someone excitedly shouted, "The vehicle is here. The government has sent people to deliver supplies to us." But will that truckload of supplies be enough for us to fill up? Not even a little for each household. Come on, you still want to be full? Just not starving is good enough. It seems there won't be any more days of being full. True, since they are serving us, let them send someone up here. Yes, let them bring it up, though otherwise what's the point of all the taxes I pay every year? The hungry elder Sue, somewhat uncomfortable, was awakened by the commotion in the group. She hurriedly said, "Everyone, please don't rush down to grab things. If I find out, I will definitely deal with you." As a member of the neighborhood committee, her words carried weight, and some were afraid. Zhang Zhonghai took a few bodyguards and armed brought Zhang Wei downstairs. Wang Hai. Zhang Wei pretended to be hurt and called out, Wei, is that you? Long time no see him here. Wang Hai grinned widely, finally seeing the woman he had been thinking about for so many years. However, seeing the several men beside Zhang Wei, his expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Wei's family to be so well off. Even at this time, there were quite a few loyal bodyguards. Hai, have the supplies been delivered? Zhang Wei glanced at Wang Hai, her eyes filled with calculation and disdain, but her tone did not let Wang Hai sense anything. At this moment, Wang Hai's mind was filled with thoughts of how moved Zhang Wei would be and how to curry favor with her. Yes, they have all been delivered. They are in the truck. Wei, hurry and take a look, Wang Hai said excitedly. When Zhang Wei saw the half-truckload of supplies upon opening the truck, she asked Wang Hai, "Didn't you say your supplies were piled high like a mountain? Just this little bit." Wei, don't be angry. The road was difficult to travel, and I was worried you would be anxious waiting, so I brought this little bit first. Once the situation stabilizes, I will bring you more, Wang Hai explained awkwardly. Zhang Wei frowned coldly. All right, thank you, Wang Hai. Let's move the supplies upstairs, come on. A few people began to move the supplies from the truck into the room that Zhang Zhonghai had prepared in advance. Naturally, Zhang Wei and Wang Hai were not present. Heartbroken, Zhang Wei brought Wang Hai a glass of XO wine, tears streaming down her face as she said, Hai, I never thought you loved me this much. I didn't know. If I had known earlier that you loved me this much, I would have married you. That dog Liu Yu is really not a man, he only bullies me. Wang Hai, already jealous of Liu Yu, saw his goddess, so heartbroken and bullied by Liu Yu. His teeth clenched and his fists cracked with tension. Wei, rest assured, once we are together, I will definitely help you deal with Liu Yu and make him pay. Wang Hai hurriedly promised. I love you, Hai, as long as you don't mind me. Zhang Wei said with red and swollen eyes. That Liu Yu lives in a villa with heating, just like summer, unlike us here freezing like dogs. If only I could marry you in that villa, but it's just a dream. Hearing that Zhang Wei wanted to marry him, Wang Hai felt his heart melt. The place Liu Yu lived was like paradise. Already filled with jealousy and hatred towards Liu Yu, he could hardly bear it, especially hearing another man's story from the woman he liked. It was the greatest humiliation. Wei, is what you said true? Liu Yu's villa is like summer? Wang Hai asked, his eyes filled with envy, excitement, and resentment. Zhang Wei smiled sadly. Of course would I lie to you. I asked him for a bedroom out of our past relationship, but he told me to get lost and humiliated me. Moreover, he is not satisfied with me. In that villa, he kept many mistresses. What a beast. Damn it, this Liu Yu is truly too much. He deserves to die. Wei, rest assured, I will definitely seize that villa and marry you in it, making you the most beautiful princess bride. Hai, thank you, Zhang Wei said, gently hugging Wang Hai. His heart raced instantly. This was something he had never dreamed of. With Zhang Wei's charming smile, his heart nearly melted. Wang Hai hurriedly said, Wei, wait for me. I will gather my brothers right away to seize that villa, making you the happiest bride inside. Hai, rest assured, from today onwards, I am yours alone. I will wait at home for your good news. At this moment, of course, she had to give some sweetness, otherwise even the most devoted wouldn't do anything risky. After receiving Zhang Wei's assurance, Wang Hai, deceived by sweet words and feeling lost, hurried downstairs to let his brothers return with him. On the way, one person asked in confusion, Boss, didn't you say the Zhang family would send women to us? Why are we going back? Kid, let me tell you, I found a great place with plenty of good things. It's an apocalypse castle just like in the movies, and there is only one man inside. The rest are all beauties. I heard they are even better than Zhang Wei. If we move in there, it would be living like emperors. Wang Hai, hearing his subordinate's question, spoke passionately, gesturing wildly, describing the situation in Liu Yu's villa. The person furrowed his brow and questioned, "Boss, you say that place is so good, why doesn't the Zhang family go?" Danger and opportunity coexist. Do you understand, kid? It means that it is a bit difficult to get in there. I estimate the Zhang family doesn't have that many people or weapons, otherwise they would have taken it already. Wang Hai lightly patted that person's shoulder. Boss, is that place what Miss Zhang told you about?" Wang Hai laughed heartily. "Of course she wants to marry me in there. Rest assured, you two are my good brothers for many years. Once we go in, the beauties in the villa are yours to choose from. We'll hold a wedding together. I heard the women inside are more beautiful than Miss Universe. To rescue the beauties, charge." "Really, boss, that Liu Yu guy has taken in so many beautiful women." "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be in such a hurry to come back? If there's good fortune, I can't keep it all to myself. I have to share these benefits with my brothers." Wang Hai patted his chest and said, "But boss, according to what you said, a lot of people might die." One of his subordinates said with a hint of worry. Hearing his words, Wang Hai frowned and replied angrily, "You're such a blockhead. What time is it? So what if some people die? If my brothers don't die, it's like heaven inside. Besides, with so many people, isn't it a waste of food for them to stay alive? They sacrifice themselves to bring us a happy life. Isn't that good? And don't you want to marry Miss Universe and live a life of luxury? Have you forgotten how many times you were troubled by female clients when you were delivering packages?" He thought back to the times when he was delivering packages, being harassed by those women in short skirts, all decked out. The two brothers began to come to terms with it. Yes, they had worked so hard, getting up early and staying up late. What was it all for if not to become wealthy and marry a wife? To become rich, to have beautiful cars and women, and to live in luxurious homes. Now that such a great opportunity was presented before them, it would be inhumane not to cherish it. But still, with some concern, he asked, "Boss, what if we kill someone and the police come after us later? What should we do?" "I say, you blockhead, look at the city. Is there anyone out there to manage it? They might be struggling themselves. Besides, so many people have died, we can just say it was a natural disaster." Wang Hai glared at this subordinate, feeling that he was a bit dense. After all this time, he couldn't even think of anything else. Didn't he learn from the poets that one should enjoy life while they can? Under Wang Hai's reprimand, he instantly understood and loyally said, "Boss, don't worry. I will not let you down." "You little brat, what do you mean by disappointing me? Tell me, don't you like beautiful women? Are you not a man? Can't you do it?" Wang Hai said somewhat angrily, "Boss, how can you say that? I am very capable. Every morning when I wake up, I can't stand it. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is." "Good that you're uncomfortable. Once we get to that villa, the beautiful women will be at your disposal. Are you afraid you won't be able to get out of bed?" Amidst the somewhat lewd banter of Wang Hai and others, they finally returned to their base. The small sun was shining, the air conditioning was on, and it was much better than in the car outside. It wasn't cold. One person saw their car returning and approached to ask, "Boss, why are you back so quickly?" "Brothers, I've found a great place for you. It's our paradise, much better than this hellish weather we've been living in." Wang Hai began to tell everyone how living in Liu Yu's villa was far better than living in this place and enduring those miserable days. "Boss, are you serious? Is there really such a good place?" Naturally, some were skeptical. "Nonsense. That's a villa. I heard the renovation cost $1 billion. Just think about it, $1 billion for renovations. That place is more luxurious than a palace. And there are many beautiful women inside, even prettier than the emperor's wives of ancient times. Don't you want to improve your life and experience what it's like to live like an emperor?" Wang Hai spoke with longing. "I want to go. I want to go too. Boss, are there really that many beautiful women there to choose from?" "Of course. As long as we take that villa, everything inside will belong to my brothers and me." Wang Hai spoke very persuasively, and soon there were nearly 60 people here. Over 50 people had already been persuaded by Wang Hai. The remaining few, though somewhat hesitant and unwilling to leave this place to venture into the unknown, felt that someone who spent $1 billion to renovate their villa must have strong defenses. Perhaps there were guns and ammunition. But with so many people eager to go, they naturally couldn't sing a different tune. Otherwise, if they spoke up, they might get killed. After exchanging glances, one of those who didn't want to go said, "Boss, we still have so many supplies here at our base. You can't just take everything away. We should stay and protect the supplies." Though Wang Hai understood their intentions and knew they were not on the same page, it wasn't the time to deal with them. Once they took Liu Yu's villa, it would be time to deal with these few. Nodding, he said, "Right, what Xiao Zhou said is correct. You guys stay at home and guard the supplies until I come back." "Yes, boss." Wang Hai didn't dwell on it too much and said, "Bring some supplies, take food and drinks, electric saws, axes, and whatever shovels and hammers you can find. I heard that villa is as tough as an iron turtle. Once we take it down, it will be like entering paradise." After everyone happily agreed, they followed Wang Hai's orders to gather those items. While waiting for everyone to assemble, Wang Hai sent a message to Zhang Wei informing her that they had started preparing and asking her to wait for his news. He would definitely take the villa by noon tomorrow. At that time, he would put her in a pure white wedding dress and marry her, making her the most beautiful bride in the world. Although Zhang Wei was quite disgusted by such greasy words, she still endured and replied with a shy emoji, encouraging Wang Hai to make sure to take the villa and leave Liu Yu to her to deal with. After Wang Hai assured her, they chatted for a while. His subordinates had already prepared the necessary items. With a wave of his hand, Wang Hai took a sip of celebratory liquor and shouted to everyone, "Brothers, it's time to feast and seize the opportunity to marry. Let's go." Several delivery trucks set off towards the community where Liu Yu lived. The faces of the crowd were filled with hope, dreaming of soon having women and living in a luxurious villa like paradise. Upon arriving outside Liu Yu's villa, Wang Hai was the first to get out of the car and said, "Grab the cutting machine and follow me to break the door down. Brothers, the beautiful women are right in front of us. Hurry up and do as the boss instructed." Liu Yu, who had just finished resting, was startled awake by the sound of alarms. In his arms, Liu Shishir also woke up. "Liu Yu, is there an alarm? Is someone attacking us again?" she asked anxiously. "Yes, you rest for a bit. I will deal with them." Through the high-definition monitor, Liu Yu saw a familiar figure in the back commanding a group of people wearing raincoats and holding a gasoline cutter, actually cutting at his own front door. "Boss, there's something strange about this door. Look, after cutting for so long, there's only a white mark, not a single inch into it," the person with the cutter shouted to Wang Hai, who was far behind. "Really? Keep cutting. Don't worry, we have plenty of time and fuel. If we work hard, we will definitely be able to cut through this broken door." Brothers, think about Liu Yu, that loser sleeping with so many beautiful women. Aren't you all jealous? Stirred up by Wang Hai's words, those uneducated individuals felt angry at the thought of a man having so many beautiful women. They yelled and began to work hard. Liu Yu, who was operating the control system, wasted no time and directly opened the hot water nozzle. Those with their necks and backs of their hands exposed were immediately scalded. Moreover, this water was laced with poisonous hail. "Oh, it hurts so much. I'm burned. Damn it, be careful. Liu Yu, you're too vicious." Wang Hai, standing behind, cursed Liu Yu while trying to comfort his subordinates, but he didn't realize that Liu Yu hadn't provoked him. Rather, it was Wang Hai who came to challenge him. Wanting to kill others, but not allowing them to resist, Liu Yu said nothing. A shooting hole opened above, and Liu Yu electrified it. An electric shock gun was formed, but the projectiles were rusty iron nails. The 3-inch iron nails were launched in the electromagnetic field. Though not fatal, they still held a certain lethal force. Suddenly, the unfortunate ones nearby were left bleeding like hedgehogs. The person holding the cutter was not in a good position either. With thousands of volts and amps of current, he received a severe jolt, and his flesh began to rot. Wang Hai was dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a brutal scene, losing nearly 20 people at once. Looking at the rusty nails on the ground, he realized that without special medicine, the wounds would become infected and fester. Moreover, the hot water continuously pouring down was poisonous, and as it seeped into the wounds opened by the nails, those in pain began foaming at the mouth and dying on the spot. This was not the end. Another gun barrel extended from above. Terrified, Wang Hai hurriedly took cover, thinking it was something else. Little did he know what spewed from the barrel was a mix of itching powder and dry lime powder. The opening next to the barrel was continuously blowing hot air, filling the area before the door. Everything was shrouded in white powder. "Run! Get to the garage, we can't stay here." Wang Hai was not a fool. He quickly ordered the remaining people to abandon the 20 injured. After all, with so many deaths and the bodies potentially contaminated by the poison hail, water, if not dealt with, harmful gases might be produced. This was his own home. After the last murder, Liu Yu had anticipated this issue. Fortunately, he had gathered a lot of supplies from several supermarkets, and there really was lime powder inside. He made full use of it. He directly captured the video footage. He wanted to send it to the group, but saw that the troublemaker Su Lautai had muted him. Damn, that old hag looking for trouble is really disgusting. After cursing, Liu Yu took Liu Shishir to eat. Outside, Wang Hai and the others, still in shock, could hardly believe their eyes. Their expedition hadn't even begun, and they were already suffering casualties. Losing nearly 20 brothers in one go, although they had anticipated that there would be casualties, they never expected the losses to be so great. They had even lost the cutter. They had never witnessed death before, and just thinking about those who died at Liu Yu's hands and the struggles they faced before dying left a chilling impression. Many timid individuals began to have second thoughts. Wasn't it better to live well at the delivery point than to come here? They say it's a paradise inside, but we haven't even gone in through the door. Is it really a paradise? The ground is littered with the corpses of our brothers. It's more like hell. "Boss, we can't go on like this," said one of Wang Hai's brothers. "I know. No wonder Wei said this place is better. Good places come with risks. Brothers, that kid is so safe on the first floor. We can enter through the underground garage. If we don't go in today with so many of our former good brothers dead and many beautiful women waiting for us to save them hot meals and fine wine, how can you all be content? Sleeping alone without a woman to talk to. Why do they get to enjoy themselves while we do not? Wang Hai knew that everyone's spirits were low and could only use wine and beautiful women to encourage confidence. Boss, will the garage be as difficult to enter as upstairs? Someone reminded him this time we want enter through the front door, while dig through the wall. I refuse to believe that kid installed these things on the wall as well. Wang Hai had learned a lesson and would not be so foolish this time. He needed to use his brain, otherwise how could he control so many subordinates? Right, what the boss said is right. Brothers, didn't you all work hard to earn money to marry a beautiful wife? Now the wife is inside waiting for you to marry her. Are you willing to just watch your wife in another man's hands? The one speaking nonsense was another subordinate of Wang Hai who stood up to brainwash those who lacked experience. Surprisingly, this brainwashing was effective as they clearly knew Liu Yu was not theirs. But in their eyes, Liu Yu was like someone who had stolen their wives, making them gnash their teeth in hatred, wishing to strip him of his skin and tendons. It was infuriating. How could this kid have so many women? After several rounds of encouragement, they finally regained their courage. Wang Hai shouted again, brothers, let's rescue our wives. Charge in and kill that kid. Yes, shouted those without much brain, grabbing their tools and starting to dig through the wall of Liu Yu's garage. Wang Hai specially sent the video to Zhang Wei asking her to wait for him. To provoke Liu Yu, Zhang Wei casually posted this video in the group. She even sent a copy to Liu Yu. However, her tone was very gentle. You come back. I really don't want it to be like this. Liu Yu saw the short video sent by Zhang Wei accompanied by her teasing voice. He couldn't help but chuckle. Liu Yu, what should we do? They're about to dig the house down. Liu Yu noticed the video sent by Zhang Wei on Liu Yu's phone. Wang Hai, I really didn't expect this guy to become addicted to being a simp, actually believing that woman's nonsense and coming to dig up his own house. Liu Yu recognized the voice of the man directing the excavation. No wonder, he looked familiar. This guy had been at odds with him during university. To please Zhang Wei, he traveled dozens of kilometers, bringing along so many reckless people to dig up his house. When Liu Yu had someone install protective measures, he never thought about installing offensive weapons near the wall. The weapons at the front gate couldn't reach them. Don't worry, my house is made of steel bars, and there's a layer of concrete outside. They won't be able to get in. Liu Yu said, patting the shoulder of the anxious Liu Yu. But this isn't safe either. What if they collapse the house? Liu Yu was still a bit worried despite Liu Yu's reassurance. Well, you're right, but if we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes the king of hell has. Come with me. Liu Yu thought for a moment. He couldn't just let Wang Hai, this simp, dig up the corner of his house so recklessly. Otherwise, it would be too arrogant. He took out a pressurized spray device and a hose. From his space, he found some poison and mixed it with flour. He filled the spray device with it. Starting the pressurization, he opened a lookout at the garage door. The flour mixed with poison began to spread under the strong wind pressure. The direction it was aimed at was where Wang Hai was directing the excavation. They witnessed the thickness of the walls built by the wealthy. The quality of the reinforced concrete was truly remarkable. After much effort, they managed to excavate a small hole the size of a rice bowl. Damn it, Liu Yu is hiding in his turtle shell, and we really have no way to deal with him. I wonder how thick this wall is. Wang Hai cursed as his underlings worked painfully, their wrists aching from the effort. This wall was truly formidable. Brothers, put in more effort. Just think about the delicious food and beautiful women waiting for us once we get in. This little difficulty is nothing. A victory is right ahead, and we have plenty of time. Wang Hai's loyal subordinates, replacing those who were exhausted, began to smash the wall again. At that moment, the flour, mixed with poison, drifted up, and they felt a choking sensation. What's going on? Where did this flour come from? It's too unbearable, shouted someone who was closer to the garage door of Liu Yu's house. Damn it, is this Liu Yu doing? Wang Hai cursed. Cough, cough, this is too unbearable. Instead of giving us food, he uses flour to harm us. Damn it. Seeing Liu Yu waste food like this, everyone was furious. They covered their mouths and noses while cursing. Pock. One person felt their throat itch and spat. They saw blood mixed with saliva. Cough, cough. Another person started coughing violently, even spitting out blood. Not good, this flour is toxic, someone exclaimed, feeling dizzy and weak. What? This kid is too wicked. Everyone quickly hide. Go to a ventilated area. Wang Hai noticed his brothers starting to collapse, spitting blood. Those who could still stand heard his words and hurriedly left, not daring to approach Liu Yu's door any longer. Otherwise, before they could even enjoy the beauties, they would die, and then nothing would be left. Wang Hai was initially full of confidence, thinking that Liu Yu was just one man, while he had 50 brothers. Capturing Liu Yu would be easy. Unexpectedly, nearly 20 of his men had already fallen at his doorstep. Now in the underground garage, nearly 20 more had been affected. He didn't know what poison Liu Yu had used, or if there was any chance of salvation. Only about 10 people were less affected. Boss, what should we do? The tools are also poisoned, and the air in this underground garage is toxic. Should we still go after him? Of course. This kid has harmed so many of our brothers. If we don't take revenge, are we still human? Go back and find tools. We must get gas masks and anti-electric gloves, otherwise we will die here. We still have 15 brothers left, and that villa is just enough for us. Wang Hai spoke with malice in his eyes. What about them? Should we take them back? One person asked, pointing at those lying on the ground spitting blood. If we pass this wind point, the toxic flower will come over, and we will die too. Tell them to crawl over, we will rescue them. Wang Hai thought for a moment, and said, but they have already started spitting blood, and have no strength left. How can they crawl over? The only ones who can save them are us. Tell them that as long as they crawl over, we will take them home. If they can't make it and die, let them rest assured, we will come back to bury their bodies. Wang Hai's eyes flashed with indifference. In his heart, there was only Zhang Wei and his hatred for Liu Yu, having forgotten what he had said before. His subordinate, who found Wang Hai's words reasonable, gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll go tell them. When he conveyed Wang Hai's words to those who could still hold on, they didn't want to die now, lacking the previous heroic spirit they had for the beauties, crawling over like dogs while spitting blood. The short distance of 10 meters felt like the gates of hell, extremely difficult. Some had already spat blood and had no strength left, lying there unsure if they were dead or just fainted. In the end, only 3 people crawled over. Get them on the car, we're leaving, Wang Hai said with a cold expression. Yes. They had come in 3 cars, but now they were leaving in just one, like a defeated stray dog, leaving Liu Yu's villa in disgrace. Through the surveillance, Liu Yu saw them leave. Liu Shishir asked, Liu Yu, did they leave? They killed a few dogs, and then left, but they will come back. Too bad I didn't kill that simp. After thinking for a moment, he edited a portion of the video of what had happened before and sent it to Zhang Wei. Dear ex-wife, take a look at your simp. It seems he's not doing so well. How can a man be so useless? Should we have a voice chat later? I'll let you hear how your former man is doing. Waiting for news from Wang Hai, Zhang Wei saw a short video sent by Liu Yu, and her anger was so intense that it felt like her silver teeth might shatter. Useless, truly useless. How can so many people not even handle one Liu Yu? Just a moment ago, you confidently told me that you would take over his villa and invite me to live there. Is this how you perform? The hopes Zhang Wei once had for Wang Hai were now replaced by immense fury, though she never anticipated that so many people had died on Liu Yu's side because of him. Even if you were 40 pigs, having Liu Yu kill them wouldn't take such a short time. But those were all people with brains. How could you be so inept? Though she cursed Wang Hai upon seeing the news from Liu Yu, she clutched her chest in anger, as if struck by a hammer. It hurt too much. Feeling overwhelmingly distressed, she couldn't let her true emotions show in front of Liu Yu. She said, Dear ex-husband, please don't misunderstand. I never asked Wang Hai to trouble you. It's all this infatuated fool's doing. He got himself into trouble after seeing your video. You know he liked me in college, but I never gave him a chance. Upon seeing the fake message from Zhang Wei, Liu Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Truly, a man without poison is no man at all. How quick she was to deny her actions. However, this was of no concern to Liu Yu. The heavy snowfall had just begun, and it would last for nearly a month. He had time to play with Zhang Wei, he wouldn't let her family fall into despair so easily. Although he found the Zhang family repulsive, he reveled in the thought of their desperate demise. It was the most enjoyable outcome. Of course I know you wouldn't do that. You still have feelings for me, right? You wouldn't kill me, would you? As Liu Yu sent this message, he chuckled coldly inside. After how I treated you, you wouldn't kill me. You would rather see me die at someone else's hands. Dying at yours would be even better. If I fell into your hands, you would surely flay me alive. Although he knew Zhang Wei would treat him this way, Liu Yu just wanted to annoy her a bit. Seeing the message, Zhang Wei felt the same way as Liu Yu. She was furious, but didn't show it. Instead, she typed slowly, speaking with deep emotion. We were once married after all. There's a saying that a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. Even though we are divorced, I wouldn't kill you. After all, our son has called you father for several years. Of course I know you the best. It's been a long time since I heard your voice. Hey, let's have a voice chat for a bit. After Liu Yu finished typing, he sent the message and immediately requested a voice chat with Zhang Wei. At that moment, Liu Shishir was lying in Liu Yu's arms. On the other end, Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the call. Liu Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you speaking? I miss you so much, Zhang Wei said softly. Oh really? My mouth was just busy. You know how clingy women can get when they are in love. Why don't you listen in? Come say hello to your sister. Liu Yu patted Liu Shishi's round bottom. Stop it, Liu Yu, you hurt me. Liu Shishir pouted angrily. Hurry up, no wasting time. Say hello to the sister on the other end. Her husband hasn't been doing well lately. She's feeling lonely and likes to hear these sounds. Liu Yu said cheekily. It was as if he could hear Zhang Wei's gritted teeth from the other end, but she had managed to deceive Liu Yu for so many years in her past life, proving that she was not without cunning. Although she was angry, she wouldn't show it as she directly changed the subject. Liu Yu, I know you have a new flame, but don't forget your old love. If you had been less domineering in the past, we wouldn't have had so many issues between us, would we? Zhang Wei was subtly implying that Liu Yu was inadequate. At the time, it was hard to discern her meaning. She just wanted to stabilize Liu Yu. It left Liu Yu a bit surprised this woman had changed her attitude today. Previously, when she was so angry with him, she wouldn't speak so harshly or stab herself with her own words. Now with this soft blade, she kept stabbing him. What could it mean? Delaying time, or was it that the Zhang family was beginning to take action against him? Liu Yu, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Did I hurt your feelings with my earlier honesty? Seeing that Liu Yu was silent, Zhang Wei curiously asked. Nothing, I just feel you are acting a bit strange today. Are you hiding something from me? No, of course not. I love you too much to keep anything from you. Zhang Wei said, a bit flustered. The more she acted this way, the more alert Liu Yu became. This woman was not good news, and he wondered what she was trying to achieve by stalling him. Pushing Liu Shishir away, he hurriedly said, wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Liu Yu, what's wrong? Where are you going? What happened? Zhang Wei noticed Liu Yu's alertness and quickly inquired. It's nothing, ex-wife, thank you for your concern. I have something to deal with, let's talk later. You wouldn't be impotent, would you? How can a man admit to that? You haven't overdone it, have you? I have some medicine here, should I send you some? No need, thank you. It's much better than your brother Zhang Ren, who just hangs around. Goodbye. Liu Yu coldly finished speaking and hung up the phone. He always felt something was off, so he dressed quickly and went down 2 floors to check, finding nothing unusual. Knowing Zhang Wei wouldn't let him off so easily, he went up to the 2nd floor. He noticed that the coal ball was not in its usual sleeping spot. When he reached the 3rd floor, he found the coal ball had grown larger and was staring intently at the rooftop. Are they up there? Liu Yu was somewhat surprised. He did not expect these people to be so bold, attacking him in such heavy snow and hail. With his ear against the wall, he indeed heard movement on the roof. Although the people upstairs thought their footsteps were very quiet, to Liu Yu they were deafening. Truly seeking death, do they think they can attack me from above? Liu Yu sneered. It should be noted that Liu Yu had installed 3 iron doors on that staircase. Although there were no electronic locks, mechanical locks would not open from the outside. Damn it. Coming from above, Liu Yu never expected that the distance between these 2 villas used to be quite far. Liu Yu thought he couldn't climb a ladder from such a distance. Zhang Wei sent several video calls again, but he did not answer. At a glance, this woman had a belly full of schemes and just wanted to delay his time. After several requests, Liu Yu finally connected. Dear ex-husband, you can't possibly be incapable, can you? Where's this? Aren't you lying in bed? After seeing Liu Yu connect the video call, Zhang Wei asked with a cheerful smile. If Liu Yu didn't know who she was, he might have believed her nonsense. Where is this? Of course it's my villa on the 3rd floor. You don't live next to me, do you? Do you like being my neighbor so much? Liu Yu asked flatly. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with surprise before quickly returning to normal. She asked, right, I didn't expect you to be so clever to realize it. I miss you so much, and since you won't open the door or come back, I took the initiative to move over and live with you. How about it? Now do you believe my sincerity? Why don't you open the door and I'll move in with you? We can pretend nothing ever happened and go back to how things were before. Back to how things were. Are you going to put a green hat on me? Alright, I forgot your lover has been taken care of by me. Now it seems he's not capable anymore. You'll have to find your dad or your family's bodyguard this time. Liu Yu asked with a mischievous tone. In an instant, Zhang Wei's expression turned ugly. Liu Yu, when did your words become so venomous? I just made a mistake that many women make. Just this once, can't you forgive me? Can't we live well together? If I believe your words, I'd be risking my life. There are people on my rooftop, they are from the Zhang family, right? You're chatting with me just to buy time, so that Wang Hai, that fool, can attract my attention downstairs while you ambush from above, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. You know all of this? Zhang Wei asked in shock. Of course, otherwise how could I be on the 3rd floor? I usually live on the 1st floor. I wouldn't hang up during a video call. Just watch how I deal with your Zhang family's bodyguard. Liu Yu placed his phone against the wall. Holding a special crossbow, he showed it to Zhang Wei and said, what do you think will happen if this thing goes through someone's body? I don't know, I haven't tried it, but do you think you've won just because of this? We have guns on our side, Zhang Wei said coldly. Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see. As he spoke, Liu Yu heard something smash against the glass. Zhang Wei also saw a shadow hanging and swaying in front of the window through Liu Yu's phone camera, holding a hammer and smashing the glass on the 3rd floor. The glass did not shatter, and the person instead bounced back. Look, I'm going to shoot him in the chest now. A swoosh, it will go right through. No. This was after all a loyal bodyguard of the Zhang family. Losing one meant losing one. But Liu Yu wouldn't listen, opening a shooting hole and aiming the crossbow bolt at the swaying person. That kid has a crossbow bolt, you guys better come down quickly and shoot him dead. The bodyguard smashing the window yelled in panic when he saw Liu Yu showing a devilish smile. Liu Yu, who opened the shooting hole, would not give him a chance. While he was still swaying, the crossbow bolt was already shot out. With a whoosh, the bolt went through his neck. Although he was wearing a helmet at such a close distance, combined with the bolt's great power, it was almost without any obstacle. Under Zhang Wei's gaze, that person died on the spot. Blood gushed out of his body like a fountain. Bang, bang, bang. The people above shot a few times at Liu Yu, but the bullets hit the glass, causing no ripples whatsoever. Is that all? A look of disdain appeared on Liu Yu's face. Having just killed someone, it felt as easy as killing a chicken with no reaction at all. His mockery was directed at either Zhang Wei or the bodyguards outside the window. Watching his own people get shot by Liu Yu, they were all once his brothers. How could they die like this? They went crazy shooting bullets at one spot continuously, but this was super bulletproof glass. Ordinary bullets couldn't break the glass. How could mere handgun bullets cause any damage? The bullets ran out. It was unclear whether the people above were so enraged that they lost their sanity, or if the wind suddenly picked up outside, as they had been up there for too long. The human body lost its agility, or perhaps the wind blew. In a careless moment, one fell directly down. Right below was Liu Yu's small garden, where the ground was filled with traps he had set. Long iron spikes stood on the frozen ground. He fell and smashed onto one, feeling a piercing chill. Blood continuously oozed from his mouth and wounds as the temperature was simply too low. The human body temperature dropped rapidly, and if not treated in time, a person would quickly perish. The people above were furious, yet they hadn't even dealt with Liu Yu. Just like that, two brothers were already dead. The brothers with whom they had lived and died together fell at Liu Yu's hands. How could they not be enraged? Naturally, Zhang Wei, who was video calling Liu Yu, also noticed this situation, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood in anger. When did Liu Yu become so difficult to deal with? It was not easy to get downstairs. Was the third floor set up so well? Dad, let them come back. We can't keep pushing forward like this, Zhang Wei shouted outside without bothering to hang up the phone. While Zhang Wei was speaking, two bodyguards slid down from above again, occupying the shooting hole Liu Yu had just used. He hurriedly closed it, but still two bullets managed to shoot in. Liu Yu opened another shooting hole in a different direction. However, this time, he didn't shoot any surprise arrows. Instead, he took out a hose and poured hot water on them. It's so cold outside, your tempers are so high, let me cool you down. In winter, hot water is more likely to freeze than cold water. The hot water from the hose, when poured onto the two, almost instantly froze after reaching them. Quick, pull me up, he shouted at the people above while firing his gun. By the time the hot water reached their hands, it had already turned into ice water. Their guns froze to their hands, and it didn't stop there as Liu Yu didn't cease his actions. Soon the water on their bodies turned into ice clumps. They froze to the window and directly became ice statues, their expressions twisted in horror and fear. Liu Yu took a couple of photos and sent them to Zhang Wei. Dear ex-wife, look at the ice sculpture I made for you. I hope you like it and understand my heartfelt affection for you. He even left a cheeky expression. Zhang Wei saw her bodyguard brutally killed and frozen to death, stuck against the window. If illuminated by a fluorescent light, it might even emit a dazzling glow. Her blood pressure rose in anger. She was furious, but dared not completely sever ties with Liu Yu at this moment. She continued, Liu Yu, what are you doing? Do you know I like ice and snow? Did you specially make this ice sculpture for me? Seeing how much this woman enjoyed acting, Liu Yu did not expose her and replied, yes, look at how thoughtful I am toward you, still remembering your preferences. These ice sculptures I made are rather rough. Next time I promise to make better ones that I hope you'll like. Of course I like everything you give me, but I still prefer to watch them with you. If I could personally carve them alongside you, I believe it would be the greatest happiness of my life. I wonder if you would fulfill this wish of mine. Zhang Wei spoke with such tenderness that a young person just starting in society might have already fallen for her. Sure, I also enjoy working together. Wait for me, Wei. After Liu Yu finished speaking, he no longer paid her any attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, having hung up the phone, was like a rabid dog barking angrily. She threw everything she could get her hands on out of frustration. She never expected that Wang Hai, that useless fool, would claim he liked her and promised to bring down Liu Yu's villa to marry her inside. Just this. He couldn't even bring down the villa, and out of the 50 men he brought, hardly any survived. They came in high spirits, but returned dejected. He was truly a complete waste. However, this attack gave Zhang Wei a thorough understanding of the defenses around Liu Yu's villa. Beneath the reinforced concrete, there was unexpectedly thick steel plating. Liu Yu, are you some kind of turtle? Why is the steel so thick? How are we supposed to get in? Before, the pillars were made of concrete, and there were red brick walls. Now everything has been replaced with reinforced concrete. Even ordinary shells wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Previously, Wang Hai's subordinates had exerted so much effort just to create a small hole the size of a bowl. They still had no idea how thick this newly built wall was. At that time, Zhang Wei's hatred for Liu Yu reached its peak, prompting her father to send someone to seize the nearest villa from Liu Yu. Taking advantage of Liu Yu dealing with Wang Hai and others, they attempted to attack from the rooftop, But upon reaching the top after expending considerable effort to clear some snow, they found that the roof had also been newly renovated. Ordinary tools were completely useless. They thought of breaking the window and having Zhang Wei distract Liu Yu, but it was discovered. They thought that having a gun would allow them to shatter the glass and get in, but the glass was bulletproof. And they were frozen to death by Liu Yu using water. What a frustrating situation. The Zhang family wanted to deal with Liu Yu, but ended up losing more than they gained. They were absolutely furious. The hypocrite Zhang Zhonghai shouted in anger. The number of bodyguards under him was already few, and 5 had died at Liu Yu's place, which was a huge loss. Upon hearing about Wang Hai's failure, he became even angrier. Wang Hai is also a waste. Wei, I suggest you find someone more capable to associate with. You need someone wealthy and resourceful, not this delivery guy who is really useless and has subordinates without even a gun. Dad, where are you going with this? I've never been interested in Wang Hai, that sycophant. I'm just using him. The supplies he brings are not bad. I've heard he has quite a bit of stock at his delivery hub. Once we get those supplies, we'll take care of that waste. Zhang Wei said, fiercely transferring all her hatred for Liu Yu onto Wang Hai. If possible, she would open the doors to Liu Yu's house. Liu Yu alone could never be her opponent, as she would play him to death and take her revenge. Alright, as long as you're aware, by the way, Wei, since you say that sycophant has plenty of supplies, make sure to cheat him out of it before taking action. It's best to recruit his underlings for our own use. Those who disobey should be killed directly. Zhang Zhonghai also understood that these people might have other thoughts, so he reminded her. Got it, Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of both Wang Hai and Liu Yu together. Zhang Wei vowed through clenched teeth. Go check on Renner, he's been in a bad mood lately. Hearing that Zhang Ren, this useless person, has been in a bad mood, made her want to laugh. This waste was no longer a man, but had become a eunuch. How could he be in a good mood? Besides, whether he was in a good mood or not had nothing to do with her. Watching her mother being bullied, not only could he not avenge her, but in this apocalypse he still acted like a child throwing a tantrum. What was he thinking? Was she supposed to comfort him? However, Zhang Wei had not yet found someone to support her. The Zhang family was still under Zhang Zonghai's authority, and she did not dare to act recklessly, so she said, Okay, Dad, I'll go check on him. Go ahead. After all, he was his son, and Zhang Zhonghai did not want to lose him like this, so he nodded. Alright, I'm going now. When Zhang Wei arrived at Zhang Ren's room, the rootless Zhang Ren had already become good friends with Zhang Wei. Seeing her arrive, he cursed. Bitch, seeing me like this has rekindled your old feelings, huh? Trying to seduce the delivery bumpkin and Liu Yu. You're really shameless. Zhang Ren, that's enough. I'm doing this for you. What time is it, and you still want to argue with me? Is that interesting? When Zhang Wei saw Zhang Ren being unreasonable and cursing her, she became angry. Could you think you're something, huh? Seeing that I have no ability, you want to kick me out, right? Let me tell you that won't happen. Zhang Ren's voice also began to turn sharp and piercing. Do as you like. If you have the ability, go kill Liu Yu. Look at how I've been bullied by him. To seize his villa, I've endured humiliation. You still don't understand me. My sincerity was truly wasted on dogs. No wonder Lu Shishir favors that kind of waste, as she doesn't like someone like you, a eunuch. It's really embarrassing. After saying that, Zhang Wei left. What use was a eunuch? Even if she gave him her body, could he make her feel good? A man without roots couldn't be called a man and wasn't worthy of her affection. However, Zhang Zhonghai was right. It was necessary to find a second-generation rich kid for support. Having a son was a burden, and it seemed she needed to find a way to send him away. If Liu Yu knew how dark Zhang Wei's heart was, he would be quite surprised. Zhang Wei returned to her room and began rummaging through her classmate's yearbook looking for the second-generation rich kid who had once confessed to her. A person named Gu Ye's chat message appeared before Zhang Wei's eyes. This individual runs a chain restaurant company and has many people working under him. Zhang Wei thought that someone like Gu Yu who owns a restaurant must have a lot of food stored given the number of people under him. He looked average, but his family was relatively wealthy. Looking back at the last message Gu Yu sent her, it was the day before the apocalypse. Perhaps he saw the insults and criticisms about her online. She felt that this person might be like the sycophant Wang Hai, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to establish some kind of relationship with her. Although the Zhang family was wealthy, they had previously been tricked by Liu Yu, significantly calculated against them, and even got people from the Wang family to sabotage the Zhang family's stocks, temporarily putting them in a crisis. There wasn't enough cash flow nor enough food stored. Although Wang Hai, who owned a logistics outlet, delivered some food, who knew when this snow disaster would stop? Fortunately, the electricity hadn't gone out yet, and most residents in the rainforest community could turn on their air conditioning to fend off some of the cold. However, the electrical load was truly excessive. If the power went out one day, the human body would expend more heat due to the cold. Considering the family's future, Zhang Wei felt that Gu Yu, the sycophant, was still a decent choice. So she sent a message. Soon Gu Yu replied, Wei, long time no see. How have you been? I'm fine. How about you, Gu Yu? The weather outside is just too cold, and I don't know when the heavy snow will stop. I can't even go out wearing a skirt, which is my favorite thing to do. After sending the message, Gu Yu recalled the image of Zhang Wei wearing a white mini skirt in his mind. Although the news reported that Zhang Wei had engaged in some disgusting behaviors akin to Pangilian, her appearance was still quite appealing. Gu Yu also wanted to be like Zhang Ren, obtaining Zhang Wei and making her a personal possession. In the minds of these people, having more women was not a bad thing. Having more women he liked proved he was a capable man who, if he had no ability, how could so many women be interested in him? This time Zhang Wei replied to his message with great difficulty and was willing to chat with him. Especially for a woman, if she liked a man, she would come to a date wearing a skirt, as it was her way of giving him an opportunity. However, if a girl didn't like you, she would dress very conservatively during a date with her hair tied back neatly, not allowing you to take any advantage. Many men have no resistance to women with fragrant long hair. Fearing that Zhang Wei might ignore him, Gu Yu hurriedly sent another message. Wei, long time no see. Is everything okay at home? Do you have enough food? If not, I have plenty stored at home and can send some over. Oh, just let me know your address. Seeing the message, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smirk. This man was indeed just like Wang Hai, eager to pander as soon as given a little opportunity. However, she knew that such matters could not be rushed. She replied, "Thank you, Gu Yu. It's impressive that you still remember to care about me at this time. You really are a good man. I still have food at home. If you run low, I can send some to you." Of course, Zhang Wei felt a little guilty saying this. It was just too fake. The Zhang family's food supply was already running low. If it weren't for the sycophant Wang Hai sending some over, they would probably run out next week. No, it's fine. Thank you, Wei. You don't know how much food I have at home. Our family is in the restaurant business, as you know, and we have a lot of stock. They'll send you some. Gu Yu read Zhang Wei's message, his heart racing as Zhang Wei still cared about him. Did she need a good man to comfort her after experiencing betrayal? It seemed he was that good man. After chatting for a while, Zhang Wei felt it was enough. This man's heart had already begun to be in her grasp, but she couldn't chat too much, otherwise she might lose control. She took the initiative to end the conversation. Putting down her phone, she coldly smiled. It seemed her charm hadn't diminished at all. This man was easily manipulated. What had Liu Yu experienced that made her lose her past charm in front of him? If she could manipulate Liu Yu, his warm villa and comfortable big bed would be hers. This home was unbearably cold. Even with the air conditioning on, the temperature was just too low. Sometimes the air conditioning could easily malfunction. If it weren't for that small heater which no one used, someone might have frozen to death in the house by now. I hope the power doesn't go out. After lunch, she checked the news, wanting to see how long the government said this weather would last. She heard on the news that coal reserves were nearly depleted. They could no longer guarantee 24-hour power supply and urged everyone to conserve electricity as there might be limited power supply in the future. Those who saw this news felt despair, and the already bleak mood deepened. People began to curse the government in the group, disregarding their own situation. Liu Yu also didn't know when he had been lifted from the ban by Old Lady Sue. Many people in the group tagged Liu Yu, saying if anyone had a surplus of food at home, they could sell some. They would pay 10 or even 20 times the price. Liu Yu not only ignored them, but also posted a photo of himself dining with Liu Shishir in the group. These beasts had been supported by him for so long in his past life. Just because he got injured looking for food, they disregarded him. After he had managed to get some food, he was discovered and tricked into opening the door by Zhang Wei. They dismembered him. How could he let go of such hatred? The beasts saw him worrying about food every day, while Liu Yu, on the other hand, not only had plenty to eat, but feasted on beautiful and delicious dishes. They cursed angrily. They wanted to kill Liu Yu, who in turn posted photos of the people he had killed back into the group, including a few possible ice sculptures along with detailed explanations from the Zhang family security team. Some people fell silent. All right, everyone, stop the cursing. The government will not abandon us. From now on, we need to coordinate food supplies to get through this difficult time together. Whoever does well, I will report to the organization and award them the title of Excellent Citizen, and their children can bypass the entrance exams for our district's key international elementary school. Liu Yu knew very well what Old Lady Sue was up to. She was collecting food from others' homes to ensure her own family survived. As for those foolish ones who were deceived, their lives or deaths had nothing to do with her. In his past life, Liu Yu remembered this incident had occurred as well, but at that time, he had only heard Zhang Wei mention it, and the Zhang family had not been involved. After all, the Zhang family had bodyguards. Although Old Lady Zu's son was the director of the Public Security Bureau, in the absence of legal constraints, they could only intimidate those without brains or opinions. Many newly wealthy individuals emerged every year after demolitions. It was not that the rich living in this community were particularly intelligent or capable of critical thinking. They believed that living here in contact with wealthy individuals would lead to better education for their children and a better family life. A child's social circle from a young age is crucial. This was what the real estate agents told them, just as those selling houses would say. Having endured hardship in his youth, Liu Yu did not want his children to suffer the same way once he had money, and he found this reasoning quite valid. Thus, he followed the agent's advice. However, these people, while foolish, were also vicious in their actions. They acted as lackeys for certain individuals, using their educated demeanor to plot and carry out malicious deeds. They merely displayed a grotesque visage of collusion. Liu Yu felt no sympathy for their deception. When a person's wealth does not match their intelligence, they will inevitably lose that wealth and return to poverty. Just like during electronic fraud, many victims are women, often mothers, who consider themselves relatively clever and capable. After becoming a housewife and distancing herself from society, watching a few short videos, and consuming some toxic motivational content, she believes she is the smartest person in the world, incapable of being deceived. If she were to be scammed, she would go home and scold her husband, blaming him for his inability to provide the life she desires. If you could give me this life, would I be deceived? The only realization of her mistake would be feeling that she married the wrong man. At any other time, she would see no fault in herself. However, Liu Yu still remarked, everyone needs to be careful and discerning if things are not as simple as you think. Little did he know that this single reminder would provoke outrage among certain individuals. They thought of Liu Yu's home filled with delicious food and felt it was malicious that he would neither share nor allow them to band together for warmth. They began to curse Liu Yu, claiming he had no conscience and couldn't stand to see others do well. After Liu Yu sent out his message, old lady Sue glanced at her phone, feeling a bit flustered, fearing that this young man would ruin her scheme. However, upon seeing many people come out in defense of her, claiming she was thinking of the entire community. What Liu Yu was doing was simply inhumane. How could a person like him exist? Not only did he refuse to contribute resources, but now that someone was taking the lead, he even made derisive comments. He was far from a man. Watching the words of these ignorant people, a cold smile crept across Liu Yu's face. He couldn't be bothered to engage with them. After all, it was not himself who was hungry. His reminder to these fools to live a few more days was wasted. They did not cherish the opportunity and instead bit the hand that fed them, so they deserved to be deceived. This was the wealth they possessed mismatched with their intelligence, marking the opportunity they were about to lose. Suddenly, someone sent a friend request to Liu Yu. He thought it might be someone coming to scold him, but since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the request. "Is there something you need?" he typed. Very quickly, the person replied, "Liu Yu, about that matter you mentioned before, is it still valid?" "That matter, are you referring to the bounty I posted in the group?" Liu Yu countered. "Yes, that's it. What about it? Did you manage to take down that kid's head?" Liu Yu asked with curiosity, for after all, old lady Sue, the mastermind behind the scams, had warned everyone in the group not to act recklessly, and had even threatened Liu Yu, saying if he offered a bounty to catch someone, he would surely face consequences. "Yes, you aren't just fooling us, are you?" The person, fearing Liu Yu might deny it, pressed further. "Of course it's valid. I want video proof, or that person's headed. Do not try to deceive me with fakes. I warn you, I don't want to become a fool giving my belongings away or letting someone swindle me. I would never deceive you. I look at this," and raise his WeChat ID. As he spoke, the person sent a short video and a few photos. From the photos and some chat records, Liu Yu confirmed that the deceased was indeed the person who had previously insulted him in the group and was now the subject of the bounty. Well done. Do you want bread or instant noodles?" After confirming, Liu Yu asked. "Just give me water and instant noodles, that will suffice." "All right, come to my garage in a bit. Don't bring too many people and don't harbor any ill intentions or you'll regret it. When I kill, I won't hold back. Rest assured, I know what to do and what not to do." "Good, come from the underground garage." After Liu Yu finished speaking, he took out 5 bottles of water and a box of instant noodles, heading down to the garage on the second basement level. This garage was essentially a buffer zone. There were 2 doors in total. Only by passing through both could one enter the interior of his villa. He placed the items in the parking space, closed the doors, and opened the outer door. Before long, 2 individuals entered, dressed in black leather jackets and helmets, revealing only their eyes. They cautiously surveyed the garage before taking the items from the parking space. They immediately left the garage without pausing. After they departed, Liu Yu closed the outer door again and returned. Liu Shishir was eating fruit nestled in Liu Yu's embrace. Seeing that people in the group were still cursing him, Liu Yu typed, "Fools, your phones still have battery. Let me show you something good. This is the person who insulted me not long ago in the group. There's no point in me appreciating it alone. Everyone should take a look." He then sent the video that the person had just sent him along with the several confirming photos to the group. The insults began to dwindle, and after watching the video, some were left in shock. They never expected someone would actually accept Liu Yu's bounty and kill. "Liu Yu, you are going too far. It was just a few words of insult, wasn't it? This person is my brother. He is still a child. Liu Yu, I will kill your entire family." One person sent a voice message roaring, "Your brother? Perfect. I also want to kill your entire family." Whoever kills his family, I will reward them with 10 pounds of instant noodles and a box of water. Liu Yu sent out another bounty, relishing in the sight of the frightened beasts. Liu Yu, you little punk, don't you dare disregard my words. Wait for me to send someone to find you. Whoever severs one hand of this old hag's grandson will receive 50 gene of flour and 50 bottles of water. No deception involved. Liu Yu had long grown weary of old lady Su. He found her absurdly amusing, like a mangy cur to be teased, and tolerated her only because she was both contemptible and useful. Her provocations could serve as pretext to purge the morally bankrupt residents of Yulin residential complex. That did not mean Liu Yu lacked temper. This extortionist grandmother, deluded by her son's position as a bureau director, fancied the entire world belonged to her family. You dare? I own firearms. I'll shoot anyone who comes near. And my son's mother has issued her own bounty. Whoever brings me Liu Yu's hand will receive identical supplies. Old lady Su erupted in fury. Liu Yu responded with a cold, mirthless chuckle. Ancient relic. Do you truly possess such stores? Show me photographic proof. I, however, am prepared. Behold, what do you make of this? He then sent several photos. Mere bags of discarded snack foods, trivial to him, yet to the starving they gleamed like forbidden treasures, irresistible as dung to a rabid dog or a lamb to a starving wolf. I am the director of the neighborhood committee. My word is law. Whoever kills Liu Yu shall secure their child's enrollment in any international primary school, and their household shall be honored as exemplary. Old lady Su, of course, possessed no such stockpile. Her boast had scarcely left her lips. The gullible had yet to deliver their rations, she held nothing at all. Clearly her own reserves were depleted, else she would never have resorted to such a vicious generation-ending scheme. With one final threat, she vowed retribution would follow. Her grandson, growing faint with hunger, cried out, "Grandma, I won't eat this instant noodles. It's awful. I want potato chips, cola, and fried chicken." The boy wailed from beside her. She cooed, instantly softening. "Oh, my precious grandchild, don't cry. Grandma promises you'll feast tonight." The weeping child wiped his tears and whispered, trembling, "Grandma, will I really get those things?" "Of course, darling. You're so adorable. Someone will deliver them any moment." She smiled indulgently. Thank you, Grandma. I'm starving." She laughed warmly. "My dear, wait while Grandma cooks you noodles, with a boiled egg and a slice of ham. Does that sound good?" "But Grandma, I still want fried chicken and chips." "Patience, my love. Let's eat first. Strength before snacks, yes." "Yes, Grandma, I understand." Having soothed her grandson, she turned toward the kitchen to prepare the meal. She dismissed Liu Yu's bounty as irrelevant. Certain her son's authority as bureau director and her own status as neighborhood director rendered her untouchable even where her grandson was concerned. Yet she gravely underestimated human desperation. The extremity of hunger strips away morality, leaving only raw instinct. As she shivered in the icy kitchen, stirring noodles for her grandson, she failed to hear the knock at the door. "Who is it?" Xiao Bao called out, approaching the entrance. "I heard your little treasure craves fried chicken and French fries. I've brought them." The voice outside confirmed the visitor had been waiting. Only prolonged eavesdropping could reveal the boy's exact cravings. Hearing his desired treats, the child opened the door without hesitation. His grandmother had just promised delivery, and dinner would soon be served. He hadn't expected it so soon. Thrilled, he swung the door wide, only to feel a massive hand seize his arm and a blade flash downward. A shriek pierced the air. Inside, old lady Su felt an unnatural chill, and stepping from the kitchen saw the front door standing wide open. Her grandson's anguished cries echoed from beyond the threshold. "Xiao Bao, what's wrong?" She abandoned the pot and sprinted outside. There lay her grandson, his right arm severed, blood pooling on the ground. Sobbing, he writhed in agony. "Husband, wake up. Our grandson's been attacked." Cradling her maimed grandchild, she slammed the door shut and rushed back inside, stunned that her grandson's arm had been taken so swiftly. Her husband, conserving calories to feed the boy, spent most days sleeping. Warmth preserved, grain saved. Roused by her cries, he leapt up, then froze at the sight, his grandson drenched in blood, one arm gone. "What happened? What's going on?" "Oh heavens, husband, now's no time for questions. Fetch the Yunnan Bai Yao and gauze now. What use are words when our child bleeds?" Frustration sharpened her tone. "Right, you're right. I'll fetch them immediately. Hurry, he's fainted from pain. Do you wish him dead?" Frantic, she urged him forward. "Understood, I'm coming." He emerged, clutching a white medical case, flung it open, and began fumbling with antiseptics and bandages. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, having just concluded his conversation with Lu Shishir, was about to rest when a message arrived from a prior bounty hunter. It contained a video and a desiccated, blood-crusted arm. "Does this meet your specifications?" His right hand. "Acceptable. Deliver the limb. I'll give you 50 gene of flour and 50 bottles of water." Liu Yu nodded approvingly. "May I substitute the flour for bread or instant noodles?" I'd accept less quantity. Agreed. I'll provide 5 cartons of instant noodles and 50 bottles of water. Same location as before. Understood. As before, Liu Yu placed 5 cartons of noodles and 2 cases of mineral water in the parking bay. He secured the secondary gate, then watched via surveillance 2 figures approached, dressed identically to their prior visit, bearing an arm matching the video exactly. They scanned the perimeter, confirmed no pursuit, and entered, guessing correctly that Liu Yu observed them from hiding. Without a word, they set down the arm and seized the supplies. Once they departed, Liu Yu locked the outer gate and walked to the bay. He retrieved the severed limb. Liu Yu, why are you holding a bloody arm? It's revolting. Liu Shishir recoiled, wrinkling her nose. Indeed, rather grotesque, but effective as a lesson, he replied with a wry smile. Is this truly the extortionist's grandson's arm? So soon? Liu Shishir gasped. Liu Yu merely smiled faintly. That old vixen has tormented me long enough. Time she learned my resolve and felt its sting. Let's go provoke her. In the home of Elder Su, after her husband had bandaged their grandson, she called her son, urging him to send someone over to seek revenge for their grandson. However, her son replied that due to the weather he couldn't reach any of his men, and he advised her to stay safe, promising that he would visit them when he had the chance. Elder Su was infuriated, thinking her son was also spineless. After all, he was a department head overseeing numerous people, yet he allowed Liu Yu, such a menace, to run rampant. How could he let someone come and harm his son, even putting a bounty on him? Wouldn't it be absurd not to seek revenge? Mom, don't worry. I will avenge Xiao Bao. Once the weather clears, I will send someone to capture Liu Yu. Watching the heavy snow outside, Elder Su worried about her son's safety. Gritting her teeth, she said, Son, I understand. Once the weather improves and your men return, make sure to not let this arrogant brat go. Capture him and execute him on the spot. All right, Mom, just stay safe over there. I won't forget this matter. I still remember how that brat made you suffer with chili last time. After giving this instruction, Wang Ba-Wang hung up the phone, regretting not having returned home earlier to stay with his mother. His wife was at odds with his mother, and they lived in a neighborhood quite far from each other because they wanted to have another child. Usually it only took about half an hour to drive back, but in this heavy snow it was impossible. Their small car was stuck. Husband, what's wrong? There's trouble on our son's side. Wang Ba-Wang gritted his teeth, filled with hatred for Liu Yu. He wanted to call his men, but who would attend to him at such a time? In such cold weather, who would venture out to work? The roads outside were blocked. Some families were running out of food, and yet they were expected to work overtime. It was a dream. What happened to Xiao Bao? His wife asked in shock. Mom said someone secretly knocked on our door and cut off one of Xiao Bao's arms. But don't worry, the wound has been bandaged. What? No way, I need to go back and see my son. He is my child, and after such an incident, I can't bear not seeing him. Are you trying to get killed? Look at the weather outside, how can you go? Wang Ba-Wang said angrily. No matter what, you must take me back to see the child today, otherwise we can divorce. Divorce? Do you think anyone is working over there right now? Besides, we can't divorce until the snow stops. Look, has the snow stopped? Don't worry, I've already started contacting people to take care of that brat and avenge our son. That brat? What happened? Could it be that your mother offended someone over there? Is that why Xiao Bao got hurt? How did he end up in the hospital last time? Have you forgotten? Your mother is truly a disaster. After trying to extort that young man on the bus for 500, she must have tasted the sweetness of it, which is why she behaves so arrogantly, looking down on others. Don't you know how terrible the situation is outside? Some people would risk their lives for a bite to eat. Your mother is still behaving like this. If we wait until the snow stops, I fear I might just see our son's corpse. No, perhaps we won't even see the corpse. They could have eaten him. Wang Ba-Wang was rendered speechless by his wife's words, muttering, no way could things really be that serious. I don't know. I just hope your mother doesn't go too far this time, or something terrible might happen. We should find a chance to stay over there. By the way, bring your gun and bullets along for safety. All right, I see that the snow outside is unlikely to stop for a while. Once the freezing hail ceases, we'll find a chance to go back. What do you think? Wang Ba-Wang was also frightened by his wife's words. After all, he understood his mother quite well. His mother was a community director, and as the head of the security department, he had dealt with many criminals over the years. Perhaps there were those who bore grudges. Plus, his mother might have deceived people in the neighborhood, stealing their food to ensure Xiao Bao wouldn't go hungry. By the time the truth came out, anything could happen. On Elder Su's side, she received news that her son was bringing a gun back, and her courage, which had just been shattered, returned. She started showing off in the group chat, urging everyone to quickly send over their food supplies so she could distribute it and help everyone withstand the harsh snowstorm together. The people in the group saw her message and thought about the return of the head of the security department. This meant that the government had not abandoned them during this disaster and would definitely intervene. Moreover, the head of the security department had firearms. If they didn't comply, they could be treated as troublemakers and shot dead. No one wanted to die, so some started preparing, obediently planning to send food from the underground garage. Elder Su, who had received their promise, was overjoyed knowing her grandson's food was secured. As for her enemy Liu Yu, she naturally wouldn't let him off this time. She specifically tagged him without silencing him, warning him to wait for her son's return. When the time came, they would capture Liu Yu and execute him immediately. Facing the threat, Liu Yu was barbecuing with Liu Shishir on the 3rd floor. However, it was somewhat unsightly, as there was an arm inside a nearby box. Earlier, the weather outside was too cold, and the blood from the wound had frozen. Inside the room, it was a bit warm, and the ice on top had already melted. Old witch, what are you doing in this neighborhood? As long as you don't come looking for trouble with me, I won't hold it against you. But if you keep bothering me, do you want your grandson to lose another arm? Many who were waiting for arrangements saw Liu Yu's message. What? Another arm? Does this mean Liu Yu has already cut off one of the group leader's grandson's arms? He has some guts. I heard the group leader's son is the head of our district security department. Is this kid crazy? Doesn't he fear being caught and shot for daring to kill the leader's son? Hey, what's this? Not long ago, someone cursed at him and he killed them. There's even a video of it. One person angrily said, "Have you forgotten? Not long ago, someone went to his house to borrow some food and he killed them without a second thought." Right, I remember. He's simply a devil on earth. How can we live in the same neighborhood as such a monster? Liu Yu, you killed my brother. You better wait for me. I'm coming to collect your life now. Hey, is that bounty hunter in the group? If you see this, help me kill the grandson above. Double the reward. Liu Yu, do you dare? Old bag, don't you care for your own mouth anymore? Brat, how dare you? My son will not let you off for this. Old Lady Su was furious, believing that Liu Yu was a disaster, luring the bold with food and taking away her grandson's arm. Now he was threatening her in the group. Where was the former arrogance? It was as if he were a deflated old dog having his spine whipped away. Feeling a bit disheartened, she had only one grandson. Although her daughter-in-law was pregnant, the doctor had revealed it was a girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this upset. Seeing her grandson transform from a healthy child into a disabled person, how could she not be angry? However, her son had not yet returned with a gun, so she had to endure. She ignored Liu Yu and continued to incite those fools in the group to bring their food for her to distribute. This plan was devised with her nephew and the property manager. The property personnel had security guards and thought they could form a force looking down on ordinary people. Naturally, they were not afraid to fight against those scattered like water. Currently, these resources were viewed by the property staff as mere production materials. Anything they needed could simply be taken. However, they still had food on hand and had not gone too far. Seeing that old lady Su had stopped her antics, Liu Yu also lost interest in this old woman, knowing she had no more tricks up her sleeve. He had already reminded those who wanted to curry favor with old lady Su, but whether they listened or not was no longer his concern. After all, the residents of this rainforest community were not good people. If you die, it's your own fault. Who told you not to listen to advice? However, Liu Yu knew that there were some smart people in this community. Otherwise, extraordinary individuals would not have emerged here in the past, and they seemed quite formidable. Unfortunately, after his tragic death, Liu Yu knew nothing of the events that followed. Now that he had been given a second chance, he only needed to live well. With an abundance of food and a beautiful woman pregnant with his child, he also unexpectedly awakened a skill. He could sense the thoughts and the hearts of others, although this ability was not particularly strong at present. Yet this skill was quite beneficial for establishing a team that would obey his commands. However, he also needed to possess powerful strength. Otherwise, even if he formed a team, if he couldn't control them, he wouldn't survive. Liu Yu felt that enhancing his strength was particularly important at this time. He also noticed that he had developed quite a hearty appetite. It seemed that after awakening his ability, his food intake had increased. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he was thoroughly controlled by Zhang Wei. Even when he went out to search for food, he never secretly ate, always bringing it back for the Zhang family. If only he had been smarter in his last life, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. This was all in the past. To grow stronger, he still had plenty of food in his storage. Liu Yu ate whenever he was hungry, and the same went for Liu Shishir. Although this woman had plotted against him before, after everything they had gone through, it seemed she had fallen for him. She was materialistic. At first, she had schemed against him for money. Of course, on the night the apocalypse began, he had also manipulated Liu Shishir into losing her virtue. He had taken everything from her. Moreover, Liu Yu could sense that Liu Shishir seemed to be able to perceive his thoughts. In the beginning, he was cautious, fearing that he might harm her. But after she let go of her reservations, she became dependent on him. Liu Yu thought that his ability might have come from Liu Shishir. However, he had already experimented with how it came about. In his past life, he didn't know much about these things. If he encountered that woman Tanging, and she awakened a sharpshooter ability. If he could experience some indescribable events and master this sharpshooter ability, it would prove that his awakened ability had a replication effect. Somewhat of a saintly figure, Tanging might be unable to tolerate Liu Yu causing harm to others due to her profession. To show Tanging how cruel people had become in this apocalypse, he wanted her to see the world. After all, she was not his woman. Although he thought about bringing her under his wing, he couldn't take in a woman who was disobedient and overly virtuous. Otherwise, he would only harm himself. In chaotic times, the priority was survival. The lives of others were not important. Others' life and death were none of his business. There were plenty of women, so there was no need to hang oneself on this tree. If she changed her ways, it would be acceptable. In times of chaos, only by protecting the opposing side's virtuous ones and killing his own can one survive. However, thinking of that policewoman, he wondered how she was faring in this cold weather. If she were to become a guest in his bed, like Liu Yu, that would be quite nice. She had a good figure, and who knows, he might gain a new ability from her. It sounded appealing, but he wondered where she had hidden and if she was still alive. Unexpectedly, Liu Yu received a message. It was from Sun Wen, the sister of Sun Yi, who had previously renovated a villa for him. She mainly inquired about the weather and whether it was truly the end of the world. How long would this terrible weather last? Would the sun still come out? Liu Yu asked how she was doing, but did not invite her over. Although this girl was quite attractive, Liu Yu was not the type of person overflowing with a saintly heart or protective instincts. Previously, when he checked out, he had generously given them a lot of supplies to combat the cold, advising Sun Wen not to trust others too easily. In this apocalypse, the human heart was the most unreliable. The sun would come out again, but it would take some time. It was indeed the end of the world now. Sun Wen, who received Liu Yu's message, felt a bit disappointed. Although she had thanked Liu Yu before, she felt she couldn't stay at school any longer. It was becoming terrifying. They had already started fighting for supplies, and being girls, they were afraid of danger and dared not go out. She was actually thinking about Liu Yu's in Dothworld Castle, contemplating staying there for a while, but Liu Yu had not invited her. She wouldn't directly ask to come over as they had no relationship, and Liu Yu would not agree. Though disappointed, she was still young, unmarried, and didn't even have a boyfriend. She didn't want to die like this. That would be too regretful. When didn't you say this man's house was designed by you? Why is he so stingy, not inviting you to stay for a few days? It must be very warm inside. The person complaining is from the graduate dormitory of Tiannan University. Previously, she acted as a sycophant for Yi Ting, constantly attacking Liu Yu online. This woman, when the apocalypse arrived, received some cold weather supplies from Liu Yu, and the kind-hearted Sun Wen gave her a portion, forgetting who had provided her with warmth. At this moment, she not only showed no gratitude, but felt that Liu Yu owed her, forgetting the fact that she had previously bullied Liu Yu on social media. She even thought this was no big deal, and that others should not hold grudges, and should help her instead. Forget it, we still have plenty of supplies, others don't owe us anything. Sun Wen said with a hint of disappointment. After all, her relationship with Liu Yu was merely that of employer and employee. She designed work for others, and they paid her well, even generously giving her and her brother a large bag of cold weather supplies. Previously, she had no idea and complained that Liu Yu was stingy. Now, thinking back, she realized how naive she had been. If it weren't for him, she might have starved or frozen to death in the dormitory. Some people in the school dormitory had already started doing bad things, and many came to knock on their door every day. Fortunately, the two of them managed to barricade the door, otherwise they might have encountered danger. There was no need to expect too much from others. When if we don't go to the Doomsday Fortress you mentioned, we might starve or freeze to death here, Ma Jinlian said with great reluctance. After all, coming from a poor family, she had experienced the dazzling life under the city lights and had become accustomed to a life of luxury. If not for her appearance being too unattractive, she would have long been in the arms of some wealthy young master, sleeping on a soft bed and enjoying a life of fine wine and coffee. But now she was eating cold food every day, crammed into a freezing bed with Sun Wen. Thinking of the Doomsday Castle described by Liu Yu seemed quite appealing. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity to go. Still a bit torn, she said. Wen, why don't you tell your friend to just give us a room? Once the weather improves, we can pay him back or repay him somehow. Sun Wen also wanted to go. Persuaded by Ma Jinlian, she sent a message to Liu Yu. Unfortunately, this time Liu Yu did not reply. Even if he wanted Sun Wen to come over, he didn't owe anything to a stranger, even if she was a beautiful woman who didn't like him. Moreover, even in the apocalypse, it wasn't as if all women had perished. Many women still existed. As long as one had skills and resources, there was no fear of lacking company. Seeing that the message sent seemed to have fallen into silence, Sun Wen disappointedly put her phone away and called her brother a few days ago. Her brother said he had made some money and went to relax at a foot massage place, and there had been no news since. Thinking that her brother was her only family in this world, losing him made Sun Wen feel quite reluctant. To avoid being overwhelmed by sadness, Sun Wen smiled and asked, Jinlian, how is your family? Have you been able to contact them? Are they all right? They lost contact a few days ago. My mom said the house was covered and they might have frozen to death. I called not long ago, but there was no news at all, Ma Jinlian said with disappointment. Thinking that her family might all be dead, she didn't want to die, which led her to ask Sun Wen to message Liu Yu pleading for a room. Only now did she realize that no amount of money mattered if her family was gone. A living was the most important thing. She had also sought help from her benefactor Yi Ting, asking if she could assist her. But Yi Ting seemed to have gone missing. The message sent received no response. Don't worry, Jinlian. Everything will be all right. The government will not abandon us. Before they arrive, let's just wait here. The men outside are too dangerous. We would die if we went out. Okay, I understand. When you have time, you can ask your friend again. All right, let's just do that for now and see the news. When Sun Wen opened the browser and looked at the news push, she exclaimed, Jinlian, this is bad. There might be a power outage soon. What? Let me see. The water has stopped, and if the electricity goes out too, we won't be able to eat hot food anymore. Ma Jinlian said, her face paling. Don't worry. The authorities said they would supply for a limited time. Let's quickly charge our power banks and everything else just in case the power doesn't come back on. Okay. I wonder how our teacher Zhang is doing. She's so beautiful, a dream girl for many men. If those men disregard the law, she could end up in a terrible situation. Sun Wen said with a hint of regret. Ma Jinlian couldn't help but say, Wen, what time is it? You still have the heart to help others. Don't forget you're not bad looking either. You're the flower of our department. If you get caught, it could be quite tragic for you as well. Do you think those men would spare me? When there are fewer people, they will become desperate for food and clothing. It's possible. We should be careful. I hope teacher Zhang doesn't get caught. Sun Wen prayed. In a room within the rainforest community, several small heaters were running, and the meeting was being held by old lady Su, who was the property manager's niece. Tonight they received a large amount of supplies. Annie, with so much food, we can eat well for several months. Those people are really easy to trick. They handed over the supplies just because you scared them. Just some production materials. You should compile a list and supply them by limited lottery. That way, if anyone causes trouble, we won't be afraid. Old lady Su grinned. What if they complain it's not enough? If it's not enough, then don't eat. Whoever behaves will get food. If they go too far, just kill them and say they were hoarding rescue supplies. Do you understand? Old lady Su said, while eating the hot dogs that had been confiscated. Understood, auntie. But what about that Liu Yu? He broke my cousin's arm. How do we get revenge? Does your property have any demolition tools? If so, we can dig under his building while he's asleep and capture him, then chop off his limbs. Old lady Su was furious just thinking about Liu Yu, regretting not having dealt with him before the apocalypse hit. Yes, I will prepare right away. Su, the property manager, naturally knew that Liu Yu's family was well off and possessed ample supplies, resources he coveted. When the apocalypse began, he assumed it was merely an anomalous weather shift, one that would soon normalize, restoring order. Yet upon hearing his aunt old lady Su declare that even those in power had no solution for this weather and could not spare attention for everyone, he felt a chill of dread. Their mandate was to ensure the survival of only a select few deemed useful. Sending personnel to manage their neighborhood was no longer feasible. If they endured, reinforcements would eventually arrive to integrate them. If they perished, all would vanish into oblivion. Human nature is inherently self-preserving. Though death loomed near, none wished to embrace it. Each extra day alive was a victory unto itself. They believed that with Liu Yu's apocalyptic fortress and its abundant provisions, they could surely hold out until official aid arrived. Though advanced in years, old lady Su refused to accept death. She felt her finest days had only just begun. Her grandson Xiao Bao was still so young, still unformed, unworthy of being orphaned by fate's cruelty. With her endorsement, her ambitious nephew grew bolder. He retrieved compact demolition tools from the property management warehouse and marched forward, flanked by idle, demoralized security guards. Auntie, I'm fully prepared. I've brought the equipment, Su Wen announced. Old lady Su addressed the crowd. Young men, you surely don't wish to die? Our neighborhood shelters a selfish wretch. He hoards warmth, plentiful food, and running water, yet denies us relief while we freeze and starve outside. You eat frozen rations, you wake shivering in the night. Is this justice? Why should the wealthy revel in comfort? We are all children of flesh and blood. Why shouldn't you too dwell in a warm villa, bathe in hot water, sleep soundly beneath soft quilts? Yes, we demand it. Exactly. They looked down on us even before the collapse, and now they watch us freeze and starve from behind locked doors. This is unjust. I refuse to live like this any longer. Kill that bastard. We want that warm villa too. Incited by old lady Su's rhetoric, Liu Yu suddenly appeared to these guards as a monstrous villain, almost as if he'd slaughtered their own kin. Rage burned white hot in their chests, shouting slogans and hurling curses, calling him a beast. These men converged upon the villa. Meanwhile, Liu Yu slept peacefully, unaware of the storm gathering at his gate. After a quiet discussion of human anatomy with Liu Shishir inside the warm villa, he had just awakened. Then came a friend request with a woman's profile picture. Who are you? Liu Yu accepted and messaged back. Nearly everyone in the residential complex knew roughly what Liu Yu's household held, so daily numerous people sent him friend requests. Some even offered their bodies in exchange for shelter, pleading for his mercy, but Liu Yu had rejected them all. This time, however, the message carried no such proposition, only the claim that she bore vital intelligence. That alone prompted Liu Yu to accept. Liu Yu, the property staff are coming for you. They possess demolition tools. Be cautious. If you survive, may I have some food and water? And, if you wish, I'll keep your bed warm. No need for warmth. I'll provide rations if your warning proves true. Consider it your reward. Going forward, bring me such intelligence anytime. One question though, how did you learn this? Liu Yu agreed. My husband is a property management supervisor. He was summoned to a meeting by old lady Su, and later dispatched to retrieve demolition tools explicitly intended to breach your home. The woman explained, her avatar shimmering softly. Understood, thank you. Keep me informed. Your loyalty will be richly repaid. Liu Yu ended the conversation with a cold, mirthless smile. Liu Shishir, noticing his expression, asked gently, Liu Yu, what's wrong? Are enemies coming again? Yes, this time it's the property dogs, and they're armed with demolition tools. At the mention of demolition tools, Liu Shishir paled. What do we do, Liu Yu? Will they break in? She knew full well if the security team forced entry, as the couriers had before, her beauty would become her curse and her fate unspeakable. Don't worry. A property supervisor's wife tipped me off. Never imagined trust between spouses would evaporate so swiftly in the apocalypse. But for me, it's a fortunate turn. Liu Yu smiled faintly. You're not afraid, eh? Liu Shishir blurted, startled. This threat felt different. These men carried explosives. No fear needed. You underestimate this villa's defenses far too much. Still, I must prepare. In this frozen wasteland, they're suffering terribly. Warming them up, permanently, would be rather considerate. With that, Liu Yu activated the surveillance system and descended to the basement to craft new armaments. While sorting medical supplies earlier, he'd stumbled upon several sealed barrels of white phosphorus. A most valuable find, preserved meticulously in beeswax. In a subterranean chamber of Yulin residential complex, a woman tucked away her phone. Had Liu Yu seen its screen, he'd have recognized her instantly, the very source of his warning. At first she hesitated. Would Liu Yu deem her message useful? Could he withstand a forced entry by men wielding demolition tools? If her husband discovered her betrayal, her leak of critical intelligence, he would kill her without hesitation. But her pantry was nearly empty. She faced an irrevocable choice: her husband or Liu Yu. After agonizing deliberation, she staked her life on Liu Yu's ability to survive this assault. Should Liu Yu fall, and her treachery be exposed, she'd face death anyway. Her husband, long indifferent, felt no sorrow for her. His apathy was already her sentence. He rationed her scraps while gorging himself, calling her a burden, whispering that her death would be a convenience. After stuffing himself, he'd force himself upon her, then casually suggest sharing her with his cronies. A beast in human form, and yet she was his wife. Lowering her phone, she whispered, voice glacial, may every one of those beasts perish by Liu Yu's hand, or I am doomed. Liu Yu busied himself for a while, and after everything was prepared, he still had plenty of white phosphorus in hand. Using medical waterproof tape and boxes, Liu Yu crafted some makeshift incendiary devices, adding a generous amount of pepper and chili powder inside. After making around 20, he saw a scene appear on the watch video. Some heavily armored individuals clad in thick protective suits and helmets pushed several machines over. They approached from the front gate, and the sun had not appeared for a long time. The concept of day and night had vanished. They could not discern whether Liu Yu was sleeping or if something else was happening. Brothers aimed the impact drill at the door lock. Once we destroy the lock cylinder, you can directly use the pneumatic hammer to break the door. The beautiful food is waiting for us, a security team leader said. Those lazy, simple-minded security guards, swayed by his words, began to howl, wanting to kill Liu Yu, the man who had wronged them deeply. In the distance, old lady Su stood with her great-nephew, Su, when holding a powerful flashlight, observing the situation. Aunt, rest assured we will definitely succeed this time. Having seen old lady Zu's shadow through the surveillance, Liu Yu had already sent a message to the bounty hunter. The Su family's lackeys are out here dealing with me. Find an opportunity to go into the Su family, disable her grandson's other arm, and break 2 of old lady Su's husband's 3 legs. Just remember to add some salt for disinfection. Although seeing Liu Yu's message was a bit excessive at this moment, gold, silver, antiques, and paintings were nothing but trivial. Only food mattered most. They genuinely did not want to resort to such cruelty, but Liu Yu's generous offer was hard to resist. Wealth stirs the heart, and they naturally agreed. Watching them prepare to break their own door lock, Liu Yu, along with Liu Shishir, held the incendiary spheres he had developed, standing on a ladder, opening the shooting hole. After igniting it, he threw it through the hole. Not good. What did that kid throw out? Exclaimed the security guard wielding the impact drill, surprised to see a fiery object thrown from inside the house. Just as they spoke, the object thrown by Liu Yu exploded on the ground. Fortunately, it did not have much power, and there were no shrapnel, no one died on the spot. However, the pepper and chili powder exploded, scattering everywhere in the confined space with the wind. The melted beeswax revealed the white phosphorus inside. The small ball's temperature was several hundred degrees, and the white phosphorus, which ignites at 34 degrees, was instantly set ablaze. In that space, it was like a chaotic dance of demons. Once it touched the security guards' protective suits, it began to burn. The burning white phosphorus spheres were not afraid of the wind and snow outside. Even if they rolled on the ground, they could not extinguish it. It penetrated through their thick clothing, burning their skin and causing them to scream in pain. The sound was chilling in the night. And as if that were not enough, when the gasoline-powered impact drill's fuel tank was burned through, an explosion occurred in an instant. Flames erupted everywhere. The security guards responsible for breaking the door, although wearing protective suits which resisted water and wind, could not withstand the fire. They ignited immediately. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang burned the vine armor soldiers. Now Liu Yu burned the thieving security guards. Nearly 10 people were burned to death in that small space. In the distance, Su, when witnessing this situation, did not even realize that his pant legs felt warm. Although old lady Su had seen much of the world, this was truly terrifying. Those were living people just moments ago shouting slogans wanting to break in. In the blink of an eye, they were silenced, turned to charcoal, scattered by the wind. Although the wind contributed, their gas canister also exploded, scattering their ashes everywhere. If there had still been flames, one might have said, "Look quickly, your father exploded, your son exploded." After Liu Yu threw a few more, he realized the situation was dire and hurriedly closed the shooting hole. He pulled Liu Shishir to hide. Indeed, through the paid view, the situation outside looked truly catastrophic. Both cameras were destroyed, and the outside was no longer visible. Liu Yu quickly activated the backup camera, which was small. It might not be 4K quality, but the scene was still terrifying. When those people burned with white phosphorus stuck to them, Liu Yu felt it was a bit too much, as their cries were truly heart-wrenching. When the fuel tank exploded, leaving them lifeless, he felt a sense of relief. If he were caught, he might be beaten to death or burned alive. Mercy is not to be taken lightly. He did not know if the husband of the woman who sent him the message was among this group. If he were, would she hate him for turning her into a widow? However, whether that woman hated him or not was no longer significant. He did not invite her husband over. If he came to kill him, he had to be prepared to be killed in return. And it seems this thing is also burned out. What should we do? During the fire, Su had led old lady Su to hide. After all, they were far from Liu Yu's doorstep, and the fireballs he threw had little effect. But the explosion afterward had major repercussions. Fortunately, they had hidden, otherwise they would have died. This Liu Yu is truly malicious. By the way, did you record a video? Document it, so that when the higher-ups come looking for us, we can show them. Even if we can't deal with Liu Yu, they will take care of him. At this moment, old lady Su felt that her son Wang Bowang, who did not return with a gun, was really no match for Liu Yu. After all, her son's identity as the director of a national violent unit meant that Liu Yu might listen to him. I recorded it. Let's head back first. Su realized he had been too scared and embarrassed. Luckily, he was bundled up enough that no one noticed. Good. Liu Yu watched the two hiding in the shadows and wanted to leave, but there was no good angle, otherwise he would have shot them a couple of cold arrows. While Liu Yu was dealing with old lady Su, the door of Su's home was knocked on. "Grandpa, someone is knocking at the door." The little one lying down called out. "Who is it?" asked old lady Zu's husband Wang Keida. "Old man Wang, we are here to deliver supplies to your home. We just found them. Please open the door to take a look." The person who accepted Liu Yu's payment said, holding a box of instant noodles to prevent old lady Zu's husband from doubting. Lifted up for Wang Laotu to see. Through the peephole, he saw a man outside, holding a box of well-known instant noodles from Dasha. Wang Laotu cursed, "You people always dawdling. I asked you to deliver things, and you come so late. You're really disobedient. If this continues, the supplies sent from above will be distributed less to your family. Do you understand?" "I understand. I'm sorry, Grandfather Wang. I was wrong and won't make such mistakes again." The bounty hunter feigned apology. After all, this was something he brought specifically to gain more benefits, fearing that the old man from the Wang family wouldn't open the door for him. No wonder Liu Yu wanted to deal with this family. They were truly despicable. He knew that this old lady Su was deceiving the residents of the community, and they naturally hadn't reported it. Bringing things over, this old thing still scolded and threatened him, and any feelings of guilt he had previously were completely gone. He felt that Liu Yu's actions against them were not harsh enough. He decided to add a little extra punishment. As the saying goes, learn from your mistakes. After confirming several times, he feared that the person knocking outside might leave with the supplies. Wang Laotu still grumbled as he opened the door. When the door opened just a crack, he said, "Just stuff the things and you don't need to come in." Before he finished speaking, the door was yanked open. Wang Laotu almost fell over. A kick landed squarely on his chest. "Who are you? What do you want?" Wang Laotu shouted. "You dog, what do you think? You offended someone and they want your leg. But to gain the employer's favor, I'm taking all 3 of your legs. You go deal with that little thing and bring me one of his arms. The person with the baseball bat struck Wang Laotu's calf and shouted to the person behind him. Good. No, I was wrong. Look, I have plenty of supplies at home. Take whatever you need, just don't hurt me or my child. Rest assured we definitely won't report you or cause you any trouble. Wang Laotu wailed while shouting, isn't your son the director of the security bureau? Go ahead and report me. Since we could take one of your grandson's arms before we have nothing to fear from debts. They went at it without holding back, especially after Wang Laotu was scolded like a grandson. No one had ever spoken to him like that. The cracking sound was that of bones breaking. There were also cries of a child as the intruder found little Bao lying in bed resting. With a swift motion, the knife in hand cleanly severed his arm. They took it outside. There's quite a lot of supplies here, and let's take some back. It'll be enough for us to eat for a while. Good. The two moved quickly, doing their utmost to take the items. What about all this? We can't take it all. Should we leave it or burn it? Burn it. This is all ill-gotten wealth. Keeping it for these dogs is just wasteful. Good. After saying that, they set fire to it. Once it was done, they left. Watching his food catch fire, Wang Laotu with 3 broken legs crawled to find a fire extinguisher. Let's not mention that once it caught fire, the house was actually quite warm. It wasn't so cold anymore, but the smoke was still quite thick. Old Lady Su, who had failed to ambush Liu Yu, returned with her nephew Su-1. Seeing the fire in the house and the thick smoke, she panicked. Little Bao, my dear grandson, how are you? Old Lady Su rushed into her house like a madwoman, shouting anxiously. Fortunately, Wang Laotu was crawling on the ground, putting out the fire. Otherwise, his dear grandson would have turned into a roasted one, just like those security guards who forcibly entered Liu Ye's home. Uncle, what happened? How did you end up like this? Who did this? After finding Wang Laotu and little Bao, who was opening the window for ventilation, Su-1 asked in shock. I don't know, but judging by his tone, it seems to be the same group that retaliated against little Bao last time. Just as Wang Laotu finished speaking, he fainted. It was truly tragic. Damn, Liu Yu, I won't let you off. Old Lady Su cried out in despair, nearly fainting. But she knew she couldn't die, otherwise there would be no one to care for little Bao. The old man was so old, if he died, but her grandson must not die. Nephew, quickly find something to help little Bao bandage his wounds, Old Lady Su shouted. Got it, aunt. Meanwhile, Liu Yu opened his front door and looked at the situation, resembling a hell on earth with bloodstains all over the walls. Fortunately, the high temperature dried it, but the marks left were still quite disgusting. After checking the cameras, he was relieved to find that he had a good number of backups. After replacing them, he packed away the broken tools and went back. As soon as he opened his phone, someone sent him a message. It was a woman named Bai Ling who had added Liu Yu. She said her husband had come back in a bad mood, scolded her, ate a little, and then went to rest. Did you eat? Liu Yu asked. He didn't let me eat, only allowing me to eat once every 3 days. Luckily, he was too tired today and didn't bother me, otherwise I would have died. Bai Ling didn't know why she was telling Liu Yu all this. Did she want Liu Yu to sympathize with her and invite her into his villa? Liu Yu would definitely not do that. At most, he could provide some valuable information and give her a little more supplies. Rest assured, I will provide you with the supplies I promised. Be careful, and if they move again, provide me with information. There will be rewards. All right. Though a bit disappointed, Liu Yu didn't pity her by inviting her to his villa. However, getting supplies from her would mean he wouldn't die. That was good enough since he had nothing to do anyway. The other person, the bounty hunter, said he had completed the task. Liu Yu asked him if he needed the supplies now or if he could wait a few days. Let's wait a few days. The person quickly replied. Okay, I keep my word. In the group, Liu Yu had been unmuted. Old Lady Su, like a mad dog, kept typing curses at Liu Yu, wishing him dead. After seeing this, Liu Yu deliberately took a photo of the arm the bounty hunter sent him and showed it to Old Lady Su. After being preserved with formalin, it looked lifelike. Upon seeing this scene, Old Lady Su fainted on the spot. Liu Yu Su-1, the property manager. Just wait, I'm going to dig up your house soon. Just now I didn't roast you into a hot dog, and you think you're tough? Do you have an excavator? Just bring it over. Facing the threatening words from others, Liu Yu was not afraid at all. The more they provoked him, the more resolute he had to be. He wanted everyone in the neighborhood to feel a shiver down their spine at the mention of his name, Liu Yu. Only then would he be able to intimidate them. Otherwise, some petty characters would continuously seek to take advantage of him. They even wanted his villa and resources. Such people were like flies, annoying and bothersome. They might not pose any real threat, but their constant presence was intolerable. With nothing better to do, Liu Yu edited the recently recorded surveillance footage into several short clips and shared them in the group, letting those bored individuals who came to trouble him take a look. I, Liu Yu, am not a good person. I hope you all keep your distance and stop bothering me. Otherwise, this won't be the first time or the last. Some timid people saw a small fireball springing forth and burning, the others screaming in terror. They couldn't help but feel afraid. The fuel tank behind exploded, leaving not a single remnant behind. Not even ashes were left. To be honest, they were frightened, feeling that Liu Yu was a living demon, truly terrifying and insane. However, when Su-1 saw this video, he was so enraged that he nearly passed out. During that earlier period, he had been too far away to see how his security guards had perished from Liu Yu's fireballs. When he finally saw them screaming and struggling in their last moments, he felt a bit scared. It was indeed too horrifying. And look at this Liu Yu, he's gone too far by releasing this video. Suwon raised his phone and presented it to Elder Su. Don't worry about that. Go back and reassure your people, tell them we have plenty of food here. If they listen well, we will avenge those who died. Elder Su said through gritted teeth. Understood, Aunt. In preparing to find an excavator to demolish Liu Yu's villa, what do you think? Suwon asked tentatively. Finding one is fine, but until the very end I think we should not demolish that villa. After all, that will be our home in the future. Elder Su pondered before replying. Okay, I understand. They'll go ask around. Once we get this, it will be more convenient for us to leave the neighborhood in the future. Suwon said. Go ahead. By the way, find us a house. We can't stay here anymore. Liu Yu already knows, and just now, when we went to his house, he had people come to retaliate against me. Elder Su remarked. All right, Aunt. We have a few vacant houses in our property management. You uncle and Xiao Bao can move into one. How does that sound? Fine. Elder Su began to gather her belongings as they were about to move. Suwon watched the group as Liu Yu specifically cursed him, feeling too angry to speak. This kid was truly vicious. He had already stated that if Elder Su silenced him again, he would leave the group and not play with these fools anymore. Because doing so was merely childish behavior. Elder Su had no choice but to refrain from silencing Liu Yu again. Liu Yu received several messages from people wanting to add him as a friend. Bored, he wanted to see what these people intended to do. One person immediately said, I want to become Liu Yu's subordinate. Just give me a room and I'll be fine with some food. He thought this person was a bit foolish, perhaps dreaming. What time was it? Did they still think they could deceive him like a child? He didn't reply. The other messages conveyed similar sentiments. Some wanted to pay for things, but at this moment money was no different from waste paper to Liu Yu. He similarly did not reply to them. Interestingly, one message came from a profile picture of a 36D beauty. Upon opening it, he found several pictures of a woman in a bikini taken at the beach. She was somewhat of a beauty, around a score of 70, but her heavy makeup could probably paint a wall. Liu Yu, this woman is my wife. If you give us some food, I can have her spend the night with you. You can do whatever you want. Looking at this message, Liu Yu found it amusing, but thought it was also normal. For the sake of food, a man would offer his own wife in exchange once he felt he had lost his leverage. Why don't you go to Elder Su? She has plenty of food there. Liu Yu replied, not particularly interested in this woman, who looked rather ordinary, especially with a bit too much flesh on her abdomen. She paled in comparison to Liu Shishir beside him. The man in front of the phone felt that Liu Yu might be overly concerned. He hurriedly said, Liu Yu, as long as you promise to give me supplies, I won't let my wife resist, and I won't call the police afterward. You can rest assured I won't go in. Is that so? Are you sure? Liu Yu felt that this man must have some malicious intent brewing inside, as he seemed too anxious. In his previous life, so many had plotted against him. Now that he had been reborn into this life on the night the apocalypse arrived, after having relations with Liu Shishir, he unexpectedly gained a skill that allowed him to perceive people's true thoughts. He wanted to see whether this man had lost his humanity, or if this man thought of him as a fool trying to use beauty to tempt him. Perhaps he wanted to eliminate him and seize his house and resources. Liu Shishir looked at the beauties in Liu Yu's chat box. Feeling a bit sour, she said, oh, looking at beauties. This one is clearly plastic surgery, and those are padded breasts. Liu Yu did not reply, looking at her. She appeared slightly embarrassed and angrily said, how annoying. What are you looking at? Mine are all original. I remember someone said you also had plastic surgery. I want to see if that's true. Liu Yu recalled what the lawyer had said when he came to bail him out that night. After all, he had given Sun E $1 million, and he was quite happy. During their chat, he had mentioned this matter. Nonsense. Who says that? I was born like this. Otherwise. She did not finish her sentence, as she had initially intended to plot against Liu Yu, locking him up for several hours. Feeling a bit bored, my stamina is quite good lately. How about we play a game? I want to see how my ability works. Do you want to try together? Liu Yu said, licking his lips, his gaze deep. Liu Yu, what do you intend to do? How exactly are we wagering? Liu Shishir now relied entirely on Liu Yu. If he wished to play, she would simply accompany him. She understood well that a capable man seldom had only one woman, much like the wealthy, who kept wives at home while maintaining mistresses and concubines elsewhere. Yet, even when a wife knew of such affairs without formidable backing, she dared not utter a single word in protest. Otherwise, she would be discarded without hesitation. Though inwardly reluctant, she had no choice. Moreover, Liu Yu was right, her stamina was indeed poor. She always pleaded for mercy before he would finally relent. Brief encounters, or infrequent ones, were tolerable, but if she failed to satisfy him fully, her deepest fears might yet come to pass. Liu Yu gently tapped her head and said, foolish girl, if you are already mine, if I am your first and only man, and you have stayed by my side this long, I would never abandon you. I love you too, Liu Yu. I will never leave you, Liu Yu murmured softly as she embraced him. I've made it clear should you ever wish to depart, simply tell me. Until then, betrayal is absolutely forbidden. You know full well our bond was never forged solely by love. So long as you remain loyal, I swear, I shall never betray your devotion. Liu Yu smiled as he spoke. Liu Yu nodded obediently. As his gaze drifted to his phone, the chat window lit up once more, with several new messages from the woman whose profile picture showed a striking beauty. There were also short videos, intimate, unsuitable for young eyes. Liu Yu, no need for much, just 10 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Does that sound fair? He read her final message. This man and his wife have conspired together to lure me with her beauty, gain entry into my home, and kill me. Do you believe me? When he arrives, he'll surely carry a knife, or perhaps a hypodermic needle. Liu Yu said with a faint smile. How could you possibly know they'd do such a thing? Liu Yu asked curiously, her mood lifting slightly. If you doubt me, let them come. We'll search him upon arrival. Should he truly bear such weapons, he'll bitterly regret it. The thought of being schemed against again, after having been reborn, fueled Liu Yu's simmering anger. Will you kill her? No. I'll make her suffer so she truly understands remorse. A man does not offer the woman he loves to another, unless she has betrayed him and he seeks vengeance through such cruelty. Liu Yu explained earnestly, that's precisely why I told you. Should you wish to leave, speak plainly to me. Never betray me. I won't. I swear I won't, Liu Yu affirmed resolutely. Liu Yu noticed no emotional tremor in her voice. Perhaps truly her heart had begun to stir for him. He pointed to one of the videos. This was filmed recently. Their affection appears genuine. So it is she who plots against me. And if she dares scheme, I'll ensure she regrets it, by making her husband listen helpless as his own wife cries out in futile surrender. Fine, then hurry up, Liu Yu replied after hearing his explanation, now aware that Liu Yu might never belong to her alone. If exclusivity was impossible, then at least she must avoid repelling him, leaving behind a favorable impression in his heart. Though it pained her, what choice did she have? Rest assured, I'll make it up to you generously. After comforting Liu Yu sent an affirmative reply to the man. The man on the other end, seeing Liu Yu's message, turned to his wife. Honey, the boy hasn't lost his lustful eye. He agreed. I'd noticed earlier how he stole glances at your walk. He's clearly smitten with you. Ugh, you're my husband, yet you'd sell me so easily. What if things go wrong? If you can't get inside, what happens to me? Left alone in his villa at his mercy. Her initial reluctance surfaced. Yet love for her husband, and their year-old child now hungry, compelled her to swallow her pride. To secure food and warmth, she gritted her teeth and consented. This is pepper spray. Aim it straight at his face, then open the door for me. And this, a sedative needle. If he undresses, strike swiftly anywhere while he's distracted. The man produced the tools. All right, darling. This is truly our last resort. You have no idea how deeply I love you. Were it not for that love, I could never agree to entice a stranger. It's simply beyond me. Her voice carried quiet desolation. He lifted her into his arms and kissed her tenderly. My dearest wife. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. Trust me, once we pull off this job, we'll never want for food or shelter again, and you'll never have to endure such things twice. His excitement surged. He moved instinctively toward the next step. Wait, darling. I love you just as fiercely. Let's carry this out inside the villa itself. You must conserve your strength. We must work together to eliminate Liu Yu. Don't you agree? Yes, you're absolutely right. I nearly forgot. The boy eats and drinks lavishly every day. His stamina is extraordinary. I must preserve my energy. His embarrassment flickered across his face. I knew you were the best husband in the world. Just wait. Once we settle into that villa, I'll repay you 100-fold. She kissed his forehead lightly and smiled. Agreed. May our venture succeed. Let's boil the last of our noodles now, and head out shortly. Right. Don't let the boy grow impatient. What if he changes his mind? She added hastily. Her words ignited a flash of fury in him. His expression darkened instantly. You wretched woman. Have you already fallen for him? Planning to turn pretense into reality. Once I seize that villa and its supplies, I'll have any woman I desire. Disobey me and I'll discard you without hesitation. After all, I paid a fortune in betrothal gifts to claim you and your father. Utterly useless. Never lifted a finger to advance my station. Realizing her misstep, she quickly apologized. Honey, I'm sorry just now. Hush, no need to explain. I know you act only for me, for our child, for our family. Only by fully embodying your role can we deceive him. Am I right? He spoke with practiced insincerity. I knew you'd understand me best. Meeting you, marrying you. That is the greatest blessing of my life. The man said with a hint of a false smile. Wife, I feel the same way. I love you. After finishing the last of the noodles at home, the two of them set out warmly dressed to find Liu Yu. Inside the villa, Liu Yu asked Liu Yu, do you think they will come? They should well know soon enough. The two sat on the sofa with Liu Yu holding Liu Shishir snacking while watching the news on TV. Outside there was no sunlight. According to the normal time from before, it was only around 5 p.m., but unfortunately, it was pitch dark outside. In the opposite residential area, the families that used to have their lights on when the apocalypse first arrived were now dark. Some of them had already turned off their lights. Perhaps they had gone to a friend's house, or maybe they had frozen or starved to death. However, none of this concerned Liu Yu. Liu Yu, look at the news, they said there will be a power outage soon, and it won't be back until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Liu Shishir said as she scrolled through a notification on her phone. Really? Let me see. Liu Yu opened his phone and found that people in the group were indeed discussing the power outage. They thought it was outrageous to cut off the electricity at this time in the south, where there was no heating. How were they supposed to keep warm? In the past, such actions would have likely led to complaints, but at this moment, they couldn't even make a phone call to complain. Because no one would pay attention to them. At this point, having electricity at all was fortunate. What did it matter if the power was out for a few hours? If they were unhappy, they could buy a generator themselves, and then they could use it as long as they wanted. Otherwise, they should just keep quiet. The couple has arrived. Liu Yu glanced at the new message. Where are you preparing to deal with them to make the woman regret it? That's unpleasant. You men just love to show off. I'm not going. Liu Shishir said with a hint of annoyance. They'll have them come to the underground garage. Oh, let's go there. Liu Yu said with a calculating smile. Ugh, you men, why do you like to let others see? I really don't want to go. Liu Shishir said with a bit of a pout. I'm sorry, I forgot. You go rest, or I'll make it up to you later. I promise you'll be satisfied. If you don't satisfy me, I won't pay attention to you in the future. With a hint of anger, Liu Shishir went to rest in the bedroom she shared with Liu Yu. Liu Yu took what he needed and went to the underground garage to wait for them. In the darkness, he noticed a man and a woman walking towards him holding hands and looking affectionate. The woman had a somewhat grim expression. The man was probably trying to comfort her. They reached the door of Liu Yu's garage. He pressed the doorbell. Wait, you stay outside, keep your distance from me. Let her in, and after it's done, I'll take the things back. Liu Yu said through the intercom. The man felt furious upon hearing this, wishing he could kill Liu Yu, but the door here was clearly a reinforced metal door. He let go of the woman's hand and said, you go in now. Oh, don't worry, I'll wait for you outside. The woman wished she could stab Liu Yu right there, but just like her man, she couldn't see Liu Yu. There was a door between them. The man gave the woman a look. Don't be afraid. Ooh, just follow the plan. The woman hesitated, wanting to go back, but the man whispered a few words into her ear, and she didn't know what was said. Though conflicted, the woman nodded in agreement. What are you hesitating for? If you can't do it, just leave. Don't waste my time. Don't worry about what others might say. It's just a simple transaction between us. No need to make it seem like you're losing so much. Haven't you heard? The field is still there, and the old ox can only work until it dies. Liu Yu saw them hesitating and fearing they would leave, losing the opportunity to deal with them. For those who want to scheme against me, as long as you have that thought, I will make you regret it and understand that I, Liu Yu, am not so easily manipulated. Hurry up, Liu Yu, don't be anxious. This is my wife's first time with someone from the outside. She might be a bit scared. I'll comfort her. The man, hearing Liu Yu was angry, feared his plan would fail. He pulled his wife closer, glaring at her, while patiently explaining to Liu Yu inside. Thinking to himself, once they go in, he wouldn't just kill Liu Yu immediately. He needed to take some time to torment Liu Yu properly. Fine, you step back 5 meters. Don't think I can't see you. If not, the deal is off. Seeing the woman hesitating, Liu Yu decided to push harder, making the man angry at her. This way, even if he had his fun later and let the woman leave, there would be some resentment between them. Who knows, they might even turn against each other. Okay, I agree. You open the door, and I'll step back. The man said excitedly. Having plotted for so long, Liu Yu was finally budging. He wanted those in the property management and the residents of the neighborhood to know that sometimes taking someone down isn't about brute force. A little clever scheme catering to their preferences is all it takes. Liu Yu's villa would soon be mine. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and step back, or I'll go back to sleep and stop talking to you. Just because I find your wife somewhat attractive doesn't mean I'll agree to other women. It's really wasting my time. Liu Yu said angrily. Hearing the man outside huffing like a frog but unable to do anything, he had to swallow his anger and hurriedly said, okay, I'll step back. You open the door, and then we can talk. He had already plotted that when Liu Yu opened the door, he would rush in with his wife. This was an electronic door, and opening it would take some time, which was enough. His wife would grab Liu Yu's arm, and while she stabbed Liu Yu with a knife, he would ensure they had control of the villa. All right, I'm going to open the door now. Liu Yu didn't notice that besides the couple outside, there were others. Okay. As the door slowly opened, when the man tried to rush and a shadow struck towards his knee. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Husband, what happened to you? The woman exclaimed in surprise. But Liu Yu wouldn't give her a chance. He pulled the woman's arm and dragged her inside. When the man got up and saw his wife being pulled inside by Liu Yu, he rushed forward, but the door was already shut. Let me go. What you're doing is illegal, Liu Yu. Do you want to go to jail? Shut up, you wretched woman. You're disturbing me. It was your own agreement. Hand over any weapons you have on you, or else I'll beat you to death. Liu Yu shouted angrily. The woman attempted to resist only to be struck hard on the face by Liu Yu, causing her to cry out in pain. Her husband was outside banging on the door, shouting, "Liu Yu, I've regretted it, I'll let my wife go." The man outside, hearing his wife's cries, felt a deep ache in his heart. He regretted his greed. He should not have schemed to take Liu Ye's house and supplies, thinking he was clever enough to use tricks to seize Liu Ye's possessions. He intended to end Liu Ye's life, but he overestimated himself and underestimated Liu Ye's capabilities. Naturally, Liu Yu saw through his intentions and directly knocked him down, taking his wife captive. His wife, a young woman, possessed less strength than a man, and when faced with Liu Yu, she had no power to resist. The woman wanted to harm herself, and for someone like her, Liu Yu showed no mercy. After delivering several slaps, she was left dazed. From this woman, Liu Yu found a canister of pepper spray and a knife. "Is there anything else? If I find more, I won't go easy on you," Liu Yu said coldly. The woman shook her head in fear, indicating that there was really nothing left. "If I discover anything, I won't let you off easily, you understand that?" Liu Yu threatened, "If I find any other weapons, I will kill you, sending you to meet the king of hell ahead of time." Hearing Liu Yu's threats, the woman recalled the videos he had posted in the group, initially believing they were fabricated. She thought Liu Yu was impossible. However, upon entering and seeing the renovations in his house along with how he dealt with women, it was clear he showed no mercy. She became fearful, constantly pleading, "Liu Yu, let me go. I was wrong, I shouldn't have plotted against you. Please forgive me this once. At first, weren't you the one who sold yourself for food and drink? Why the regret now? Let me be honest, it's too late. If you hadn't agreed, you wouldn't have come here. What are you still hoping for?" "No, I don't. I no longer want this, so let me go," the woman cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. But Liu Yu had been betrayed by a woman in his past life, and in this life, he would show no mercy to those who wished him harm. After forcibly tearing off her disheveled clothing, he realized things had taken a turn. The woman cried out continuously as Liu Yu had not yet turned off the music in the garage. The man outside was freezing but could still hear his wife's screams. Naturally, the woman could also hear her husband's desperate wails, but it was too late for everything. There was no opportunity left. Liu Yu dragged her into the bathroom and forcefully rinsed her off. At first she resisted, but after Liu Yu delivered 2 heavy slaps, she became compliant. The long night stretched on, for Liu Yu and others facing the apocalypse time was the least valuable commodity. The man outside cried bitterly, but to the woman it felt like a death sentence. He took out a testing strip and a pillow for sampling, drawing some blood from her. The woman, controlled, looked at Liu Yu in confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. "Wait, I need to test to see if you're sick. If you are, it'll change my approach." Seeing the woman's confusion, Liu Yu aimed to teach the couple who plotted against him a lesson. He knew the man outside hadn't left, as he could still hear the trembling cries. Unfortunately, this was precisely what Liu Yu desired. "I'm not sick, just finish this quickly and let me go." The woman understood that Liu Yu with red eyes looked like a madman. He wouldn't let her go without getting what he wanted. At this point, if she wanted to avoid further beatings, she could only comply. When Liu Yu struck, he showed no mercy simply because she was a woman. Her mouth bled and both sides of her face were swollen. At first, it might have been due to the cold weather. After losing sensation, the pain wouldn't be so intense. When she was rinsed with warm water, her physical senses returned. The pain also surged back. For her husband outside, this was like a knife piercing his heart. It was unbearable pain. She cried until her voice nearly gave out, wishing she could dismember Liu Yu to relieve her heart's hatred. Unfortunately, she had no means to enter. For Liu Yu, this was a deliberate provocation akin to Pan Jinlian's first encounter with Shimin Qing, extending her jade arm to cover her face, shyly calling out, "Sir, come play with me. I don't trust you, whether you're sick or not. How can I know? It's better to test it. Don't worry, it'll only take 2 minutes." In the woman's eyes, despair filled her gaze. She had already predicted what would happen next. After about 2 minutes, Liu Yu saw that the testing strip showed green, not red, indicating that this woman was not sick. He casually took out a travel bed and tossed a blanket onto it. "Since it's safe, no need for protection. Sorry for the wait." As he spoke, Liu Yu threw her onto the bed. The man outside heard Liu Yu's words. He anxiously shouted, "Liu Yu, I beg you, don't treat my wife like this. I was wrong, I shouldn't have threatened you or plotted against you." Liu Yu acted as if he hadn't heard his pleas. The woman was about to speak, making one last request, but a slight swelling pain hit her, causing her to involuntarily cry out. Her husband naturally understood what was happening. He felt shattered, tormented, and hopeless. Cursing Liu Yu in his heart, he believed this was the only way to resolve his heartache. Initially, the woman resisted Liu Yu's actions, moving her body gently. But eventually she could not help but comply. For her husband, this was akin to a heart-wrenching betrayal. She discovered that Liu Yu was significantly stronger than her husband, and the sensations he brought were different. Disgusted by her husband's voice, which buzzed like a fly, Liu Yu cut off the one-sided call. The man's voice could not penetrate inside, but the sounds from within were clear to his ears. Like a heavy hammer, it struck his heart fiercely. It was a painful experience. His throat was hoarse from shouting her. It was too late to change anything, and he regretted letting his wife go in. Before his eyes, Liu Yu placed a large green hat on him. After about 3 hours, the woman could no longer make a sound. She felt a painful swelling in her abdomen. She lacked the strength even to get dressed. All right, have something to eat and rest a bit. This is what you deserve, and it has nothing to do with your husband. Liu Yu briefly cleaned himself up. He took out 2 boxes of fast food and a bottle of drink. The temperature in the room was still quite high. She didn't even need to wear any clothes, and due to extreme fatigue and discomfort, the woman wrapped herself in a blanket and began to eat the takeout that Liu Yu had given her. She was indeed very hungry. When she arrived, she had saved her strength to deal with Liu Yu. They had eaten the last of their noodles at home, and before even entering Liu Yu's house, she was already starving. After nearly 3 hours, how could she have any strength left? She quickly finished 1 box of takeout, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. While eating, tears streamed down her face as she resented Liu Yu. He should not have treated her this way, as if she were not even human. She also loathed her husband for coming up with such a despicable idea, resulting in her not gaining any advantage and instead getting herself harmed. Exhausted in pain and yet oddly pleased. This man was exceptionally strong in that regard, providing her with a sense of fulfillment she had never experienced before. Despite hating her husband, seeing another box of takeout made her want to keep it to take back to her husband. However, she wondered what Liu Yu thought and whether he would let her take it. What's wrong? You want to take it back? I must tell you that's impossible. I said this is your reward. You can only eat here. I will have something for you to take back later. Don't say I took advantage of you or forced you to do this. If you hadn't come to provoke me, would this have happened? Carrying a knife and even hiding a needle in your underwear, truly remarkable. If I don't kill you, you should be grateful. Liu Yu saw through the woman's intentions and directly interrupted her. Noticing her hesitation as she sat there too tired and too hungry, she failed to notice that the blanket around her had fallen off. When she realized Liu Yu was looking at her oddly, she glanced down at her body and her face instantly turned red. She hurriedly grabbed the blanket, trying to cover her body. Enough, you've already seen everything that should and shouldn't have happened. If you don't want to eat this box of takeout, I'll take it back and you can go with what you previously agreed upon with your husband. Liu Yu felt no remorse for this woman at all. It was as if what he gave her wasn't even a meal prepared by a hotel chef. It was merely a regular fast food meal which used to cost less than 15 yuan before the apocalypse. But now even if one had money, they couldn't buy it. She was eating the fast food Liu Yu had given her, and to him, she was just another meal. Hearing Liu Yu's words, her face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he wasn't wrong. After all, she had seen it and experienced it. She picked up the box of takeout and started eating. She was simply too hungry, and that previous box of takeout did not suffice. She thought about going back to that cold house, enduring the cold and hunger. How wonderful would it be to stay in this room? Although she had such thoughts, she quickly dismissed them as her husband still loved her. She ate slowly. Aren't you going to drink that beverage? Once you go out, you won't have another chance. I've already said it's what you should have, Liu Yu said with a cold smile. Looking at Liu Yu's criminally handsome face, the woman felt infuriated. She could only drink it. This regular energy drink, which she previously found unpalatable and looked down upon, now seemed better than the divine brews depicted in television dramas. The desperate man outside could naturally hear the conversation between Liu Yu and his wife. He thought the people inside could hear his words as well. But with a hoarse voice he shouted and was unheard. The woman thought her husband must have left because he couldn't stand seeing her like this. This time she ate quite slowly. After about half an hour she finally finished. She absent-mindedly played with her food, leaving a mess that reflected her painful expression. Liu Yu finally ended his little prank. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Next time you want to come for better food or wish to take a hot shower, feel free to come find me. Now put on your clothes and leave." The woman reluctantly got dressed. She took the 10 packets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water that Liu Yu had given her and left. The man heard the sound of the door opening at Liu Yu's house and looked over in despair, but he had no strength left to resist. The incident had long since occurred, and he was no match for Liu Yu. How could he fight back? He saw the bag in his wife's hand, clearly containing food. At first he had not prepared for the worst. Fortunately, Liu Yu was still human and hadn't killed his wife or forcibly kept her. "Cui, does this bag contain food?" the man hoarsely shouted. Liu Yu chuckled and said to the man, "Buddy, thank you for your generosity. Otherwise I would have spent a lonely night unable to sleep. Your wife isn't bad, I treat her well when you get back. If you run out of food or drink, you can come find me again." The man was already starving and looking at the food didn't notice how his wife was walking awkwardly, holding her abdomen in pain. Seeing her husband's reaction, the woman felt a bit disappointed. After she had come out, he hadn't cared about how she was treated inside. Instead, he asked if she had food. Indeed, during difficult times, one's true character is revealed. He had hidden it well before, but it was all his fault. Yet he showed no concern whatsoever. All he cared about was eating. At that moment, the last shred of guilt she had for her husband vanished. This was the provision she had earned to support this man. He had started to owe her now. She said softly, "It's food. My stomach hurts a bit. Can you help me back? If someone finds out, it won't be good." Right, let me hold the supplies. I have more strength and won't let anyone take it from me," the man replied belatedly. Hearing this, the woman felt utterly desperate and lost all hope in her husband. She said she had a stomachache, yet her husband didn't care about her health and was only worried about the supplies being taken. Indeed, a man's words are often deceitful. She felt immense resentment towards him. "No need, this is what I earned." "What do you mean? There's no point in this. I'm just tired and going home first." "He doesn't care about himself at all." The man said angrily, "What? It's only been a few hours, you must have fallen for him. Let me tell you that's impossible." "Zhang Lukai, what are you talking about? Your family doesn't love you, my family doesn't welcome you. I married you and even gave you a son. Today I was taken advantage of by another man because of you. After I got out, you didn't care about my well-being at all. All you think about is eating. If you love to eat so much, go ahead and eat it all, let me starve to death." Wang Chui gritted her teeth. Upon seeing his wife crying continuously, Zhang Lukai realized he was in the wrong. He hurriedly apologized. "Chui, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Don't worry, I will avenge you. That Liu Yu will pay for his blood debt. I'm just too hungry, you must be exhausted. Let me help you back home." Wang Chui didn't want to dwell on this too much at the moment. She simply felt that marrying this man seemed to bring her no fortune at all. She was simply disappointed. She said softly, "All right, Lukai, things have already happened. It's really unsafe outside. Oh, let's head back first." "Okay, I'll help you back, Chui." At this moment, Zhang Lukai had no more words. However, when he thought about Liu Yu pressing against his wife, he felt nauseated. But he wasn't a match for him, so he could only think of a way to return slowly. He speculated that Liu Yu would definitely still be thinking about his wife. Next time he should find some people to try him out. The two supported each other back home, which was dark due to a power outage, just like an ice house. Wang Chui, lying on the bed, was utterly exhausted and had long wanted to sleep, but it was too cold to rest at all. She thought of Liu Yu's villa and the warm bed. He couldn't sleep. Zhang Lukai didn't know how long he had been indulging himself. He climbed onto the bed. Wanting to be intimate with his wife, he had just eaten 3 packs of instant noodles and finally felt full. Thinking about how long Liu Yu had persisted inside, he felt cheated. He wanted to prove himself on his wife's body. Just as his hand reached out, Wang Chui said, "Zhang Lukai, what do you mean? I almost died in there, aren't you tired? Just because you're full you want to instigate me. Prove that you are still a man. With this strength, you might as well think about where we will get food after this. Aren't there ways?" After being rejected by Wang Chui, Zhang Lukai muttered something casually. This instantly made Wang Chui extremely angry. She sat up frowning and said angrily, "Zhang Lukai, what do you mean? My stomach is painfully swollen and I don't want you to touch me. You think you're being clever with your sarcastic remarks, right? You said you would protect me, but when I was in despair facing that man, where were you? I was bullied and you were still eating what I brought back. Now that you're full, do you want to destroy me? If that's the case, what's the difference between you and a beast? You might as well kill me." Seeing Wang Chui angry, although Zhang Lukai felt wronged, he didn't dare to speak out. He hurriedly apologized. "All right, get some rest early. I am your wife, not a prostitute. You can't expect your wife to sell herself every day, can you?" Wang Chui lay down angrily and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaozui. I was a bit overwhelmed just now. I apologize to you. I promise I will deal with Liu Yu and avenge you. Please forgive me." Zhang Lukai quickly apologized, possibly for his own sake. "Forget it, Lukai, I've just been bullied and am upset. I didn't mean to say that. Let's sleep." Wang Chui said. "Okay." Tonight, Zhang Lukai didn't take the initiative to hold Wang Chui while sleeping. He probably also felt a bit nauseated, and not long ago this woman had been bullied by the community's demon. Under him in pleasure. He was unaware of whether he still loved this woman after wearing such a big green hat. If the weather improves, maybe he would get a divorce. That kind of thought just now was only for revenge. He felt he was no worse than Liu Yu, otherwise Wang Chui wouldn't scream so loudly. Inside the villa. After Liu Yu finished his exchange with Liu Shishir, both were very satisfied. After all having gone through 2 battles this time, it was only for an hour. Liu Shishir felt satisfied and fell asleep in an embrace. When he woke up, Liu Yu found Liu Shishir staring at him wide-eyed. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Liu Yu asked as he pinched Liu Shishir's nose. "Liu Yu, will you give up on me? What if I can't keep up with you in the future?" Liu Shishir asked a bit dejectedly, as Liu Yu had roughly told her some things that might happen in the future last night. "Silly girl, I already said you're my first woman. As long as you don't betray me, how could I give up on you?" After comforting her and exchanging a few words, amidst Liu Shishir's pleas for mercy, he got up to wash himself and started preparing food. "Liu Yu, that woman named by Ling sent you a message," Liu Shishir said, looking at her phone. "What did she say?" Liu Yu asked while preparing lunch. "She said her husband is planning to deal with you again. It seems he has brought in an excavator, so be careful." Liu Yu wouldn't be jealous about this kind of thing and hurriedly said, this concerns your safety, we can't be careless about it. Really? Ask her how big it is. Is it coming in from outside or from the garage? After all, if the excavator is too big it won't fit in the garage. Okay. Liu Yu sent the message according to Liu Yu's request. She quickly received a reply saying it was very big and was parked in the park south of the community. They were looking for diesel and tools to fix it up to dig up your house. Liu Yu handed her phone to Liu Yu for him to take a look. It's not a big problem. Oh, I still have other weapons. Let's eat first. Have you noticed? Our food needs have increased a bit lately. Your stamina has improved too. Before you would beg for mercy after half an hour, but now you can last for 2 hours. How can you say such things? Liu Yu thought Liu Yu was teasing her and said angrily. She quickly realized and caught on to the main point of Liu Yu's words. Liu Yu, do you think I'm getting stronger too? If enemies come, I'll take you with me. Liu Yu's words were cut off before he could finish. What's wrong, Liu Yu? Did something happen? There's nothing to worry about. I believe you need to develop some self-defense skills. Otherwise, the enemies we encounter in the future will become even stronger. If I get distracted and they capture you, that would be perilous. Liu Yu spoke calmly. Understood, Liu Yu replied through gritted teeth. She didn't want to be a decorative vase. During her time living with Liu Yu, she watched him grow stronger step by step. If she truly became useless, she wouldn't be able to keep up. Liu Yu was determined not to give up on himself, otherwise he feared he wouldn't be able to escape from strong enemies. After all, Liu Yu said that in the future, when facing those powerhouses with abilities above level 5, the gate of their home would no longer stop them. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's just that my ex-wife's sycophant is acting up again, Liu Yu said. Zhang Wei has really moved into the villa next door? She won't really be digging into our house, will she? Liu Yu said with concern. It's possible. Zhang Wei can't sit still for a day. Her sycophant is probably sent to draw my fire. That woman likely wants to take action while the opportunity arises. After all, there are a few ice sculpture dogs upstairs, which are her family's bodyguards, Liu Yu explained. What should we do? With this heavy snow outside, will they rush in? The ground is frozen, so it might be a bit difficult for them to dig in. However, I can't think of what methods they would use to deal with me, Liu Yu pondered. Liu Yu, I think we should take the initiative and cultivate some of our own people. Otherwise, we'll be too passive, Liu Yu said seriously, looking at the kind message from Zhang Wei on Liu Yu's phone. I also think the same, but it's not the right time yet, Liu Yu replied. Just as Liu Yu was speaking, a huge black shadow came down from upstairs, startling Liu Yu. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Meichio, that lazy fellow who had finally woken up. It was quite large now. At this moment, Meichio weighed nearly 100 pounds, larger than a fox. After giving Liu Yu a low growl, Meichio affectionately rubbed its head against Liu Yu. Are you hungry? Have some food, Liu Yu said, taking out a few roasted chickens and opening one for Meichio. It was quite gracious and quickly finished one. Not much time had passed. Several roasted chickens had been devoured. Liu Yu, it seems to have hostility towards me. Tell it that I'm your woman and not to treat me like this. Whenever Meichio was around, Liu Yu always felt uneasy and weakly said. In front of Meichio, she couldn't muster an ounce of courage. It was intimidating to look at. Did you hear that? Don't be so fierce towards her. She's my woman now, and also your mistress. Liu Yu gently stroked Meichio's large forehead, smiling tenderly. Roar. Meichio let out a low growl, not knowing whether it was jealousy or agreement. Liu Yu, its roar sounds like a tiger. The tiger I saw at the zoo made the same sound, Liu Yu said curiously. It does sound similar. When I found it, it was just a kitten, so it probably mutated and became like this, Liu Yu said with some surprise. Look at the fire in its eyes, Liu Yu remarked. After being comforted by Liu Yu, Meichio's hostility towards Liu Yu lessened. Women are naturally fond of furry animals. Looking into Meichio's eyes was somewhat chilling. She still noticed something unusual. It seemed Meichio understood Liu Yu's words and let out a soft call, confirming that she was right. Liu Yu said in surprise, really? Let me take a look. Turning Meichio's head, Liu Yu looked into its eyes and indeed found a small flame in its left eye, just as Liu Yu had said. Its right pupil took on the form of lightning. Is this not lightning? Liu Yu exclaimed in shock. Meichio did not hear Liu Yu's words this time and looked at him with confusion, thinking, Master, I mastered the fireball technique, but what is this lightning? I can't understand it. Really? We'll take a look too. With Liu Yu's protection, Liu Yu approached Meichio and examined it closely. Indeed, just as Liu Yu had said, Meichio's pupils resembled the lightning of thunder. After observing for a while, she said, Liu Yu, is this the mutated divine beast you mentioned? Yes, once Meichio grows a bit more, this lightning ability will likely manifest, Liu Yu affirmed. Why is its evolved ability so powerful? As a human, my evolved abilities are so meager. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a failure. I'm even worse off than an animal, Liu Yu said with a hint of disappointment. Alright, don't think too much about it. From now on, Meichio and I will protect you, Liu Yu comforted her. Okay. Although Liu Yu readily agreed, deep down she felt unwilling and didn't want to be cast aside like this. As times change, those who cannot keep up with the mainstream societal development will inevitably be eliminated. She made a silent vow to work hard, as she couldn't just be a decorative vase. She regretted not studying medicine during her university years, choosing arts instead. Now, without any skills, she felt embarrassed. Liu Yu noticed Lu Shishi's thoughts, but didn't say much. After all, sometimes no matter how much one speaks, it ultimately depends on whether the person concerned can absorb it, as she would have to digest it herself. The two of them enjoyed their meal. However, the beasts from the rainforest community that once tormented Liu Yu were not having it so easy. The power went out, and it wasn't even midnight yet. Even using an induction cooker to cook was impossible. They could only wait. Some families didn't have such appliances and had to endure hunger. Some families had already begun to go without food. They sent distress messages to Old Lady Sue, but unfortunately she acted as if she hadn't seen them. She dined beautifully with her nephew taking care of her grandson. As for Wang Bawang's old man, she considered him a burden, just hoping he wouldn't starve to death. Those who were starving began to discuss in the group, feeling that Old Lady Sue, the community committee's matron, was truly unreliable. The number of people discussing this was growing. Old Lady Sue scolded them and randomly selected a few lucky families. She sent them food and had them post photos in the group to express their gratitude. Did you see? Director Sue is reliable. We received food, she wouldn't ignore us. If you didn't receive anything, it's just because it wasn't your turn yet. From now on, anyone who dares to question Director Zu's decisions will be my enemy, one said. Me too. With each statement from the sycophants, those who initially sought to stir up emotions began to quiet down, fearing that if they caused a ruckus, they wouldn't get supplies for their families and would end up with nothing to cry about. They could only endure hunger in the cold. Deservedly, so good words are hard to convince a stubborn ghost. Seeing those fools who did not heed my advice and handed their food over to the community committee's elder Sue, I warned them not to be deceived, yet these brainless fools believed I had ill intentions, wanting them to starve. They chased after me like rabid dogs, biting fiercely. Now, with nothing to eat and their stomachs growling, they saw someone in the group posting pictures of food sent by Elder Sue. They had not received any and dared not resist. Instead, they envied others in the group and engaged in self-pity. Perhaps Elder Sue, watching these messages on her phone, would be laughing so hard her teeth might fall out. Originally, I had given food to a few families to comfort them and prevent them from causing trouble. I wanted to survive this difficult time, waiting for the apocalypse to pass and for the government to rescue them. I had intended to spend some words to comfort them and ask them to wait. These fools began to comfort themselves without me saying a word. This truly saved me a lot of effort, and Liu Yu, that troublemaker, was in the group, scolding those people. Didn't he realize that these people dislike it when others live better than they do? Previously, your reputation, Liu Yu, was already bad. Everyone viewed you as a troublemaker, as a demon. You deserve to be scolded like this, and indeed the fire was redirected. These people, seeing Liu Yu throwing sarcastic remarks, thought about how he had a large supply of food and a warm villa. At first, they pretended to endure and discussed with Liu Yu about possibly spending the winter at his house. If all else fails, they could at least be provided with some food. But Liu Yu rejected all their requests. After confirming again, his reply remained the same. Now those brainless sycophants began to turn red with anger. They broke down on the spot as if Liu Yu had humiliated them, making them feel as though their wives had been played by someone else. They began to lash out at Liu Yu. Watching these sycophants starving and panicking was like watching clowns perform. Liu Yu did not retaliate with insults. Instead, he shared the food he had in the group, especially when they saw Liu Yu tossing several delicious Texas-style roasted chickens to an animal. They were completely driven mad. Oh, Liu Yu was simply inhumane. No matter how well you raise that animal, it is still livestock. You gave several bags of roasted chicken to a big dog. Ignoring whether your fellow humans live or die, are you still human? You are the greatest beast devoid of humanity. Watching their clownish statements, Liu Yu knew he had attracted a significant amount of hatred this time. Previously, they had plotted against Liu Yu's supplies along with the couple from the villa. The man was eating instant noodles at home while watching delicious roasted chicken being fed to a dog. Glancing at his wife Wang Chui, Zhang Lukai felt an overwhelming anger. His wife Wang Chui had been toyed with by Liu Yu for several hours without protection, receiving only a few packets of instant noodles and some mineral water. She must have eaten fast food at Liu Yu's house. Feeling incredibly wrong, Zhang Lukai also thought Liu Yu was utterly beastly for having his wife like that. There was even a possibility of her getting pregnant. You simply dismissed us with such meager supplies while your dog had better food than we did. 1,000 feelings of injustice surged within. Having eaten his fill, Zhang Lukai wanted to make a move on his wife Wang Chui, but was rejected. On such a cold day, do you still want to act recklessly? Do you want me to die, or do you not want to live, Zhang Lukai? How long can you hold on? Wang Chui, watching the video of the dog eating roasted chicken, felt a twinge of disappointment thinking about her fast food. As a woman, she felt so lowly in front of him, yet she didn't even get a roasted chicken. What once seemed like a delicious fast food treat no longer appealed to her. She stared at her phone, unable to speak for a long time. And Zhang Lukai, this useless man, not only failed to support himself, but also treated his wife as if she were a streetwalker, sending her to another man. The food he brought back was being devoured by this man, now heartless, who didn't care about his own survival. He wanted to engage with her, yet thinking about how Liu Yu treated him left him feeling unsatisfied, longing for revenge. Zhang Lukai, having lost his humanity, now had bloodshot eyes baring his teeth and claws not much different from livestock. He saw his wife Wang Chui refusing to let him touch her. He slapped Wang Chui across the face, saying, "You shameless woman, don't want me to touch you. You must be thinking about that man, right? I spent so much on your bride price and the house, you treat me like this. After being with that man, once you'll never be able to endure it, right? You're thinking of him, aren't you?" Faced with the cornered Zhang Lukai, how could Wang Chui, a woman, stand up to such a beastly man? He was not wrong. This man now seemed to her like a beast worse than Liu Yu. "Isn't the bride price half my money, and didn't my parents also contribute to the down payment of the house? I almost fell out with my family to marry Zhang Lukai." They thought that a useless man like Zhang Lukai, who barely graduated from a vocational college, would still harbor schemes against me no matter how well he treated me. He has 3 brothers, and he is the second. His parents did not favor him much. His original family was always scheming against his parents, and his parents had cut ties with them. I was extremely angry. But since my daughter married this man, I did my best to help when I could. However, I never expected Zhang Lukai to show his true colors today, being cuckolded and not just being lazy. I had previously urged him to store more food at home, but he insisted on eating fresh food. The items in the fridge were bought out of fear that something would happen. But this man knew how to charm people aback. Then I foolishly thought he was the best man in the world, that he would listen to everything I said. What happened? Today he hit me, and Zhang Lukai forcefully tore my wife's clothes, freezing her to the bone. Her teeth were chattering. Zhang Lukai had just taken off his pants, but he hadn't even reached the door before he was cold and had to retreat immediately, also dirtying Wang Chui's pants. She felt utterly tragic and despairing, asking, "Are you coming? If not, I'll just get up." "Damn you, shameless woman. Just looking at you disgusts me. If you think you can go to Liu Yu and use your body to exchange for some food, I'll kill you." Zhang Lukai, not having taken off his pants, still thought he could hold out for several hours like Liu Yu, who knew that he couldn't score a single point. To cover up his uselessness, he could only vent all his resentment onto his wife. Having been beaten down and heartbroken, Wang Chui hurriedly got up and put on her clothes. Otherwise, she would freeze to death. Fortunately, the heater was on, providing some warmth. However, facing the freezing temperatures of minus several degrees, the cold still seeped in through the windows. She felt disheartened by this man. If it weren't for their small child and the dangers outside, she would have left him long ago. She would definitely divorce this man. Slap. Zhang Lukai struck his wife again across the face. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and her already numb face began to swell. "You shameless woman, did you hear what I just said? It doesn't matter if it's once or twice. Oh, just make sure to bring back plenty of food. That roasted chicken is good. Even Liu Yu feeds it to his dog. Bring back a few and make sure to serve him well. Got it? You don't want to sleep with me, just waiting for this man, right? Now I'm putting up with this for food. Once the apocalypse is over and the country takes care of our issues, you can accuse Liu Yu of forcing you." Understood? Zhang Lukai said shrewdly. After all, he had read in a certain women's magazine that women have the initiative. At that time, he was furious. How could this be fair? But unexpectedly, in the apocalypse, he found a way to exploit this loophole. Looking at this vile man, Wang Chui truly felt that she had wasted over 20 years of her life. How could she have been so blind as to choose a man like him? Shamelessly using his wife's body to barter for food. This was supposed to be a mutual agreement. Yet he maliciously had her gather evidence, waiting for the weather to improve so he could accuse the man she traded with of forcing her. He was simply a white-eyed wolf, worse than a beast. But fearing further beatings, Wang Chui gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "I understand. Rest assured, I will make sure that kid ends up in jail." Yet in her heart, she thought that if Liu Yu could shelter her and her child, she wouldn't have to live with Zhang Lukai. Even if she wasn't treated as a woman, being a mere emotional plaything would suffice. As long as she and her child could survive, that was enough. If he didn't take her in once, everything was better. She would definitely divorce a beast like Zhang Lukai and ensure that her actions wouldn't become gossip for others in the future. After all, it was her choice to barter her body. At this point, she felt it was nothing to be ashamed of. Surviving was all that mattered. Oh, otherwise, had they ever experienced hunger? Don't talk about pain if you haven't experienced it. Zhang Lukai thought Wang Chui had submitted to him and quickly said, "By the way, remember to bring back more roasted chickens. He must have more alcohol at home. Oh, bring back 2 bottles of good wine. Flying Maotai would be better, if not Wulianya is also fine." Looking at Zhang Lukai's self-satisfied demeanor, Wang Chui felt utterly disgusted. How shameless could he be, still thinking about alcohol at such a time? His true nature was exposed. He couldn't even get plain water. Seeing that Wang Chui did not agree, Zhang Lukai grabbed her hair and shouted, "Shameless woman, didn't you hear what I said? I want alcohol, do you understand?" Just moments ago, Zhang Lukai had a full meal, completely forgetting it was paid for by his wife. He even felt sorry for him, thinking about bringing him the boxed lunch while she was naked in Liu Yu's garage wrapped in a blanket. It wasn't that Liu Yu didn't allow her to take it away, but she really did bring food for this beast. People in the group cursed Liu Yu for being inhumane and disregarding the lives of his fellow humans. Wang Chui also thought those people deserved it. Liu Yu had warned them not to let the community committee's aunt manage their belongings. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat in the future. They thought Liu Yu wanted to harm them, but he didn't care about their lives before the apocalypse. They never did witness what good deeds they had done. Did they think they could ask others for help when food was scarce as if it was their due? In Wang Cui's view, Liu Yu's actions were normal, far better than Zhang Lukai, a wolf in human skin. If it weren't for Zhang Lukai's manipulation, wanting to scheme against Liu Yu's house and food, he wouldn't have forced himself on her. Although Liu Yu had made things difficult for her, he had also given her a lot. It was relatively fair trade, wasn't it? If there was blame, it was on her for believing the words of that beast Zhang Lukai and doing such things. Liu Yu could have completely taken advantage of her, even killing her. She couldn't blame anyone else. To avoid further beatings, Wang Chui quickly agreed to Zhang Lukai, promising to get him food. Perhaps it was her slow response that made the cuckolded Zhang Lukai very displeased, thinking that Wang Chui no longer liked him and preferred the man who was forcing her. Because domestic violence only happens once or countless times given the situation, since he had already beaten Wang Chui. One punch, or many punches, were still punches. Desperate, Wang Chui kept pleading for Zhang Lukai to stop hitting her. Whatever he said, she complied, promising to serve that man well and bring him what he needed. Later, Wang Chui thought that if she was beaten badly and Liu Yu was unsatisfied, he might not provide her with food. Hearing that he might not get food, Zhang Lukai calmed down. He pretended to be merciful, taking a cotton swab to disinfect the corners of Wang Cui's mouth and her cheeks. She must not get into trouble and must keep Liu Yu satisfied, otherwise there would be no food source. His earlier desire to kill Liu Yu had long vanished. He felt that since Liu Yu knew martial arts, he was not his match. Moreover, the matter of having his wife trade for food could not be known by too many people. Otherwise, if they all went, it wouldn't be his family who would eat, and he couldn't afford to go hungry. After pretending to be gentle, Zhang Lukai finished cleaning Wang Chui up. Feeling her stomach growling again, he coldly said to Wang Chui, "Now text Liu Yu saying you have no food and ask if you can trade right now." Wang Chui hated the domestic abuser Zhang Lukai to the core, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you'll go right now. Discuss what you want with Liu Yu." Another loud sound echoed in the small new house. "You wretch, do I really have to teach you such things? Want you talk to Liu Yu during the transaction? If he doesn't agree, simply refuse to continue. At that moment, when he is neither here nor there, that is when he will be at his most uncomfortable. What could he possibly refuse you then?" Zhang Lukai said to himself after beating Wang Chui, feeling quite pleased. Though Wang Chui wanted to say, "Do you really think that at such a time my words would still matter? As a woman, I am no match for Liu Yu, that strong man. With just one hand, he could easily subdue me, pin me down, rendering me unable to move and do whatever he pleased. You want me to negotiate at this time? Won't that ruin both our moods? Who knows, she might not even give me a fast food box meal anymore." But fearing the beating, I could only nod in agreement. Zhang Lukai is not like Liu Yu. He cannot read people's thoughts. He didn't realize that he had already destroyed the marital feelings, and Wang Chui wanted nothing more than to kill this man who only knew how to consume food and neglected family matters. Wah wah wah. From the small bed, not far away, a child's cries could be heard. "Wang Chui, you vile and shameless woman, what are you still thinking about? The child is hungry. Hurry up and nurse the baby. After nursing, go find Liu Yu. Otherwise, are you trying to starve us both?" Furious, Zhang Lukai heard his son crying. If it were a normal time, he would have been overjoyed and taken care of the child. But at this moment, he was extremely annoyed, feeling betrayed by his wife, and just looking at her made him furious. Just as he said, he was still able to care for the child and use it to barter for food, otherwise he would have killed her long ago. With a heart like ashes, Wang Chui silently shed tears while tending to her son. Perhaps it had been too long without food, and there was little milk, causing the child to feel perpetually hungry. The infant could not speak, only cry to express its dissatisfaction. He was completely unaware of the situation outside, thinking that it was his mother withholding food from him. Suddenly, Wang Chui furrowed her brow and looked down, discovering that her child's mouth was covered in blood. There was also blood seeping from her body. Without milk, she was starting to bleed. She hurriedly stopped the child from continuing to suckle. The oblivious child began to wail again. "Wang Chui, what are you doing? Why aren't you feeding the child?" Hearing his son's cries, Zhang Lukai kicked the door open and shouted loudly. Wang Chui weakly replied, "There is no milk left, I'm starting to bleed." Then why are you just sitting there like a corpse? Hurry up and find Liu Yu. After eating, bring back more food and wine. Understood. Wang Chui silently put down the child in her arms, tidied herself up a little, and left wearing thick and mismatched clothing. She had just sent a message to Liu Yu informing him that there was nothing to eat at home. Liu Yu did not expect that this woman's husband would not mind, and even urged her on. So he agreed. After all, every day waiting at home for the snow to stop consuming a large amount of food, there was too much energy in the body with nowhere to release it. Lu Shishi's body was still somewhat weak, and in the past, she could barely hold on. Later on, halfway through, she would start begging for mercy, looking quite pitiful, thinking about how this woman loved him. Liu Yu felt that he could not continue to torment her like this. For Zhang Lucai's wife, if Wang Chui was willing, he would not refuse. Lu Shishir was naturally aware of such matters. Her body could not endure it, and she no longer felt jealous. Having someone to help her was good, preventing her from having to refuse repeatedly. This might also be the time when Liu Yu began to feel dissatisfied with her, perhaps when she would leave the villa. Wang Chui had been beaten by Zhang Lucai, and her walk was not quite natural. She arrived at Liu Ye's house. Seeing her unusual complexion and the bruises, it was clear she had been beaten. Shall we start? Wang Chui had also lost the gentility of her past. No, first wash up, then well check, and then we can begin. Liu Yu waved his hand, showing his disdain. Who knew if something else had happened between Zhang Lucai and her after she returned? If something had occurred, what if she caught a disease? He wanted to touch me, but it was no use. He pulled back before it even happened. Wang Chui understood what Liu Yu was thinking. That won't do, hurry up. Liu Yu still refused. While she washed up, Liu Yu dressed, simply entered the bathroom. At first she felt shy and wanted to conceal herself. But thinking about what had already happened, covering up was meaningless and would only invite disdain. She naturally let go and began to wash earnestly. The house was so cold, but here it was wonderfully warm, simply a paradise on earth. If only there were a room here that belonged to her, how nice would that be? However, seeing Liu Ye's attitude towards her, she had no such thoughts. Moreover, she scrolled through group messages and learned that there was another beauty in Liu Ye's house. She felt that only a truly capable man like Liu Yu would attract so many beautiful women. It was surprising that he had agreed. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was not idle while Wang Chui washed up. He checked again and found it was still clear, indicating that there was no disease, and internally, it was clean, no foul odor, proving that she was telling the truth. In a familiar place with a familiar scent, after Liu Yu worked hard for a long time, after 2 hours it finally ended. You have so many bruises and your face is swollen. Did your man do this? Yes. Wang Chui silently nodded, wanting to express her pitiful situation, hurriedly saying, can I stay at your house as a maid? Just give me a little food. Ooh, I don't want to go back and be beaten anymore. I don't understand what is good about your man. He relies on you for his meals. You could say you are Zhang Lucai's provider. He eats and drinks from you, yet he still beats you. How can you endure this? Liu Yu did not directly refuse, but he would not agree either. What a joke, raising another man's son. Centuries ago, a man who wielded a whip and commanded hundreds of thousands of troops could not do such a thing. Could I, Liu Yu, do it? But he is the child's father. Wang Chui thought of how she wished to cut Zhang Lucai into pieces, but when it came to the child's father, she couldn't bear it. Fine, I'll give you a roast chicken and some bread, but I suggest you consider my words. This time I am not too pleased. You look a bit disgusting. Liu Yu said blandly. Wang Chui silently shed tears. Those were the wounds inflicted by Zhang Lucai. It hurt, but thinking about the man at home who was still waiting to drink matai, she spoke up. Liu Yu, why not come again and bring me some matai? Otherwise I will still get beaten. Liu Yu said with a cold expression, this kind of thing is not something you can decide as you wish. My family has matai, but do you think you deserve this? With this opportunity, can't you ask for a little more food to take back? Just for a man who likes to drink, you pay this price out of fear of getting beaten. What does he take you for? A commodity to be traded? Or has he begun to see you as less than human? You can still endure this kind of treatment. Are you a ninja turtle? So enduring. Wang Chui ate the food Liu Yu gave her, mouth hurting so much that she ate slowly, tears welling up in her eyes. Silently, she wanted to speak, but couldn't. The pain from being struck by Zhang Lucai was simply too intense. Liu Yu naturally saw what this woman was thinking at that moment. He said lightly, don't say he is the father of your child. This kind of person has twisted thoughts. Does he treat you like a wife now? Or is it, as when you first met? He is like a tapeworm inside a person, dying once it leaves the body. Zhang Lucai is that kind of person. Perhaps he thinks you have betrayed him and now has feelings for me, right? Is that so? Wang Cui's mouth moved, but she still couldn't say anything. Because Liu Yu was right, she also felt that Zhang Lucai was inhumane and it was too much. But what can be done? He is her legal husband, unlike her relationship with Liu Yu, which is simply a straightforward transaction. If one day Liu Yu no longer needs her or gets tired of her, where will she go for food? She thinks that Zhang Lucai is still a man, and for the sake of their son, he might still go out for food. At this moment Zhang Lukai, unable to go out, was perhaps hindered by the weather. He is still the father of her child. Wang Chui is not a beast like Zhang Lukai, and she can't bear it. So she neither rebutted Liu Yu's words nor agreed. If she rebutted and angered Liu Yu, he might refuse her in the future, and when she returned Zhang Lukai might beat her to death. She was still young. After graduating from university, she worked for 2 years before marrying Zhang Lukai. He wasn't like this when he pursued her. Her heart was also conflicted. Naturally, Liu Yu noticed this and understood the woman's state of mind. It was not something that could be changed with just a few words. What connection did she have with him? It was simply a mutual transaction. There was nothing more. Watching her endure the pain while eating, Liu Yu casually tossed her a bottle of bruise remedy. This thing is somewhat effective for injuries. You can use it. Looking at the bruises on you, I feel a bit nauseous. Later I will tell Zhang Lukai that if this happens again, next time the amount you get will be halved, and I might refuse altogether. You all can consider that. However, after Liu Yu finished speaking, he quickly stopped. He thought for a moment that the fates of others did not concern him. He just needed to live well himself. Such matters of expressing attitudes should be best left to Wang Chui herself. If a woman does not know how to resist, what is the point of living long? Wang Chui silently shed tears, gritting her teeth as she said, I cook very well. I studied food biological engineering in college. You probably can't cook, can you? Please just give me a little alcohol. Upon hearing Wang Cuihua's words, Liu Yu felt that this woman seemed a bit beyond help. He replied indifferently, you can cook. How does it compare to a restaurant? Much better than an average restaurant. How about I give it a try? If you are satisfied, how about giving me a bottle of alcohol? Wang Chui nearly pleaded. All right, but there is no Moutai, just erguo too if you want it. Liu Yu said a bit angrily. Yes, I want it. Wang Chui also knew that at this moment, she couldn't make too many demands. Having some alcohol was already good enough. Moutai was just a dream. She vaguely heard that this weather is called the apocalypse. Even without the apocalypse, flying Moutai is not something an average household can afford. Can those prettier and younger girls exchange a bottle of such alcohol for just one night? Zhang Lukai doesn't even use his brain to think. Would Liu Yu, even if he had it, give her a bottle of Moutai just because of her? Naturally not. Having a bottle of erguo too would be good enough. All right, come with me, and let's see what you can make. Liu Yu led Wang Chui to the first floor. Liu Shishir saw her coming in with a bruised face. She was a bit surprised that Liu Yu wouldn't have started liking this woman, would he? If that's the case, she would be in danger in the future. She regretted refusing Liu Yu too many times. She hated her own lack of strength, unable to meet Liu Yu's demands. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. She said she can cook quite well. And bringing her to try, if it works out, I'll cook for you in the future. My cooking skills aren't that great, and many good ingredients have gone to waste. Liu Yu explained. Liu Shishir, hearing Liu Yu's explanation, felt her tense heart relax, slightly realizing this was her first crisis. If it really turned out as she feared, that if she couldn't help Liu Yu in the future, she'd become a mere ornament and would truly be discarded. Especially with that woman Liu Yu brought back before, it seemed to be the captain of the Public Security Bureau, Tanging. At that time she could tell Liu Yu wanted to take her in, but unfortunately she had a bit of a savior complex. She was driven away by Liu Yu. She stayed and spent so many happy days with Liu Yu, yet it all was broken. The refrigerator is full of ingredients. Take a look at what would be suitable to make. Liu Yu gestured to Liu Shishir, asking her to keep an eye on this woman. Just make sure not to do anything sneaky in the kitchen. We don't have gas. Do you have electricity? Do you have an induction cooker? Wang Chui asked as she saw Liu Shishir come in and look at her, even caring about how her injuries were caused. Like Liu Yu, she scolded Zhang Lukai for being worthless, actually liking to hit his woman. She prepared the ingredients and turned to ask, I use this solid alcohol with Liu Yu. You can use this. Liu Shishir smiled, taking out a few pieces of alcohol from the side cabinet. Okay, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Just then Wang Cui's phone rang violently. Zhang Lukai did not expect Wang Chui to be gone for such a long time. It had already been several hours. The child was crying from hunger, and he felt helpless. After all, this was his son, and he couldn't hit the child unlike his wife. He could tidy up at any time. The child was still young and didn't understand anything. What could he do? Besides, even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Perhaps because the child was still young, Zhang Lukai wasn't too angry. He thought of the child as his own flesh and blood and felt he needed to take care of him. He was also afraid that Liu Yu had taken a liking to his wife Wang Chui due to the better conditions in the villa. She abandoned herself and her child for food and a warm room, not wanting to return. While cooking, Wang Chui hurriedly hung up the phone, fearing that Liu Shishir would have complaints later and that Liu Yu would not give her any liquor, which would lead to trouble when she got back. After the call was disconnected, Zhang Lukai looked at his phone and angrily shouted Wang Chui, that shameless woman, how dare she not answer my call? Just wait until I get back. I will beat you for liking other men and not returning. He refused to give up. Although this woman had betrayed him, he had been the one who willingly put on the green hat. He felt not a shred of guilt, believing that Wang Chui wouldn't resist, if he could just kill Liu Yu. What problem wouldn't be solved? They had plenty of food in the large villa and could live in that warm house. It was this woman who was ineffective yielding to that bad man Liu Yu. She had no awareness that it was her own fault and instead thought everything was someone else's mistake. He never realized that if it weren't for Wang Chui, there would be nothing to eat at home. Was it possible that he could have starved to death at home by now? Or he could have risked going out to find food only to be killed and brought back as someone else's dinner? Not wanting to give up like this, he looked at the crying child and decided to call again. This time Wang Cui's phone rang again. Lu Shishir said, "Answer it. Maybe your husband is worried about your safety since you haven't returned for so long." Wang Chui heard Lu Shishi's words and wanted to speak, but couldn't bring herself to do so. In her heart, she thought this ugly, exposed scum of a man wouldn't care about my safety. Maybe he just wants to check on the hungry child. He still craves liquor, thinking I have some use left, which is why he's calling. Otherwise, if I died, he wouldn't care at all. Quietly nodding, she answered the call. "Hello, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet?" Zhang Lukai, that scum of a man, immediately scolded Wang Chui in a harsh tone. If it had been in the past, Wang Chui might have spoken loudly to him. But now this man could hit her if she didn't obey. He might just kill her, showing no mercy at all. When she arrived, she looked at the wedding photo on the bedside. Her heart ached painfully. She weakly said, "I'm cooking for Liu Yu. He'll be back once I'm done." "Cooking? You shameless woman, how dare you?" Zhang Lucai's words were cut short as he stopped, realizing Liu Yu might hear. If that were the case, what if that bad boy felt a shred of sympathy and kept Wang Chui? At home, it was just him and the child with nothing to eat or drink. This was unacceptable. He suppressed his anger. Even if Liu Yu was on top of his wife, he had to endure until the weather cleared. Then he would deal with Liu Yu, washing away the shame he had endured. At this moment, Wang Chui must not die and must not encounter any trouble. He hurriedly said, "I'm worried about you. The child is still crying. When will you be back? He'll come pick you up." "No need. He'll be back soon," Wang Chui said, reluctantly, thinking about all the food here, the warm room, and the soft bed. She truly wanted to live here with her child. Naturally, Lu Shishir, seeing through her intentions, viewed her as a rival and would not mention this to Liu Yu. Moreover, Liu Yu did not want to support someone else's child, unless Wang Chui could abandon her family and her child. Considering her cooking was quite good, having her as a devoted servant or cook wouldn't be bad. "All right, then finish up quickly and come back. Don't forget that the child and I are still waiting for you." Zhang Lukai pretended to care. After hanging up, Wang Chui quietly continued cooking. Soon the aroma of the dishes filled the kitchen. It was simply too fragrant. About half an hour later, Wang Chui finally prepared several dishes for Liu Yu. Liu Yu glanced at Lu Shishir and could tell from her expression that Wang Chui hadn't tampered with the food. He took out some instant noodles, mineral water, and a bottle of erguotu, handing it to her. "All right, this is your reward. You can go back now. I'll take you down." As he spoke, Liu Yu led Wang Chui down to the second basement. After sending her in, he closed the door. Once she finished dressing, he opened the outer door to let her out. When Wang Chui stepped outside, she felt an intense chill as the cold wind swept away the warmth from her body. Outside, it was a winter wonderland, while inside the villa, it was warm as spring. Having been in such an environment for so long, she surprisingly didn't want to leave. But she still had her son, and Wang Chui helplessly grabbed her things, forcing herself to endure her aching belly and return. Liu Yu was far too impressive, much better than Zhang Lukai, the man who passed by his family without entering. Suffering yet enjoying this was also a form of pleasure. After Wang Chui left, Liu Yu brought up a bottle of red wine and said to Lu Shishir, "Come on." After spinning a bottle of erguotu, "Let's see if this meal is better than what we make." Lu Shishir nodded, picking up her chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in her mouth. The fragrance wafted out. It was indeed quite good. This is much better than what we make." "Eat more, Shishir," Liu Yu said happily. However, Lu Shishir felt a somewhat sour taste in her heart. She didn't know what else she could offer aside from sleeping with Liu Yu. She couldn't even cook well. If that was the case, she could be replaced at any moment. "What are you thinking about? Stop overthinking." Liu Yu patted her shoulder, gently expressing his concern. "Okay." As the two enjoyed a feast made possible by a bottle of liquor, Wang Chui returned to her icy home. Just as she opened the door, Zhang Lukai slapped her hard across the face. "Shameless woman, being with another man, have you forgotten about your husband and child? Don't you want to come back? Did you bring anything back?" The beast, Zhang Lukai gritted his teeth. "It's here." He opened it to find it wasn't Moutai, lifted his foot, and kicked Wang Cui's abdomen down. "Why is it erguotu? Where's the Moutai?" Wang Chui felt wrong thinking of what Liu Yu said. This Zhang Lukai was indeed scum, not loving her, looking down on her. She snatched the liquor from his hand, pretending to smash it. Zhang Lukai, this scoundrel, sold out his wife Wang Chui for the sake of alcohol. As he watched her about to smash the bottle, he became extremely anxious. He hurriedly shouted out. His tone was no longer as defiant as when she had just returned. He had already begun to plead. "Wang Chui, if you give me the alcohol, I will forgive you, and we will still be husband and wife. If you refuse to give it to me and break it, then get out of this house." This house is mine, and it's in my name. The frenzied Zhang Lukai had started to go insane, saying whatever came to mind. Wang Chui was utterly disappointed. This man truly was worthless. She retorted angrily, Zhang Lukai, the renovations and furniture in this house were all bought by me. We both paid the mortgage after marriage. On what grounds do you want me to leave? The down payment was mine, you did the renovations, and the furniture is yours. You can move out if you want, I don't care, Zhang Lukai said coldly. At that moment Wang Cui's heart was shattered. She had completely lost hope in this man. If it weren't for their child, she truly wished she could just end it all. What kind of life was this? No wonder her parents had disapproved of this man from the beginning, believing he would amount to nothing and wouldn't treat their daughter well. But her parents couldn't withstand her desperate pleading. Wang Chui thought they were wrong about Zhang Lukai. He would surely treat her well and take good care of her and their child. Unable to resist Zhang Lukai's sweet words, Wang Chui, after a drunken night, half-heartedly gave herself to him, thinking that she had found someone who cherished her. Afterward, he knelt before Wang Chui, vowing to take good care of her and their child in the future. They hastily registered their marriage. Wang Cui's parents had no choice but to consent to their union. They constantly reminded Wang Chui not to be love-struck, to live her own life well, and not to let her in-laws take advantage of her. When Wang Chui lost hope, reminiscing about their sweet past, Zhang Lukai seized the opportunity to snatch the liquor from her hands. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Chui across the face. A woman who sold her body, still pretending to be a virtuous maiden in front of me. It was already a favor to take in such filthy trash like you. Zhang Lukai, while drinking, spewed forth all sorts of vile words. Wang Chui, feeling wronged, had her heart bleeding, her nails digging into her palms until they bled. Wah, wah, wah. The child's cries echoed once more. Aren't you going to take care of my son? You're acting like a corpse. If it weren't for the fact that you are the child's mother and he needs you, I wouldn't even let you sleep in this room. Get out of this house. Zhang Lukai roared in fury. The child was Wang Cui's soft spot, and Zhang Lukai knew that her heart was tied to the child, which allowed him to act so recklessly. The bad habits from before their marriage sprang forth like a vengeful demon in Zhang Lukai's heart at that moment. Wang Chui hurried to the room to care for their child. The child was still small, and the room was unbearably cold, shivering, and hungry. The little one could not speak, only cry, and his voice was already hoarse from discomfort. In a surge of maternal instinct, Wang Chui could not be a beast like Zhang Lukai, abandoning her own child. She did not know how to take care of the family, allowing her husband to exchange her body for food and alcohol. Zhang Lukai, who hadn't had a drink in a while, consumed alcohol while eating the food Wang Chui had brought back. He was infuriated, feeling that Liu Yu was too stingy, having used his wife and yet giving so little in return, and that it was all unappetizing. People are like this, forever ungrateful. What he didn't realize was that without Liu Yu he would have starved long ago. He believed Liu Yu owed him. He thought about how once this calamity passed, he would definitely kill Liu Yu and have this kid locked up for life. Then he would divorce Wang Chui and throw her out when the time came. He would not allow her to live in the house, and she would never see the child again. Meanwhile, Wang Chui, disregarding the cold, pulled her clothes apart to nurse her child. The starving child, upon encountering Wang Cui's body, drank greedily, as if a dam had burst, growing increasingly voracious. He bit Wang Chui so hard that it caused her great pain. Wang Chui touched the child's forehead. It was unbearably hot. She stepped out and asked Zhang Lukai, "Is there any medicine at home? The child has a fever." The drunken Zhang Lukai paid her no mind, sitting in the corner of the sofa drinking deeply. He looked at the supplies he had managed to get back, now nearly wasted by Zhang Lukai. He had left almost nothing for himself. Besides disappointment and heartbreak, Wang Chui was left with nothing. Helpless, she could only hold her child and search for medicine. However, when Wang Chui found the medicine box, she discovered that there were no fever-reducing medicines inside, not even for adults. Her heart felt like ash. If there was no medicine to bring down the child's fever, he could become a fool or suffer from meningitis and die. She recalled the last time when Zhang Lukai's unreasonable and stingy mother had come over. She had taken everything away and packed it all off to Zhangzhou, saying it was to be saved for her own son. Zhang Lukai was now capable, having married and spent so much money. He needed to take care of his family. Both of them had money, so they should buy it themselves. Little did Wang Chui know she had forgotten to buy it in her haste. She had reminded Zhang Lukai to find time to buy medicine, and he had said he would, yet he did not. When she returned, she told him to buy medicine, and he claimed he had. He lied to her. After the child finished eating, he began to cry. "Wang Chui, what use are you? Can't you even take care of the child? Disturbing my sleep, do you want a beating?" The drunken Zhang Lukai shouted angrily. Wang Chui, disappointed, said, "The child has a fever. Last time your mother took all the medicine away. Didn't I ask you to buy some? You didn't buy any. What should we do now?" In a fit of rage, Zhang Lukai suddenly stood up and shouted, "Wang Chui, you useless, cheating woman. Can't you even take care of the child? Why don't you go yourself? Hurry up and stop the child from crying. If he keeps fussing, I'll kill you. Without any spirit left, Wang Chui helplessly returned to the room, picked up a towel, and intended to dampen it with mineral water to give the child a physical cooling. As soon as she opened a bottle of mineral water, a large hand grabbed her, and she received a slap to the face. Zhang Lukai, overwhelmed by thirst, snatched the bottle of mineral water and began to drink. Coldly, he said to Wang Chui, "This water is life-saving, and yet you use it to wipe your body. How extravagant of you. Zhang Lukai, you bastard. What are you talking about? Your son has a fever, and you took the medicine home for your mother to give to your brother. The child has no medicine to take now. I'm using this water to cool him down, and after all my effort to warm it, you've drunk it all, and even hit me." Wang Chui cried out in grievance. "What? Your son has a cold and a fever. What kind of woman are you, thinking only of other men outside? If anything happens to my son, I will kill you." Upon hearing that his son was sick, Zhang Lukai didn't reflect on his own faults, but pushed all the blame onto Wang Chui. He gazed at the dark sky outside and the cold wind and snow that raged on. If it weren't for the child, Wang Chui would have wanted to jump out of the window to end it all, so she wouldn't have to worry about anything and wouldn't have to suffer the physical and mental torment from Zhang Lukai. She no longer wished to endure such days. They were simply too difficult. The endless days of hardship truly tormented her. Wang Chui picked up a bottle of frozen mineral water again, placing it against her chest, hoping to melt the ice with her body heat to get some water for her son to cool him down. At this moment, the power had already gone out, and the chilling ice was transmitted through the plastic bottle to her body, making her teeth chatter from the cold. For the sake of her son, she endured. Remembering the joy of spending a few hours at Liu Yu's house felt like being in paradise. It was so comfortable there, one didn't need to wear much. There were plenty of fresh ingredients, warm floor heating, a television to watch, and a phone to play with. Unlike her own home, where the phone drained too quickly. If it got too cold, it would easily shut down. Thinking of that woman, Liu Shishir, she realized she was not much worse than her. Yet what kind of man did Liu Shishir meet, and what kind did she? In such extreme weather, that woman didn't abandon her, but provided such good living conditions. In contrast, the man she had liked for so many years did not even learn to protect her. Even the water and food she needed came from selling her body. It was scary how different Zhang Lukai and Liu Yu were when compared. In the past, when she watched the news, she felt brainwashed. Liu Yu treated Zhang family's Miss Zhang Wei that way and exposed so many of the Zhang family's unspeakable secrets. Wang Chui felt that such a man was truly heartless. If you no longer like someone, just break up peacefully. Oh, why make it so embarrassing between the two of you? At that time, looking at the man lying beside her, she thought he was far superior to Liu Yu. After such comparison, she felt she had been blind. Thus she had thought this way. Is it done yet, you useless woman? The child is starting to vomit water from the fever. Zhang Lukai, not caring for his wife, suspected Wang Chui had been with Liu Yu, thinking she was already tainted. But the son was still his. He couldn't let anything happen to him. This was his flesh and blood. It'll be quick, your body temperature is high. You should warm up too. Wang Chui, her teeth chattering from the cold, suggested to Zhang Lukai, without wiping the dried blood from her mouth. The lazy dog, pretending to be nice, thought to himself, why pretend to be a virtuous man at this time? Revealing his true nature, he selfishly said, "You are of little use, but while you're still young, when your body is still needed by a man, you should bring back more food for us. When our son grows up, I will tell him how you sacrificed for him. You are a good mother, a great mother. Why can't you even do this little thing for your son? Also, I'm a man. Oh, I need to maintain my strength. Otherwise, when bad people come, how can I protect you?" Listening to Zhang Lukai speak so shamelessly, Wang Chui was utterly speechless. For such a despicable man, she could only curse herself for being blind to have been deceived by him. The man she chose must be followed through, even if she had to crawl. Finally, Wang Chui managed to use her body heat to melt the ice water and dripped it onto a towel. After wetting it, she placed it on her crying son's forehead. Perhaps it was quite comfortable, as the little guy's voice had grown hoarse from crying. Feeling the coolness on his forehead, he stopped crying. "Wang Chui, what are you resting for? While everyone is still unaware, go use your body to exchange for things from Liu Yu. Ask Liu Yu if he has any fever-reducing medicine and bring some back for my son. Do you want to just watch him burn to death? This wet towel won't last long." Zhang Lukai coldly stared at Wang Chui sitting by the bed and said shamelessly, "All right, I'll ask." Wang Chui, fearing being beaten, remembered Liu Yu's words about disliking her appearance covered in scars and began to apply the medicine. Seeing this, Zhang Lukai became anxious and roared, "Wang Chui, didn't you hear what I said? I told you to call and ask, and what are you doing there applying medicine to your face? Why do you think I shouldn't hit you? Liu Yu said seeing me covered in injuries is disgusting. If I go to find him next time looking like this, he won't agree to the deal." Wang Chui coldly replied, "It was you who hit me. I don't know what I did to deserve your anger, leading you to beat and scold me. I was forced to stay by Liu Yu and do those things. Weren't I following your orders, trying to occupy someone else's house? You didn't protect me and pushed all the blame onto me. Zhang Lukai was about to unleash his beastly nature again, but thinking of what Wang Chui just said and Liu Yu's words, he held back for the sake of not going hungry. Cursing in his mouth, Liu Yu, that demon has too many demands. When the people from above arrive, I will definitely accuse him of strong-arming women. Did you hear that? Understood, I will take my revenge too, Wang Chui pretended to say, just to prevent Zhang Lukai from continuing to beat her. Fine, at least you understand. I've drunk too much and am going to sleep now. Take good care of our son and make sure he doesn't cry, Zhang Lukai said before lying down to rest. Wang Cui's hand unconsciously reached for the scissors at the head of the bed, stopping at Zhang Lukai's neck. Wang Chui wanted to kill the scoundrel Zhang Lukai, who after all in this dreadful weather she and her son wouldn't survive for long. People have moments of weariness and Liu Yu didn't know when he would cease to make deals with her. As a weak woman, where could she find food? What about her son? Should she rob someone or wait for the weather to improve and hope someone comes to rescue them? Her son's cries softened Wang Cui's heart, and she withdrew the scissors she had been holding from Zhang Lukai's throat. She quickly hid the scissors and went to care for her son. Zhang Lukai, who was sound asleep from drinking too much, had no idea that he had already stepped into the gates of hell. If his bed partner were to stab him with the scissors, and there were no medicines left, he would surely die. He had hit his wife so many times, thinking that with just one son Wang Chui would obediently follow his commands and wouldn't dare to oppose him. He underestimated the love his wife held for him. The love between them had long since vanished. In Wang Cui's heart, Zhang Lukai was nothing but a source of hatred. Wang Chui truly wished to kill Zhang Lukai. As a child, she had been overly protected, never having seen blood from killing chickens or ducks, and she found it somewhat cruel. If Wang Chui had sneezed just then, the scissors would have pierced his throat. Let him wait for death. Her son was probably burning with fever, continuously crying. Fearing that the noise would disturb Zhang Lukai's sleep, this scoundrel, she took the child to another room to care for him, leaving the drunken Zhang Lukai lying alone in the room. The wedding photo on the bedside no longer showed the gentlemanly figure of the past. Instead, a disheveled Zhang Lukai snored away. He had no idea that in his wife's eyes he was no different from a dead man. He was just a dog who, after being fed, would wag his tail in gratitude. Zhang Lukai, this scoundrel, was lucky to have anything to eat, yet he still wanted to drink. After drinking, he would act foolishly, insulting and beating her. Wang Chui felt that all the tears she had accumulated over the years had dried up. She only had a heart that wished to die, or if her son were gone, she wouldn't want to live either. She was unwilling to let Zhang Lukai live, well as she wanted to take him down with her. The past love they had was a facade, all an act in front of her family. Not knowing how long had passed, Wang Chui sat on the sofa holding her son, and perhaps from exhaustion, she fell asleep. When Zhang Lukai awakened, he saw the child mumbling in Wang Cui's arms. Infuriated and hungry, he approached and roughly pushed Wang Chui awake. Angrily, he said, "Wang Chui, I told you to take good care of our son, and this is how you do it." He originally intended to slap Wang Chui, but she had mentioned that Liu Yu didn't like to see her hurt. For the sake of food and his beloved wine, he forcibly held back his anger. He had no idea that the scissors had paused at his throat last night. If it weren't for his son's cries, this scoundrel's life would have been over. Wang Chui opened her heavy eyes and shot a glare at Zhang Lukai in the darkness before hurriedly tending to the child. Once he was fed, the child stopped crying. The warmth between mother and son transmitted between them. Wang Chui noticed her son's temperature rising even higher. Her heart was in a state of panic. If she weren't afraid that Zhang Lukai, this beast, would accuse her of not caring for their son and beat her, she would have spoken out. But now Zhang Lukai had completely lost his humanity, worse than a pig or dog. After feeding one person during the new year, she could still provide pork to eat. After nurturing one, they could guard the home. But what value did Zhang Lukai provide? He consumed what she brought back and even hit her. Years of youth wasted on a man lower than pigs and dogs. If there were a pill for regret, Wang Chui would surely pay with her life to obtain it. Unfortunately, such a thing did not exist. Later, you cook and go to Liu Yu to ask for some medicine for our son, and also get some eggs, vegetables, and pork. We haven't had vegetables for so long, but we need to replenish our vitamins, or our bodies won't hold up, Zhang Lukai said while eating the frozen hard bread. Wang Chui felt utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense was going on in Zhang Lukai's head? Was it all just crap? Do you think Liu Yu's family runs a supermarket? You can't just expect to get whatever you want like a customer. She thought this but didn't dare to say it aloud. For the sake of her son, she gritted her teeth and said, "I understand. I'll ask if they have any medicine." "Forget it," you said. "His place is warm. Take our son with you. Being in that environment might be better for his sickness." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lukai spoke. He believed Liu Yu wouldn't leave a mother and daughter behind, although Wang Chui still thought of her child. She couldn't leave her home. Without her, she wouldn't even have a place to stay, especially in such dreadful weather. She might die. Hurry up and eat. Once you finish, go. I'll ask Liu Yu about the situation. Zhang Lukai looked at his wife, who, although her mouth was injured, it didn't diminish her beauty. With a hint of sadness, he added, by the way, were those underwear and socks I bought for you men like that? Zhang Lukai, in order to obtain more good things, sold his wife out even more thoroughly. Fine, I understand. He'll go right away. You stay at home and wait. Wang Chui said while eating the bread, which was so hard that it nearly choked her. Wrinkling her brow in discomfort, the tears that had dried up began to flow again. This is a warning for you to take care of your body, or you might die. All right, stop eating. Go to Liu Yu's house. He will surely offer you something to eat and drink. Save some for me and the child. Zhang Lukai, feeling anxious, snatched the remaining half of the bread from Wang Xia's hands and urged her to hurry. Wang Chui was left speechless by Zhang Lukai's actions. She could only take the child and head out. Their neighbor Wang Zhizha opened the door and asked old Zhang, I've often seen your wife go out and come back with good things. How could a woman like her find food? We're all neighbors. If you have food, don't forget us. You must be mistaken. There's nothing like that. My son is sick. Bim is sending her to find someone to check on him. By the way, do you have any medicine at home? Zhang Lukai hurriedly changed the subject. The power went out, and naturally the elevator stopped. Zhang Lukai pushed his wife holding the child to go find Liu Yu. Old Wang looked at Zhang Lukai's wife, puzzled as she left. His wife Liu Xiaohua also pulled her husband back home. She closed the door and said, Old Wang, you must have some thoughts about Wang Chui, your little fellow villager. She want to get something. Oh, let's go check it out. There's hardly anything to eat at home. What? Wife, where are you thinking? I, Old Wang, am content with you. How could I have any thoughts about other women? I just heard Zhang Lukai complaining last night that the wine was bad. Before Wang Zhezhe could finish his words, his wife got angry. She yelled, Wang, what are you thinking? It's already this time, and you still want to drink. He'll tear you apart. Stop, wife, hold on. Listen to me. Wang Zhezhe, fearing his fierce wife would get angry, quickly began to plead for mercy. Tell me, if you want to drink, I will not let you off today. You wouldn't secretly give our medicine to your little fellow villager to exchange for wine, would you? I tell you, if you dare do that, I'll smash the car and make a broth out of it. Seeing the fierce tiger of a wife getting furious, Wang Zhezhe felt his scalp tingle and managed to smile, saying, Wife, calm down, I wouldn't dare. Please let me explain. This Wang Chui definitely has a place to get white wine and bread. Otherwise, every time she goes out, why does she always come back exhausted? Though she brought the child today because the child was sick, did you notice that Wang Cui's home situation is the same as ours? Zhang Lukai has some black stuff on his neck, which is from not bathing for a long time. But Wang Chui is different. Even though she has an injury at the corner of her mouth, probably from Zhang Lukai, her neck is cleaner than ours, proving she not only has a place to get food, but also a place to take hot showers. After explaining, Wang Zhezhe breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at his wife, fearing this woman might really take a knife to him at night. As a man, he could only imagine that women generally like to be clean, who wouldn't enjoy a place to take a shower, especially a hot one. Liu Xiaohua would certainly love it. Hearing her husband mention a place, her eyes sparkled. Ever since that night, when she woke up frozen and realized there was no water to bathe, she felt terrible. She felt as if she were covered in lice, dreaming of finding a place to take a shower. Excitedly, she told her husband, I want to take a shower too. I never thought that Wang Chui could discreetly find a place to bathe and also get food. But every time I see her come back, she looks so exhausted. Do you think she's trading with other men? Wang Zhezhe also feared that if his wife became like Wang Chui, a source of pleasure for other men, it would mean he was wearing a big green hat. As a man, how could he tolerate that? He imagined watching his wife engage in intimate activities knowing she had been played by other men. He didn't know how he would face it. He quickly said, Wife, if this really turns out to be true, I think we shouldn't do it. It's been a long time already. Perhaps after spring arrives the weather will be better. What? Are you serious? But that's still so long. It's only August now. Just thinking about how long it will be without a shower makes me feel terrible. Liu Xiaohua got anxious. Although her name was ordinary, she was a woman with a somewhat curvy figure and a fiery personality. If there really was a man who could provide her a place to bathe, getting that once wouldn't have any impact. The two had different thoughts. Wang Zhezhe feared his wife would go sell herself. Liu Xiaohua thought she was no worse than Wang Chui. Why should she be able to take showers, especially hot ones, while she was stuck with this useless man? We can't let ourselves be deprived of a place to take hot showers. Let's plan to follow Wang Chui next time and see where she goes. Okay. Fearing to provoke his wife's anger, Wang Zhezhe dared not refuse and nodded in agreement. Liu Xiaohua was happy at the thought of being able to take a hot shower. At Liu Yu's home, Wang Chui came over with her child, pleading with Liu Yu for some fever medicine. Looking at her bleeding lip, as a mother, she was willing to do this for her child. Liu Yu had no interest in a woman covered in injuries. It seemed that Zhang Lukai hadn't been obedient. In that case, Liu Yu had Wang Chui prepare a meal for him and Liu Shishir. After giving 2 fever pills to the child, he sent them away. It took less than half an hour. Liu Yu and Liu Shishir were enjoying a delicious meal at home. Liu Shishir asked Liu Yu, why didn't you do that today? Haha, you've gotten stronger. Besides, isn't it tiring to do that every day? It's good enough to have something to eat. Cheers, Liu Yu said with a sly smile. Hearing Liu Yu's words, Liu Shushu felt utterly delighted. She decided that today she wouldn't beg Liu Yu for mercy as she wanted to satisfy him. However, later her beautiful thoughts might clash with cruel reality. This was a tale for later. When Wang Chui returned home, she was seen by Wang Zhizhi and Liu Xiaohua. Why did she come back so quickly? The child is still in her arms. Liu Xiaohua said in surprise maybe that man wasn't capable or he lost interest in her. Wang Zhizhi casually commented. Wasn't capable? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you say she always came back leaning against the wall exhausted? Liu Xiaohua said, filled with doubt. Thinking to herself, it must be that man who saw Wang Xiui's injuries and found her unappealing, rejecting her. It seemed that men were always fickle, perhaps not many people in the community knew. If they did, there were plenty of women more beautiful than her. If they went, there might be no place for her to be chosen. It seemed she had to take advantage of the few who knew to gain a bit of benefit from that impotent man. You bastard, what are you staring at me for? Noticing her husband staring at her, Liu Xiaohua angrily shouted, feeling guilty, as she just betrayed him mentally, and quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. As long as I'm alive, I won't be like that bastard Zhang Lukai, relying on my wife to sell her body to exchange for food. Liu Xiaohua laughed in anger. Fine, next time you come with me to kill that man, so we can occupy his house, how about that? Alright, let's go together to take care of that man, so you can have a place to take hot showers. I'll go find a knife. Looking at her husband's domineering demeanor, Liu Xiaohua couldn't help but think that if Wang Zhi could eliminate that man, they could continue living together. If not, she would have to sell this man, otherwise if no one traded with her later, where would she go to take a hot bath? At the neighbor's house, Zhang Lukai opened the door, surprised to see his wife returning so soon. He noticed that Wang Chui was empty-handed, having brought back no food. He coldly asked, why are you back so quickly? Did your relatives come? Did you not serve them well, so they didn't give you any food? Wang Chui felt her heart shatter. What man would wish for his wife to be toyed with by another? Yet Zhang Lukai, this kind of man, would truly say such things for a bite to eat, and he acted on it. He was the most despicable man throughout history. Wang Chui opened her mouth and said he complained about the wounds on my body, saying they affected his mood. Today he refused to let me leave without making dinner first, and gave our son 2 fever-reducing pills, then sent me back. Why didn't you ask him for some food and for me to bring back some cigarettes and alcohol? You're truly useless, Zhang Lukai said indignantly, raising his hand. This time Wang Chui did not close her eyes and wait for the inevitable slap. She had absorbed what Wang Chui had just said. Yesterday Wang Chui revealed that Liu Yu disliked her scars, finding them unattractive and off-putting. Thinking that Wang Chui was just talking nonsense, fearing a beating, she never expected that today would prove it true. He indeed did not like her. Otherwise, based on past experience, she wouldn't have returned so soon. I won't hit you anymore. Remember to bring me some good cigarettes and alcohol. 5-grain liquor would do, and at least some Huazi cigarettes. The others are too harsh. Zhang Lukai lowered his hand and walked back to the room. Wang Chui thought this man had regretted it and might want to hit her again. However, this scoundrel Zhang Lukai said, didn't Liu Yu give you the medicine to clean your wounds? Hurry and use it. If you serve Liu Yu well, you and I will have something to eat, and our son can survive. This dry hard bread and this instant noodles are simply inedible. Wang Chui nodded slightly. For this man who had made her heart die, she felt no affection whatsoever. At this moment, Zhang Lukai was more terrifying to her than a stranger. In their marriage, with each harboring different thoughts, the couple of the Wang family wished for chaos to ensue, while Liu Yu finished his meal and happily conversed with Liu Shushu. In her pleading voice, the battle came to an end, and they embraced as they drifted to sleep. In the rainforest community, a house was broken into. 2 men with knives killed the young man inside the house. Amidst the bloodstains, they consumed his food right beneath the wedding photo hanging above their bed. Though the woman struggled desperately facing 2 famished men, she had no way to resist. What are you doing? You beast, let go of my daughter-in-law, or I'll call the police. The sick and feverish in-laws in another room finally woke up to their daughter-in-law's cries. Upon entering the living room, they found the front door wide open. The floor was covered in blood, a truly tragic sight. Their daughter-in-law had been assaulted and was unable to fight back. Their hearts felt like they were being cut with a knife. The blood flowing from their son had already congealed. His eyes were open, staring lifelessly. Oh, there's an old woman and an old man too. Although they are a bit older, they might be sensible enough not to yell. The man standing there saw the old couple who had barged in and laughed instead of feeling fear. He then raised his knife and charged at the old couple. Old woman, run and call for help. The old man shouted, gripping a rolling pin. Damn it, old man, do you think you can escape? The man kicked the old man in the stomach, and his leg was also hit by a stick. Pain shot through him, and he cried out. A knife was thrust into his body. Already weakened by fever, he had little strength left. After 1, 2, 3 stabs, he quickly ceased struggling. Help someone. There are robbers in my house. The feverish old woman rushed outside, banging on the neighbor's door. Not knowing if the neighbors had starved to death or were too afraid of the bad men outside to intervene, they did not open the door. Old woman, where do you think you're going? You were supposed to serve us young men. The man pursuing her grabbed the old woman's hair, dragging her back inside, while shouting at the neighbor's door, "Don't meddle in our affairs, or he'll come in and kill you." Peeking through the peephole, the terrified neighbors dared not speak. What if they provoked the intruder, and he came in to kill their family? Inside, after dealing with the old man, the man slapped the young wife, who was getting dressed. "You little slut, what are you in a hurry for? Do you think you can escape?" As he said this, he went to rip off her clothes. At that moment, the old woman, her mother-in-law who had run out, was dragged back in. The old woman looked at her husband, who was bleeding profusely, his eyes gazing at her hands, weakly struggling. Their son had been horrifically killed, and she cried her heart out. "You are so annoying. Be quiet, it will be over soon." The man, gripping her hair, slapped her several times, causing blood to flow from her mouth. He began to undress her. One was still needed, and now there was an additional one. Though she was a bit older, she would still do. Two thugs were committing such inhumane acts under the sunlight. Helpless and powerless, the women had no way to defend themselves against their attackers. Begging for mercy was futile, they could only scream. At this moment, everyone was terrified. How could they dare to check the situation, hoping someone would come to save them? Just when they were in despair, thinking their lives would end like this, suddenly stop. "What are you two beasts doing? I am Tanging from the Public Security Bureau. Stop your evil deeds and come with me now." Outside, the woman entered with a knife in hand, seeing the two dead men on the ground and the two women in a pitiful state of violation. Tanging shouted angrily, "Oh, this woman is beautiful, much more enticing than these two on the bed. Capture her." As she spoke, she stepped off the bed. Just then, Tanging stabbed the man in the back. "Damn it, how dare you stab me?" The injured man swung his knife, nearly injuring Tanging. As he retreated a few steps, he saw a figure rushing towards him. It turned out to be the old woman pinned beneath the man, used as a weapon being hurled at Tanging. A knife about 30 centimeters long also came along, aimed at Tanging's arm. The two thugs knew that there was no order left outside. To them, Tanging was merely a woman with some skills. What does the chief of the Public Security Bureau matter? They were just toying with women, adding another layer of roleplay. Previously, they hadn't had such good fortune to play with a woman from the government. This time they had the opportunity, and naturally would not let it slip away easily. They did not want to kill Tanging, they simply wanted to render her incapable of resisting. Once the reclining chair lost its ability to resist, it would be like this pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law crushed beneath them, venting their pent-up emotions and desires that had been suppressed for so long. Tanging looked at the old lady as the knife in her hand flew towards her. She hurriedly put it away, otherwise she would have killed this old woman. But the thug's knife stabbed into Tanging's arm. Blood immediately gushed out. The man who had chased after her kicked Tanging in the abdomen. She flew directly out. The old lady was so frightened that she screamed and hurried to tidy her clothes. She didn't even think about helping Tanging, believing that since Tanging was a person from the government, she would have a way to deal with these two bad men and avenge her son and husband. Unfortunately, when order was lost, Tanging's identity as a government official was of no use to the thugs. In fact, it only provoked them further. More or less, either her family or she had been oppressed by government officials before. Wasn't this a great opportunity for revenge? Despite Tanging wearing more clothing, it could not hide her alluring figure, slim and exuding a suppressed sensuality. What man would not like her unless he were a man like Zhang Wei, who was impotent? Before she could reach the door, it was too late. When Tanging was kicked out, the knife had already fallen to the ground. She rolled like a hawk, dodging the man's knife. The other man, who was on top of the young daughter-in-law, also finished putting on his pants. Naturally, his knife turned towards Tanging. Having been taught a lesson by Tanging before, he would not let the two of them leave so easily this time. Tanging picked up a table leg from the ground and fought against the two. Tanging, who hadn't eaten for 2 days and was still bleeding from her arm, faced two ruthless men attacking her frantically. She was losing too much blood. She recognized one of them as someone she had sent to prison for 2 years for stealing. He was now wielding a knife, stabbing at her like mad. If she were stabbed in the abdomen or thigh, she wouldn't be able to escape today. He believed his fate would be even more tragic than these two women. One of the men must have hated him to the core. "Someone help me." Tanging engaged with the man while shouting at the pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but they seemed to have not heard her at all. The mother-in-law directly got up and shut the door, too frightened to help. The young daughter-in-law's face was ashen. Watching her husband die before her eyes and her father-in-law also dead, she was being vented upon by two men facing double humiliation. She picked up a knife from the ground, wanting to fight back. But she was pulled back by her mother-in-law, who shouted, "Silly child, you'll die if you go out. Better to live than to die miserably." "Let me go? What's the point of living like this?" "No, you can't go. That man outside is the chief of the Public Security Bureau. We ordinary folks need to help him. He has colleagues. They will be here soon." The mother-in-law hugged her daughter-in-law and said, "Is there anyone there? Come and help subdue the thugs." While fighting, Tanging shouted towards the neighbors outside. But those people were too timid. When Tanging wasn't shouting, they were peeking through the peephole. But when Tanging shouted, they left directly, even abandoning the show. They lamented that such a beautiful woman as Tanging should hide. She insisted on being a hero, and soon was pinned down by the two men subjected to their bullying. Seeing this, Tanging felt hopeless, thinking of the man she had encountered before the apocalypse who had smirked and called her a brainless woman. Even at such a time, she was still thinking about helping others. If it weren't for him, she might have frozen to death outside long ago. She had said she would help others, letting them into the villa to keep warm as the house was large, and once the snow disaster ended, the government would surely reward her. But angered him, he directly told her to get lost. At that moment, Tanging finally understood why Liu Yu was so angry back then. During this time of wandering, she felt like she had tasted the harshness of life. She wanted to apologize to Liu Yu, realizing that he was right. Her so-called sense of justice and official position meant nothing to these people. Instead, it provoked their resistance. With a pale face, she knew that at this moment staying behind wouldn't help against these two men. Instead, she would become their prey, an object to toy with. She could only die tragically here. She had no idea how grim her fate would be. If the two women wouldn't help her, then she could only fend for herself. Tanging rolled on the spot. A wooden splinter pierced her calf. Frowning, she could only escape, looking for Liu Yu. Perhaps he would be the only one to take her in. Catch that beautiful captain. It will surely be entertaining. Who knows, she might find someone to deal with us. Hurry. The man shouted with all his might. Regarding her life safety, even if she was injured, Tanging ran desperately. The two men chased after her. After a distance, they realized they had lost sight of Tanging. Stop chasing. Oh, let's go back and continue with what we were doing. Once we've had our fun, we'll kill that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. One of the men said, stopping. Hiding in a dark corner, Tanging didn't know whether what the two said was true or false. Perhaps they were pretending to leave to trick her, lying in wait for her to come out. After waiting for about 10 minutes, every second was a torment for Tanging. She bit down on her clothes and pulled out the splinter in her calf. In doing so, the wound on her arm began to bleed again. All right, let's go back. That young daughter-in-law is quite enticing. Don't let them escape. It seems Tanging has run away. What a bad luck. That old woman isn't bad either. Oh, let's go once we're done. Well, hide for a few days. Another man spoke. Only when Tanging heard them moving away did she realize the two had left completely. If she had been tricked and went out, she would have been caught. The outcome would have been truly tragic. She prayed that she could buy time, hoping the pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could hide somewhere else, otherwise they might meet a terrible fate. Clenching her teeth, stumbling towards Liu Yu's villa, she finally reached her destination, crashing against the door of Liu Yu's home. Liu Yu, who was somewhat exhausted from the conversation with Liu Shishi, had the generator running at home to ensure the normal operation of the surveillance system. He glanced outside to assess the situation. Someone is coming, but they're injured. Oh well, just drag them away and dispose of them once they die. Liu Yu observed the bleeding person outside, seeming to be in dire straits. He was not a saint, and naturally wouldn't care about the lives of these people. Liu Shishi had no objections to Liu Yu's words, recalling how the residents of the community caused trouble for them during the previous period without food or drink. Had it not been for Liu Yu's solid defenses, allowing them entry would have led to a more disastrous outcome. Liu Shishi naturally understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. Wanting to check the news, she unlocked her phone only to find there was no signal. She turned to Liu Yu and said, Liu Yu, my phone has no signal. Do you still have any? Liu Yu pulled out his phone and looked, no signal on his end either. That's probably because of the power outage. The signal station hasn't been maintained for so long, so there's no signal. Well, we've entered a state of isolation from the world. It wasn't just Liu Yu and Liu Shishi who discovered the lack of signal. The people in the group had previously pleaded with Old Lady Sue for food. Little did they know Old Lady Sue acted as if she hadn't seen them and was too lazy to engage. After all, at this time, having food at home was all that mattered. The lives and deaths of others had nothing to do with her. Moreover, more importantly, she not only refused to provide food, but also took the opportunity to threaten them. She demanded they hand over their food, stating that the future would be even more difficult and everyone should not hoard supplies. They needed to get through this tough time together. Those who had previously not surrendered their food gave up quite a bit this time, claiming credit for their actions, hoping Old Lady Sue would not forget them when the country provided food and supplies in the future. They were starving and howling at home. Some had already fainted from hunger. Families with more men quickly went to assist those with fewer men. They urged them to bring out their food, offering to help them consume it. Disobedient individuals were met with a storm of fists and feet, and if they didn't receive medical treatment afterward, they might not be far from death. After all, they were not family. Oh, what did it matter if they died? As long as they could survive, that was all that counted. Some cursed Old Lady Sue, feeling she was too excessive for taking their food without sharing. However, with the signal cut off, they could no longer make contact. It was so cold and dark outside that they dared not venture out. Inside the villa, after Liu Yu and Liu Shishi finished their meal, Liu Shishi was responsible for cleaning up. I wonder if that person outside is dead, dying at our doorstep knowing we have food. Isn't it bad luck? Liu Yu muttered to himself. After scanning the surroundings through the surveillance, he found nothing unusual. This person was not here to cause trouble. Suddenly Liu Yu remembered a woman named Bai Ling. Did she not say her husband was a high-ranking member of the property management? If she wanted to deal with him, the excavator still hadn't been repaired. At this moment, with the signal gone, things could become even more dangerous. He pulled out a handgun from his space. With plenty of bullets once it was assembled, he handed a knife to Liu Shishir, saying, "You stay up there, and keep an eye out. I'm going out tonight." "Liu Yu, there's no signal now. What are you going out for?" Liu Shishir asked, her face turning pale. "We will use this walkie-talkie to stay in touch. You go to the 2nd or 3rd floor. I need to take care of this woman, that wicked Zhang Wei, and her lapdog Wang Hai. It's unreasonable that they haven't come to trouble me for so long." Calculating this way, Liu Yu realized he had quite a few enemies. It was better to plan how to eliminate them one by one, or to trap them in a confined space and deal with them all at once. After all, the sun would rise in a few days, and the heavy snow would not stop. At that time, it would be his chance to gather supplies. Outside, there were still plenty of supplies waiting for him to collect, especially important items like gasoline and diesel. He had spent over $1 million to buy a modified car that ensured his safety while traveling. Generally, bullets couldn't penetrate it. It was a good vehicle. With thick snow tires, it could navigate through the ice and snow. However, considering so many enemies, Liu Yu decided to deal with some of them before searching for supplies. Otherwise, he might return to find his lair gone. Where would he live then? In fact, Liu Yu had not accounted for everything. Zhang Lukai, who sent his wife to exchange supplies, also wanted to kill Liu Yu, and his neighbor Wang Zhezhe was also eyeing Liu Yu's home and supplies. His venomous ex-wife had been up to no good during this time. She had also found a lapdog named Gu Yu who ran a chain company. This lapdog was seduced by Zhang Wei's information, believing everything she said. He even promised Zhang Wei that once the heavy snow stopped, he would help her kill Liu Yu. Zhang Wei's father Zhang Zhonghai, after tearing off his hypocritical mask, became a beast-like existence, looting an entire building's units. If they didn't receive supplies from their homes, they killed everyone young and old. The villa they robbed was filled with the supplies they acquired. With no signal on their phones, they had walkie-talkies, making communication quite convenient. Throughout the night, the entire unit's residents were nearly slaughtered by the Zhang family. Besides killing disobedient men on the spot, they allowed their bodyguards to bully the women. Women without beauty were taken by Zhang Zonghai's men to a room. After killing them, they were burned, leaving no trace. Inadvertently, they solved one of Liu Yu's troubles. After all, Liu Yu had killed this man's brother previously, and he had been shouting about avenging him. However, as soon as he found two people, they were blocked by the Zhang family's bodyguards, who killed them without a word. With no signal on their phones, they couldn't even call for help. Only at midnight did a fire break out, alerting people that something was wrong. Armed to the teeth, Liu Yu opened the door and found that the deceased woman had surprisingly opened her eyes. This startled Liu Yu. "Damn, she isn't going to rise from the dead, is she?" "Liu Yu, save me," Tanging weakly cried out. "Oh, our Tanging the saint isn't dead yet. Didn't she go to seek justice? Why would she ask for help from someone as selfish as me? Please, I was wrong. I will listen to whatever you say from now on." Liu Yu knew that even if he did not save Tanging today, she would not die. After all, in his previous life, this woman awakened her abilities and became a sharpshooter, with skills like that of hitting the target from 100 steps away. Thinking about his ability to copy others' powers, Liu Yu desired Tangying's skill. He was just a novice, his shooting skills poor, to put it simply. They were terrible. If this woman truly awakened her skills, he would let her repay him, even if it was just once. It was also possible for him to master this skill himself. Let's not speak of how despicable he was at such a time. What did it matter? After all, he had saved her life. If all else fails, he had medicine in his space. As long as he could improve himself, that was enough. There was no need to be so shameless. Justice could not survive long in this apocalypse. To enhance himself, he had not yet reached that point. Tanging was furious at Liu Yu's words. He was right. If only she had not meddled, she would not be in this predicament. Living in this villa was not bad. She should not have asked Liu Yu to do so much in the first place. Others were just ordinary citizens. They did not owe anyone anything, so why should they be asked to do something? She felt some regret. "Save me, and I can agree to one request for you." Tanging felt a terrible pain in her head, her voice beginning to change. As Liu Yu approached, he noticed two arrow shadows in her eyes. He wondered inwardly, could it be that she is awakening her powers, becoming a sharpshooter? He really wanted to master this ability, but he could not let Tanging awaken her powers prematurely. He needed to treat her. It was better to interrupt this awakening. He said mischievously, "I can agree to anything, even your body. Is that acceptable?" Tanging wanted to curse Liu Yu for being a scoundrel. Even now, he was thinking about her body. Unfortunately, she was not married and had no boyfriend. Was she really going to give her first time to such a shameless man who took advantage of her? She was unwilling, but her head hurt too much, and she was still bleeding. She did not realize she was awakening her powers as she thought she was about to die. In utter despair looking at Liu Yu, she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Fine, I agree to give you one request. Good, just remember I recorded it. Don't regret it after I save you." Liu Yu said, holding up the recorder. "I won't. When I say I will give you one request, I mean it," replied Tanging before fainting. Perhaps it was due to insufficient energy, awakening her powers was incredibly painful. He felt he could not delay any longer. He must interrupt Tanging's awakening. He hurriedly picked her up and took her into the room. He said to Liu Shishir, "Go prepare some warm towels and water. I need to treat her." "Okay." As Liu Shishir went to prepare, she took out scissors, gauze, and Yunnan Baiyao. After removing Tanging's dirty clothes, she cut around the wound. Noticing splinters still on her calf, Liu Shishir came in with the supplies. "You wipe her down where she isn't injured. We can't afford to lose her. She is useful to us," Liu Yu instructed. "Got it." He took out a scalpel and tweezers, beginning to clean Tanging's injured calf. After cleaning, he applied some Yunnan Baiyao, placed on a band-aid, and wrapped it with gauze. During this time, Tanging also awakened. She opened her weary eyes to find Liu Shishir cleaning her body while the bad man Liu Yu was treating her wounds. Her tense heart finally relaxed. She closed her eyes, having not rested properly for several days in this warm villa. Finally, she could rest. The wound on her shoulder was an ordinary knife wound. After applying some medicine to the scab, he wrapped it up. "Shishir, cover her with a blanket. I will burn all these dirty clothes. Oh, and change her into this," Liu Yu said, returning after washing his hands, holding out a set of underwear that fit Tanging. Got it. Picking up the blood-stained clothes, Liu Yu went to the furnace on the second basement floor. He burned all the clothes he had taken off Tanging. He thought about the few corpses still in that space. After considering it would be inconvenient to leave them there every time he looked for something, he would see them. Taking one out, he decided to reuse the waste for warmth. Seeing Liu Yu come up, Liu Shishir, who had changed Tanging's clothes, asked Liu Yu, "Are you going out again?" "No need, I've made an agreement with this woman that will be beneficial to us," Liu Yu replied, holding up a recorder. "What agreement?" Liu Shishir noticed Liu Yu staring at her with a somewhat lascivious gaze. "Don't say too much about the powers, especially in front of that woman, understand?" Liu Yu suddenly said seriously. Liu Shishir, seeing Liu Yu's sudden seriousness, understood the importance of the matter. She hurriedly assured him, "Liu Yu, don't worry, I won't speak about this recklessly. I'm very good, let me tell you." As Liu Yu spoke, he glanced at the room where Tanging lay, noticing that she showed no signs of waking and was lightly snoring. He said seriously, "When I found this woman, there were shadows of arrows in her eyes. I suspect she is about to awaken a skill related to archery, and I want this skill. You don't want to do anything with her, right?" Did she agree? Liu Shishir understood the situation upon hearing Liu Yu's words. "She agreed to give me one request. I think once I have the first time, she might agree to more in the future. I must master this ability." Liu Yu considered his future days, feeling that no matter what, he had to acquire this ability to survive. I will convince her. If not, I can always use drugs." Liu Shishir agreed, although she did not know what this ability was about. If it benefited Liu Yu, she would naturally help him. "All right, to survive, we must do this." After watching television for a while, Liu Yu prepared to get up to cook. Tanging came out wearing underwear, still in a daze. When she saw Liu Yu and Liu Shishir sitting together, they looked at her with strange gazes. Her stomach growled with hunger. "What a figure, this body is amazing. Does walking not tire her out? But this body recovers quickly. She can actually get out of bed and walk despite her calf injury." Liu Yu broke the silence first. When Tanging heard Liu Yu's words and looked at her body, she was stunned. She discovered that her underwear and panties had been changed. Looking at Liu Yu in shock, she thought this rascal took advantage of her while she was unconscious. Liu Yu knew what she was thinking. He hadn't expected that this woman wouldn't be furious and didn't seem intent on killing him. It seemed that during this time she had gone through quite a bit and was starting to grow. Smiling at her, he said, "You're awake, right? You must be hungry. We're about to eat, so we'll go prepare some food. Just wait a moment." Tanging frowned, slightly unsure of what she was thinking. Why did this man take advantage of her? Was he really so evil that he didn't want to kill her? If she knew that Liu Yu had deliberately interrupted her awakening abilities, would she have flown into a rage and killed him on the spot? However, everything had already happened. It was too late. Liu Yu went to the kitchen to start preparing food. Eating fast food every day was getting old. The items ordered from the hotel were dwindling, and there were still many ingredients at home that would go to waste if not used. Both Liu Shishir and she felt that the food they made themselves had become even tastier. During this time, Liu Shishir also mentioned once that apart from her relationship with Liu Shishir, there was also Wang Chui, the wife of Zhang Lukai. Could it be that Wang Chui was awakening her abilities and happened to be a chef? A dark figure appeared at the kitchen door. It was Tanging in her pajamas, looking rather casual as she stared at him. Feeling a bit guilty, he said, "You must be hungry. Just a moment, you'll be fine. You were injured earlier and haven't recovered yet. You should sit and wait. Don't move too much, or it won't look good if you end up with a disability." "Thank you, Liu Yu. If it weren't for you, I might have died." Tanging said through tears in her eyes, uncertain of her own feelings. Clearly this man had taken advantage of her and bullied her, and yet she was thanking him. If it weren't for this apocalypse, she would have dealt with Liu Yu long ago. No need for thanks. By the way, your underwear wasn't changed by me. I had sure do it for you, Liu Yu said casually. He felt that this topic might be a sore point for Tanging, so it was better to address it directly. Tanging felt a bit touched that this man wasn't as bad as she thought and hadn't taken advantage of her. She really felt a bit ungrateful considering he had saved her, and she was still thinking poorly of him. She felt somewhat unworthy. Moreover, she felt a bit disappointed. Oh, was she not pretty enough? He had no feelings for her even when he had the chance to take advantage of her. There was an indescribable sense of loss. However, Liu Yu's subsequent words made her previous small feelings of gratitude vanish instantly. By the way, do you remember when I saved you? You promised me something to give your body to me once. Hearing Liu Yu's lewd words and seeing his annoying expression, Tangying's face turned red instantly. She wasn't even married and had no boyfriend. She was still a pure young lady, and now she was going to give herself to this man. Internally conflicted, she didn't want to give herself away so confusedly to a man she initially thought was wicked. Should she refuse and just walk away? But her injury wasn't healed yet, and it was freezing outside. She might die if she was discovered by another man. Unlike Liu Yu, who was so gentle with her, he could easily force himself on her. She scrutinized Liu Yu carefully. Removing her previous impression of him, he didn't seem that bad. Though he wasn't very handsome at 180 centimeters tall, he was acceptable. What's wrong? You aren't having second thoughts, are you? Liu Yu asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw her silent. She knew this man might change his mind at any moment and kick her out. Moreover, she didn't have any clothes now. Oh, if she went back on her word, they might end up as foes. Would he really not force her? Who knows, he might end up with nothing at some point. Lowering her head and grinding her teeth, she remained silent for a moment before saying, "Who said I'm having second thoughts? I won't refuse what I promised you just once, but only after I get better, okay?" "That's good," Liu Yu replied while organizing ingredients into the pot, feeling a bit awkward in the situation, and Tanging quietly walked away. Suddenly startled by a huge shadow in front of her, she let out a scream. "What's wrong?" Liu Yu hurried over to check. She found that the coal ball was staring intently at Tanging. This woman was bleeding, and the coal ball's awakened ability was fire while its pending ability was lightning. Both were extremely aggressive abilities, showing a bit of aversion to anything Yin. That's why it was staring so hard at Tanging. If Liu Yu gave the order, it might very well attack and bite Tanging. "This is the coal ball, my pet. Don't be afraid," Liu Yu explained with a smile. "Coal ball, this is a friend you've met before. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat soon." The coal ball let out a low growl, unsure whether it was warning Tanging not to think too much or agreeing with Liu Yu to not trouble her anymore. After barking, it turned and went to the living room, lying down in front of Liu Shishir to watch TV with her. Tanging was afraid of the coal ball and didn't dare to approach, disregarding the awkwardness between her and Liu Yu. She walked back into the kitchen to see Liu Yu cooking. "Don't be afraid, the coal ball likes to eat roasted chicken and duck. It won't eat you. After all, you're still somewhat useful to me," Liu Yu said to ease the tension. "Are you really that lustful? Just to get my body, huh? No wonder you got caught before," Tanging replied, feeling speechless. "Think whatever you like. If you believe it, then it is. After all, it's just a transaction. What do you think? Besides, you don't have a boyfriend, you don't know how enjoyable it is. Who knows how long we can live? Might as well enjoy it early," Liu Yu said cheekily. Tanging felt speechless, thinking this dog of a man was quite optimistic, but he was just too lustful. She had no idea she would be an awakened one, and that Liu Yu wanted to replicate her abilities. Then he muttered to himself, "Maybe you have a point. Humanity has disappeared. Oh, anything goes." Liu Yu didn't know if she was talking about him or someone else. Due to this ability, if used too much, one would tire out and temporarily become ineffective. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, how did you get injured? Was it to assist the weak and uphold justice? By the way, why didn't the ones you saved take you in? How did you end up here with me?" Thinking back to that incident made her furious. Those people no longer feared her identity and treated her as prey, almost killing her. She angrily said, "What's it to you? You're thoroughly wicked. You've killed quite a few people, haven't you? Of course you won't arrest me again and drag me to that public security office. After all, you're their chief commander, sworn to uphold justice." Liu Yu smiled faintly as he spoke, his thoughts drifting to those he had once protected. Where were they when he needed help? Watching coldly from the sidelines. He had risked his life to save a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, yet they refused to acknowledge him. Instead, uttering callous remarks, "We pay taxes to support you. Helping us is merely your duty." They watched him die with unblinking eyes. Had it not been for his quick wits, he might already have lain helpless beneath those two thugs at their mercy. Death itself was a real possibility. One of them had once fallen victim to Liu Yu's crackdown, and upon seeing him again glared as if confronting a mortal enemy. Would such hatred ever yield to mercy? The thought chilled him to the bone. Though he'd issued a stern warning to Liu Yu before, the man had still taken him in without reservation. Whether drawn by his appearance or captivated by his very being, he had saved his life. Tanging asked herself, is Liu Yu truly a do-gooder who punishes evil and shelters the weak? Hardly. Was he afraid of her identity? Afraid she'd seek vengeance later? He had already killed so many. Would he truly fear one lone woman? Now stripped of colleagues' support, Tanging realized she stood no chance against Liu Yu alone, destitute, weaponless, utterly vulnerable. His interest, she concluded bitterly, lay only in her body. She hadn't even married yet, and now she would surrender her first time to such a monster. The thought made her sick. Still, he was undeniably handsome, far more so than those brutal thugs. Fine then, she'd endure it as though feeding a dog. Tanging tried to soothe herself with this grim self-deception. Liu Yu, sensing her inner monologue, nearly choked on his own blood. He'd been compared to a dog. Humph, just wait until you lie down. I'll show you who's the dog. Yet he kept that retort sealed within, fearing that speaking it aloud might drive her to desperation, or worse, suicide. Where had his sharpshooter ability gone? The few rifles in the warehouse felt alien in his hands. He wasn't yet fluent with them. For now, he needed her ability. Though he'd forcibly disrupted her ability's awakening last time, she clearly met all conditions for manifestation. Her next awakening would likely come swiftly. Liu Yu said little. After preparing the meal, he called Tanging and Lu Shishir to eat. Machio, this is yours. Before Tangying's stunned gaze, he placed several roasted chickens and 2 roasted geese into a large basin and set it before Machio. That gesture struck Tanging with profound shock. Did she have any idea how much those dishes would fetch outside? How many lives a single roasted chicken could save? 1 roasted chicken could keep an entire family from starving. And Liu Yu, feeding a pet with an appetite like Machio's, had just served several chickens and geese in a single meal. My heavens, had the world gone mad? Or was he the one who'd lost his mind? Why stare so long? Do you want some? My cooking is far superior to roasted goose or chicken. If you're dissatisfied, go ahead and eat that instead, Liu Yu remarked, coolly, noticing Tangying's dazed fixation on Machio. Machio, sensing her disapproval, let out a low, rumbling growl, clearly offended. It seemed to say, this is my master's gift. If you envy me, find yourself a master just as generous. What business is it of yours what I eat? Warned by Machio, Tanging shot Liu Yu a venomous glare, then resumed eating, baffled by his reckless waste of precious supplies. What would he do if this freezing weather persisted? You couldn't build up reserves so quickly. Tanging had no idea. His stockpiles weighed over 100,000 tons, enough to sustain them for countless lifetimes. Moreover, once their abilities fully awakened, their need for conventional food would dwindle, replaced instead by energy cores. These cores could be harvested from zombies and awakened individuals alike. Yet Liu Yu did not fully trust Tanging, not yet his woman, and thus kept many secrets tightly guarded. Still, in this apocalypse, he harbored no idle mouths. He turned to Tanging, you're injured now, so I won't assign you labor, for now. Once you've recovered, you'll work tending the generator and boiler in the basement, cleaning the house, and washing clothes, if you wish. We have a washing machine after all. Tangying's brows knotted deeply. So he intended to treat her as a maid. Elsewhere, people freeze without heating or sufficient food. Here you have shelter, warmth, and meals. Be grateful. A few simple chores should hardly offend you. Surely you don't still imagine yourself a noble heiress. Liu Yu glanced briefly at Lu Shishir before adding, don't speak of payment. That paper is worthless to me. I'm pragmatic. I trust you understand. Thinking she'd at least earn a few days' rest while recovering, Tanging replied flatly, fine. Understood. You're the boss here. I'll follow your orders. She spoke thus only because Machio, the tiger's-eyed beast, was watching her intently. She was terrified. This creature she feared might well devour her. Don't play the martyr. Recall those days I exiled you. Your so-called saintly compassion got you nothing but dread, near death, and despair. I saved you. Liu Yu teased a man as striking as I would have been a chivalrous swordsman in ancient times, a hero rescuing a damsel. You ought to pledge yourself to me. A few light chores. Hardly unjust, just one small debt. You insufferable brute, I get it. Stop talking. Fury flared in Tangying's voice. In her former life, she'd have slammed the table and arrested him on the spot. But here in his domain, his words reduced her to something shameful, humiliating her, as if she were a streetwalker. Seeing her anger rise, Liu Yu fell silent. To Lu Shishir, he said, Shishir, find her some proper clothes. This outfit is unbearable to look at. I'll handle the heating system. All right. The corpses from his last kill still lingered in his spatial storage, nauseating to behold. But waste not burning them, for heat proved efficient. After incinerating 2 bodies, his surveillance watch alerted him. Figures approached the villa. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. Shishir, come with me. Enemies are coming. In Lu Shishi's hands was the crossbow given to her by Liu Yu. During this time, Liu Yu had been teaching her archery in the underground 2nd floor. In this apocalyptic world, it is essential to learn how to protect oneself. Under these circumstances, it is vital to have lethal means at hand. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one grow, otherwise would one live life as a mere ornament. I do not possess the capability to protect her forever. Liu Shishir understood Liu Ye's concern for her and did not wish to be a woman who constantly needed protection. She could not be a mere ornament. Given Liu Ye's current circumstances in this apocalypse, there would be many stronger women than her capable of providing him with assistance. You shoot from that hole while I stay here. Listen to my commands, understood? Liu Yu looked at the surveillance and spoke to Liu Shishir, recalling the last time when Wang Hai, that sycophant, attacked him, and that detestable ex-wife Zhang Wei had not been idle. Last time he had been attacked from the rooftop. Fortunately, he had discovered it during this period. That woman had refrained from causing trouble, and Liu Yu missed that life of killing. Tanging watched as Liu Yu turned off the lights inside the room. She immediately understood that something bad was about to happen and hurriedly asked Liu Yu what's wrong. Have people come? After the last incident, Tanging had a poor impression of outsiders. Those people were not good, having committed numerous acts of arson and plunder. Some families had already been brutally slaughtered. To protect that poor family, she almost lost her own life. Okay, you don't need to worry. Here, take this. Liu Yu handed Tanging a knife so that if the enemy came in, she would have some means to protect herself, though this was the worst-case scenario. Liu Yu, wearing a tactical jacket and night vision goggles, stealthily ascended to the third floor, observing the corpses plastered against the glass. Their crystalline forms remained as they were in their final moments, looking at him in terror. However, Liu Yu could not be bothered and made his way to the rooftop. Sure enough, his suspicions were correct. That scheming woman Zhang Wei had sent someone over to attack him from the rooftop. If we cut through this door, everything inside will be ours. It's freezing these days. I heard this kid has underfloor heating and warm food. Liu Yu overheard two people outside using a cutting machine to break into his house. He thought, damn it, these dogs have even got a generator. I wonder if they have night vision goggles. If they do, this gift I'm about to give them will make them blind. The voices from outside continued to come in. That Wang Hai mentioned by the lady is attacking from below. Liu Yu must be busy dealing with him. Once we kill him from behind, the lady will allow us to have fun with that beautiful girl inside, which wouldn't be too bad. At this moment, hearing the two outside still thinking such vile things, a cold smile appeared on Liu Ye's face. From his spatial pocket, he took out two flashbang signal lights. Once this aluminum thermite signal light was launched, it could turn the night into day for a dozen seconds. Those outside had been in the darkness for a long time, so their eyes would be wide open. When it suddenly became so bright, their eyes would surely be blinded. Taking advantage of the noise from the cutting machine, Liu Yu opened a shooting hole, pulled the fuses on the two flares, and threw them out. He quickly covered his eyes. With a swish, the flare shot out, instantly brightening the sky. The few outside wearing night vision goggles had no idea Liu Yu had already discovered them. They had just been working seriously with their night vision goggles, unaware that Liu Yu had deployed flares. The entire night sky turned into daylight. Those who didn't know would think the sun had risen. It had been a long time since they had seen the sun, and they missed it, otherwise they were living in darkness all day. It was truly unbearable. However, being so close, it was disastrous for them. With night vision goggles, they were collecting the most light. Their eyes were instantly blinded. They dropped the cutting machine in their hands and began to scream, covering their eyes. Inside the house, Zhang Wei was also blinded by the sudden bright light, immediately closing her eyes as tears streamed down. Damn, Liu Yu, how did he know? Once the light passed, Liu Yu pushed open the front door inside the room. If not for these people's help, he wouldn't have been able to push it open, or it was frozen shut. Machio, kill them. Liu Yu commanded, wielding a long knife, and struck at the people writhing on the ground. Within seconds, they were all slain. Liu Yu decapitated them, took out a wooden box from his spatial pocket, and placed the heads inside, while tossing the bodies into the spatial pocket. After all, he was a good person, giving these individuals a peaceful resting place, which was the furnace, allowing for the recycling of waste to provide a final bit of value. After finishing all this, he discovered several ropes not far from the rooftop. So this is where they came from. He collected the ropes as they might come in handy later. Through the night vision goggles, he saw his venomous ex-wife watching him from across. He gave her a wicked smile, gesturing at his neck with his hand, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wei furiously smashed the telescope in her hand onto the ground. Furious, she thought, this Liu Yu, I will not let you go. After Liu Yu turned around, he threw a flashbang toward Zhang Wei. He hurriedly closed his eyes and lay on the ground, blending in with the snow on the rooftop. At least the toxic hail had not fallen, otherwise Liu Yu wouldn't have dared to take the risk and lie down. Zhang Wei was fuming. She hadn't expected Liu Yu to be so malicious and not let her off. The sudden flash of light severely stimulated her eyes, much worse than before. This was specifically targeted at her. Ah, Liu Yu, I will kill you. I won't be done with you. My eyes. Liu Yu heard Zhang Wei's faint wails. Perhaps the villa was soundproof too well. After the effect of the flashbang wore off, Liu Yu blended into the darkness and entered the house. After closing the door again, he thought about electrifying the door. After dealing with Wang Hai, there was plenty of surplus electricity at home. Finally, he thought about electrifying the surroundings on the rooftop for better effect. Liu Yu, why haven't you come down yet? These people are cutting our front door, hurry up. Liu Shishi's anxious voice came from the intercom. These people had shields and arrows could not penetrate. They're here. Liu Yu hurried down intent on eliminating Wang Hai the sycophant. He said to Liu Shishi, you stay at home and draw their attention, I'll go take a look. Are you going out? Liu Yu, be careful. Liu Shishi quickly urged upon hearing that Liu Yu was heading out. I know. Just be careful yourself, they are not good people. This time I won't let them go. Liu Yu finished speaking and turned off the intercom. He checked the surveillance and saw that there was no one in his small garden. After passing through a specially left door, he closed it securely. He planned to check the main door first to see if anyone was lying in ambush. The coal was still left behind. Tanging stayed in her room looking at the darkness outside. Her heart stirred. It turned out that Liu Yu had so many people keeping an eye on him. These people truly were not good. To save their own lives, they forcibly occupied others' homes. What was the difference between them and robbers? In the past, I protected these people. Oh, was it really worth it? Liu Yu was right. At this time, the beastly hearts would be exposed. Showing sympathy for others would only harm oneself. Did Liu Yu help me merely because he craved my body? Am I so useless that I've become a mere vase, a source of pleasure for others? Her mind involuntarily wandered to these chaotic thoughts. In the past, she protected others. Now this man was here to protect her. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, who was acting outside, was unaware of this situation. Equipped with night vision goggles, he reached the front door, but found nothing unusual. He walked a distance down the safe stairs of a building and into the garage. One hand held a knife, the other an arrow. He rushed towards his villa. Outside his garage, Wang Hai was still fantasizing that he could break open Liu Yu's front door today. Once inside, he would injure Liu Yu and avenge his brothers. The beautiful woman inside couldn't be spared either. Zhang Wei knew that if she demonstrated her capabilities, she would certainly offer herself to him. He liked this woman. After all these years, the clouds were finally parting to reveal the dawn. Persistence leads to rewards. Wang Hai had people use shields as turtle shells guarding against the sky above. The crossbow arrows fired by Liu Shishi could not reach them. You dog? For a woman like that, you want to become my enemy. Do you think Liu Yu is made of clay? Liu Yu gritted his teeth as he saw the shining light beneath the turtle shell. They had defenses above, but their bodies were unguarded, and they remained unaware that Liu Yu had already emerged. They were focused on attacking. Liu Yu raised the crossbow arrow in his hand and shot it at them. People on the outskirts were still unaware of what was happening when they suddenly fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Several had died in quick succession, causing others to wail. What happened? Wang Hai, holding a cutting machine, turned around to ask upon hearing his subordinates' cries. One of his men shone a flashlight, discovering that some had died while others were still alive, but bleeding profusely. Boss, someone may have slacked off and was ambushed by Liu Yu inside the room. One man spoke up. Eager to achieve merit and thinking of Zhang Wei, Wang Hai didn't pay much attention and said, everyone be careful, oh don't get hit by the arrows from above. Yes. Then they continued cutting the iron door. Liu Yu thought for a moment and moved closer, but this also brought danger to himself. But it was all worth it. He took out the white phosphorus incendiary bomb he had made, ignited it, and threw it under Wang Hai and the others' feet. With a loud boom, the incendiary bomb exploded. The burning phosphorus shot out and landed on the people, igniting instantly. Clothes caught fire. Inside the house, Liu Shishi realized that Liu Yu had launched an attack as the outside of the house was already starting to burn. She was not idle either. She remembered Liu Yu's words, in this world you must learn to protect yourself, otherwise you might die in the future. Liu Shishi felt that after following Liu Yu, her good life was just beginning. Before, when she didn't follow him, if she wanted to eat these things, she would have to navigate between different men. But not anymore. The things she could never have before were now within reach. She didn't want to die just like that. Therefore, she would follow Liu Yu's lead and eliminate those who wished to harm her. The arrows she shot had a great lethality against those without shield defenses. Already burned, and then struck by arrows, they could only await death. Wang Hai's calf was ignited by flames. He rolled on the ground. Though he extinguished the ordinary flames, the white phosphorus had already burned into his bones. One leg was ruined. At that moment, Wang Hai crawled away like a dog. Fortune smiled upon him, and Liu Shishi's archery was not precise enough, allowing him to escape. However, Liu Yu was also not idle. Those who escaped the flames when passing by him did not notice the person ambushed in the darkness. He slashed with the long knife in his hand, causing those fleeing for their lives to be terrified, unaware that someone lay in wait in the darkness. They fell directly to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds. The knife dragged on the ground, dripping blood incessantly. The sound it made as it scraped across the ground struck deep into the hearts of those still alive. A few people close to being burned alive looked at Liu Yu as if he were death itself, filled with fear. They were still young and didn't want to die. They wanted to live, but they shouldn't have listened to Wang Hai. They pleaded for mercy. Please save me. I don't want to die. You know killing is a crime that leads to imprisonment. Today's incident has nothing to do with you. Just let me go, and I won't say a word. These delivery men naively thought that Liu Yu would be intimidated by such threats and would spare them. They were foolishly adorable. But Liu Yu knew who he was dealing with. At this moment, the lives of these robbers were worth less than weeds. Threatening me. Do your parents know? Liu Yu severed their limbs, hastening their deaths, but he did not let them die too quickly. He made them wait for death amidst regret and wailing. Liu Yu, I was wrong. Wang Hai am not human. For the sake of our college friendship, don't kill me. Otherwise. Wang Hai's words were cut short, as Liu Yu, feeling disgusted, directly chopped off one of his arms. The painful howls forced Wang Hai to clamp his mouth shut. Go on, say it. Do I, Liu Yu, have a grudge against you? You, a mere delivery man, are worthy of marrying such a woman. Are you worthy of a key? Liu Yu sneered, looking at Wang Hai as if he were a clown. In order to survive, Wang Hai regretted his actions, having sent threatening messages to Liu Yu in pursuit of Zhang Wei. It's all that woman's fault for deceiving me, claiming that you bullied her. You know, back in university, you followed Zhang Wei every day, or I was filled with envy and hatred, which is why I acted this way. I shouldn't have done this. Liu Yu, I beg you, please give me another chance, will you? It was she who incited me. If it weren't for that wretched Zhang Wei, I would have remained at my delivery point with food and drink, and I would never have been your enemy. Liu Yu shook his head slightly, thinking that Wang Hai was not much different from Zhang Lukai. In critical moments, he could betray his own woman. If you, Wang Hai, were not of crooked heart, would you have listened to what Zhang Wei said? You are so far away. How could Zhang Wei have a knife to your neck threatening you to come over? People who would sell anything for their lives, do you still have any humanity left? Initially, I had no intention of letting you go. If I did, you would surely bite back after returning. However, Liu Yu realized something was amiss. He rolled on the ground just as a bullet whizzed past the spot where he had been standing. Damn, there's an ambush and they have guns. Liu Yu had sensed Wang Hai's intentions earlier. Had he not gained special abilities from Liu Shishir, he might have already been dead. Wang Hai, who had lost an arm, did not expect that Liu Yu could evade the sneak attack. He hastily fled, but underestimated Liu Yu's desire to kill him. Several crossbow arrows shot towards him, not hitting Wang Hai's vital points, but embedding themselves in his body. Instantly, Wang Hai lost the ability to resist. However, the attackers in the shadows fired again in his direction. Damn, another expert. These must be the people who fell back from the team. Do they still want to kill me? In the dark of night, Liu Yu hurriedly fled the scene. Once everything calmed down, the hidden person came out muttering, "That kid Liu Yu got away. I didn't expect this kid to be so cunning. How am I going to report back to the boss now?" said another person. "It's hard to see in this darkness. We have no choice but to return and report." "Okay, help me." As they passed by Wang Hai and his brother, he was still alive and began to plead. "At this point, you're already useless. Living is just a waste of resources. You betrayed the lady. You deserve to die," one of them said, then stomped hard on Wang Hai's neck. With a crack, Wang Hai's neck broke, his eyes turned white, and he breathed his last. The once devoted Wang Hai, instead of enjoying a good life, came to his demise solely because of that woman Zhang Wei. No one would feel sorry for his death. Liu Yu returned to his room, took off his clothes, and gasped for breath. "What? Are you hurt?" Tanging saw the lights on in the living room and noticed blood on Liu Yu's arm. "I was ambushed. A bullet grazed my arm. It's just a minor injury," Liu Yu said, casually holding antiseptic and bandages while beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Tanging watched Liu Yu, pained by his suffering. It seemed a bit difficult for her to bandage herself. She said, "I've learned some basic first aid. Oh, let me help you." "Sure, go ahead. After all, my right hand is injured and my left hand isn't very convenient." "How did this happen? Did they still have guns?" Tanging asked Liu Yu, who was sweating and frowning. "That's what I want to ask you. Why do Zhang Hai's people still have guns? These wealthy people are quite bold. Why were you so fixated on us ordinary folks before? Look at the situation now. Having a gun makes you the boss. Of course, this kind of thing can't be completely prohibited. These rich people dare to kill. Do you think they wouldn't have guns? Haha, you know that most people don't have guns, which is why you feel safe. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm helping you out of kindness, and besides, isn't Zhang Hai your father-in-law? How come you didn't notice that he has guns hidden?" "How would I know?" Tanging said irritably. After making herself feel foolish, Liu Yu opened the intercom and said, Sure, come up. The situation is basically resolved." Liu Shishir, who was hiding in a room on the second basement floor, finally heard Liu Yu's message. Her tense heart relaxed, as she didn't want Liu Yu to die. When she came up, she found Liu Yu bleeding, and Tanging was disinfecting and bandaging him. "Liu Yu, how are you? Is your arm all right?" "It's all my fault for being too stupid. I couldn't kill them in one go." As Liu Shishir spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Silly girl, why are you crying? It has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect that woman Zhang Wei could scheme so well and hated me so much that she sent 3 waves of people to attack me." He didn't say the rest, but he was quite grateful to Liu Yu. If he hadn't gained abilities from her, he might have ended up a corpse with the house taken over by Zhang Wei. That dog Wang Hai begged for mercy just to buy time and create opportunities for those lying in wait for him. However, the shooters opposite him had excellent aim in the darkness. It seemed he still needed to be cautious. However, he couldn't just sit and wait. He needed to take the initiative. At the very least, he had to drive the Zhang family out of the neighboring villa. But first he had to create an electric fence electrifying his rooftop and the iron gate above to prevent them from entering. During the apocalypse, he had asked Sun Yi to set one up for him, but he said the government didn't allow private electric fences and refused to agree. After bandaging his arm, Liu Yu took out a lot of iron wires and copper wires. Liu Yu, what are you doing with these? Tanging asked, looking at the items he had brought out somewhat puzzled. You aren't planning to make an electric fence, are you? Of course, what's wrong with that? They are coming with cutting machines to break into my house. Is there a problem with me using these against them? Liu Yu said coldly, remembering what they had done, filled with anger. Of course there's no problem. I know a bit about this, so let me help you. Tanging gritted her teeth. After all, she couldn't just sit there and enjoy free food and drinks without doing anything. Her arm's injury wasn't serious, just a scrape. Though her calf injury was severe, she didn't need to move. She could just sit there and work. All right, let's do it together. Next time they come, well, zap them like turtles. Those dogs only know how to bully me. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. Liu Yu would never regard them as human. After Sun Yi left last time, he connected the power at the iron gate. Electrocute the person you want to unlock your own door. The ground was conductive because Liu Yu spilled water. A few others were not spared, but Zhang Wei found an opportunity since the rooftop was not secured. This time it won't be so simple. Inside the space there is also that kind of barbed wire. Once it's set up, it will be laid out directly. Next time, if anyone tries to attack from the rooftop, Liu Yu can electrocute them alive. He worked on several components, converting the generated alternating current directly into direct current, so there wouldn't be much danger on ordinary days. It doesn't harm the structure of the house, but it poses the greatest threat to human beings. While Liu Yu was working on these devices, in the neighboring villa, Zhang Wei let out a roar, cursing Liu Yu. Liu Yu was too ruthless, using a flashbang that temporarily blinded her. The bodyguard at home had returned, reporting his failure. How useless are you? Wang Hai, that waste attracted their attention, but didn't kill that kid. Zhang Wei shouted angrily. Wei, how can you speak like that? Didn't they say Liu Yu was injured? Isn't that good news? Zhang Hai reprimanded Zhang Wei for her impolite words. Originally infuriated, Zhang Wei felt a tinge of relief upon hearing that Liu Yu was injured. She hurriedly asked, so did you hit that kid in a vital spot? Will he die? The two who had ambushed Liu Yu exchanged glances and said, we shot at that kid, but we don't know if he was wearing a bulletproof vest. However, we followed the direction he escaped and found blood on the ground. He must have been injured. Don't worry, we won't let that kid escape next time. All right, you can go now. After hearing this, Zhang Hai waved them away, fearing Zhang Wei would say anything excessive. Dad, I want to tear Liu Yu to pieces. If I don't kill him, my hatred will never be resolved, Zhang Wei said, baring her teeth in resentment. Liu Yu turned his son into a eunuch. Although he had a child, what could one child do for the Zhang family? Moreover, Zhang Wei was still young. Should she really take the field herself to have more children? One child cannot carry on the Zhang family name. Besides, it nearly drove their family to madness. His wife, Jia Cuihua, cried all day, urging him to avenge their son. Zhang Wei, still young, needed a man. If one day she couldn't withstand the loneliness and strayed, how could she face her son Zhang Ren? He looked at Zhang Wei, whose eyes were barely open, and said, Wei, don't worry, I will avenge you. You should rest, we will return to rest as well. Okay. At this moment, Zhang Wei wanted revenge, but unfortunately her phone had no signal and she couldn't contact the outside world. Otherwise, Gu Yu, that sycophant, would surely come to visit her if he knew she was injured and help her seek revenge. Relying on Zhang Hai seemed unlikely. He was considering survival rather than solely seeking revenge. Zhang Wei might be venting her emotions. She was too exhausted and laid down to rest due to the cold weather. In her dreams, Liu Yu fell into her hands. With her parents and neighbors, they dismembered the boy, and she kept laughing until she woke up. After realizing it was a dream, she felt some anger, but Zhang Wei noticed that her eyes seemed to hurt less. She could still open them. Some people count seconds like years, while others enjoy the pleasures of life. Zhang Lukai, this man, had nothing to eat at home. He sent his wife Wang Chui to ask Liu Yu for food and some cigarettes and liquor. Wang Chui dared not refuse. Their son had a fever, but recovered after taking the medicine given by Liu Yu. She went for her son's sake. Zhang Lukai feared his wife wouldn't return, so he said he would take good care of their son at home, and reminded Wang Chui to make more requests while Liu Yu was in a good mood, otherwise it would be a waste. As he sent Wang Chui out, Zhang Lukai felt the outside was unbearably cold. He hurriedly closed the door. At this moment, the neighbor old Wang opened his door. Liu Xiaohua said, Wangzhe, look at your little countryman. She's gone again to get food. Let's follow her and see where she gets it from. Okay. Wang Zhe forgot about his countrymen and friends for the sake of food. He couldn't let himself starve to death. Old Wang, do you think we should secretly rob Wang Chui? That way we would be safe, and I think she's going to sell something. Do you want me to lie beneath another man? After following for a while, Liu Xiaohua discovered that Wang Chui had gone to the garage in the villa area. She stopped her husband and whispered. Wang Zhe thought about his wife being bullied by bad men for just a little food and felt it was unacceptable. He nodded and said, this idea is good, but how about we rob a woman instead? Pa, what time is it? And you still care about these things? Besides, if we wear masks, nothing will happen. Who would know? Do you want to see me starve to death, or want me to sell my body for food? Liu Xiaohua looked at her husband with some anger, but fortunately it was so dark at night that Wang Zhe couldn't see her face. However, from the tone of Liu Xiaohua's speech, he knew his wife was angry. He hurriedly said, wife, where are you thinking? How could I let you do that? Let's just wait here and rob Wang Chui. What do you think? All right, let's hide first. When she comes back, you go directly up and knock her to the ground. We'll grab the stuff and run. Make sure no one sees us. After all, this was his first robbery, and Liu Xiaohua was still a bit scared. We can block the wind over there, let's go get it. After the injured Liu Yu finished setting up the electric net, he noticed Wang Chui had arrived, but she had just crawled up from the corpse. She was so frightened that she screamed. He'll go down and get busy for a while. You all eat first, Liu Yu said as he stood up. Tanging looked at Liu Yu leave and stopped eating, asking Liu Shishir, where did he go? A woman came and her culinary skills are pretty good. Oh, Liu Yu went to learn cooking from her, Liu Shishir casually said, which wasn't entirely untrue. Ever since Liu Yu had played around with Wang Chui a few times, his cooking skills had improved. Tanging naturally didn't believe it and indignantly said, you must be lying. I'm going to see what he's really doing. Wait, don't go. Liu Shishir exclaimed as she saw Tanging approaching hurriedly, putting down what she was holding and chasing after her. She knew Liu Yu was downstairs and what might happen, so she naturally didn't want Tanging to go. When Liu Yu saved her, he had already told himself what he wanted to obtain from Tanging. Naturally, he wouldn't let Tanging know that he was a man of many affections. Otherwise, if Tanging were to feel disgusted and regret it later, and if Liu Yu couldn't gain the abilities of a sharpshooter from her, he wouldn't be able to strengthen himself. When others grow stronger while you remain stagnant, you only become more vulnerable. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, this would mean falling behind and becoming prey easily slaughtered by others. Liu Shishir wanted to prevent this situation from happening. Tanging also did not expect Liu Shishir to stop her feeling a bit nervous. Shishir, what do you mean by that? Is there something important that you don't want me to see? Seeing Liu Shishi's tense expression and slightly changed complexion, Tanging curiously turned back to look at her. Yes, that's right. Since you just arrived, there are some rooms in this villa that Liu Yu won't let me enter. It's better if you don't go either, or if he finds out, he might kick both of us out. Liu Shishir hurriedly lied in response to Tangying's question. All right, I understand. Then I won't go, Tanging replied, realizing Liu Shishi's explanation. Tanging was stunned by Liu Shishi's explanation. Her injuries had not healed yet, and if she left this place, there would be no good place to go, and she would just be waiting to die. Right now, she didn't have the ability to protect herself. Not just one man, everyone has their own privacy. Liu Yu saved her, but there was no relationship between them yet, and there was no need for her to know everything. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? If they don't want me to go, then I won't go. The thoughts I had earlier were a bit too simple. Seeing that Tanging agreed not to go, Liu Shishir did not provide further explanation. Pulling her arm, she said, you haven't eaten properly these days, and now that you're back and injured, you should eat more to recover. Otherwise, Liu Yu said that the environment will become even harsher and later it might become difficult for him to protect himself. You and I are both beautiful, and if those men with ill intentions see us, they will treat us as goods to be traded. In that case, our fate would be a miserable one. Is that so? Tanging looked at Liu Shishir with a hint of doubt, feeling that this woman knew more than she did. Liu Shishir nodded seriously, saying, yes, so at this time we need to learn to become stronger. Only then will we have the right to survive, otherwise waiting to die would be a luxury. Okay, I understand now. Tanging knew that what Liu Shishir said was also reality. Otherwise, when the two thugs committed heinous acts and she witnessed it, they not only did not feel afraid, but became even more excited upon seeing her, wanting to capture her and torment her. If she hadn't run away quickly, she might have already become a plaything for others. Thinking about the scene where one would suffer not only physical torment, but also severe mental stimulation made Tangying's back break out in a cold sweat. It was too terrifying. It was simply the cruel reality of humans eating humans. On the underground second floor, Liu Yu encountered Zhang Wei's wife Wang Chui. With no signal, Wang Chui couldn't contact Liu Yu and had to come on her own to actively seek him out. In this familiar place with familiar scenes, Wang Chui at this moment seemed like a walking corpse, having lost her dignity and hope. She simply complied with Liu Yu, doing whatever he asked. She knew she had no right to take initiative or control Liu Yu. She just wanted this man to finish quickly so she could exchange something to eat and drink from Liu Yu, as well as the liquor and cigarettes she needed to barter with her abusive husband Zhang Wei. That dog of a man was really too much, treating her like a moving ATM, indifferent to her life or death. Knowing she couldn't leave her son behind, she left him at home waiting for her return with supplies. Like a dead pig, if you want to cooperate, then you don't need to come back next time. It's quite disgusting. After it was over, Liu Yu said, casually pulling out some items that Wang Chui needed. After being scolded, Wang Chui said nothing. She silently endured the pain in her abdomen, shedding tears as she gritted her teeth and ate the fast food Liu Yu had given her. Recently, she didn't know what was happening as she felt lost and unwilling. She didn't want to die like this. And there was her son. He was her last emotional support. Without him, she didn't know if she could continue living. You asked for too much in terms of cigarettes and alcohol. Oh, just one portion is enough. After Liu Yu finished, the two of them sat down to eat together honestly. Liu Yu also felt that he was hungrier than ever. His strength was growing, and time seemed to be stretching out. Could it be that after my appetite increased, my strength began to grow as well? Will that aspect also become stronger? Liu Yu muttered to himself. Wang Chui, hearing Liu Yu's words, did not respond. She was too hungry, only wanting to satisfy her own hunger. With food, she could nourish her child. Thinking about her son, it was pitiful that he was only a few months old yet faced such an environment with such an unreliable father and grandparents. Even the medicine for colds and fevers was taken away from her. While eating with Wang Chui, Liu Yu inadvertently glanced at this woman. He noticed her frail body was starting to show distinct contours in some places, where muscles beginning to grow. He was a bit curious and casually touched her arm. Indeed, it was as he had thought. Is this woman also an awakened ability user? Is it strength and culinary skills that have awakened? Liu Yu silently pondered. After all, this woman had communicated with him so many times. If she were a capable woman, an awakened ability user, and lost her son and husband, then he would consider keeping her around. Otherwise, if it's something even Dorgan couldn't handle him, just Liu Yu, a reborn individual. Do I really have that much ability? No, I don't. Do you want more? Wang Chui, after eating 2 portions of the boxed meal, looked at Liu Yu with longing. Aren't you full? Here, take this to eat. Liu Yu pointed at the boxed meal on the bed. There's no need for that. I, Liu Yu, am not a good person. Flattering me serves no purpose if our relationship is merely a simple transaction. Liu Yu said with a smile. After finishing, he silently began to eat, knowing he could not live in this small shelter villa forever. Once the snow diminishes, he would still have to venture out to collect supplies and resources, especially the crystals from zombies and awakened ability users, as those are what can make him stronger. Otherwise, if he encountered a level 4 or 5 awakened ability user, especially a strength type, they could easily break down the door of his villa. If he were no match for them, he would be left to wait for death. Time was becoming increasingly urgent, and Liu Yu felt that this way of life was coming to an end. The days of living on the edge were about to begin. At that time, the woman beside him, whose demeanor resembled that of a dead pig, would likely perish. But what did that have to do with him? There were so many pitiable people. What was she to him? After all, in the end, almost no one would survive. In Tiannan City, with a population of nearly 20 million, even so, there should still be around 200 survivors. Adding in the populations of other cities, the number would still be significant. There wouldn't be too many who starved to death. In extreme hunger, people might resort to cannibalism, just like lower animals. There would be no difference from those wolves and other predatory animals. When the time comes, the zombies and the treachery of one's own kind would be the greatest challenges to survival. Thank you, I'm leaving. Wang Chui packed her things, covering her belongings, wanting to leave. To be honest, she also wished for a house like this where she could stay without going out and have endless food. Yeah, be careful. Things are getting chaotic outside. Hold on to your belongings. Someone might try to rob you. Liu Yu felt that this was something Wang Chui had earned with her hard work. She was still a prospective awakened ability user, and he didn't want her to die just like that. After all, there was some bond between them, and having her around could still be of help. All right. Wang Chui, holding her swollen belly, wasn't sure if it was because she had eaten too much or if Liu Yu was just too amazing enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Thinking of returning to that icy cellar-like home and her unsympathetic husband, she felt miserable to the core. Tears flowed uncontrollably. After watching the woman leave, Liu Yu tidied up the place. He headed back. On the way, he encountered Tanging, who was leaning on a crutch, looking at him curiously. Coldly, he said, "What are you doing here? Some places are not where you can just wander around. If you don't want to lose your freedom, I suggest you stay in your own room. If you're bored, ask Liu sure for a pad to watch movies or play games. Don't concern yourself with my affairs. Humph, do you think I care about your affairs? I'm just afraid of enemies launching a surprise attack. When I was ambushed before, several groups started breaking into rob. With the conditions here being so good, they would definitely have their eyes on you. I'm just considering my own safety." Tanging retorted defiantly upon hearing Liu Yu's reprimand. "Fine, say what you want. You do what you like. I have things to do, so stay in your room and don't run around." The coal ball doesn't recognize you. Be careful it doesn't eat you. Liu Yu warned, thinking of that cat that resembled a little tiger. Tanging's heart began to quail. She also felt that Liu Yu's big cat was truly terrifying and should not be provoked. It was better to heed Liu Yu's advice and not run around. Otherwise, if it really got angry and bit her to death, with Liu Yu not around, it would be a senseless death. After all, some places were its territory, and she had no idea where, so she couldn't wander freely. Liu Yu returned to the room where Liu Shishir had already finished washing up and was waiting for him to return. Upon seeing him come in, she asked with concern, Liu Yu, are you alright? How's your arm injury? I'm fine now. The arm injury is okay and almost healed. After all, my body is so strong. Looking at Liu Shishir, who was dressed attractively and cooperated with him, Liu Yu felt she was much better than Wang Chui. At least she wouldn't be as dull as a dead pig. While Liu Shishir communicated earnestly with Liu Yu, she spoke of the events that had transpired after he left. Upon hearing that Tanging was meddling in his affairs, Liu Yu said, just keep an eye on that woman. Once I obtain the ability from her, she can do as she pleases, but it's just a transaction after all. Oh, I understand. Don't worry, I will keep a close watch on her and won't let her ruin our plans. Liu Shishir said earnestly. After all, with Liu Yu becoming stronger, her safety also had an added layer of protection. This situation was beneficial for Tanging as well. She had already realized the harshness of reality and couldn't let jealousy or immaturity ruin Liu Yu's plans. At this point, she absolutely could not act recklessly, or otherwise it would anger Liu Yu. If she lost her right to stay here, although some men might seek to protect her beauty, it was uncertain what price she would have to pay at that time. It was better not to dwell on such matters. After all, her physical condition was not that great, and she couldn't meet Liu Yu's needs. If she refused too many times, he would definitely get angry. Having already been through it once, Liu Yu could barely tolerate it. Oh, why bother asking for too much? After leaving Liu Yu's warm villa, Wang Chui put on her clothes and returned to her home. In a dark stairwell, Wang Zhe and Liu Xiaohua followed after Wang Chui left, and discovered she had gone to a villa area where the wealthy reside. They could roughly guess that Wang Chui had gone to trade things with Liu Yu. Originally, they thought it would take half an hour. The two planned to rob Wang Chui of what she brought back in this deserted place, as it posed no risk. However, the damned weather was too cold. After waiting so long, nearly 4 hours had passed, and she still hadn't returned. Honey, do you think my little hometown girl won't run into any trouble? Why hasn't she come back? Wang Zhe couldn't help but ask. Liu Xiaohua replied with irritation, how would I know? Are you worried about her? There's no need for that. I just feel like something might have happened and you're out here freezing. It pains me to see you like this, Wang Zhe quickly explained, fearing that the tigress of his household would become angry. This woman is indeed fierce, but if she gets angry, she might wait until I'm asleep at night and stab me with a knife. Liu Xiaohua, hearing her husband's concern, said, thank you, dear husband. You are much better than that trash man Zhang Lukai who enjoys beating women. He is simply inhuman, making his woman sell herself while he stays home drinking. This time, if Wang Chui returns with alcohol, I'll allow you to drink with me. I want to deprive you of your hobby. Thank you, my wife. You are truly kind to me, Wang Zhe said, feeling a bit touched. All right, let's wait another half hour. If Wang Chui doesn't return by then, we'll give up. Perhaps she is cunning and took a different route back. What do you think? Liu Xiaohua said seriously. Okay, dear, I'll listen to you. Let's wait another half hour. If no one shows up, we'll head back. Husband, don't speak. You hear that? There are footsteps, as she might be back. All right, let's cover our faces well. Food will be here soon. Wang Zhe and his wife closed their mouths, stifling their breaths as they quietly waited. Wang Chui, carrying food and some alcohol, pressed her hand against her abdomen, making her way home in the dark. This cursed weather is unbearable. Even though the underground parking lot is free of rain or snow, it is still too cold. I can't help but shiver. Liu Yu's place is much better in his villa. I wouldn't feel the cold even without clothes. When will I ever have such a villa? If I lived in such a carefree environment, I probably wouldn't struggle so much. Why are the outstanding men not from my family, but from others? What kind of scum is my man Zhang Lukai? How did he end up like this? In times of chaos, he acted like a good man, but now his true nature has been exposed, leaving me with no thoughts of survival. Thinking of this, Wang Chui felt an overwhelming sadness, and tears seemed ready to flow once more. Poor Wang Chui had no idea that she would soon be robbed, and the hard-earned items would no longer belong to her. She couldn't comprehend how her husband would treat her. When Wang Chui, carrying her belongings, walked past Wang Zhe and Liu Xiaohua, the couple hiding in the shadows confirmed that it was indeed Wang Chui who had returned. They quickly stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to snatch the bag containing food and alcohol from her hands. Who are you? What are you doing? Wang Chui was startled and cried out, what are you doing? Wang Zhe wasted no time and swiftly slapped her face, delivering a resounding blow. Liu Xiaohua kicked Wang Cui's already aching abdomen. Suddenly attacked Wang Chui, although an awakened supernatural being, as Liu Yu said, had not fully awakened yet and was no match for the men. She was then struck in the chest by Wang Zhe's fist, causing her to fall to the ground. "Let's go," Wang Zhe called to his wife. Liu Xiaohua said nothing. As they left, she kicked Wang Chui, striking her chin as they hurriedly exited the scene of their wrongdoing, making sure no one saw them. Meanwhile, Zhang Lukai was anxiously waiting at home for Wang Chui to return with cigarettes and alcohol. He cursed Liu Yu, calling him a beast, questioning why he was so strong. It had been 4 hours and his wife still hadn't returned. Could it be that Wang Chui didn't care for their child and had fallen for that man? Did she prefer to stay in the villa? Cursing Wang Cui's betrayal, Zhang Lukai felt no guilt whatsoever. He believed that Wang Chui was his property, his wife, and he could handle her as he pleased, but Liu Yu had no right to forcibly keep her. Zhang Lukai, the beast of a man, had no idea that his wife was returning home with her belongings only to be robbed en route to their apartment. She had even been injured in the process. He wasn't worried about his wife's safety. Instead, he continued to curse her for being ungrateful and disloyal. In pain and on the brink of passing out, Wang Chui wanted to cry, but had nothing left. All that remained was a pack of cigarettes clutched in her arms. She considered going back to Liu Yu to take more items, but what if that group of robbers found her again and robbed her once more? It would be better to return and have Zhang Lukai protect her. Besides, this location was closer to home. She had a son and didn't want to die, but she could only endure the pain of returning. Liu Yu had said she was like a dead pig, making him feel no interest. She still needed to cultivate her abilities to handle such situations. As the robber Wang Zhe returned home with the items, seeing the considerable haul, including a bottle of white liquor, he and his wife Liu Xiaohua hid in their room to celebrate. Wang Chui, who had been robbed, leaned against the wall and knocked on her home's door. "Who is it?" Zhang Lukai asked irritably. "It's me, open the door," Wang Chui responded weakly. Upon hearing his wife had returned and that there was food and drink, he rushed to open the door. He reached out to grab what Wang Chui was holding, but found nothing. He asked angrily, "Where are the items? You filthy woman, you were gone for so long, where's the alcohol?" Seeing Zhang Lukai show no concern for why she had returned so late or for her safety, only caring about the alcohol, Wang Chui felt a deep ache in her heart. This man had truly become a beast. She said painfully, "On the way back I was robbed, and they beat me up." "What? You were robbed? How could you be so useless? You couldn't protect such a few items. Wang Chui, what are you good for? I, Zhang Lukai, am so handsome, how did I end up with such a useless woman?" Hearing that the items were stolen, Zhang Lukai showed no concern for whether his wife was injured. Instead, he began to scold her. Wang Chui felt as if her heart had died. But that wasn't the end, as Zhang Lukai not only failed to comfort her, but also slapped her. He punched Wang Chui in the chest where Wang Zhe had hit her before. "You useless woman, you might as well die," he said, unleashing his fists and kicks on Wang Chui. She rolled on the ground beaten. A scene close to death. Perhaps after venting his anger, Zhang Lukai realized he couldn't let this woman die, or what would happen to the child. He stopped. He reached into Wang Cui's pocket and found a square box. "What is this? Why didn't you hand it over before?" Since his wife became pregnant, Zhang Lukai has stopped smoking, claiming it is for the child's benefit. However, he can't shake the longing for a cigarette today upon seeing one. It felt like reuniting with a long-lost father. Grabbing the cigarette, he hurriedly searched for a lighter, ignoring Wang Chui lying on the ground, apathetic to her plight. Wang Chui, lying on the ground, felt an unbearable ache in her heart. On her way back, she had been robbed, and upon returning, not only did Zhang Lukai show no concern for her, he had beaten her instead. She wondered what the point of living was. If it weren't for their son, she would have certainly wanted to kill Zhang Lukai. Now her son was her last emotional support, the only bond keeping her alive. The ground was too cold as Zhang Lukai sat on the living room sofa, carelessly puffing smoke, while casting a cold glance at Wang Chui, who struggled to rise from the floor. His heart held no compassion. A cold smile lingered on his lips. This woman, as he had suspected, still loved him dearly and was reluctant to leave. After getting up, he went to the room to care for their son. One cigarette after another, Zhang Lukai indulged himself, relishing the cigarettes he had traded for his wife's body. He felt no sense of guilt. Smoking the cigarettes from Liu Yu, he believed he was depleting Liu Yu's finances, a form of revenge and ALC-style victory that lingered in Zhang Lukai's mind. "Liu, just wait. The harm you caused me, I, Zhang Lukai, will repay it double. If not, I might as well take your surname." If Liu Yu could hear Zhang Lukai's thoughts, he might have slapped the boy a few times. "You ungrateful beast. You let your wife do such things, and as a man, how can you still have the face to live? If you want to take revenge on me, you might as well find a piece of tofu and just end it all. After all, with the weather being this cold, tofu is as hard as a brick and could still kill." Yet Zhang Lukai's skin had grown thick enough that he felt no shame. He felt hungry, yet smoking did nothing to alleviate that hunger. With a cigarette in his mouth, Zhang Lukai entered the bedroom and said to Wang Chui, "There's nothing to eat at home. If you're full, what will our son and I eat? You need to go get something." "He won't give me anything. He just complained about the injuries on my body and told me not to come back," Wang Chui replied silently. "Not going back. Isn't that cutting off the food supply for the family? What am I supposed to do? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lukai exploded in anger. Coldly he said, if that's the case, then you're useless, right? Why even come back? This is my home, you might as well just die. Before he could finish, Zhang Lukai lunged forward, snatching his son from Wang Xia's arms, and struck her. You worthless woman, what use are you? Just die? Ignoring Wang Xia's injuries, he continued to beat her. Don't hit me. Give me back my child. He'll find a way. Wang Chui looked at Zhang Lukai, who was attacking like a mad dog, fists landing on her. Yet as a mother, she was still deeply concerned for her child. Without her son, she saw no hope in living. The child is yours. Why should I give him to you? While beating her, Zhang Lukai responded, ignoring their child's incessant cries. Perhaps exhausted from hitting her, he began his shameless acts toward Wang Chui, who lay on the bed. Thinking of Liu Yu, who had taken his wife, he was filled with rage, forgetting the difficulties he had faced when he and Wang Chui had their child. Now in this cold weather, as he moved, he reached the door, but that was it. He lost control, and it fell onto the bed sheets. Wang Chui, unaware, did not know how impotent Zhang Lukai had become. What's wrong with my body? Why can't I do anything? Zhang Lukai looked at the mess on the sheets, his eyes filled with resentment. Why could Liu Yu talk for hours while he couldn't even make it to the door? He felt unwilling to accept this. After several attempts, it was still the same. Finally, shivering from the cold, he could only give up silently. The child, crying, inhaled a large amount of cold air. He had just recovered from an illness and was still very weak. Being carelessly thrown to the ground by Zhang Lukai, the child began to develop a fever from the cold. Looking at the child, perhaps the last shred of humanity remained in Zhang Lukai, as this was the child's mother. He glanced at the unconscious Wang Chui, pulled up the blanket, and tossed the child into her arms. Covering them both, he gloomily returned to the living room to continue smoking. With no food left, if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have consumed so much. The hunger was becoming unbearable. Zhang Lukai couldn't help but say, no, Wang Chui can't die. She could still find another man for food. After all, she has already given in to Liu Yu once, but wouldn't be a problem. If necessary, she could find another later. After saying that, he went to check on Wang Chui. The unconscious Wang Chui had yet to wake, while the feverish child began to cry. Zhang Lukai couldn't help but shout, Wang Chui, I know you're pretending. If you don't wake up soon, I'll send our son to someone else for food. I hope you won't regret it. Perhaps hearing that her son might be taken away, Wang Chui, in her maternal instinct, woke up from unconsciousness. Ignoring the pain in her body, she gritted her teeth and said, no, please don't. I will find a way. Good, that's what you said. I hope you remember this, or I will make sure you never see our son again. Seeing that threatening Wang Chui could make her obedient, Zhang Lukai ceased the idle talk and directly went to rest in another room. Son, my son. When Wang Chui reached to touch her son's head, she discovered he had a fever, his forehead burning hot. He had caught a cold again. In immense pain, Wang Chui pulled back the blanket and found something white on her pants and the sheets. It dawned on her that this was left by Zhang Lukai, the beast. This man was retaliating against her. However, at that time, she had already fainted and didn't know what had happened. She had not witnessed Zhang Lukai's ugly expression, and so she gritted her teeth and got over it. Dressed, holding her son, she went to Zhang Lukai's room. Wang Chui pushed the sleeping Zhang Lukai awake. What are you doing? You filthy woman, do you have anything to eat? If not, don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. Do you believe I'll get up and beat you? Zhang Lukai, grumpy from waking up, looked at Wang Chui with disgust and anger. Wang Chui, now filled with fear of Zhang Lukai, trembled and said while holding her son, the child has a fever. He is burning up right now. What? The child is sick, you useless woman. How have you been taking care of him? If that's the case, go find Liu Yu. He has medicine. Let me tell you, if the child gets worse, I will kill you. Upon hearing that his son was sick, Zhang Lukai felt that Wang Chui had not taken care of their son well. He unleashed the anger he had suppressed for so long. I know, but I'm scared and there are robbers on the road. Please come with me, Wang Chui pleaded, though she was terrified. She didn't want her son to die. You heartless woman. If the robbers are too strong and I get hurt, who will take care of this family? You go, I will wait for you at home. Zhang Lukai was just a scoundrel who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Hearing about the robbers made him fearful. Though he didn't want his son to die, he could only let Wang Chui go alone. Seeing Wang Chui standing there motionless, he became furious. You useless woman, that is your son. If you don't go, do you want to watch him die? How can a mother be so cruel? Zhang Lukai scolded. He never considered that he was the child's father and that he should protect his wife for his own safety. He shifted all the danger onto his wife. Seeing this man, Wang Chui thought about it and decided to go alone. On the way, if her son died, she felt she would not live either. This man held no hope for her. Without a future, it was better to die outside. Fine, if you're not going, I will go by myself. You stay at home and wait for me. Wang Chui gritted her teeth and said. Zhang Lukai said expressionlessly, you ungrateful woman, it would have been better if you had said this sooner. Don't waste my time. Remember to be smarter this time and bring back more food and drinks. He did not immediately hear Wang Cui's response. He angrily shouted, Wang Chui, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? He stood up, and regardless of the child still in Wang Xui's arms, slapped her hard. I heard. Please don't hit me, it will ruin my face, and then no one will want the food and drinks you want. Wang Chui quickly pleaded. At least you understand. Bring back more, I haven't had meat in a long time. Bring back some roasted chicken too. After saying this, Zhang Lukai lay down and soon fell asleep snoring. He showed no concern and still expected her to bring back food and drinks. Wang Chui decided to kill this scoundrel of a man. She could no longer endure the bullying from this piece of trash. In just a few days, Zhang Lukai had hit her countless times, disregarding her life or their child's. He was merely the child's biological father, nothing more. If it weren't for him, the child wouldn't be sick. He was the greatest enemy of the child's healthy and safe upbringing. Her son's enemy was her own foe, new grudges intertwined with old ones. Wang Chui put down the child and pulled out scissors from the drawer. She quietly approached the snoring Zhang Lukai. Suddenly he rolled over, startling Wang Chui, but soon his snoring resumed. It turned out he hadn't woken up. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, Wang Chui still could not bring herself to act. However, thinking of her son, she felt she could no longer tolerate it. Hearing her son cry, Wang Chui made up her mind to act. With the scissors in hand, she plunged them viciously into Zhang Lukai's neck. Instantly, 2 streams of warm blood flowed out. Zhang Lukai woke up in pain, unable to comprehend why Wang Chui would want to kill him. Was she still the woman he once liked? After all those times he had hit her, she had never thought of doing this. Wang Chui, why? Do you want your son to grow up without a father? Zhang Lukai pressed his hand against his neck to stop the bleeding. The scissors were still in Wang Cui's hand. As the blood flowed out rapidly, Zhang Lukai became weak. He could only plead with Wang Chui not to kill him. But whenever she thought of her son, Wang Chui felt an overwhelming regret for giving birth to a child with this scoundrel being treated this way. Zhang Lukai didn't even go with her when their child was sick. Was he even human? Worse yet, he had hit her. She regretted being blind at the start and giving birth to a child with this piece of trash. Her hand trembled uncontrollably. The scissors kept stabbing at Zhang Lukai. Already injured and bleeding from his neck, Zhang Lukai could not dodge, and he was rendered incapable of being a man. At this point, the immense pain surged through him. Zhang Lukai held his neck, but could not attend to the lower part of his body. He let go and tried to grab the scissors from Wang Chui, but Zhang Lukai still managed to seize her. The scoundrel underestimated Wang Cui's determination to kill him. The scissors in Wang Cui's hand were not easy to snatch away. His hand was injured. Not wanting to die, Zhang Lukai disregarded the pain in his hand and grabbed Wang Cui's hand, attempting to pry it open to take the scissors. However, blood continued to flow from his neck wound, and he was losing strength. Between his legs, blood gushed out. Just as he was about to snatch the scissors from Wang Cui's hand, Zhang Lukai, this scoundrel, found himself losing strength. He lost the ability to resist. As his hand loosened, he released his grip, his eyes weakly closing. Perhaps he sensed that his biological father was about to die. Her son, who was still burning with fever, cried loudly. Wang Chui, sitting on the bed, catching her breath, gradually regained her composure and strength. If she hadn't succeeded in her surprise attack, she might have been killed by this scoundrel. Fortunately, the scissors pierced through Zhang Lukai's neck, severing his manhood. Now he had no strength to resist, just barely. She almost couldn't hold on. The injured beast of a man, Zhang Lukai, had lost all power. Thinking of the evil this man had done to her during this time, a somewhat crazed Wang Chui kept stabbing the barely alive Zhang Lukai with the scissors, as if killing this man would resolve the hatred in her heart. After venting her emotions, Wang Chui went to pack things for her child. Holding her child, she left, leaving behind Zhang Lukai, who was already dead, lying in their home. Who knows if the beast of a man, Zhang Lukai, regretted not stopping when he was stabbed by his partner, realizing he should not have acted so beastly, leading to such an end. After Wang Chui left, she didn't even bother to close the door. If Liu Yu did not take her in, it would be better to die outside with her son. As Wang Chui left, old Wang next door watched her go out and said to Liu Xiaohua, "Wife, Wang Chui has gone out again. Should we follow her?" "Wife, I think Wang Chui will be back in about 3 hours. Let's keep track of the time and head out 3 hours later. In the meantime, we can rest at home. What do you think?" Wang Zhe pondered Liu Xiaohua's question, recalling how he had previously followed Wang Chui, with the couple doing so just for a little food and drink. In the biting cold wind, they had been out for several hours and almost couldn't make it back. Fortunately, Wang Chui returned in the end, bringing back food and drink along with some white wine, not coming back empty-handed. Hearing her husband's words, Liu Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, you're right, husband. I think we don't need to leave that early. It's fine to go out later. Although it's cold at home, it's much better than outside, especially without the wind." Wife, that's exactly what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. I have a hometown connection with Wang Chui and can't bear to be too harsh. I'll tell you, when I struck just now, my force was tremendous, hitting Wang Chui right in the chest. I probably could have broken her bones. Don't worry, husband. I wasn't thinking that way. I love you the most and won't be jealous. Liu Ziahua's expression became pleasant. Wife, you said that Wang Chui now knows where we took the food from. When she comes back, she definitely won't check that direction. What should we do? Wang Zhe recalled the previous question. While waiting for Wang Chui with his wife, they had been waiting for a long time thinking that Wang Chui might not take that route. That's true, but husband, I know that from our residential area to the villa area, there's only one road under the garage. This time we can go further and wait somewhere else. What do you think? Liu Xiaohua thought seriously for a moment and said, yes, wife, you are the smartest. Almost no one can walk outside now. Let's wait there. Wang Chui wouldn't even think of it in her dreams. Wang Zhe said with excitement, that's what I meant. In that case, let's leave a bit earlier. What do you say? Wang Zhe hurriedly said, all right, I'll listen to you, wife. You really have a way. Hey, wife, why don't you rest for a while? I'll keep an eye on the time. If we keep our eyes open, it will consume more energy. What do you think? Besides, we still have several hours left. Wang Zhe said with concern to his wife, yes, husband, you're right. You really know how to live. In that case, I'll rest for a while and sleep for an hour, then you can wake me up to take over watching. Liu Xiaohua said with a hint of drunkenness, all right, let's do that. You go ahead and sleep. Wang Chui had no idea that after she left, she was still discovered by the neighbor old Wang. However, Wang Chui had no more feelings for this home. Zhang Lukai, that beast of a man, had treated her too poorly, and after losing her love for such a man. Thinking of the grievances she had suffered before, she wished to eliminate Zhang Lukai, sending that earthly demon to hell. Naturally, she would not return to this home, holding her child in one hand and a pair of scissors in the other. After all, there had already been robbers. If she encountered someone trying to harm her or her child, even if it cost her life, she would not let the bad person have it easy. Previously, she had trusted humanity too much, thinking Zhang Lukai was a beast. Little did she know that when she encountered a robber, not only did they take her belongings, but they also beat her up. They were simply inhumane. Yet Wang Chui did not know that the one attacking her was actually her fellow townsman, the man who usually smiled at her. Furthermore, he was planning to scheme against her again in 3 hours. If she had known, Wang Chui would not have let Wang Zhe and his wife go so easily. Her son was already burning with fever. She did not know if Liu Yu would accept her this time when she went to his house. Fortunately, it was very cold outside, and the bad people had not discovered the poor mother and son. Finally, she arrived at Liu Yu's doorstep, but this time, no matter how hard Wang Chui knocked, Liu Yu did not open the door. She thought Liu Yu might have already gone to bed. After all, others lived in such a good environment, not worrying about food or temperature. Their homes were as warm as spring, allowing them to rest well and take care of their bodies. She did not know if Liu Yu would open the door this time. Would Liu Yu be angry that she disturbed his rest? But as a mother, her child was burning up, and if she didn't get a medicine soon, he might develop meningitis and die. For the sake of her son, Wang Chui, nearly losing her sanity, knocked desperately on Liu Yu's door. The soundproofing was indeed too good. Her child had begun to vomit water. Wang Chui grew anxious, unsure if she triggered the villa's security or something else. Liu Yu, who was asleep, was awakened by the alarm sound. He opened his eyes to check the surveillance, and Liu Shishir also woke up due to Liu Yu's sudden movement. She looked at Liu Yu with concern, asking, Liu Yu, what happened? What's going on? Is there an enemy? No, it's Zhang Lucai's wife, Wang Chui. Why is that woman back so soon? Liu Yu had given her a lot of things, as she couldn't consume them so quickly. It puzzled him why this woman who had difficulty walking when she left was back so soon, unlike Liu Shishir, who could plead with him, and he would easily let her go without harming her. No matter how difficult or tiring it was, she had to check. Only when Liu Yu was satisfied could she get what she wanted. In the past, she would rest well for a couple of days after returning, so why was she back so quickly this time? Liu Yu, do you think that Zhang Lukai is still unrelenting, trying to kill you? After failing a few times, he sent his wife to serve you, exchanging food to let you lower your guard. Now that she's gotten the food and is full, does she want to use the same trick against you again? Liu Shishir said with great concern. Shishir, I think what you said is possible. That man is not a good person. When his wife came before, she brought quite a few weapons to deal with me. It's very likely. After listening to Liu Shishir's analysis, Liu Yu nodded seriously in agreement. In that case, let's not go out. Let her stay outside. Liu Shishir suggested. Liu Yu thought for a moment and said, I think it's not possible. Look at the child in her arms. He seems to be vomiting water. He might be burning up. This child was still sick last time and hasn't recovered. She probably came for medicine. Even so, we need to be careful. I'll go with you, Liu Shishir said as she stood up and put on her clothes. All right, this way we have each other's backs. Liu Yu felt a bit uneasy as this woman had been coming around more often. His ex-wife might also have noticed this situation. She had always wanted to kill him. What if she sent someone over? Last time he had used the sycophant Wang Hai to distract himself, allowing the old gunman to ambush him. If he hadn't sensed Wang Hai's intentions, he might have already met his end. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries of Wang Chui from the surveillance, Liu Yu felt pity for her and wanted to save her child. Dressed and armed with a knife, he took Liu Shishir down to the second floor. As he left, he passed by Tanging's room and noticed the light was still on. Perhaps she was afraid of the dark and left the light on while sleeping. He descended to the basement level. Liu Yu told Lu Shishir to wait for him as she opened the first door outside. As the lights in the garage illuminated, Wang Chui kneeling on the ground saw the door open. Liu Yu's silhouette appeared before her through the bulletproof glass, and Wang Chui hurriedly shouted, "Liu Yu, please save my child." While shouting, she picked up her child and walked toward him. There was still a layer of bulletproof glass between Liu Yu and Wang Chui. This time, he didn't directly approach the workshop. He felt a twinge of unease in his mind. As Wang Chui entered, a flash of light appeared not far away. The sound of gunfire was heard. Bullets were fired toward Liu Yu's location, and he also heard footsteps running toward the garage. No need to think, it was the person with the illegal gun. That person fired twice, one of the bullets hitting Wang Chui in the chest. She felt the warm blood spray onto her frozen, numb face. "Hurry up and come in, there are enemies," Liu Yu called out through the glass. As he opened another door, he began to close the outer door. He pulled Wang Chui over and rolled on the ground as bullets hit the second door, sparking flames. At this moment, the second door was already shut. The two intruders began firing wildly at Liu Yu. What they didn't expect was that the outermost door had already closed. They couldn't get out, nor could they come in. Lu Shishir, frightened by the gunfire, screamed, "Son, my poor child, what happened to you?" Wang Chui, who had fallen to the ground, got up and found her son had no breath left, half of his head missing. She was almost driven to madness. "Calm down, the child is gone, but the enemies are still here," Liu Yu shouted as he tightly gripped Wang Xia's shoulders. While speaking, Liu Yu secretly confiscated the scissors from Wang Xia's hand, storing them in his space. What if this woman went mad and hurt herself? The things that even Dorgan couldn't handle were dealt with by the bad woman Zhang Wei, leaving Wang Chui with nothing but hatred for her enemies. After awakening her abilities, she might be able to help him deal with the enemies, becoming the sharpest knife in his hand, cold-blooded and ruthless. That would be good. "Kill them, we must kill them," Wang Chui shouted, her heart filled with sorrow before fainting. "Liu Yu, once we smash this glass, just wait to die." The two who barged in didn't expect that Liu Yu was so afraid of death. Besides the outer titanium alloy door, there was actually bulletproof glass installed inside. They left behind a lot of bullet casings and flattened bullet heads. With the mission failed, all they could do was threaten. "Oh really? Do you think you can still get out? I won't kill you." When Liu Yu saw the two of them, he understood where his unease tonight came from. This treacherous ex-wife had been so patient, sending these two dogs to check for so long, just to make him let his guard down and meet his end. Unfortunately, they hadn't entered Liu Yu's villa and had no idea about the layout inside. They never expected that there was someone so afraid of death, and that inside there was even a garage made of bulletproof glass. Seeing the cold smile at the corner of Liu Yu's mouth, they began to panic, unsure of what method he would use to deal with them. "Liu Yu, they have guns, what should we do?" Lu Shishir had seen the prowess of these two last time. They could shoot bullets through the shooting hole from such a distance. Clearly, using a crossbow against them at this moment might not work. "Don't worry, I won't let them die so easily." Liu Yu began to slowly search in his space. "Liu Yu, aren't you going to deal with them? Why are you just standing there?" Seeing Liu Yu say he was going to deal with them, but then just standing still, left Lu Shishir quite puzzled. "Don't rush, I'll let these two oblivious fools show off a bit longer." What Liu Yu said was naturally overheard by the two thugs. "Liu Yu, we have guns, what can you do to us? You're not planning to starve us, are you?" "I'll figure out how to open this door, the electronic lock is right in front of me. With the right tools I can crack it in half an hour." Clap, clap, clap. After Liu Yu took out a few strange items, he began to applaud. This left everyone puzzled. Was this guy losing his mind? Lu Shishir was also dumbfounded, not understanding what Liu Yu meant, looking at him in confusion. Shishir, don't you want to applaud for these two clowns who speak so nicely?" Liu Yu said with a mischievous smile. Although Lu Shishir didn't understand what Liu Yu meant, she still followed suit and began to applaud. The thugs watching Liu Yu and Lu Shishir in the garage were somewhat confused, thinking they must be fools. "Gentlemen, your course meal is coming up, to enjoy it well." After Liu Yu finished speaking, he connected the machine he had taken out to a tube. He put on a mask and started pouring chili powder into one of the machines. After connecting the power, the chili powder began to spray out from different positions at the bottom of the 20-square-meter garage. "Oh no, this kid is too malicious." The two thugs, seeing this, hurriedly covered their mouths and noses with their clothes. The temperature inside was high. Even without their clothes, they wouldn't feel cold. They wouldn't be frozen to death. "Liu Yu, let us go, I was wrong. Just open the outer door and we'll leave. From now on, we won't come after you again, how about it?" As they spoke, the chili powder had already begun to invade their nostrils and mouths. Suddenly, they erupted into violent coughing. Liu Yu coldly said, "You think it would be that easy for you to kill me?" Saying this, he opened another valve under their watchful eyes. They saw the steaming smoke emerging from the small holes in the ground. The two were unsure of what it was, but they were frightened. They hurriedly took off their clothes, trying to block the small holes. There were too many of them, making it difficult to seal. A large amount of hot air billowed out, carrying the chili powder that continued to swirl. Liu Yu opened the two small holes in the garage door, allowing the gas inside to escape. The cold wind from outside created a siphon effect, pulling the hot air and chili powder out. The two rushed desperately towards that direction. They even attempted to climb the door. Liu Yu, with a merciful smile, said, "Let me remind you, the main door is electrified. If you don't want to end up as roasted pigs, try not to get too close." However, in their desperation to survive, they did not heed Liu Yu's warning, thinking it impossible for their home's door to be electrified. They had never encountered such a twisted person before. Yet today, Liu Yu followed through with his warning. He began to control the app in his hand to electrify the iron door. Starting with a direct 36V safety voltage, the two realized there was electric current. This wasn't a major issue at first, but as the voltage increased, they became frightened. While they cursed Liu Yu loudly, the swirling chili powder in the 20-square-meter room invaded their mouths again. Suddenly, tears and mucus streamed down. It was unbearable. The exhaust from the boiler also invaded their bodies. It was truly tormenting. They began to wail incessantly. "Let me kill them and return my child to me." Wang Chui, who had fainted, awoke at some point, looking at the two murderers of her child struggling in the place where she had fought with Liu Yu before. "They are not your enemies. Calm down. They are someone else's lackeys. Killing their master is what avenges your son," Liu Yu coldly stated. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Wang Chui began to calm down. "What do I gain from lying to you? Be quiet and watch how I make them regret coming to kill me." After saying this, Liu Yu opened another switch. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the garage, engulfing the two in a cloud of exhaust and chili powder. Finally, the two collapsed, losing their ability to resist. Liu Yu turned off the power to the iron door, fearing they might fake their reactions. After releasing exhaust for a while, the chili powder also ceased to fall. After about 5 minutes, it seemed the two had lost their last shred of resistance. Inside the room, a large amount of cold water began to wash away the remnants in the garage. After it was clean, Liu Yu held a knife, preparing to sever the hands of these two, rendering them useless. He wondered how Zhang Zhonghai, that old dog, would deal with these two. If he drove them out, it would sadden their brothers and shatter their loyalty. If they dared not go out, they might discuss Zhang Zhonghai every day. Most importantly, Liu Yu took out a stamp, the kind used for slaughterhouse inspections. After heating it up, he would leave a mark on their faces. "Can I kill them? Can I kill them?" Wang Chui asked again. After all, she wanted to avenge her son, and it was impossible without Liu Yu's permission. "Not quite. I don't plan to kill them. I simply want to cut off their hands." "Can you do that?" Liu Yu asked Wang Chui, observing her to see if she would heed his words. "Fine, I agree to your request." Wang Chui initially wanted to refuse, but realized that without Liu Yu, she might not only fail to sever their hands, but could also be killed herself. She couldn't understand why Liu Yu wouldn't just kill them directly, instead opting to cut off their hands. However, she was a smart person. From the moment she killed Zhang Lukai, she began to darken. To survive, she needed to either possess great strength, or until then she had to obey. Cutting off their hands could be seen as part of avenging her son. Liu Yu had said they were merely doing bad deeds, and there were others who gave the orders. If she did not listen to Liu Yu today, revenge for her son would be impossible. So she quickly said, "All right, I agree to your request." Wang Chui took the knife from Liu Yu and walked inside, fiercely swinging at one of the man's arms. The woman's strength was small, and this man's bones were quite sturdy. After the knife went down, his arm was merely injured and not severed. "This is better. I underestimated your strength." Liu Yu pulled out an axe and said to Wang Chui, "Good, thank you." Seeing Liu Yu retreat a few steps, Wang Chui sincerely expressed her gratitude. Just then, the person who had just been awakened by the cutting pain tried to resist. Wang Cui's axe had already fallen. With a wail, one arm was severed. After such a long time, without breathing smoothly, having inhaled a large amount of carbon monoxide, her body had little strength. After being splattered with the man's blood, Wang Chui wiped her face and swiftly continued her actions, efficiently chopping off the arms of the other man. Turning back, she handed the bloody axe to Liu Yu. "Next, whatever you want to do, I will follow you as long as it can avenge my son." "Don't you hate me? It's because you came to find me that your son was killed by these men?" Liu Yu asked tentatively. "I don't hate you. You've helped me so much, and it was they who killed my son, not you." Wang Chui said seriously. "The room you are in is too dirty. I will find you a room to rest with food and drink. However, without my orders, you cannot come out." "Can you do that?" For someone like Wang Chui, who has just experienced the pain of losing a child, Liu Yu was still uneasy, although he couldn't see any intent to harm him in her heart. Having already died once, Liu Yu would not easily trust anyone. Naturally, he did not fully trust the injured Tanging either. "All right, I will go immediately," Wang Chui agreed without hesitation. Watching her leave, Liu Yu beheaded the two men and stored their heads. After all, this was a carefully prepared gift for his ex-wife, hoping she would like it. Not a waste of their life together as husband and wife. In the neighboring villa, Zhang Wei was freezing like a dog. She wished for Liu Yu's death. After Zhang Ren had been turned into the world's first eunuch by Liu Yu, he dreamed of killing him. Otherwise, at this moment, she could indulge in some shameless activities with Zhang Wei in her leisure time. Though despised by others, events had already transpired. Women like Zhang Wei who were utterly shameless and men like Zhang Run who were devoid of morals and bottom lines naturally wouldn't take such matters to heart. They considered it normal. You may scold me, but deep down you envy me because you have nothing and can only express your impotence online. Seeing that the people she sent out had not returned, Zhang Wei became a bit anxious. There was no signal on her phone, and the walkie-talkie could no longer contact the two. Her father was not in this villa, he was back at their hometown. The reason she came here was to take revenge for her lover Zhang Run and to see how Liu Yu would die. However, as so much time had passed and people had not returned, she was naturally very anxious. It was too cold outside, and the small generator in the villa she had seized barely provided enough power. The power provided could barely be used for cooking and heating, but beyond that it was insufficient as the voltage couldn't support more. Moreover, there wasn't much gasoline left in the house, and Zhang Wei would turn it off at night. Even so, the house was unbearably cold. Naturally, she didn't want to go outside, but with the gasoline running low, Zhang Wei began to panic. Without power, meals would have to be eaten cold. Fortunately, the sycophant Wang Hai had delivered quite a few supplies this time. After he died, the items naturally became Zhang Wei's. Zhang Zhonghai removed his hypocritical mask and ordered his subordinates to commit evil deeds. Even those who spent their days playing with eagles could be pecked in the eyes by them. Even a cornered rabbit may bite back. When they went to rob the belongings of the residents, there were naturally some who resisted, resulting in unexpected deaths. People are afraid of death. The bodyguards believed that once they had enough food, they wouldn't need to rob others. Although Zhang Zhonghai thought that there weren't enough supplies at home to sustain them. However, he couldn't push his subordinates to the brink, otherwise if they rebelled against him, it would be disastrous. The Zhang family could bully others only because they had so many bodyguards. If the bodyguards disobeyed and retaliated against him, it would be bad. While Zhang Wei anxiously awaited news, Liu Yu had dealt with the intruders at his home and found a set of clothes for Wang Chui after she had taken a shower. He said to her, "I know who killed your son. How do you want to take revenge?" "Yes, I dream of avenging my son." Wang Chui looked at Liu Yu, gritting her teeth. Her son had been her last source of spiritual support. Now that he was dead, she naturally wanted revenge. "Wang Chui, you are not in a good mental state right now. I think you should calm down for a while. Otherwise, if you go there, not only will you be unable to avenge your son, but you could also endanger me. Your death is inconsequential, but I cannot be in danger because I still have many important matters to attend to," Liu Yu said, staring at Wang Chui, whose emotions had become extremely agitated. "No, please, I really want to avenge my son and those beasts who robbed me. I will kill those two shameless ones who beat me and took all my things." Wang Chui, who had killed her husband Zhang Lukai, became even more agitated upon hearing Liu Yu's words. "Calm down, come with me." Liu Yu grabbed Wang Cui's arm and dragged her into a room. Wang Chui wanted to resist, but she was no match for Liu Yu. Seeing a person filled with such deep hatred, Liu Yu felt that if he could use Wang Chui to deal with Zhang Wei, there would surely be a good show to watch. Liu Yu did not expect that Wang Chui would kill her husband. From her emotional state, it was clear that Zhang Lukai was indeed a bad person who had abused her. He treated her like a piece of cargo and naively thought that this was just a simple snow disaster, that everything would pass by spring when the flowers bloomed, even wanting Wang Chui to retract her consent and send herself to prison. Then he despised Wang Chui for betraying him and fooling around with other men, seizing the opportunity to abandon her and occupy her house. What Zhang Lukai did not expect was that he had long since destroyed the marital feelings between Wang Chui and himself. Wang Chui had worked hard to exchange food from Liu Yu, only to be robbed on her way back by bad people. Zhang Lukai was an animal. He not only did not care about his wife's safety, but also complained that she was useless and continued to beat her. With the child being sick, Zhang Lukai showed no concern and even blamed Wang Chui for not taking good care of the child, telling her to go find Liu Yu and to beat people. This thoroughly disheartened Wang Chui. After several hesitations about killing Zhang Lukai, she finally made up her mind. At first she hesitated as he was the biological father of her child, but after Zhang Lukai lost his humanity, he wasted food every day, eating more than necessary and providing no help. Thinking that the child might not make it, Wang Chui needed to find a new way out. Before seeking Liu Yu, she killed the disaster that was Zhang Lukai, finally avenging herself. Liu Yu also did not expect that this woman could be so ruthless. Indeed, she was fierce. If he could use her to strike hard against Zhang Wei, something good would surely happen. For Liu Yu, he could be considered her benefactor. Although Wang Chui, filled with vengeful fury, calmed down upon hearing Liu Yu's words. She knew that acting recklessly could endanger herself, Liu Yu, and prevent her from avenging her child. This time Liu Yu did not force Wang Chui to do anything. He took out a few pills and some food, saying, "Take this medicine, eat some food, and rest well for a while. Don't worry, that enemy of yours is also my enemy. I will help you, alright? Okay, I trust you." Wang Chui knew that if Liu Yu wanted to kill her, he wouldn't use medicine, he would have acted directly. This was Liu Yu's territory, and he had the ability to kill her the first time they met. After Wang Chui rested, Liu Yu put on his clothes and set out. He was uncertain about how Bai Ling, the woman who had provided him with information, was doing lately. The Su family in their group would naturally not let him off. The lack of activity during this period made Liu Yu feel uneasy. And with that detestable ex-wife living next door, Liu Yu decided to provoke Zhang Wei first. Otherwise, if this woman calmed down and devised a scheme against him, it would be troublesome. When Liu Yu went out, the usually sleepy Meiqiu unexpectedly came down. Looking at the awakened Meiqiu rubbing against him, Liu Yu asked with a smile, "Are you coming with me?" Roar Meiqiu responded softly. Liu Yu felt that it was fine to bring along Meiqiu, who had awakened special powers, especially since it was pitch dark outside. Even with night vision goggles, he could not match Meiqiu's keen eyesight. Meiqiu had also awakened its abilities. At this moment, even if there were awakened individuals, they wouldn't pose a lethal threat to Meiqiu. After making sure Lu Shishir took care of the house, Liu Yu set off with Meiqiu. Their first stop was the villa next door belonging to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was still awake waiting for news. Her brother Zhang Ren had not been in a good mood since losing his manhood, and was recuperating in this villa. Zhang Zhonghai and his wife stayed with the children at the old house. Here they had a generator, and it was close enough for Liu Yu to seek revenge. It was good for Liu Yu's son to witness it all. With Meiqiu's assistance, Liu Yu descended to the garage and found nothing out of the ordinary. Given the Zhang family's strength, there probably wouldn't be too many skilled marksmen. When they were nearing the villa where Zhang Wei lived, Meiqiu finally issued a warning. "All right, you go ahead and kill him." Liu Yu said indifferently, everyone from the Zhang family was his enemy, and their lives or deaths had nothing to do with him. Today was primarily about taking revenge on Zhang Wei and checking whether Zhang Ren's grandson was there. For these shameless siblings, Liu Yu felt that it wouldn't be as entertaining to kill them instantly. It would be better to take one of Zhang Ren's legs and one of his arms. Wearing frost-proof gloves, Liu Yu held a knife and stealthily approached the stairs. After dealing with the person observing them, Meiqiu followed him. Through the night vision goggles, Liu Yu saw Meiqiu's bloodied claws and teeth, which looked a bit terrifying. "Don't eat people, all right. If you want to eat something, I have some." Meiqiu remained silent, possibly understanding that there were people here who would interfere with its master's plans. It nodded obediently. It was freezing outside, and there was no one around. Seeing Zhang Wei's house, the front door was tightly locked, and a light was still on inside, which belonged to that woman Zhang Wei. Although the original owner of this villa was quite wealthy, having installed double-glazed windows for Liu Yu, breaking in would still be quite simple. Taking out a glass cutter with a diamond tip, Liu Yu silently scored a line on the glass. There was no sound. "All right, let's go in and subdue those few people." Liu Yu switched the knife in his hand for a rubber baton. Striking someone with it could incapacitate them without causing death. Zhang Wei, pacing in her room, was unaware that her dearly missed ex-husband would come to see her today, bringing gifts and a grand surprise. After all, she had brought Liu Yu such deep humiliation. In Liu Yu's eyes, Zhang Wei had become a woman available to anyone, no different from Pan Jinlian. Unaware of the danger she was in, Zhang Wei frequently checked her watch, wondering why the people she sent out hadn't returned yet. In the living room on the first floor, Liu Yu had already snuck in. The room was freezing. One bodyguard was on duty today. Naturally, he was dissatisfied in such cold weather. With only a small heater for warmth, he wondered if anyone would even come. However, he still followed Zhang Wei's orders. He rubbed his hands together incessantly, unaware that danger was approaching. Suddenly, he felt a force strike at the back of his neck. Before he could even issue a warning, he fainted. In the first floor room, the three resting people were already extremely sleepy, and the small heater was of no help. They had finally reached their limit and fell asleep. They had no idea that Liu Yu had entered, still dreaming of delicious food, warm rooms, and beautiful women. However, Liu Yu was already there. When one person finally reacted, a baton came crashing toward him. Another attempted to help, but a huge shadow lunged at him. "Don't move. Whoever moves dies. I am Liu Yu, and am giving you a choice," Liu Yu warned as he subdued the second person. He didn't know when, but a knife was pressed against the neck of the only uninjured person. If Liu Yu's hand trembled slightly, he could easily die. "Spare me, sir. We're just bodyguards, and mean you no harm," the man said, trying to be diplomatic. "Sir." Having not heard that title in a long time, Liu Yu found it somewhat amusing. "Did you think that by calling me that I would show mercy and not deal with you? No nonsense, just answer my questions. If you want to die, you can choose not to speak." Liu Yu said coldly. "Yes." After the threat, Liu Yu asked, "Is Zhang Ren in this house? Is that wretched woman Zhang Wei also here?" "Yes, they are both upstairs." "Are there any of your people up there?" Liu Yu pressed on. "No, our people are all on the first floor. Aside from the two on duty outside, there are only 3 of us in this room." "Are you really sure there's no one else?" Liu Yu began to move the knife, its blade already embedded in the skin. If Liu Yu applied just a little more pressure, he would die. "There are 2 others who seem to have been sent by the young lady to assassinate you, but they haven't returned. They answer to the master, not the young lady." "At least you're honest." Is your young lady beautiful? After hearing about her relationship with your young master Zhang Ren, I suppose you envy why that person isn't you. Liu Yu said with a wicked smile. The enormous claws of Meichio had already ripped through the man's clothing, making contact with his skin, causing great tension. Faced with Liu Yu's question, they didn't know how to respond. This thought naturally existed, but Liu Yu was Zhang Wei's husband. Would showing this thought lead Liu Yu to kill them? Alright, stop overthinking. Zhang Wei and I have long been enemies. She has wanted me dead for a long time and I want her dead too, but I won't let her die that easily. If it were that simple, wouldn't it benefit that vicious wretch Zhang Wei? I know you have such thoughts and today, they'll let you realize them. How wonderful would it be for the once proud young lady of the Zhang family to beg for mercy under you, tormented by the very person she looks down upon. Liu Yu's rubber baton vanished and he switched to a flashlight illuminating the faces of several people. Looking at their confused and fearful expressions, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared or do you disagree with my proposal?" The few of them nodded in fear, then shook their heads. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm fooling you or are you just afraid?" Liu Yu asked angrily. "No way, if we do that the boss will kill us," one stubborn person replied. Hearing his words, Liu Yu smiled and said, "Actually, your concern is quite reasonable. But are you not afraid that I will kill you?" As he spoke, Liu Yu gestured, and the coal ball suddenly acted, slashing a claw across the neck of the person who had just spoken. Blood sprayed out, splattering on the two beside him and on the coal ball. He covered his neck, trembling in fear, regretting his earlier bravado. The two nearby also became frightened. "So do you agree with my previous proposal? Although Zhang Wei is a terrible person ruined by Zhang Ren, she is still a talent, right? Don't you really want it?" Liu Yu inquired with an icy tone. The two surviving individuals quickly expressed, "We will do whatever Liu Yu says. Not scared anymore. No regrets." His mocking laughter left the two survivors at a loss for how to respond. Liu Yu, tired of their nonsense, said, "All right, follow my instructions. There is an old saying, it is better to die beneath the peony than to live as a ghost. When you see Zhang Wei, do you think you have no thoughts? If you say you don't, I will incapacitate you like Zhang Ren. Surely you envy Zhang Ren, yet you dare not act. Tonight I am here, and I will give you Zhang Wei, fulfilling those fantasies you've held. Yes, whatever you say I will do." At this point, whether they stuck their necks out or not, it would still lead to the same outcome. Liu Yu said he would not kill them tonight. Following Liu Yu's orders and playing with Zhang Wei, they could escape afterward. As long as they survived tonight, it would all be worth it. Well, it seems okay, unlike that fool who was too scared to do anything and died in vain. Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, Liu Yu will definitely not kill you tonight. Take these 2 pills. One is poison, but I have the antidote. The other is for men, and I suppose you all know what that is. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Under Liu Yu's murderous gaze, even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't. If they refused to eat, they would die now, or if they did eat, they might still find pleasure fulfilling their past fantasies with Zhang Wei beneath them. Dying could also be seen as a profit. Under Liu Yu's watch, they obediently took the 2 pills and swallowed them. Seeing them swallow, Liu Yu smiled and said, "It seems you two are clever. Now go and bring in the one I knocked out outside and give them the pills too." Having taken the poison Liu Yu provided, their lives were now in his hands. Liu Yu had become formidable, and with a little tiger watching over them, who dared to resist? Immediately, they followed Liu Yu's orders to bring in the person from outside. After a cup of cold water was splashed on his face, the person woke up dazedly, looking at Liu Yu and the coal ball. His 2 companions stood beside Liu Yu. He had no idea what was happening, but his neck hurt a bit. "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Liu Yu, holding a bloodied knife, asked calmly. "I want to live, I don't want to die." The awakened person, unsure of what had transpired, thought they had betrayed him and were now following Liu Yu. Since they were with Liu Yu, he could only follow suit to stay alive. Otherwise, with 3 men and 1 tiger, would it not be easy for them to kill him? He certainly was not skilled enough to kill a tiger with bare hands. "Take these 2 pills. One is poison, the other is something men understand. I will take you all out to relax a bit later." Liu Yu repeated his tactics. All right. He took the pills from Liu Yu without hesitation and swallowed them. He had heard vaguely that there were beauties in Liu Yu's villa and thought Liu Yu was giving them benefits to recruit them. Little did he know the one who would attend to him was the proud and spoiled Zhang Wei, whom he usually guarded. Watching them after they consumed the pills, Liu Yu smiled and said, "All right, I have the antidote for the poison. Now I will take you all to relax. As men, after being bodyguards for so long, you must be feeling pent up. From now on, feel free to let loose." At that moment, footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. From the sound, it seemed Zhang Wei was descending. Liu Yu felt a mixture of emotions. Soon he would meet his malicious ex-wife Zhang Wei, who had plotted to kill him. He wondered what the scene would be like when she saw him. The last person who took the pills felt a bit scared, for he did not know what had happened in the room as he had passed out. "Liu Yu, why are you here?" Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, seeing Liu Yu standing not far from her. Having thought of many scenarios for their meeting, Zhang Wei never expected it to be like this. "What's wrong, my malicious ex-wife? Don't you want to kill me?" Now that I am here in front of you, are you surprised or delighted? Liu Yu said cheekily. Liu Yu, you are truly seeking death. There is a path to heaven that you do not take. You come to hell uninvited. Are you here to kill me? Zhang Wei shouted angrily. What are you three doing? Why aren't you capturing him? With her mind set on killing Liu Yu and taking over his villa, Zhang Wei never imagined her subordinates would disobey her. A terrifying event was about to happen to her. Yet when the orders were given, the three bodyguards stood like pillars, unmoving. Zhang Wei shouted in anger, what are you doing? If you want, listen, do you want to rebel? Rebel. Zhang Wei, you have such a big mouth. Zhang Ren, that useless man has been unable to satisfy you for so long. These people were hired by me to serve you. As your nominal ex-husband, I have treated you so well. How will you thank me? Liu Yu's words sent chills down Zhang Wei's spine. Liu Yu, you dare? Your actions will not be forgiven by my father. As she spoke, Zhang Wei ran upstairs. At that moment, the usually proud Zhang Wei finally felt fear. What are you standing there for? Capture her. With Liu Yu's command, the two men who had taken the medicine earlier could no longer hold back. They had not dared to act before Liu Yu gave the order. At this moment, they ran even faster, like arrows released from a bow, rushing up the stairs to catch Zhang Wei. Looking at the motionless man, they asked, what's going on? You have a lot of courage. Are you not going? Don't you want to? Remember, you not only took the medicine, but also the poison. Soon there will be no opportunity. Don't regret it. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, he began to move. Seeing him chase after Liu Yu, said, Meiqiu, let's go watch the show. Although Meiqiu didn't know what his master intended to do, he followed along. At this moment, Zhang Wei had run to her room to seek help from her father. Seeing the door closed, Liu Yu said, break down the door. Zhang Ren is in that room. One person pointed to a room, and the other two began to slam the door. Perhaps it was too cold, or maybe they hadn't eaten enough. The door was a reasonable explanation. What a waste. Meiqiu helped them out. Meiqiu understood Liu Yu's command and stepped forward, smashing the door open with a paw. Once the door was cleared, the two men rushed in and captured the pleading Zhang Wei. Liu Yu with another man kicked the door to Zhang Ren's room. What are you doing? Liu Yu, is that you? Zhang Ren exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Ren, my dear little brother-in-law, it's been a while. I've truly missed you. I heard you've been wanting to kill me. Today I'm here. Liu Yu said with a mischievous grin. Liu Yu, you're truly courting death. How dare you come here? What are you waiting for? Capture him and kill Liu Yu. Zhang Ren was still unaware that the bodyguard had already betrayed him and would soon commit an act that would pierce his heart. However, just like the situation his sister Zhang Wei encountered earlier, his commands were not followed by the bodyguard, who stood there lost in thought. You dare disobey? Do you want to die? Zhang Ren's face turned grim as he threatened the bodyguard for ignoring his orders. Zhang Ren's eunuch-like voice was as unpleasant as a duck's quack, making it hard for anyone to listen. Knowing everything, Liu Yu smiled and said, did you hear that? He wants to kill you. What are you hesitating for? Capture this eunuch and take him to Zhang Wei's room. You dare? If you... Zhang Ren's words were cut short as the bodyguard punched him, silencing him. You dare threaten me? What do you think you are? The bodyguard following Liu Yu felt a warmth in his stomach and body, realizing that the drug was kicking in. If he did not comply, he might be the one to die. Better to die later than to suffocate from accelerated blood flow. He dragged Zhang Ren to Zhang Wei's room like carrying a chick. Of course, Liu Yu was not idle either. He took out a stick and smashed everything in the room. After collecting the supplies into his space, he went to Zhang Wei's room with the little son. At this moment, Zhang Wei had already been captured by the two men who entered earlier, cursing in filthy language. Naturally, Liu Yu was not spared either. He frowned and said, doesn't it feel uncomfortable to hear this woman cursing so filthy? Don't you want to slap her? Hey Liu Yu, how dare you? Zhang Wei shouted in fear. Zhang Wei, you should know that even before the apocalypse, I dared to do things. What more now? Have you forgotten how I tricked the Zhang family back then? And how your husband Zhang Ren lost his manhood? Liu Yu, what do you want to do? Zhang Ren shouted in panic. I'm not doing anything. I just think your hands are filthy. You've touched quite a few women, right? And your mouth is quite foul, having cursed me many times, so of course I want to collect some interest. As Liu Yu finished speaking, Zhang Ren became afraid. The bodyguard at home had betrayed him and was no longer listening to his orders. Liu Yu still wanted to deal with him. Get the little son ready, you all start performing, and he'll keep an eye on you. Liu Yu said with a wicked smile before a knife appeared in his hand. He swung the knife towards Zhang Ren's wrist, and with a scream his right hand fell to the ground. Another slash, and his left arm dropped as well. Hold Zhang Ren down, and pry open his mouth, Liu Yu said coldly. One person came over to assist the previous man in restraining Zhang Ren, forcing his mouth open. Amidst Zhang Wei's miserable screams and wails for mercy, Liu Yu placed the tip of the knife into Zhang Ren's mouth. With a twist, blood flowed out along with bits of human tissue. Don't spit it out, or swallow it down. Liu Yu kicked Zhang Ren in the abdomen, causing his mouth to open, and his tongue fell into his stomach. Tie his feet, I'll bandage him, and you can start. The men naturally understood what Liu Yu meant by start. Their faces were already flushed, blood flow accelerating, their eyes beginning to bulge. Zhang Wei was also scared, as she never thought Liu Yu could be this vicious. No, Liu Yu, I was wrong. I am your wife. How can you treat me like this? And what about the child? Though he is not your biological son, he has called you father for 7 years. You cannot do this. Zhang Wei panicked and said everything. But little did she know that this was a thorn in Liu Yu's heart. Her words only intensified his desire for revenge. Woo-woo. Zhang Ren, having lost his tongue, could not say what he wanted, but Liu Yu knew he was cursing him. However, Liu Yu did not want Zhang Ren to die so easily. Keeping Zhang Ren alive was a way to torture the Zhang family. This naturally included Zhang Wei, the woman he once loved, now reduced to a state that was neither human nor ghost. How could he not feel a deep sense of anguish? After bandaging Zhang Ren, Liu Yu took out a professional camera capturing Zhang Ren's tragic state and the severed arms and hand lying on the ground. Then he filmed again, showing Zhang Wei begging for mercy, howling and reveling in the moment. Killing someone and breaking their spirit. This was a gift for Zhang Zhonghai and Jia Cuihua. Zhang Wei had betrayed me for so many years, as she was the good daughter you raised. Watching your daughter and daughter-in-law being treated this way by the bodyguard you looked down upon, I fear Zhang Zhonghai and Jia Cuihua would suffer a stroke on the spot. Liu Yu decided that this kind of video should be known by more people. After all, he had plenty of USB drives in his space. As long as it could bring shame to the Zhang family, that was enough. After taking the medicine, it truly was powerful. Perhaps it also included the pent-up frustration from so long. After a few hours, Zhang Wei had already lost her human form. Zhang Wei, are you comfortable? Did you regret it when you did this back then? Zhang Wei was filled with overwhelming hatred for Liu Yu, but her swollen mouth prevented her from speaking. Looking at the few men who appeared somewhat weak, Liu Yu produced 3 small pills and said, "This is the antidote. You have fulfilled your previous fantasies. Take this USB drive and deliver it to the Zhang family, then gather your things and flee. I'm leaving now." As Liu Yu prepared to leave with the coal ball, he turned back and said, "By the way, if you still wish to pledge loyalty to the Zhang family and come to kill me, you're always welcome. I hope your bodies are as sturdy as this door." The 3 bodyguards watched as the door was smashed open by the coal ball, feeling a chill of terror. Zhang Wei was on the brink of death. She felt utterly miserable, bullied by 3 drugged men. How could a proud fallen swan like her compete with them? She never dreamed Liu Yu would treat her this way. She was bullied by the bodyguards she usually looked down on, and it had been going on for several hours. "By the way, Wei, you've worked so hard just now, you can't die. You must think I've harmed you and want to take revenge on me. But you've endured for so long. As your ex-husband, I feel for you and don't want you to suffer. Just a little comfort, and please don't hold it against me. Oh, there's a gift I prepared for you in the living room on the 1st floor. Please sign for it later, no need to thank me." After pretending to be understanding, Liu Yu took out a high-energy drink and forcibly made the 3 men feed it to Zhang Wei. With this high-protein, high-energy drink, Zhang Wei's body would quickly recover and she wouldn't die. At most, she would need a couple of days of rest before she could move again. Useless thing, you can't even protect your own woman, and you're still sleeping. Liu Yu kicked Zhang Ren in the chest as he passed by. Zhang Ren, driven to the brink of mental collapse, fainted, finding the greatest relief in that moment. Finally, he fell asleep, feeling a bit of comfort. After being kicked awake by Liu Yu, he cried out, "Everyone, I have some food prepared for you on the 1st floor. Flee or hold this place. I hope to see you again, and that you are not dead." After finishing his words, Liu Yu finally left. The 3 men looked at each other. They gazed at Zhang Wei lying on the bed and the frozen remnants around her finally waking up to the reality. They realized what they had just done. They had not expected Liu Yu to harbor such deep hatred for his ex-wife Zhang Wei. "What should we do? Where should we go?" one of them asked. "Let's find a well-lit house, kill them, and wait there. Otherwise, in this weather, venturing out is death." "Should we kill Zhang Ren?" another asked, looking at the howling Zhang Ren. "Better not. Liu Yu is seeking revenge on both of them. Since he didn't kill Zhang Ren, we shouldn't either. After all, this punk is already a waste. A living is more painful than dying." As he put on his pants, he kicked Zhang Ren lying on the ground, remembering how he had bullied him before. The 3 of them dressed and went downstairs, discovering several severed heads in the living room on the 1st floor. Among them were 3 they recognized. 2 were Zhang Wei's assassins sent to kill Liu Yu, and they hadn't expected Liu Yu had already killed them. The last one seemed to be a suitor of Zhang Wei named Wang Hai, who was also dead. The 3 finally understood why Liu Yu had come to take revenge today. It turned out they had provoked him too much. "All right, the supplies are here, and there are 3 insulated jackets for warmth. Let's take them with us." "Okay." After they left, Zhang Wei's intercom finally rang. "Hello, Dad, save me. I want to kill Liu Yu, that monster." Zhang Wei, who had just opened her eyes, said weakly, "Oh, my dear ex-wife, I can't play your father. Educating you siblings, these shameless creatures, is beyond me. This is Liu Yu. How's your body? You see, I care about you. Asking is pointless. I fed you such an expensive drink, your body must be recovering, right? It costs over 1,000 for 1 bottle. Look how good I am as your ex-husband. Knowing you're lonely and suffering from the cold, I even found 3 men to help you solve your problems. You not only fail to be grateful to me, but also want to kill me. You're too heartless, it makes me so sad. From the intercom, Liu Yu's mocking, almost playful voice came through. Liu Yu, it's you. I want to kill you. Why do you treat me this way? Zhang Wei spat out a mouthful of old blood and gritted her teeth as she asked. Liu Yu replied indifferently, Zhang Wei, you shouldn't act like that woman Jia Cuihua, who is shameless and ungrateful. Doesn't your family want to kill me at all times? I'm just using the same methods you employed against me to deal with you. Why are you angry? As a rich daughter, you wouldn't be so petty, right? You can let Zhang Ren play around as he pleases and allow the 3 bodyguards who like you to satisfy themselves once. What's wrong with that? Surely you wouldn't get angry over that. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Your parents have received the video I just recorded on the spot. What do you think their reaction will be? Liu Yu, you're so malicious. I want you dead, Zhang Wei said through gritted teeth. Is that so? My dear malicious ex-wife, you truly don't appreciate the kindness of others. Forget it, men are always misunderstood. I did this for your own good. Since you think this way, I can't help it. If you want to kill me, take care of yourself. Don't let me outlive you, that would be bad. After venting on Zhang Wei, Liu Yu ended the call. Zhang Wei, who had coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, felt like her eyes could ignite. At that moment, the intercom rang again. Thinking it was still Liu Yu, she answered and roared, Liu Yu, I will kill you. Wei, it's your dad. On my way, what happened to Zhang Ren? Why didn't you protect my son? Zhang Zhonghai scolded. Dad, several bodyguards betrayed us and did that to me. How can a woman like me protect Zhang Ren well? Zhang Wei cried in grievance. Then can you easily let others sleep with him? Are you doing right by my son? Jia Cuihua shouted in accusation. Zhang Wei never imagined she would be schemed against and bullied by Liu Yu to this extent. Zhang Zhonghai and Jia Cuihua were more concerned about blaming her, a woman, for not being able to protect the useless Zhang Ren than about her own safety. She felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. But hatred was also born within her. I must take control of the Zhang family and kill Zhang Zhonghai and that wretched Jia Cuihua. Zhang Wei already knew what kind of scene she would face. Zhang Zhonghai and Jia Cuihua would definitely shift all the blame onto her. Was it only her who offended Liu Yu? What about Zhang Ren's responsibility? At that joyous moment, he was happy and elated, but when Jia Cuihua learned that she had a grandson, where did that excitement go? Now that trouble has arisen and Liu Yu retaliated, you blame Zhang Wei alone. Is this entirely my fault? If you had educated Zhang Ren well back, then would such a situation have occurred? If you had the capability when Liu Yu sought revenge, you could have dealt with him, and this situation would not have happened. You lack the ability and can only rage impotently. Knowing that Liu Yu retaliated, Zhang Zhonghai also blamed himself, making Zhang Wei want to kill this couple. They were simply inhuman. But now her sycophant Wang Hai was dead, and the contact from before, Gu Yu, who ran a restaurant chain, was unreachable due to a lack of signal. If only he would come. As long as she did not disclose this incident and made Gu Yu feel pity for her, convincing him to follow her lead, she would have the capital to confront the Zhang family. Zhang Wei, are you dead? Open the door for me quickly. Jia Cuihua's furious voice came through the intercom, although she had seen her son's tragic state in the video. However, without seeing her son with her own eyes, she was still extremely worried. Zhang Wei, whose body had regained some strength, could only force herself to endure the tearing pain in her lower body. After putting on her clothes to open the door, fortunately Liu Yu did not want Zhang Wei to die and had not cut off the generator. A few small heaters kept them warm, preventing Zhang Wei and Zhang Ren from freezing to death. After getting dressed amidst the various insults from Jia Cuihua and the scolding from Zhang Zhonghai, she finally managed to open the front door. Slap. Without a word, Jia Cuihua, who entered, did not care about Zhang Wei's condition and slapped her, believing Zhang Wei was the disaster that led to the Zhang families and her son's downfall. If it weren't for Zhang Wei, that bastard Liu Yu would not have retaliated against them. I'll beat you to death, you wretched woman. Let's see what good deeds you've done. Like a mad dog, Jia Cuihua's fists fell incessantly on Zhang Wei's face, chest, and abdomen. Zhang Wei's abdomen was already in excruciating pain, and after being struck by Jia Cuihua, she nearly fainted. Remembering the humiliation Liu Yu brought upon her and the harm caused by Jia Cuihua, a deep resentment filled Zhang Wei's heart. She was determined to kill these 3. Unfortunately, she was just a weak woman, now lacking the ability to do so. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. The Zhang family and Liu Yu just wait. As long as I, Zhang Wei, do not die, I will not let you off. Perhaps the powerful desire for revenge sustained Zhang Wei, preventing her from dying. Seeing Zhang Wei start to cough up blood, Zhang Zhonghai said, "All right, stop hitting her. Let's see how my son is doing. You wretched woman, just wait for me. I will deal with you shortly." Jia Cuihua angrily kicked Zhang Wei and said as she walked forward with a flashlight. Suddenly, she kicked something that felt like a leather ball. What is this? How can anyone live in such a mess without cleaning up? Jia Cuihua in a hurry began to curse. However, when the flashlight illuminated the object on the ground, she screamed. "Oh, a human head." The ball she kicked was actually the head of Zhang Wei's sycophant Wang Hai, who after watching the news thought Liu Yu was being too excessive. Apologizing for being such a good girl after Zhang Wei cried so desperately, the sycophant trait began to erupt, seeking revenge against Liu Yu and avenging Zhang Wei. The first time he came, that brat ran away, almost causing damage to Liu Yu's villa. The second time he came, Liu Yu did not tolerate this sycophant's behavior and directly killed him, bringing the head as a gift for Zhang Wei. Zhang Zhonghai looked at the head on the ground and noticed there were two more on the table. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were two of his capable subordinates. One of the bodyguards who entered with Zhang Zhonghai saw the head and immediately began to weep. Recalling that they had previously lived in a training camp together, drinking and eating meat, enjoying life, he never expected that in this apocalyptic world their reunion would be in such a horrific scene. What is going on? Zhang Zhonghai looked at Zhang Wei on the ground, incredulously asking, "Did Liu Yu do this too?" "Yes, these heads were all done by Liu Yu. Zhang Ren is in my room upstairs. You can go now." Zhang Wei gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go, we need to check quickly." Zhang Zhonghai pulled Jia Cuihua's arm and went upstairs. Watching them ascend, Zhang Wei knew that her relationship with the Zhang family might be over. Liu Yu would surely retaliate in a bloody manner. This was probably just an appetizer. What confused Zhang Wei was that she had only made the common mistake that most women often make. The child isn't yours, or what does it matter? Isn't he still calling his biological father uncle? Do you know how cruel this is for a father? Moreover, although this child did not like you, he still called you dad for a few years. What's wrong with forgiving me this once? Why be so vicious, humiliating me with those bodyguards in front of Zhang Ren? Thinking of this, Zhang Wei was furious, feeling that Liu Yu was truly excessive. Lacking any qualities of a man, after retaliating against her, Liu Yu must die. But now Zhang Wei had nowhere to go. She hoped someone could restore the network, then she could turn to Gu Yu for help with her revenge. At this moment, the powerless Zhang Wei felt that only Gu Yu was a good person. As for the sycophant Wang Hai, who brought her so many resources but did not help her kill Liu Yu, he was just a useless waste, wasting her time and emotions. Such a person being killed by Liu Yu was well deserved. On the second floor, when Jia Cuihua looked at Zhang Ren lying on the ground, frozen and unrecognizable, a hand and an arm lay not far away. Zhang Ren's wounds had been staunched by Liu Yu using good medicine, but he no longer had a tongue and could not speak. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Seeing her son's tragic state, Jia Cuihua's heart shattered. She yelped and immediately spat blood, collapsing backward. "Madam, what happened to you?" Zhang Zhonghai hurriedly went to support his wife, but Jia Cuihua, who was as fat as a pig, nearly knocked him over. "We must take revenge. Old Zhang must kill Liu Yu to avenge our son." "My poor son, it's all that wretched Zhang Wei's fault. I knew you were useless, woman. Look at how you take care of someone," Zhang Zhonghai said with a dark face to the incoming Zhang Wei. As the old saying goes, the barking dog doesn't bite, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Zhang Wei had already lost hope in Zhang Zhonghai, who even after hitting her didn't treat her like a person. She wanted them dead, but Zhang Wei knew it wasn't the right time as a woman. She had to wait for Gu Yu, that sycophant, to come and follow her orders. Only then could she seek revenge on Zhang Zhonghai. Of course, Liu Yu had harmed her to this extent, and her lower body was in immense pain. Liu Yu must not be let go. He lived in that villa and couldn't escape. There was no need to rush. Zhang Zhonghai and his wife treated her like less than human, so they naturally had to be dealt with. She said with a bitter smile, "Dad, Mom, I've tried my best. Liu Yu even has a formidable pet tiger. We really are no match for him. The two capable men you sent had their heads chopped off by Liu Yu. How could I, as a woman, be his opponent? I couldn't even call for help in time. But now that my son is like this, Zhang Wei, only let the man take some revenge, and after a few days of rest he should be fine. What loss is there?" Jia Cuihua gritted her teeth and said, "Zhang Wei, you wretched woman, if you hadn't acted recklessly and offended Liu Yu, would he have treated my son this way? Today my son has become like this because of you. Look at my Ren, does he even have a semblance of a person left? Enough. We need to take my son back for treatment. Zhang Wei, you wretched woman, come back with me. From now on you must take care of my son's life." Zhang Zhonghai, with a dark face, said without treating her like a person. Although he knew in his heart that Zhang Wei was no match for Liu Yu, it was Zhang Wei who suffered no loss. Rather, he had lost several subordinates and saw his son in such a tragic state. How could he bear it? "Let this wretched woman take care of my son. Do you think a promiscuous woman like her can take care of someone? She might even kill our son." Jia Cuihua hated Zhang Wei deeply in her heart and certainly wouldn't let her return to their home. Zhang Wei originally didn't want to live in that house. Looking at Zhang Ren made her feel disgusted. She had taken people to seek revenge on Liu Yu without telling her family, only to be retaliated against by Liu Yu and turned into a eunuch. She was constantly being watched and not allowed to satisfy herself. Despite taking care of him so well, he still scolded her harshly. Zhang Wei felt that he was not a man at all. If he couldn't handle it, why blame her, a woman? Alright, since your mother doesn't want you to go, you can stay in this house. Liu Yu has already retaliated, so he shouldn't know you're still here. Be careful when you're alone. Seeing that his wife wouldn't let Zhang Wei go back, Zhang Zhonghai thought she might be angry because of their son's injuries, which were partly due to Zhang Wei. If she didn't want to return, then let it be. Staying here was quite good. If Liu Yu came to retaliate and killed Zhang Wei, that would be fine too. After calling her dad for so many years, Zhang Zhonghai didn't want to kill Zhang Wei. Letting her survive here on her own was just fine. If you have the ability, go seek revenge on Liu Yu. That would be somewhat beneficial. Alright, Dad, I understand. Zhang Wei originally didn't want to go, but upon hearing Jia Cuihua say she couldn't go back and Zhang Zhonghai agreeing, she felt a wave of joy inside, but her expression showed disappointment and unwillingness. Seeing Zhang Wei like this, Jia Cuihua felt overjoyed, finally not needing to face the wretched woman who had reduced her son to this pitiful state. Alright, let's go back. Zhang Wei, stay here and keep an eye on Liu Yu's movements. We're going to treat Zhang Ren. After all, there were doctors at home, so Zhang Zhonghai didn't linger too long. He had people take his son and his wife back. On the way, Jia Cuihua cried terribly. She asked Zhang Zhonghai why he didn't break Zhang Wei's legs, ruin her face, and prevent her from seducing men so that their son wouldn't be harmed so badly. She completely forgot how she had been so happy when she first learned that Zhang Wei was having a child with Zhang Ren, how she had a grandson. While her body still has some use. In the future, when encountering someone difficult to deal with, we can send her as a gift. Who knows, it might be beneficial. Zhang Zhonghai said meaningfully. If Zhang Wei hadn't been his daughter for so many years, and if Zhang Ren could be so enchanted by her, he would have wanted to try it himself. Though he usually acted like a moral exemplar in private where no one could see, what kind of good person could Zhang Zhonghai be? If he were a good person, he wouldn't have let Liu Yu become the company's legal representative with no rights at all, turning into a professional debtor. Who knew that he would let the Wang family and Liu Yu plot against him? But the Wang family wasn't in a good situation either. They were also plotted against by Liu Yu. If the Wang family sought revenge in the future, sending Zhang Wei as an apology wouldn't be a bad choice. Having lost several subordinates, there weren't many people he could use. Treating Zhang Wei as a trump card wasn't bad. Alright, just as you said, never let that woman have it easy. Liu Yu's bastard has harmed our son like this. You must promise me to kill him. Jia Cuihua said. I promise you. At a certain building where Zhang Lukai used to live. Across from him was the Wang family, Wang Zhu, a fellow villager of Wang Chui. Finally waking up his wife Liu Xiaohua. What's wrong? Is it time? Liu Xiaohua asked, her eyes still hazy. Yes, my wife. It's been over 3 hours. Even if Liu Yu is formidable, he should have brought Wang Chui back by now, Wang Zhu said seriously. Alright, then let's set off. This shameless woman doesn't know what she's doing, taking the child to see her and doing those shameless things. I wonder how much food she'll bring back. Liu Xiaohua recalled how excited she had been to get food from Wang Chui before. Without doing anything, just beating someone up, yet she could still get food. Who wouldn't be happy? Yes, let's set out with weapons. I hope we can gather a lot. Wang Zhi held a stick in his hand, grasping his wife's hand as they set off. As the two separated to take the path that Wang Chui must return, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, then an hour passed. The two were nearly frozen and still hadn't seen Wang Chui's shadow. Liu Xiaohua could no longer hold on and found Wang Zhi. Honey, is there no movement on your side? You haven't seen that wretched woman return. Could it be that something happened between you two? You felt sorry for her, accepted her conditions for company, and let her go, right? Wang Zhi was startled upon hearing this and hurriedly explained, Wife, what are you talking about? I am truly sincere to you. How could I like another woman? Wang Chui has not crossed my path at all. Really? You are not lying to me. If you are, I will turn you into a eunuch and you will never be able to like women again. Liu Xiaohua looked at Wang Zhi with a hint of skepticism, speaking in a threatening tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi broke into a cold sweat. Knowing his wife's temperament, she would certainly do what she said. He quickly swore, Wife, you must trust me. If Wang Chui ever comes to me with any inappropriate thoughts, may lightning strike me, and I will not die a good death. Alright, I believe you. It's possible that that wretched woman has already gone back. Let's wait a little longer. If she doesn't return, it could be that she is too tired from today and is staying at Liu Yu's house to take care of the child. After hearing her husband swear, Liu Xiaohua also spoke with a hint of skepticism. Okay, let's listen to you, wife. We will wait here for another 30 minutes. If Wang Chui doesn't come back, we will go home and check. If that woman returns, I will definitely deal with her properly. That wretched woman has made us wait so long and made you suffer. Wang Zhi said this angrily to comfort his wife. Alright. Seeing Liu Xiaohua no longer pressing the issue, Wang Zhi felt relieved. Although he had thoughts about Wang Chui before, his wife was someone else's treasure. Knowing that Wang Chui had done such things, he felt that if he offered something in exchange, she might agree. It could fulfill his previous wishes, but after hearing his wife's doubts, the little schemes in his heart vanished. Otherwise, he would truly become a eunuch. Just like Zhang ran from the Zhang family in the future, it would be impossible to even touch another woman, let alone his own wife. He could only become the cheap option for other men. Now both of them were freezing, starting to stutter when they spoke. Their teeth were chattering, but it was simply too cold. Finally, 30 minutes had passed. Wang Zhe said, "Wife, let's go back first. What do you think? Perhaps during our wait that person has already returned. Though it's cold at home, at least it's not drafty like outside." Liu Xiaohua, who was already deeply chilled, nodded in agreement. As the two climbed the stairs back in the dark, they found that the door to Zhang Lucai's house was surprisingly still open. "Wife, do you think Zhang Lucai is home? Why is this door still open? Isn't it cold?" Unwilling to accept it, Wang Zhe pointed at Zhang's door. "Who knows? Why don't you call out and see?" Liu Xiaohua, who had climbed the stairs, finally relaxed a bit and was able to speak. "Okay, old Zhang. Zhang Lucai, are you home? Why is your door still open? Isn't it cold?" Wang Zhe shouted toward Zhang's house, but there was no response. At that moment, Zhang Lucai was lying in bed with his eyes wide open, unable to fathom that the person who had killed him was none other than his beloved wife Wang Chui. He had completely broken Wang Cui's heart, leading her to contemplate a mutual destruction. Mainly it was because their son was sick again, and it was highly likely that he would not recover. After being robbed, Zhang Lucai had shown no concern for his wife's safety and had even beaten Wang Chui, thinking she was of no use. Desperate, Wang Chui finally took action. Outside the door, Wang Zhe called out his name a few times, but how could a corpse respond unless it had turned into a zombie? "Old Zhang, are you home?" Wang Zhe, not getting a response, shouted a few more times. "Wang Chui, are you home? Why is your door still open?" Liu Xiaohua listened to her husband's calls, her ears perked up like a dog's. She did not hear any sounds coming from Zhang's house. "Husband, it seems they are not home. Why don't we go in and take a look?" Although Zhang's house looks a bit eerie, Liu Xiaohua thought that since Wang Chui could go to Liu Ye's house and exchange her body for food, she might not have the same figure as Wang Chui, and others might not agree to her requests. To them, Wang Chui was like a living money tree, so they naturally cared about her situation. Wang Zhe's previous guess was not wrong. Wang Chui was indeed staying at Liu Ye's house today, but her son had been killed, and she was all alone. Liu Yu likely discovered that Wang Chui's cooking skills were quite good, and it was very possible that she was an awakened ability user, which is why he kept her around. "All right, let's go in and take a look. Be careful. I hope we are not being robbed." "Oh, that sounds scary. Should we still go in?" Liu Xiaohua asked nervously. After all, at this time, there weren't many people at home to eat. The two of them could pretend to be robbers to rob others, but naturally others could also turn into robbers and rob them in return. "Let's go. We've called out so many times, and there's been no sound, so there probably isn't anyone here." "Okay, you go first, and I'll follow behind. Be careful." Hearing his wife's words, Wang Zhe felt a bit disheartened, but thinking of her fierce temperament, he agreed. With a weak flashlight in hand, he followed the light toward Zhang's house. Upon discovering cigarettes in the living room, he immediately felt a twinge of desire. There are even cigarettes left here. If people had left, that shouldn't be the case, Wang Zhe pondered aloud. "Let's check the room, shall we?" Liu Xiaohua suggested. Wang Zhe moved forward again and noticed scattered instant noodles on the floor. "There's food, but the room doors are closed. They might be inside. What should we do?" Wang Zhe whispered. Seeing the instant noodles, Liu Xiaohua said, "Should we sneak out with the instant noodles?" "Okay." Quickly packing up the instant noodles, Wang Zhe also took the unfinished cigarettes from Zhang Lucai. The two of them left Zhang Lucai's house like thieves. However, after coming out, they did not close the door to make it easier to come back later. Once back at home, Wang Zhe finally felt relieved, as Zhang's house was truly terrifying. It was eerily quiet with no sounds. "Husband, do you think it's a different group of people who robbed Wang Chui? After all, someone had previously tried to rob Liu Yu, so there must be someone keeping an eye on his house. Did they get tempted by the things Wang Chui brought back?" Liu Xiaohua spoke a bit fearfully. "You make a valid point. Let's do this. We won't go out for the next few days. It's dangerous outside. With this food, we can eat a little less and hold out for a few more days." After Liu Yu had contacted Bai Ling, he returned from the basement, briefly washing off the blood on himself and the coal ball. He ran into Wang Chui, who had just woken up. "Liu Yu, can you take me in? Just give me a chance for revenge, and I will do anything you ask. I don't know you well enough. You're not so certain will you come after me in the future." Although Liu Yu was considering taking in Wang Chui, an awakened ability user, he couldn't let her feel too easily satisfied, otherwise it would lead to insatiable desires, which is the essence of the matter. Once you treat someone well, they will no longer be grateful, but rather think that such things are what you ought to do. If in the future you do something that doesn't meet her expectations, she will hold a grudge against you and might even come after you. It's just like lending money to a good friend. When he asks to borrow money from you, you have to be prepared to lose that friend for the amount of money you lend. Because from the moment he borrows money, when it comes time for you to ask for it back, you will likely fall out. The moment you want to sever ties with someone is when money is involved. Wang Cui's expression turned gloomy upon hearing Liu Ye's words. She realized that Liu Yu was not wrong. At this point, there was no one outside who was not pitiful. The things that had happened between her and Liu Yu were merely a transaction. Her body was what Liu Yu needed, and what he provided in return were the supplies she required. She agreed to this transaction, but looking back, she wanted to take over Liu Yu's house. Although it was Zhang Wei's idea, she had come armed intending to take him down. That time Liu Yu got angry, and although they had a forced encounter afterward, he did not kill her, but instead provided her with supplies. If Liu Yu had killed her that time, none of these subsequent events would have occurred. For a moment, Wang Chui didn't know what to do. Now she didn't even know who her enemy was. As a woman whose son was dead and whose husband she had killed, she was at a loss for what to do. If she were to die, she still hadn't avenged her son. How could she be willing to do so? Yet Liu Yu was also wary of her. Liu Yu, I swear, as long as you give me something to eat, I will do whatever you ask me to in the future, Wang Chui hurriedly said. Forget it, Wang Chui, you are an adult. You know that in the past you wanted to kill me. Although you didn't end up killing me and instead benefited from me, that was merely a transaction. If you want to make a deal, I am open to it, but I really can't let you stay here. It's not safe for me. How do I know that on that day the knife in your hand won't be aimed at my head? Even in the apocalypse, I still haven't lived enough. I don't want to die. I have many things to do and many enemies. What if one day you team up with my enemies to deal with me? Liu Yu waved his hand and said, how about I give you something and you go somewhere else? Do you think I'm dirty? I swear, aside from Zhang Lukai, I have only been with you, and you checked every time. I really don't have any diseases. Upon hearing Liu Yu's intention to give her something and send her away, Wang Chui felt her heart shatter. If she lost this warm place of refuge, she truly didn't know where to go. She roughly knew the situation outside. It was chaotic, very chaotic. Many people had already lost their humanity. The number of robbers had increased. Even when she returned last time, she had been robbed of her belongings and beaten badly. I swear you know that a person's oath is the most unreliable thing. I dare not gamble. If I fail, I could die. Liu Yu waved his hand. For him, an oath was just nonsense, not worth anything. If oaths had value, would so many married people later go on to divorce? At their weddings, they made vows in front of family and friends declaring they would be together for life. But in the end, how many actually made it that far? Hearing Liu Yu's words, Wang Chui also recalled the time she married Zhang Lukai, when that man in front of her parents and their family vowed to love and protect her for life. What did he do to her afterward? He did not treat me like a person and made me serve other men in exchange for a little food. He even told me to keep evidence so that when the weather improved, I could sue the man I once made a deal with. For a moment, Wang Chui truly didn't know what to do. All right, either you leave, or I will give you a condition. If you fulfill it, you can stay. What do you think? Liu Yu could see that Wang Chui genuinely wanted to stay, but if he didn't have some hold over her, her restless emotions might arise, and she could turn against him. What had happened between him and Wang Chui in the past was forced. All right, no matter what you ask me to do, I will agree to it. Seeing that the situation had turned around, Wang Cuihua's expression also brightened. Okay, when it's time for you to act, I will let you know. However, you cannot leave this room. You don't need to worry about food and drink. I will take care of that for you. Liu Yu pointed to the room where Wang Chui had stayed before. For having a warm room that belonged to her and being sheltered without worrying about food and drink, Wang Chui felt gratitude toward Liu Yu with not a trace of the hatred she felt the first time he forced her to stay and the terrible things that happened. She didn't even know when she stopped hating Liu Yu and instead felt grateful to him. Was it because Liu Yu saw her injuries and didn't make excessive demands, but instead helped her to clean her wounds? He was far superior to Zhang Lukai, that hypocritical, human-faced, beast-hearted scoundrel. All right, I'll bring you some food later. You should rest for now. Liu Yu noticed that Wang Chui had no resistance and said lightly. Wang Chui hesitated for a moment and asked, can I go see my son's body? Sure. By the way, do you want to bury him, or how do you want to handle it? Let's bury him. After all, being born in this era is already difficult. Wang Chui thought for a moment and replied. All right. Liu Yu took Wang Chui to see her son's body. After expressing her grief, they placed him in a wooden box he had prepared. The two left the villa and went to the small garden outside. To help Wang Chui dig a hole, she said, I'll do it myself. I am his mother. I brought him into this world, and since I couldn't protect him, I should see him off myself. All right. Wang Chui, with her frail body, struggled to dig the frozen ground with a pickaxe. But don't underestimate a mother's heart. Just after she placed him in the ground, before she had a chance to say goodbye, Liu Yu urgently pulled her away. He heard someone coming. They were definitely not here to help, but to kill. Kill whom? Naturally, it was him. Someone's coming. Let's hurry up and leave, Liu Yu urged Wang Chui, who was at a loss. It's just that there is no tombstone. I cannot die. If I do, there will be no one to avenge my son. Liu Yu would not stay outside for too long. He did not want to die either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so much food and built an apocalyptic fortress. As they hid in the darkness moving toward Liu Yu's home, they heard someone outside shout, That kid Liu Yu has come out. I saw him digging something just now, or it must be the food he's hiding. It turned out there were those who were not afraid of the cold, hiding in the shadows, observing the situation at Liu Yu's home. At this moment, without a phone to contact anyone, he wouldn't have needed to return to call for help. He could have blocked Liu Yu long ago. Where is my son? What should we do, Liu Yu? Wang Chui, upon hearing their shouts, naturally understood what was about to happen. We don't know how many of them there are, or if they have guns. Your son is already dead. You still want to live. Don't you want to avenge your son? They shouldn't do anything too extreme, right? Liu Yu patted Wang Cui's shoulder and said surviving is the biggest threat to them. Once they leave, I will take you to see your son. All right. Wang Chui did not go mad, for Liu Yu spoke the truth. Only by living would she have value. Moreover, she hadn't yet avenged her son's death, so how could she act impulsively? Dig here and see what it is, one person with a flashlight said, shining it on the spot where Wang Chui had just dug. They all thought there were supplies here and were full of enthusiasm. However, after digging it up, they discovered it was a small box. Upon opening the box, they found a child's corpse with half of its head missing. Damn it, it's a corpse. How unlucky. Liu Yu is a beast. He even kills children. He's simply inhuman. When they saw it wasn't supplies, but a corpse, the excited crowd erupted in curses. Cursing oneself wouldn't cost any flesh. What Liu Yu needed to do was wait for them to attack, and remember them biding his time for revenge. What should we do? Should we force our way into Liu Yu's house? One of the defeated asked. No, it's not our turn yet. Manager Su and the property staff will deal with Liu Yu. We just need to follow along. Another person, possibly the leader, immediately denied the suggestion. It's freezing outside, let's go back. Encountering a corpse is really bad luck. While speaking, his hand moved a few times, perhaps out of frustration for having gained nothing after all that effort. Fortunately, it was quite dark outside, and Wang Chui, hiding in the house, could not see what was happening outside. If she did, she would have rushed out in madness. Don't think too much. There will ultimately be opportunities, Liu Yu reassured her. All right, I understand now. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you and won't bring trouble upon you. Wang Chui said coldly and calmly. At that moment, Liu Yu's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He glanced at Wang Chui beside him. She understood and returned to her room, the one Liu Yu had temporarily lent her. What's wrong? Liu Yu, my husband just came back and said they will come after you today. By the way, they don't know where they got the explosives, so be careful. The voice from the walkie-talkie was by Ling, tense and hurried. She was Liu Yu's scout. If Liu Yu died, she would lose her source of food. Her husband was not a good person either, providing very little for himself. He only had one meal every 3 days, and it wasn't even enough. Okay, I got it. Do you know when they will strike and where the excavator is? After all, Liu Yu hadn't gone far in recent days, let alone gone looking. It seems to be between Building 18 and Building 19. They have a temporary base there which used to be a property building, Bai Ling said before hanging up. Given this situation, Liu Yu speculated that perhaps this woman's husband had returned, or there was some other sudden situation that made her afraid of being discovered, which is why she hung up. After briefly analyzing the information he had just received, Liu Yu prepared an action plan for later. He truly hadn't expected the property management to be quite formidable. Not only had they brought in an excavator, but they had also procured explosives. Were they trying to kill him? Thinking of the malicious old lady from the neighborhood committee, he couldn't help but feel unlucky. He wondered if her grandson was still alive. It had been a long time since he had seen a bounty hunter. Where had they gone? Was there no food and drink? Were they not taking any jobs? Liu Yu, what are you doing? Tanging, perhaps having rested enough, came out of her room out of boredom, seeing Liu Yu scribbling on paper. Someone is coming to blow me up. They've brought explosives. I just received news that I think that's where they will attack from, Liu Yu said lightly. By the way, they also have an excavator. I'm worried they will dig up the house. What? No way, they have that too. Tanging asked in surprise. Of course, do you have anything to add? Liu Yu showed Tanging the plan he had just devised. After all, her previous job involved various capture plans, so she should be quite familiar with such ambush strategies. After looking for a while, Tanging said seriously, the diesel and supplies in their hands are what you need to destroy. Otherwise, the longer they live, the greater the threat to you. I truly don't know where that stuff is, but that excavator and explosives pose a significant threat to my house. I'm not sure what to do about the explosives, or I hope your house can hold up. After thinking for a moment, Tanging said, as for the excavator, they can't come from the garage. As long as they come from the road, there are still ways to deal with it. You should have a gun, right? Just kill the driver. What? Are you going to help me kill people? Have you lost that sense of justice you had before? Bastard, don't tease me. I've thought it through during this time. If I don't kill them, they will kill me once they get in. Although you're a bastard wanting to occupy me, you should be better than those scum. Tanging cursed. Liu Yu glanced at her and said, in that case, is your wound healed? Let's act together and strike first. Sure, I suspect that the two who harmed me before are part of their gang. I hope I don't encounter them again. Before Tanging could finish her sentence, Liu Yu smiled and said, what, after discovering them, are you going to capture them and take them back for interrogation? Liu Yu, you bastard. Who said anything about capturing them for interrogation? Is there even anyone left in our public security bureau now? Tanging felt a bit annoyed by Liu Yu's teasing. After all, this incident was a personal failure for her. She once believed in justice and protecting these scum, yet they not only showed no gratitude, but also wanted her dead. However, Tanging knew that if they had captured her back, then they wouldn't have let her off easily. She would have suffered even more brutal torment. At that time, even if she wanted to die, it wouldn't have been a simple matter. All right, enough joking. Time is tight. Let's go change clothes and head out. After his jest, Liu Yu spoke seriously. Tanging understood that Liu Yu wouldn't joke about matters concerning personal safety. Okay. After taking out suitable clothes for Tanging from his space, they changed swiftly. All right, let's head this way. Liu Yu opened the surveillance system to check the situation outside, finding no one lying in wait for them, and reminded Liu Shishir to be extra cautious. He told Wang Chui to rest well at home and wait for his return, assuring her that there was no need to come out unless necessary. He'll lock the main door tight. Wang Chui understood that Liu Yu didn't fully trust her at the moment and nodded silently, saying, "Okay, you stay safe. He'll wait for you to come back." Feeling a hint of ambiguity in her words, Liu Yu nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't die easily. After all, we still have a common enemy to deal with." All right. After going out with Tanging, he immediately felt the cold outside. It was much colder than at home. Liu Yu didn't waste time and directly followed their planned route to gather information. After Bai Ling abruptly ended the call, he wondered what had happened on her side and hoped she was safe. After all, this woman still had her uses until he dealt with the group from the property management that threatened him. With this woman acting as an undercover, he could obtain a lot of useful information. Giving her some supplies was nothing. He had plenty in his space. Just a little bit could ensure her survival, as long as she had no malicious intent against him. Earlier, Bai Ling mentioned that the excavator was located near building 18 and 19th Square. This was a tool they intended to use against him, and it seemed they should have some protection. However, in such cold weather, would anyone really stay on the excavator? Tanging suggested that he give her the gun, and she would take care of the sniping. Liu Yu naturally disagreed. He wasn't sure if Tanging might suddenly turn the gun on him. In the apocalypse, testing human nature was the most foolish thing to do. Everyone had their secrets, and letting opponents and those close to them know too many of one's trump cards would lead to a quicker demise. Moreover, with a straightforward way to resolve matters permanently, why not utilize it? Additionally, Liu Yu had his own plans. He wanted to see Tanging kill. Once she was stained with blood, he would know whether she was truly pretending in front of him or if she was disillusioned with these scum and wanted to kill them. Be careful, we're almost at building 18. Liu Yu whispered after leading Tanging a short distance in the dark. Got it. Tanging responded faintly. As the two stealthily approached, they heard a woman crying for help and a man shouting angrily from the underground parking lot. Anyone who has been married would know what was happening over there. Fortunately, it was dark and they couldn't see the situation outside. What's wrong? Your breathing has become a bit heavy. Liu Yu noticed Tanging's change in emotion and asked with concern. Tanging gritted her teeth and said softly, "I really didn't expect these scum to start harming innocent women. I wish I could kill them all." "Then why don't you go? Aren't you quite righteous?" Liu Yu countered. "Bastard, didn't I promise you that I would help you deal with the root of the problem first? If I kill those inside and expose your plan, what will you do?" Tanging replied resentfully. "You could kill me, couldn't you? Didn't you say I'm just as scummy?" "I doubt I have that capability. You're definitely on guard against me." Tanging said faintly, "Don't think I'm foolish. By that time, my fate would probably be even worse than that woman's." "All right, let's go. This is human nature. When we come back later, we can deal with them. There's still something we need to do over there." Seeing that Tanging wasn't overflowing with righteous indignation to deal with the bad guys, Liu Yu continued, Tanging nodded heavily. However, what Liu Yu did next surprised her. "Aren't you going to resolve the excavator issue? Why are you here to save someone?" Tanging followed Liu Yu toward the source of the sound. "I need to know something. It's a bit far from there, and the sentry issue needs to be resolved here first." Hearing Liu Yu's explanation, Tanging felt a bit moved, realizing that Liu Yu was likely considering her emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such risks, as Liu Yu was quite cautious. After all, why would he create an iron fortress in the apocalypse when the weather was fine? When Liu Yu pried open the door with his knife, he discovered two male security guards illuminated by a small light, committing unspeakable acts against a poor female homeowner. "Weren't you both supposed to wait outside? Can't you hold off this long? If you're that eager, why not just pry open a door and grab a woman?" The busy male security guard thought that Liu Yu and Tanging, who had entered, were their companions and didn't even turn around. Hearing this, Tanging's blood pressure rose. Liu Yu didn't respond and silently approached them. "Who are you? You're not one of us." The security guard pinning down the female homeowner realized that the silent Liu Yu was not one of their property guards and began to question him. So short on time that no one reacted. "You should take a break. I have some questions for you." As he spoke, Liu Yu's knife was already resting on one man's neck.